Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Who, What, Where, and Why, edited. Wyatt Wilkins woke up feeling uncomfortable and exhausted. When he had opened his eyes, he noticed he was lying face down beside a flowing river. Confused, he pushed himself up from the bed of pebbles and dirt. But suddenly, his tired and shaking arms gave out on him. He released a pained groan as he crashed back down on the hard, wet ground. He sighed tiredly and blearily looked around his surroundings. "Ugh, what the hell?" he muttered. To his back was a large lush forest full of trees while a paved walkway laid at his feet. In front of him flowed a wide river, the early morning sunlight shining off its surface. With a grunt, Wyatt rose to his feet, only to receive a massive headache. His vision swayed and he lost his balance, resulting in him falling back into the river shore, soaking his halfway dried-out clothes once again with water. Sighing in pain and annoyance, he looked down to see several slits on his red shirt. "Hold on, my shirt's not red. It's gray," Wyatt muttered as he looked at his sleeves and confirmed that his dark crimson shirt was actually gray. "Fuck, is this blood?" He raised his shirt and gave it a tentative sniff. Wyatt could still make out a faint iron smell despite being soaked with river water. "Yep. That's blood." Wyatt nervously lifted his shirt to examine his stomach. To his relief, his torso was free of any injuries. That raises the question, how did I get covered in blood? This shirt is full of holes that look like a knife made them, yet there's not a scratch on me. Not that I'm complaining. Putting aside the mystery of why his clothes were covered in blood and holes, Wyatt stood up and walked over to the cement walkway. Okay. Moving on. How the hell did I end up here? And where are my shoes? Wyatt rubbed his face and thought back to the last thing he remembered. He had been studying non-stop for a week straight for his upcoming finals when suddenly, a deep pain struck his chest and his desk rushed up to meet his face. The sounds of several empty energy drink cans clanging onto his wooden floor rang in his ears. Inspecting his bloody shirt, pants, and lack of shoes, he vaguely remembered being in his pajamas last night. No, that didn't sound right. Wasn't he on a bridge? How did I end up here? With nothing else to do, Wyatt began walking up the paved walkway barefoot. He continued on the path until he came upon a park sign. What the hell? The Hudson River waterfront walkway. Isn't that in New York? Wyatt yelled and began sprinting down the path. It didn't take long for nearby buildings to come into view before New York City's impressive skyline appeared. Wyatt stood gobsmacked at the sight and ignored the shocked early morning joggers who gasped at his bloodied and wet form. "Hey, kid. Are you okay?" a young man asked in concern. "I'm calling the police," a young woman in pink said as she pulled out her phone from her pouch. Wyatt's mind was suddenly assaulted with a wave of memories not of his own. He saw flashes and moments of the life of a 15-year-old boy, also coincidentally named Wyatt, go by him in quick succession. Starting from the boy's tragic beginnings of being orphaned in a robbery gone wrong, to being moved from an orphanage to a group home and finally, ending up in the streets. Life was hard, and happiness was a rare occurrence for Wyatt. One day, on a friend's offer, he had joined a low-level gang in hopes of changing his life. But during his initiation ceremony, he had failed to pull the trigger to end a stranger's life. Despite his harsh life, Wyatt couldn't compromise his morals to end another's life for a chance to make his own slightly easier. His failure had resulted in the gang's leader stabbing him repeatedly and having his men throw his slowly dying body into the Hudson River. It was all too much for Wyatt. His hazy mind and tired body couldn't handle the strain. One of the joggers, a young man in his late 20s, rushed forward and caught Wyatt as he fell unconscious. Oh. Throw the body in the Hudson. Make sure no one sees you." Wyatt slowly blinked awake. His green eyes scanned the white suspended ceiling above him. The rhythmic beeps of hospital equipment echoed to his left as the vital signs monitor showed his heart rate. An unfamiliar ceiling, so this is what Shinji felt, Wyatt muttered, pushing himself up. After taking in his hospital room and seeing that he was now in a hospital gown, he swung his feet off the bed and slid down to the cold hospital floor. Closing his eyes, Wyatt's mind was still abuzz with the new but still familiar lifetime of memories from the previous owner of his current body and his own. As he tried to differentiate between both lifetimes, he soon found it hard to determine which Wyatt he was. Whether that be the 15-year-old Wyatt who grew up in New York or the 21-year-old university student Wyatt who grew up in California, who was studying for several days with little sleep, hopped up on energy drinks. Now that I think about it, the lack of sleep and all those energy drinks could have caused my heart to give out, Wyatt muttered as he placed a hand over his beating heart. This situation reminds me a lot of those web stories I used to read when I was younger. 2 lives merging into one. How crazy. Still, why did this happen to me? Before Wyatt could think about his crazy situation any deeper, the door to his room opened. Stepping inside, a nurse blinked in surprise at him. "Oh, good. You're awake," she said with a small relieved smile. "After 2 days, we were beginning to grow worried. Please, take it slow and sit down. I'll go get your doctor." Seeing no reason to argue with the nurse, Wyatt nodded and did as he was told. He didn't wait long for his appointed doctor to arrive and conduct a quick examination on him. "Well, young man, it seems that you're back to full health. We were getting worried after you didn't wake up for 2 days, but it turns out you just needed some rest." Dr. Patel, the doctor, chuckled slightly to ease Wyatt's nervousness. "Tell me, young man, what is the last thing you remember?" "Being stabbed repeatedly and studying for a final." Wyatt thought with a frown, his left hand rubbing his stomach unconsciously. Seeing this, Dr. Patel looked off behind him at the silent nurse that had encountered Wyatt before. "Ellie, why don't you go grab some food for our patient here? I'm sure he must be famished." "Of course, doctor. I'd hate to bring this up, but when you arrived to this hospital, you were covered in blood, young man. Oddly enough, you didn't have any injuries on your body. Can you tell me where that blood came from?" Dr. Patel said softly as he looked Wyatt in the eyes. They shared a moment of tense silence, neither of them speaking. "Shit. What do I say? I can't tell them I got stabbed and dumped into the Hudson. Especially since I don't have a wound in sight. If I were him, I'd think I was the one who killed somebody due to how much blood I was covered in." Wyatt thought quickly, his eyes locked on the floor nervously. Thankfully, the nurse, Ellie, returned with a tray of food. Breaking the standoff. "We can talk some more after you get something into your system, young man. I'll be back in a little while, try to think back on what I said," Dr. Patel said before he and Ellie left the room. "Right," Wyatt said nervously as he looked down at the rather unappetizing tray of plain-looking hospital food. Despite the plain appearance of the food, his stomach released a loud growl, reminding him that he had not eaten in 2 whole days. Using a spoon, Wyatt poked the bland mashed potatoes and unseasoned steak and took a tentative bite. Ugh. So bland. What I wouldn't do for some tacos. His eyes grew wide without warning as his vision focused on the food before him. As if his eyes suddenly became electron microscopes, he could now see the molecular structure of the food. Every atom and every molecule was clear for him to see. From the back of his mind, a library of knowledge swung open to him. The knowledge of every atom and molecule in existence flooded into his brain. Unconsciously, his hand lifted over the tray of food, and a flash of reddish-pink light illuminated the room quickly. Whoa. Wyatt flinched as he watched his once bland and boring tray of hospital food transform into a plate of delicious-looking tacos. Holy shit. Carefully, he reached out and lifted one of the tacos. Wyatt inspected the corn tortilla and the expertly cooked al pastor meat. The greens on top were fresh, and the tantalizing salsa drizzled on top made his mouth water. The mixture of smells made his stomach growl even louder, resembling a lion's roar. Ah, what the hell? With caution thrown into the wind, Wyatt took a hungry bite, and a flavor explosion filled his mouth. Like a starving animal, he finished the taco in his hand and moved on to the rest. After all the food was gone and his hunger satisfied, Wyatt stared at the empty plate with amazement. Incredible, did I just transform one thing into another? Like alchemy. And where did all this knowledge of atoms and molecules come from? Then it hit him. Memories of him reading an old comic and watching the hit television series, Invincible, flashed in his mind. No way. Do I have Adam Eve's powers? Lifting the empty plate, Wyatt's eyes quickly zoomed into the plate's molecular structure. With a thought, he moved the plate's atoms around until a flash of reddish pink covered the plate for a split second. What was once a white plate now rested a limited edition pair of black Nikes. A pair of shoes that he had worked hard to buy after a broke university student. That confirms it. I do have Adam Eve's powers. But, why? Does that have anything to do with why I'm suddenly 2 different people smushed into one? Wyatt transformed the pair of shoes back into the original hospital food tray. Despite having the amazing powers of Adam Eve, Wyatt couldn't help but wonder about how and why he had them. Not to mention how his mind ultimately rested within the body of the younger Wyatt rather than the older one. Standing up, he walked over to the room's bathroom. After turning the light on, he inspected his appearance. He was familiar with it, but not at the same time. Unlike his older body, the younger one he currently inhabited had messy reddish hair and green eyes. A stark contrast from his older self's black hair and brown eyes. He was also shorter and lacked any real muscle. Does this mean that my other body is just lying there, rotting away? Wyatt leaned on the bathroom sink, his heartbeat picking up. This is so messed up. Leaving the bathroom, Wyatt looked up at the small television in the corner. After looking around momentarily, he found the remote and turned the TV on. He needed a distraction. And what better distraction was there than the brain-rotting effects of television? After clicking through several channels, Wyatt ended up on what seemed to be a news channel. The words "Incident at Stark Industries" hung in the top corner of the screen while a familiar man stood behind a podium. Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man then. I remember this scene. Too bad the movie is about to end. Wyatt sat back and continued to watch the movie. I know that it's confusing. It is one thing to question the official story, and another thing entirely to make wild accusations, or insinuate that I'm a superhero. Tony Stark said as James Rhodes stood beside him. That's not Terrence Howard. Why is Don Cheadle in this one? Wyatt said in confusion. I never said you were a superhero. A voice said off-screen. Wyatt frowned as the shot never changed from the single point of view of the camera. After having watched the movie dozens of times growing up, he couldn't distinctly remember how this scene played out due to it being one of the MCU's most iconic moments. Didn't? Well, good, because that would be outlandish and fantastic. I'm just not the hero type. Clearly. With this laundry list of character defects, all the mistakes I've made, largely public. Tony said, a bit derailed from the reporter's words. Wyatt watched as James leaned in to whisper into Tony's ear, but the words and shot never changed to show the audience what he said. Well, this is new. Did they remake the movie or something? Wyatt asked in confusion as he leaned in. Yeah, okay. Yeah. The truth is, I am Iron Man. Tony said, causing all the gathered reporters and television outlets to go crazy. At this point, the movie should have began playing Black Sabbath's iconic song Iron Man, but it never did. The shot should have also ended with the end credits rolling in. But they didn't. The scene continued on with Tony calming the reporters down and answering a slew of questions with a smug smile. Wyatt slowly stood up, his eyes wide with the growing realization that he was not watching an old movie but a very real and live news feed. It can't be, am I in the MCU? Chapter 2, New Reality, edited. Talks regarding mutants and their place in society continue as the president. All right, class, let's go over last week's subject. Now then, the Howling Commandos, led by Captain America, is a team formed during World War II from various Allied POWs after they were rescued, along with 394 other soldiers that were held prisoners. On most recent news, Tony Stark's large arc reactor is rumored to be the future of the world's energy. But some criticize its current use. Within Wyatt's mind, a whirlwind of memories sprang forth, causing him to clutch his head in pain. This swell of memories were limited and sparse due to the younger Wyatt's disinterest in anything to do with rich billionaires, long-dead super soldiers, and the existence of mutants. He already had several of his own problems and concerns to focus on the issues of other people. Mutants. They exist here? So is this the MCU or some alternate version of it? Wyatt shook his head to remove the cobwebs and turned the television off. He was getting tired of listening to Tony Stark hype himself up to the world. As he was about to rummage through his new memories, a knock on the door brought him out of his thoughts. Wyatt watched as Dr. Patel walked in with a dissatisfied expression. Before Wyatt could ask what was wrong, 2 police officers walked into the room. I'm sorry, young man. Unfortunately, these fine officers have some questions for you. Dr. Patel frowned as one of the officers, Officer Bradshaw, pushed past him, handcuffs in hand. What is this? Wyatt asked as he stepped back. When you arrived at this hospital, you were covered in blood, but you had no visible injuries. I shouldn't have to explain how that appears. This is clearly a serious misunderstanding. But you will have the chance to clarify everything at the station. I advise you to cooperate, it will make this process much smoother, Bradshaw stated firmly as he moved behind Wyatt to secure a pair of handcuffs around his wrists. What? Look, I didn't hurt, and most importantly, kill anyone. The blood I was covered in was my own. Test it first, damn it. I'm also in a hospital gown. Don't I get any clothes first? Wyatt argued as the 2 officers began leading him out of the hospital in full view of everyone. The doctors did run a blood test. The blood on your shirt wasn't your own, the other officer, Gomez, said. For a moment, a simmering, angry heat erupted in Wyatt's chest out of nowhere. Surprising him. What was that? Wyatt thought before refocusing on the officers. Aren't you guys also missing a few steps? You haven't even asked me for my name yet. Wyatt said. Listen, kid. We'll try to find you something to wear later. Just be quiet and move along. And don't worry, we'll find out exactly who you are when we get to the station, Gomez said without much care for the looks and reactions Wyatt was receiving. Now shut up already. Geez, how nice of you. Can we at least go back to my hospital room? I think I left my dignity in there. Wyatt's comment earned a stifled chuckle from a nearby nurse as they exited the hospital. A few bystanders on the sidewalk turned to stare as Wyatt was escorted into a waiting police cruiser. His state of dress earned him several whispers, laughs, and odd looks. "Take a picture. It will last longer," Wyatt yelled, causing a few of the observers to actually take out their phones to take pictures as he was placed in the back seat. "No. I was kidding." The two officers entered the cruiser and began heading through the busy New York streets. Wyatt frowned and turned away from the officers to stare out at the big city around him. Yonkers. He muttered, the name of the city coming into his mind. As he looked around, he couldn't help but be amazed at all the molecules and atoms within the world. Within the air itself. Every building, every vehicle, and everything in between was lit up with its inherent molecular structure. Wyatt was seeing the world with new eyes. It was exhilarating. Let's see. If I get taken into the station, I'm screwed. They'll most likely lock me up for suspected murder. Wyatt thought as he turned to the officer driving. In normal circumstances, I'd be boned. But now, I'm essentially a reality warper with the ability to transform matter into anything I want. Now then, let's give these new powers of mine a go. Sorry, officers. But I'm not built for the slammer. Wyatt said with a grin. What? Officer Gomez said as she turned back. Her eyes grew wide as she watched Wyatt raise his hands up as the cuffs around his wrists were now somehow made up of Legos. Pulling his hands apart, the toy blocks fell to the ground of the cruiser. Wyatt grinned like a child at his creation before pointing his hands down. The police cruiser's wheels briefly flashed and transformed into solid square blocks of concrete. The officers yelped as the vehicle jerked forward and screeched to a stop. Wyatt chuckled, pushed open the door to his right, and stepped out. As he did, his hospital gown flashed with color and in its place was a hoodie jacket, jeans, and pair of Nikes. Pulling the hood of his sweater over his head, Wyatt watched as officers Bradshaw and Gomez tried to open their doors. Unfortunately for them, the driver and passenger doors had been seemingly welded into the vehicle, leaving them trapped inside to pull on the handles uselessly. See ya. Wyatt grinned and ran off down the street, leaving behind several onlookers to stare at the altered police cruiser and trapped officers. Oh. W.O. Easy. Okay. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Wyatt waved his arms around as he glided through the air on a flying reddish-pink disc made from his powers. The night sky hung above him as he traversed over the rooftops of Queens. This should be far enough from Yonkers. With a mental command, he glided down and landed on a rooftop. After dismissing his creation, he walked over to the edge of the roof to look out at the borough of Queens and gave off a whistle. The home borough of Spider-Man. Wait. It's 2008, Spider-Man doesn't exist yet. Or does he? With the existence of mutants in this world, who knows if this world is going to follow the MCU timeline anymore? Releasing a tired sigh, Wyatt sat down and looked over to the loose brick. Grabbing it, he moved its molecules around until a box of steaming pepperoni pizza sat in his grasp. Taking one out, he took a hungry bite and watched the streets below. Yup. Still weird. But tasty. He thought. Luigi's Pizza is still better though. Let's see, where to go from here. Can't go to my old group home, I got kicked out of there, and the place I used to crash in is full of my past would-be gang members who watched me get shanked to death. So I'm essentially homeless. Again Wyatt frowned and took another bite of his food. Lifting his left hand, sparks of his power flashed. I'm glad I listened to my parents, my other parents. Whatever. I'm glad I listened to them and studied to become an engineer. Now I can build stuff with my powers without having to worry about shit crashing over me. Standing to his feet, he used another flying glowing construct disc made up from solid energy to glide up into the sky, this time, with much smoother precision. To stay out of sight, Wyatt transformed the underside of his flying disc black to match his black clothes. Now then, where to build my Minecraft house? Wyatt spent the next half hour meticulously searching for the perfect spot to build his new home. After weighing several options, he finally decided on a secluded location beneath an isolated overpass, far removed from prying eyes. He imagined a secret passageway that would lead to a spacious, two-story underground home, carefully designed to offer both comfort and security. As he mapped out his plans, he imagined the home enveloped by walls made of lead, 2 feet thick, serving as a formidable barrier against anyone attempting to locate him with advanced technology. At least, though that's how that worked. Wyatt knew that in a world dominated by surveillance and high-tech tracking equipment, a secret hideout was his strongest ally. Inside, he created open spaces illuminated by soft, ambient lighting and cozy corners designed for relaxation. Each room was crafted to fulfill any need or want he could have. The hidden passageway built into one of the overpass's thick pillars that lead into the base was almost invisible to the untrained eye, revealing itself only to Wyatt, whose unique powers granted him access by undoing the front layer of concrete from the elevator doors. With a subtle wave of his hand, an elevator door materialized seamlessly within the sturdy embrace of one of the thick concrete columns of the overpass, a hidden portal to his underground sanctuary. Once inside the compact elevator, designed to accommodate a maximum of 3 people, the descent was smooth, the walls echoing a faint hum as they traveled deeper beneath the bustling city. At the bottom, Wyatt's underground home awaited, a haven filled with every necessity and comfort he could imagine. Equipping the space had posed quite a challenge. Wyatt had initially struggled to create the essential appliances from scratch. However, an idea of his led him on a quick detour to a local appliance store, where he utilized his ability to perform a deep molecular scan to analyze the designs and mechanisms. This skill allowed him to reverse engineer any item, making the replication of any object or piece of equipment a simple task. For the essentials of daily life, internet, electricity, and water, Wyatt tapped into the city's utilities at various points to use for himself. He hoped the people of Queens didn't mind sharing. While he had hopes of developing his own sustainable energy source for his subterranean home, he'd put it off for another night when he had the proper knowledge. But for now, Wyatt was absolutely exhausted. After the long day he decided to put off those lofty plans until tomorrow. Not bad, not bad. If I put this place on Airbnb, I'd make a killing. Wyatt chuckled as he looked around his new secret base. After taking a long, hot shower to wash away the events of the day, he threw himself onto what could be considered one of the most comfortable beds in the world. It didn't take long for Wyatt to fall into a deep sleep. Oh. Amidst Casino Park's lush, emerald expanses, Wyatt perched beneath a sprawling tree. He sat apart from the scattered groups of midday visitors, an intense expression etching lines across his forehead. Before him, a plump squirrel busied itself with the nuts and walnuts Wyatt had generously scattered on the grass, its tiny paws skillfully cracking the shells. Wyatt raised his hand, its fingers trembling slightly, and closed his eyes, summoning all his concentration in an attempt to perceive the intricate molecular structure of the lively creature before him. Become a chicken. The squirrel perked up and turned to Wyatt. After a second, it lost interest and continued eating its snack. Why? I understand why Adam Eve couldn't mess with living beings, but why can't I? Do I have some hidden mental blocks I don't know about that's holding me back, too? Wyatt said with annoyance as he tried to recall anything that could have happened to him in the past. Fuck. My memories are still a jumbled mess. I can't think of anything. So much for being OP from the get-go. With a sigh, he stood up and waved his hand in front of the squirrel. The small pebbles beside it flashed, and a pile of acorns was revealed to take their place, much to the squirrel's happiness. For your troubles, Wyatt said with a small grin. With his experimentation over, Wyatt wandered around the park. As he did, he took in the sights with an easygoing smile, only for it to vanish as he thought back to the events from yesterday. He had essentially been arrested for suspected murder and had escaped captivity. Was he now essentially a wanted man? Even if the police officers didn't get his name, he didn't carry a wallet with ID or anything like that. Wyatt was sure they would pull up security camera footage to get a picture of his face and find him in their system. They shouldn't take long to figure out his name and identity. Should I have just let myself get taken in? I'm sure if I explained to them that the blood was actually mine and not someone else's, then maybe they would have let me go. Wyatt said to himself as he sat on a bench looking out at Casino Lake. No. I doubt they would. There was just too much blood on my shirt and no evidence of injury on my body. Shit, I wouldn't have believed me. What a mess. The idea of leaving New York and hitchhiking back to California popped into his mind, but he wasn't sure if he should. Despite being very early in the timeline, he was at the heart of the universe's main events. Wyatt was sure he was brought to this world and given these powers for a reason. And whatever or whoever had combined 2 completely different lives into one must have had a reason for placing him here in New York. Or maybe this was all one big accident and I just got the short end of the stick. Wyatt leaned back and lost himself in the blue sky above. I hope my family is okay. In his other life, in the older Wyatt's universe or timeline, he had 2 loving and supportive parents and an annoying little brother. At this point, they would most likely have already heard about his other body being found dead in his dorm room. He couldn't help but imagine his family's devastating expressions and cries upon his passing. The image of their tear-stained faces made his heart hurt. Are you all right, young man? Wyatt blinked and noticed that he had been crying. After quickly wiping off his tears, he saw a kind-looking older man in his late 40s or early 50s. He looked vaguely familiar to Wyatt, but he couldn't quite place where he recognized the man. Ah, yes. I was thinking about my family, Wyatt admitted. He had tried to lie, but the truth had slipped out. They were taken from me. A long time ago. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you mind if I? The older man pointed to the spot beside Wyatt. Sure, go ahead. Wyatt nodded and slid over, giving the man space to sit. I have a nephew whose parents were taken from him, too, when he was a small boy. He had to grow up without them, and I could see the pain in his eyes each day as he grew up. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Ben Parker. Ben held his hand out with a friendly smile. Wyatt's eyes widened slightly at the name, but he quickly schooled them. He may be amazed that he was sitting next to the men who would one day define Peter Parker/Spider-Man's entire ideology, but the ache in his heart quickly melted away any excitement he could have. Reaching out, he shook the man's hand with a smile. Wyatt Wilkins. It's nice to meet you, sir. Ben nodded, and his eyes landed on a duck leading its ducklings over the lake's surface. The pain of losing one's family never goes away. But I find that thinking back on the good memories from when they were around helps alleviate the hurt. Even if it's a little. Wyatt nodded and thought back to the younger Wyatt's parents. They were good and kind people. His father was brave and held on to strong beliefs of morality, while his mother always extended a kind hand to anyone who would need it. They didn't deserve to have been killed because a thief wanted a few extra bucks. A simmering rage began to build within him. These powerful emotions had pushed the younger Wyatt to act out his entire life, which ended up with him joining a gang in the end. A gang that eventually almost got him killed. He didn't notice it until now due to the crazy revelations of his new powers and sudden placement in the MCU, but Wyatt had inherited the younger Wyatt's unreasonable rage. A rage that was eager to be released. The very same rage that had peeked out from within him when the officers from yesterday dragged him through the hospital in cuffs. Humiliating him for all to see. So that's what that was. Wyatt thought. Closing his eyes, Wyatt dug deep and did as Ben said. He thought back to the good and happy times he had with his parents, from both lifetimes. Ultimately, he focused on one memory from the younger Wyatt's life. It was of him and his parents having a fun day together at Coney Island. He could still vividly remember his father's amused grin and his mother's loud laugh as they rode the rides and played the games. Slowly, a small smile grew on Wyatt's face, and the pain in his chest subsided slightly. That worked. Thank you, Mr. Parker, Wyatt said. Don't mention it, Wyatt. Just happy to help. There's a saying my wife likes to say, when you help someone, you help everyone. Ben said with a loving smile. Ah, I see it now. He looks like a much older Tobey Maguire. Wyatt thought as he finally realized why Ben seemed so familiar to him. The two sat in silence and watched the ducks swim around the surface of the lake for several minutes before Wyatt stood up. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Parker. And for sitting with me. It was nice. Wyatt said with a smile. Ben shook his head with a smile of his own. Don't mention it, Wyatt. I'm just glad that my words were able to help you. Have a nice day, sir. You as well, young man. With nothing more to say, Wyatt walked off. Before he got too far, he turned back and saw Ben continue to watch the lake. He had a tranquil expression, as if lost in thought. I just talked to one of Marvel's most iconic characters. But it didn't feel that way. It was as if I were talking to a regular person, not someone from a comic or movie. This world I'm in, it's very real. Not just some comic book or movie come to life. Wyatt thought. This world is my reality now. I have to figure out where I fit in it. Looking down at his shoes, Wyatt sighed and then left the park. Anne, I'm sorry, but due to work commitments, I don't have as much time to write as I would like. Therefore, don't expect updates to come too frequently. However, I will try to write at least 3 chapters a week for this story. Thank you for reading, and I'll see you next time. Chapter 3, Setting Things Right, edited. Sean Anderson was a kind man in his late 30s. Growing up, he had always been interested in helping those less fortunate. That's what led him to a life of volunteering and giving back to his community. This path led him to his wife, Carly, and two decided to open up a group home for young children without a place to stay. Due to this, Sean came to know Wyatt when 2 social services workers came to his group home with the young homeless boy in tow. Sean had always tried to be patient with all his charges, but Wyatt had always been a tough kid. And today, Sean's patience had reached its limit. In his hands, he held an empty envelope. His expression was tired and defeated. Beside him sat Carly. She had a sad expression as she sat back in a chair in their home's kitchen. The envelope in Sean's hands had once held the money that the government had given him for the group home's monthly allowance. The money was intended to buy their monthly supply of food and much-needed clothing for the children in their group home. Wyatt, how could you? You knew we needed that money. And you just took it. How could you do that? Sean looked at a 14-year-old Wyatt with disappointment and anger. Carly remained silent, but she kept her eyes on Wyatt. She was afraid that if she spoke, she wouldn't be able to stop the sobs trapped in her throat. She had always wanted to help Wyatt. Help the young troubled boy work through his issues and problems. But Wyatt had always refused her help. What's the big deal? Just ask the government for more. Wyatt said without a care, but his eyes betrayed him. The three of them stood in the home's dark kitchen. Guilt bled through him as he felt Carly's sad gaze on him, but he acted defiantly. "It's not my fault you don't ask for more. Maybe if you did, we could afford to fix the damn AC." Sean was about to snap, but after taking a deep, calming breath, he looked away from Wyatt. He was tired. And he couldn't keep putting up with all the troubles and issues Wyatt brought to their home. "Go, Wyatt. Leave. I can't do this anymore. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt so many times, but you just don't seem to care," Sean said tiredly. "Get out." Wyatt stepped back as if struck, his eyes were wide in shock. He glanced over at Carly, almost pleadingly, but she held firm. It killed her inside, but she agreed with her husband. After a few seconds, Wyatt's ever-present anger rose, and he gritted his teeth. "Fine. Fuck you, and fuck this shitty house," Wyatt yelled, uncaring that several of his fellow housemates were sleeping. His roar had quickly awakened several of them. He spun on his heel and grabbed his black backpack from the ground. With his backpack secured, he headed to the front door and grabbed the doorknob. He stood frozen for a second, his mind was in turmoil, before he finally schooled himself. He opened the door and left. Oh. Slowly, Wyatt opened his eyes. Despite having slept a full 8 hours, he felt tired. After sitting up, he rubbed his face to rid any remaining sleep. What an idiot. No. I'm an idiot. The dream he had was no dream. It was a memory of the younger Wyatt's life. Or should he say, his life. Every night, Wyatt had been living out different memories of both his conjoined lives. Each new dream was getting harder to distinguish who it belonged to. It seemed that his brain was hard at work at merging both of his lifetimes together, making it all one solid stream of memories. It was getting harder to distinguish whose memories belonged to who. Wyatt was even beginning to forget what his other body once looked like. A coping mechanism from his brain, perhaps. Last night, the memory of the reason why he had been kicked out from his group home played all throughout the night. He wasn't kicked out of the group home due to one solitary incident. No, it was due to several dozen incidents. Each time, Sean and Carly had given him a second, third, fourth, fifth, and even 20 chances to redeem himself from his rash and irresponsible behavior. But he never did. He was too angry at the world and didn't think twice about how his actions could hurt those around him. He was a selfish fool. The straw that broke the camel's back was when he stole the group home's monthly stipend from the government. The same funds that were needed to buy them all food and clothing for his fellow orphans. And what did he use the money for? He used it to pay the very same gang leader who had stabbed him to death as an enrollment fee for the gang. Yup. A big old idiot. That's me. Wyatt muttered and got off his bed. After performing a series of stretches, a flash of reddish-pink energy enveloped him, cleaning him of any grime or filth while also changing him into some casual clothing. Upon entering his kitchen, he opened his fridge to see a fully stocked fridge. A sight not too common in his past group home. Frowning, he closed the door and ignored his stomach's hungry growl. Wyatt walked over to the elevator door and pushed the up button to the side. After a few seconds, a soft ding broke the silence and he waved his hand. The outer layer of concrete hiding the elevator entrance disappeared and he stepped out. With another wave, the concrete slid over the door, as if it was never there to begin with. Taking a few steps forward, Wyatt picked up 2 rocks and transformed them into a pair of sunglasses and a black baseball hat. After placing them on, he began making the journey to Hoboken. Oh. A melodic ring echoed in Victor's old, grimy pawn shop, gaining his attention. He put down the cheap gold ring he was examining and watched as Wyatt walked over to him with his hands in his front jacket pockets. Victor kept his eyes trained on Wyatt while feeling for the hidden short-barreled shotgun under his counter. Wyatt removed his shades and hat and gave Victor an easygoing smile. "Morning. The name's Mark. Mark Grayson. I saw the sign on your shop that says you buy gold. And from word around the street, you don't ask questions. That true?" Wyatt said. After a few seconds, Victor nodded and removed his hands from his weapon in favor of leaning on the counter. But he made sure to remain close by, in case whoever stepped into his shop was another wannabe hooligan. "Yeah. That's true. Great. How much can you give me for these?" Wyatt pulled out 3 expertly crafted gold and diamond-encrusted necklaces. Seeing them, Victor blinked in fascination and grabbed his headband magnifiers. He inspected each of the necklaces and couldn't help but marvel at their craftsmanship and quality. He had never come upon such high-quality work in all his 30 years of work. One of the necklaces could easily sell for $30,000 to $50,000. Altogether, at least $150,000 was sitting before him. Victor smiled shrewdly and eyed Wyatt. The boy was young and clearly had no idea what he had on him. This would be the easiest score he would ever make in his life. I can give you 5,000 for all three. No one will offer you more than that. Victor said, unimpressed. Oh wow. Wyatt said with a large smile, causing Victor to grin slightly. That's a terrible deal. Victor blinked as Wyatt quickly took his necklaces back. You know. I think I saw another jewelry shop down the street. Maybe I'll go there and find someone who isn't as blind as a mole. Goodbye. Wait. Victor panicked and ran around his counter as Wyatt touched the front door. Sorry, my young friend. I meant to say that I'll give you 50,000 for your necklaces. A good deal, no. Just 50,000. Mateo from down the street offered me 70. You gotta do better than that if you want these fine works of art. Wyatt crossed his arms and gave Victor a disbelieving look. You saw it, didn't you? A man of your experience must have seen that these diamonds and gold are the purest you've ever come across. That damn, Mateo. Always stealing my business. Okay. 90. I can offer you 90,000 and no more. I want 130. Gay. 130. How about 120? 120. You're disrespecting me, Victor. I went through a lot of trouble acquiring these fine necklaces. Wyatt sighed and opened the door. Victor moved as fast as he could and grabbed Wyatt's wrist. Fine. Okay. 130. I'll give you 130 for all three. Victor said with wide eyes. He hoped Wyatt wouldn't ask for more. Wyatt made a show of thinking it over before smiling. You got yourself a deal, Victor. He said and held out a hand. Maybe if you don't lowball me again, I might just come back next month with some more. Victor released a sigh of relief and shook Wyatt's hand. After retrieving the funds from his secured safe and placing them in a secured briefcase, Victor returned to the counter and received the necklaces from Wyatt. Thank you for your business, my friend. If you do ever come across more of these works of art, you can come to me. And no one else. I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Victor said with a slimy smile after giving Wyatt the briefcase. Wyatt hummed and nodded at the man's offer. Sure. As long as you don't try to shortchange me, I'll come to you and not anyone else. Don't worry, my young friend. You won't find any better offers in Hoboken than my store. I guarantee it. Wyatt nodded and left Victor's pawn shop. As he turned the corner, he put on his shades and hat and transformed the briefcase into a black Kevlar backpack with the money safely secured inside. Opening it, he looked down at the several stacks of bills and used his power to ensure that Victor didn't shortchange him. After a quick scan, Wyatt saw that the money was all there. Before coming up with his idea of creating jewelry to sell, Wyatt was tempted to create an infinite amount of dollar bills. It wasn't a bad idea. But it had its drawbacks. While he could create an endless supply of physical money, it would all be counterfeit and quickly proved worthless. In the United States, money is specially designed to prevent the use of counterfeit copies. Each bill features various security measures, such as watermarks, security threads, color-shifting ink, raised printing, UV-reactive elements, and a serial number. These markings help distinguish authentic bills from counterfeit ones, thus resulting in Wyatt's counterfeit money eventually being found out. And if the bills were ever traced back to him, then he would have a new wave of problems. So if Wyatt wanted to get real money, he would have to sell other materials or goods such as precious ores like gold or diamonds that he could create infinitely without any problem and sell them to those who wouldn't ask too many questions about where he got them. It may not change what I did, but at least it should help. Zipping the bag up, Wyatt slid the backpack on and was about to leave when, all of a sudden, 3 figures walked out from around the corner of a building. They eyed Wyatt with greedy eyes as they began to follow him. Seeing that the 3 thugs wouldn't stop following, Wyatt groaned and led them to a solitary alleyway. Once there, he turned to them with annoyance. What ya got in the bag, boy? The first thug, a shaggy man whose arms were covered in tattoos, said. Hand it over. Now. A man with dirty blonde hair pulled out a butterfly knife and waved it around in an attempt to threaten Wyatt. The last thug, a short, balding man, simply laughed and said nothing. The wooden bat in his hand rested over his shoulder. Really? I was expecting this situation to come up sooner or later. But come on. You 3 losers are the first thugs I have to take down. Wyatt rubbed his neck. His words and lack of fear left the 3 thugs bewildered. I got places to be. Come on. Let's do this. The fuck's wrong with this kid? The dirty blonde man said. Who cares? He called us losers. Let's fuck him up. With indignant roars, all 3 men rushed Wyatt, eager to teach him respect. Wyatt, despite having reality warping powers, was still a little nervous. He may have put on a brave face as he talked back to the 3 men, but deep inside, he was intimidated. He had never gotten into a proper fistfight before. At the sight of 3 grown men armed with knives and a bat rushing at him, his fear only grew. "Remember, you can do anything," Wyatt whispered and waved his right hand to the side. The bat within the shorter man's grasp shifted into solid steel. Due to the unexpected weight change, the man dropped his bat on his foot, eliciting a pained scream. The knife in the first thug's hand transformed into sand and fell through his fingers. What the hell? Stomping his foot, Wyatt concentrated and extended the concrete floor to cover the legs of all 3 thugs, trapping them in their spots. They tried to break free, but the strength of the concrete barely allowed them to move an inch. "That was easy," Wyatt said in awe and stared at himself with amazement. "A mutant. This kid is a mutant," the short man said in fear. "Shit. Listen, man, we're sorry, all right. Don't kill us," the tattooed man pleaded. "What? No, I'm not gonna kill you bozos. And I'm not a mutant. I think. Listen, just go get a real job, or something. Oh, and stop breaking the law. Otherwise, I'll bury you 310 feet under the city." To prove his point, Wyatt used his powers to pull the thugs slowly into the earth. "Ah. Okay. We will. We'll turn a new leaf. Just don't bury us alive," the dirty blonde-haired man said with his 2 friends nodding in agreement. After giving the 3 men a glare, Wyatt waved his hand, breaking their concrete holds. Without wasting another second, they ran out of the alley as fast as they could. Why were they so afraid that I could have been a mutant? Are the mutants of this universe violent? Are the X-Men not a thing? Damn, why couldn't my younger self have cared more to look into these things before? Now I have to look into it at some point. But first, I need to set things right. Wyatt looked up to the sky and began to float up, thanks to the glowing disc under him. Oh. In a quiet neighborhood on the south side of Harlem, Sean pushed his lawn mower as he worked diligently to cut the grass surrounding the Anderson group home. Once he was done, he grabbed the weed whacker from the garage and was about to trim the yard around back when he saw a familiar face. "Wyatt," Sean uttered in surprise, not expecting to see the boy he had kicked out of his group home. Shame swelled within him as he eyed the 16-year-old he had given up on a year ago. "Hello, Sean," Wyatt said awkwardly. The 2 said nothing as they continued their staring contest until Wyatt looked around. Where is everyone?" Wyatt asked. "Carly took everyone on a field trip to the Smithsonian. Jacob was excited to see the new addition to the Captain America exhibit," Sean answered. After taking a deep breath, he motioned to the house that had once been Wyatt's home for 2 years. "Would you like to come inside? Do you want something to eat? Drink?" No. I'm okay. I just came to give the group home something." Wyatt slid the backpack off and walked up to Sean. Sean accepted the bag with a confused look, but it quickly changed to shock at the sight of all the money inside. What is this? Where did you get this?" "Easy. I didn't steal it or anything like that." Wyatt raised his hands and smiled at the men, but his smile faded as he recalled the night Sean had kicked him out. "Listen, Sean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I took the money that was meant for everyone. I'm sorry I was such an ungrateful jerk. But now, I'm trying to turn my life around, be better, and I can't do that without making things right with you in this place. Wyatt, what I did wasn't right. I shouldn't have kicked you out of your home, that was wrong of me. I'm sorry as well. Still, this is a lot of money. It's too much." Sean closed the bag and took a deep breath. "Does this money have anything to do with why the police came asking about you?" "Ah, so they did come." Wyatt sighed. "No, they're looking for me for something else. It's really just a misunderstanding. The money is legitimate. I didn't steal it, so you don't have to worry about where it came from." Wyatt reached into his pocket and brought out a sales receipt, which he showed Sean. Sean bit his tongue. He had been prepared to accuse Wyatt of just that. The bag in his hands now felt heavier. Seeing Sean's reluctance, Wyatt gave him a pleading smile. "Keep it. Use it to buy everyone a new wardrobe or fix up the place. Remodel the kitchen or upgrade the AC for everyone. Accept it, please," Wyatt said, his voice filled with regret. "If you're not going to take it from me, take it for them," he said, looking at the empty house. Sean stared at the bag for several seconds before ultimately nodding. "Okay, I will. Thank you, Wyatt." "Thanks, Sean. Say hi to Carly for me." Wyatt smiled and was about to turn away when Sean stopped him. "You can come back, Wyatt. There's a place for you here. This is still your home," Sean said. "That's okay, Sean. Really? You've changed, Wyatt. I'm not sure what you've been through this past year, but you've changed." Sean's eyes examined Wyatt closely as if he were looking at a completely different person than the angry, troubled boy from last year. Wyatt remained silent but offered Sean a small smile. He walked away from the Anderson group home and disappeared into the streets with nothing more to say. Chapter 4, Yeah, I Can Fly, edited. On the outskirts of Queens, Wyatt found himself within the cavernous expanse of a long-abandoned warehouse. One well outside of any high-traffic areas and cameras. As he walked around the warehouse, he looked around and watched as the sunlight filtered through the old broken windows, casting long jagged shadows across the floor littered with trash. Parked within the building were several rusted vehicles, their paint peeling and tires long deflated. All in all, it was the perfect location for Wyatt's needs. As he took a deep breath, the musty scent of decay mingled with the faint smell of mold filled Wyatt's nose, causing it to wrinkle. Gotta be careful. Don't want to get a tetanus shot, Wyatt said as he looked around his new training center. Okay. Let's get to it. Raising his hands, Wyatt focused on the oxygen in front of him and condensed its molecular structure. He then transmuted the oxygen using his power, causing it to transform into a solid glowing reddish-pink ball of energy. Hello there, unnamed red-pink solid thing, Wyatt said as the ball floated in midair. He then commanded it to fly around the air in random directions and patterns. With a thought, the ball began to change into random shapes. Okay. I think I got the hang of that. Let's see how many constructs I can make at the same time. Closing his eyes, Wyatt extended his arms out. Within seconds, he created 10 sphere constructs all around him. A bead of sweat began to form over his brow as he pushed himself to create 2 more constructs. Shit. It looks like all I can make right now are 12. Let's keep pushing. Over the next hour, Wyatt experimented with the number of different constructs he could create. He discovered that he could produce a maximum of 12 small constructs, each roughly the size of a basketball. For medium-sized constructs, comparable to a small car, he could manage up to 6. However, he was only able to create 2 large constructs, each about the size of a 1-story building. Once he was done, Wyatt was left panting on the ground to catch his breath. Fuck, that's exhausting, that was like running 10 miles straight. No wonder Adam Eve couldn't spam her own constructs in the show. Wyatt muttered as he finally caught his breath. I'll test their durability later. Now for what I've been waiting for, let's learn how to fly without a disc. Wyatt grinned and imitated how Adam Eve flew. Holding his arms out beside him and pressing his feet together like Iron Man, he focused his power to project a stream of energy below his feet and hands. In his excitement to fly, he accidentally applied too much of his power into his thrust. Shit! Wyatt screamed as he shot up into the air and crashed against the wall behind him. Grunting, he slid down to the ground and moaned. That could have gone better. Oh. How peculiar, murmured a bald man in his late 30s. An intricate helmet, lined with wires leading to a complex high-tech computer, rested on his head. He was seated in a wheelchair on a long platform in a large circular room. This man was Charles Francis Xavier, also known as Professor X. He is the founder and headmaster of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, where mutants learn to control their powers for good. The device on his head was called Cerebro, a machine used to detect mutants all over the world. What is it, Charles? Asked Aurora Monroe, also known as Storm, as she approached the professor from behind. I've come across a fascinating young man with extraordinary abilities. If my assumptions are correct, we may have discovered an Omega-level mutant. However, something about him is unusual. Charles observed Wyatt's through Cerebro as he attempted to fly in an abandoned warehouse. According to Cerebro, this young man does indeed classify as a mutant. Yet, I'm unsure if he truly possesses the X gene. The readings Cerebro is receiving are conflicting. And his mind? How could this be? Aurora asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm not sure, Aurora. Cerebro has never ran into such a situation like this before, Charles replied, opening his eyes and resting his chin in thought. The only way to confirm my suspicions is to meet this young man. Aurora nodded. If he is indeed a potential Omega-level mutant, we can't take any chances. I'll gather a small team to meet him. What is his name? His name is Wyatt Wilkins, Charles said. Oh. Yeah, I can fly. A bruised and tired Wyatt said with a grin as he flew 10 feet above the ground. From under his feet and hands, reddish-pink energy crackled as it kept him afloat. With slight difficulty, Wyatt flew side to side with a childish smile. Turning to the open space within the warehouse, Wyatt began to slowly fly and swoosh around the enclosed area. In his excitement, Wyatt increased his speed too fast and was about to crash into the ceiling. Acting quickly, he undid the ceiling and flew out into the open sky. Now out in the open, Wyatt looked down below him to see several worn-down buildings beside the warehouse he had been using to train his powers. This small section of Queens had been essentially abandoned and left to rot. Even now, he could see that those few who inhabited this space mainly were the homeless and petty criminals. Considering that he was already outside and that there wasn't anyone outside watching him, Wyatt decided to take this opportunity to fly around in the open sky. Still, he made sure to stay low as to not gain any unwanted attention. As he flew around, Wyatt couldn't help but relish in the pure sensation of being airborne. Free from the restrictions of being bound to the ground. There was no better sensation than that of flying through the air. Pausing, Wyatt looked out to see the Manhattan skyline. The iconic city stood in the distance, filling him with a deep sense of nostalgia. After taking a deep breath, Wyatt focused on the density of the air around him. With a mental command, he reduced density within a foot around his body and immediately felt the resistance of gravity trying to bring him down lessen. Even with the density of the air lessening around him, he still felt his body naturally want to descend. But the effect allowed him to propel himself in the air more easily. Ah, much better. Wyatt muttered. Wyatt wanted to test his limits and see how fast he could fly, but it was still midday, and he didn't want to risk being seen. He didn't need S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or any other secret organization turning their attention on him, at least not until he had a better understanding of his powers. Looking at the energy being propelled from his hands, Wyatt frowned. He stopped the flow of energy coming from his hands and relied on the thrust coming from his feet to keep him afloat. Immediately, his balance was thrown off, causing his arms to flail around to try to right himself. Opening his hands, he reactivated their thrust. Okay, that wasn't as easy as I thought. Still, if I ever have to fight in midair, I have to learn how to fly without relying on my arms to keep my balance, Wyatt said with a nervous grin. For the next 2 hours, Wyatt tried to learn how to fly without his hands aiding in his propulsion. Throughout this time, he lost his balance and focus several times, resulting in him almost crashing down on the ground several times. Due to all these near misses, he decided to err on the side of caution and fly closer to the ground. Shit. Why is this so difficult? Wyatt growled as he looked down at himself as he hovered over the ground. Eve made this look so easy. What am I doing wrong? He whispered. It's possible you're overcomplicating it. I know I struggled to learn how to fly properly at first. A new voice said from behind Wyatt. Not expecting a reply, Wyatt lost his concentration and fell to the ground. Luckily for him, he was only 4 feet above the floor. Ignoring the pain of falling on his behind, Wyatt shot to his feet and turned to see the owner of the new voice. She was young, possibly a year or so older than Wyatt, with long red hair and green eyes. The girl was also dressed in a black and green suit. On her shoulders were large red circles with X's in the center. Her name was Jean Grey, a member of Charles Xavier's X-Men. Behind Jean were several other figures dressed in different costumes. Among them were Scott Summers, Kitty Pryde, Kurt Wagner, Rogue, Evan Daniels, and Aurora Monroe. Wyatt blinked and said nothing at the sight of several members of the X-Men. But something about their costumes and appearances didn't sit right with Wyatt. They're all so young. They don't resemble their movie counterparts at all. The only one that comes close is Storm. Wyatt thought. The X-Men took Wyatt's silence for fear and tried to lighten the mood. Easy there, friend. We're not here to cause you any harm. We're just here to help. Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, said with a friendly smile while raising his hands disarmingly. His thick German accent bled through his words. He's right. We're not here to hurt you, Wyatt. Even though we all pretty much just snuck up on you dressed in costumes, we're not here for anything nefarious. Truest me. Kitty joked, hoping to ease Wyatt's stiff posture. I'm Kitty, by the way. The fuzzy elf there is Kurt. What? Who are you people? And why are you all dressed for Halloween? Wyatt said carefully while playing ignorant. Despite knowing who they were in a general sense, he wasn't aware of this iteration of the X-Men. These aren't Halloween costumes, bub. A low, gruff said from behind Wyatt. Using his powers, Wyatt flew up into the air and turned to see a strong, hairy man in a black and orange suit. A sharp mask rested over his face while he eyed Wyatt carefully. This man was Logan Howlett, the legendary Wolverine. No way. Wyatt thought in amazement at the sight of Wolverine. He had always been a long-time fan of the character, and seeing him in the flesh was incredible. Despite the mask, he could make out that this Logan had the appearance of Hugh Jackman. Holy shit, Wyatt thought. His inner fanboy sneaking through. To the X-Men, Wyatt's reaction to Logan was taken as fright at the man's sudden appearance, causing them to worry they were about to frighten off Wyatt. Slowly, Aurora and Jean flew up a few feet away from Wyatt with gentle expressions. We apologize if we frightened you, Wyatt. That was not our intention, Aurora said with a caring smile. I can understand if our friend Logan there scared you. For that, I apologize. Logan growled lowly and sniffed the air. He paused and eyed Wyatt. There was no fear coming off the boy. Odd kid. Logan thought. We were sent to come find you, Wyatt. We believe you're like us. A mutant. A person gifted with extraordinary abilities and talents. We're all from the Xavier Institute. It's a school that can help you understand and gain better control over your powers. You're more than welcome to join. That is, if you want. We won't force you to do anything you don't want. Jean said. He's the potential Omega-class mutant. He doesn't seem like much to me. Evan whispered to Scott. Stop. We don't want to scare him off. We don't need the Brotherhood gaining another potentially powerful member. Scott whispered to Evan, who nodded. Okay. Calm down. Gotta act like I don't know what's going on and who they are. Which I technically don't. Wyatt thought and visibly calmed down. You two are flying. And that guy's blue. You're saying that everyone else here has abilities. Wyatt said as he, Aurora, and Jean descended to the ground. That's right. Everyone at the Xavier Institute has some ability or power. You wouldn't be out of place there. Rogue said with a thick southern accent. Wyatt turned to her and raised an eyebrow at her. This version of Rogue is definitely not from the movies or the classic animated series. She's goth. Not that it's a bad thing. Wyatt thought and nodded to Rogue. So, you're all mutants? Wyatt asked carefully as he looked down at his hands. We are. Is that a problem? Scott asked with a hint of steel in his voice. Oh, no. I don't have anything against mutants. Really? If anything, I'm just confused as to why it seems that a good number of the population has an issue with you. Or, us, I guess. Wyatt said, the memory of his confrontation with the scared thugs from a few days ago still fresh in his mind. There's a reason for that, unfortunately. Aurora sighed and gave Wyatt a small smile to rid herself of her thoughts. We can explain everything to you at the Xavier Institute. It would be safer there. Wyatt frowned, a little confused at what Aurora meant at the end. Even so, he nodded and accepted her offer. If it weren't for his meta-knowledge of the X-Men and their values and mission to save any mutant in need and to coexist peacefully with humans, he would have most likely run away or fought them. He would try to, at least. At his current level, which was no level, he doubted he could escape from the Wolverine. Sure thing. How do we get to this institute? Do we walk or? Wyatt said with a false confused look. He already had an idea of how they all got here. Walking. No, my friend. We ride in style. Kurt exclaimed with a wide grin as he gestured dramatically for Wyatt to follow him through the quiet, desolate streets and approached a large, empty lot. As they reached the center of the lot, Scott pressed a button on a small remote. With a soft humming sound, a pulse of energy radiated through the air, illuminating the area for a brief moment. Suddenly, a striking black aircraft, reminiscent of a futuristic jet, materialized before them, its sleek lines and polished surface glinting in the dim light. This is the X-Jet. Pretty cool, right? Scott said, a note of pride evident in his voice. The aircraft exuded a sense of power and sophistication, its wings poised elegantly like those of a predatory bird. Wyatt marveled at the sight, feeling the thrill of excitement tingling at the edges of his senses. Wyatt was geeking out internally as he looked at the large, impressive aircraft. It was the X-Men's legendary Blackbird/X-Jet. No matter what iteration of the X-Men it appeared in, the jet was always a fantastic sight. No, not cool. It's awesome. Wyatt said as the door to the jet descended down in front of him. And, if you haven't guessed it, I'm injecting the X-Men, evolution iteration of the X-Men into my version of the MCU. I'll also combine aspects of the Fox movies and some bits and pieces from their other shows and comics. I won't put too much focus on the X-Men, but they will have an equal level of presence in the world as the main MCU timeline characters. Chapter 5, The Sasha Connor Incident, edited. Captain George Stacy reviewed the documents that Officer Bradshaw had brought to his attention. Standing beside Bradshaw was Officer Gomez, his tumultuous partner, who tried to conceal her disappointment, but her displeasure was clearly evident. The evidence from the lab is clear, Captain Stacy. The blood on the shirt that Wyatt Wilkins was wearing when he was brought to the hospital doesn't belong to him. At least not completely, Bradshaw reported, standing at attention. After further testing from our forensics team, it does seem like at least half of the blood belonged to him. This leads me to believe that he may have been involved in some sort of fight. Even so, there hasn't been any missing person reports or any bodies found where those joggers found Wyatt. I don't believe the kid attacked or killed anyone. He didn't seem the type and he didn't have any injuries from a confrontation that would have caused that much blood loss. But there was something else the guys from the lab found, odd. When they were running more tests to try and determine if the blood on Wyatt's shirt matched anyone within our system, the blood suddenly evaporated. That's because that thing is a mutant, Gomez interjected disdainfully. It probably has some healing powers or something. Don't tell me you've forgotten what its kind did to my brother. Even if there is a 1% chance that thing didn't kill anyone, which I doubt, it still assaulted us and destroyed city property. It needs to be brought in. His name is Wyatt Wilkins, Officer Gomez. He's a person, a citizen of New York, not an it. And he's just a kid, Bradshaw replied, frowning at his partner. And he didn't assault us. We managed to escape our cruiser after opening the windows. Fine, he's a freak, Gomez retorted. Damn it, Gomez. We don't even know if he has the X gene. He could be a regular kid. Bradshaw said in exasperation. Gomez growled and was about to respond when George slammed his hand on the table. Enough, George interrupted, placing Wyatt's file on the desk. Within it, he found a record of Wyatt's past transgressions, mostly repeat minor offenses and an arrest for stealing from a convenience store. There was even a copy of the note Wyatt had left when he had run away from his group home, absolving his caretakers from any wrongdoing of child neglect. Even if we haven't yet found a victim or a body to connect with the blood found over Wyatt's shirt, the kid still fled from the police and used his abilities to damage city property. He needs to be brought in and questioned. Bradshaw frowned but nodded in agreement. Gomez appeared pleased with their police captain's decision. With their orders clear, they left George's office to continue their daily duties. Once his subordinates were gone, George sighed and opened the folder again. His eyes fell upon Wyatt's photo, age, and the mention of his deceased parents, who had been gunned down in front of him when he was a child. 15 years old, just a year older than my Gwen, he said with a weary sigh. While it has not been proven that Wyatt hadn't harmed anyone as of yet, he still used his apparent abilities to transform city property and escape police custody. Both of which brought heavy consequences. As a father, George understood that Wyatt was likely facing a challenging period in his life. However, the law must be upheld, and it was his duty as captain to enforce it. Even so, George hoped that his officers, especially Officer Gomez, would act with professionalism and not mistreat Wyatt should they ever find and detain him. George knew the prejudice against mutants was growing every day as more people accepted the sensationalized stories perpetuated by the media, which painted all mutants as inherently dangerous and to be feared. He was more than aware of the slowly increasing hate crimes being committed by those few who awaken the X gene. A matter that George took with the utmost seriousness when it came to punishing such individuals who thought they could get away with attacking innocent people, mutants or not. However, he alone couldn't stop the growing swell of hatred and ignorance against mutants. This was all due to that one incident that had been proven an accident by officials, but twisted into an act of violence by the media who had deep prejudices against mutants. Watch yourself, kid, George muttered before moving on to his next order of business. Oh. Wyatt struggled to contain his excitement as he rode in the X-Men's Blackbird. This is so cool, he thought, gripping the seatbelt straps. So, what's your deal? Is flying all you can do? Evan asked Wyatt from the seat beside him. His question caught the attention of the rest of the team. Not exactly. My abilities are complicated, Wyatt replied, considering how to describe his powers without going into too much detail. Simply put, I can transform one thing into another by altering their atomic makeup. Wow. That sounds cool. Kurt grinned and teleported next to Wyatt. Can you show us? Kurt, we talked about using your powers while the X-Jet is flying. Scott frowned at the blue mutant, only for Kurt to wave him off. It's fine. Sure, I can show you. As Wyatt was about to demonstrate his powers, Logan's gruff voice interrupted him. No powers while we're in the air. Save it until we get to the school. We don't want to have an accident 1,000 feet in the air, Logan said in a no-nonsense tone. Beside him, Aurora nodded in agreement. Logan is right. We'll have plenty of time to see what Wyatt can do once we land. Be patient, she added. Kurt sighed in disappointment at their teacher's words. Wyatt chuckled lightly as Kurt returned to his seat. Looking around the X-Jet, Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if he could create something as advanced as the jet itself using his abilities. I need a deeper look, Wyatt thought. Wyatt closed his eyes and placed a steadying hand at the base of his chair, feeling the cool metal beneath his fingertips as he gathered his thoughts. With intense focus, he began to release pulses of his power, sending them cascading outward like ripples in a pond into the jet. Each pulse reverberated through the jet's structure, much like an MRI scan maps the intricate details of the human body. As the waves of energy flowed from him, they painted a vivid picture in his mind, a detailed analysis of the ship's construction and composition. He could almost see the layers of metal and composite materials woven together, the structural integrity of the frame, and the precision of the engineering that had gone into its design. Wyatt had created his pulse skill when he had struggled to create the various appliances for his underground home using his pure knowledge. It had come to him on the spur of the moment. Why couldn't he just scan an object or item and memorize how its composition worked? And now that he was on the X-Jet, it was the exact same as when he had scanned a refrigerator. Just on a larger scale. With each successive pulse, he absorbed more of the jet's knowledge, creating the ship's complex architecture into something he could comprehend and manipulate, a mental blueprint. I see, so that's how I would make it. Still, if I ever tried to recreate it, it would take a significant amount of energy and time. It's super intricate. Not to mention, I can't necessarily create its inner programming using my powers. I can't create ones and zeros. Wyatt thought as he stored the X-Jet's blueprint away in his mind. What are you doing? Kitty asked from across the aisle, her eyes going over Wyatt's boyish appearance. He's pretty cute, Kitty thought, taking in his features. Oh, I was just scanning the jet's molecular and structural makeup, Wyatt said as if describing the weather. You can do that? Rogue asked, intrigued. More importantly, why would you do that? Scott asked, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. I can do that and more, Wyatt replied with a shameless grin. Why, you ask? I was curious if I could make my own X-Jet. What? Oh. I take it this Charles Xavier guy is pretty rich. Wyatt said. As the X-Jet descended, Wyatt looked around the expansive property of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. Large plots of land with immaculately well-maintained grass and greenery surrounded a massive mansion in the center. Behind the mansion was an equally impressive pool. Has it been blown up yet? Wyatt thought with a chuckle as he recalled the several times the mansion below them had been blown up in the Fox X-Men movies. What gave you that idea? Was it the giant mansion or the miles of land? Kitty joked as she leaned over Wyatt as he looked out one of the jet's windows. Down below, the mansion's front courtyard began to shift and move with a mechanical whirl. Slowly but efficiently, the courtyard slid back to reveal a landing pad deep underground. Logan expertly piloted the jet down into the hole for a smooth landing. Once the jet was parked, the courtyard above them returned to its original position. That was awesome, Wyatt said as everyone undid their seatbelts and stepped out of the jet. Once outside, Wyatt looked around the X-Men's hangar bay with awe. I know, right? It's epic. Kurt grinned and patted Wyatt's shoulder. Come on. Chuck is waiting. Logan said as he guided Wyatt through the mansion's underground level. It didn't take long for them to reach the main level of the mansion, but before Logan could lead Wyatt to Charles's office, they came upon the men waiting for them in the mansion's front lobby. Hello there. I am Professor Charles Xavier, the founder of this fine institution. I'm happy you accepted our invitation to come here to meet with me. Charles said with a friendly smile as he moved forward on his chair. It's nice to meet you, Professor Wyatt Wilkins, Wyatt said as he held out a hand. Despite his excitement at meeting the X-Men, he was nervous that Charles's incredible abilities would pick up on his thoughts. He hoped the man wasn't poking inside his brain. Seeing Wyatt's outstretched hand in greeting, Charles chuckled and grasped it. It's nice to meet you, Wyatt. We have much to discuss, Charles said. Charles moved their conversation to his office, only bringing along Aurora and Logan, leaving out the rest of the young X-Men. Much to their disappointment. Even so, after the doors to his office closed, Kurt, Evan, and Kitty pressed their ears against the doors to try and listen into the conversation, ignoring Scott's words to respect their professor's privacy. It's crazy to believe that this mansion was made to be a school for mutants, Wyatt said as he sat in one of the office chairs. Charles took his place behind his desk while Aurora sat beside Wyatt. With his mask removed, Logan remained standing, his arms crossed while leaning against a wall. I hope you don't mind me asking. But why? Why did you set up this school? Wyatt asked, playing up the role of an oblivious newcomer. At the same time, he wanted to understand what kind of man this version of Charles Xavier was. My dream, Wyatt, is to create a world where humans and mutants can live together peacefully. To accomplish this, we have to help our fellow mutants gain control over their emerging abilities and mutations. Not to mention to help them better understand themselves and their place in the world. That's why I created my institution, Charles said with a proud smile. The professor's work has helped several other mutants to understand themselves. If it weren't for him, they risked losing control of their abilities and exposing themselves. Right now, that's a dangerous position for any mutant to find themselves in, Aurora said sadly. I was meaning to ask, why do some people think that mutants are these scary and dangerous individuals to run away from? The other day, when a few thugs tried to rob me, they ended up freaking out when I used my powers to stop them. They thought I was going to kill them, Wyatt asked. You haven't heard? Aren't you from the city? Logan said with a suspicious frown. I find that a little hard to believe. Until 2 weeks ago, I was completely normal. No powers. No nothing. I didn't have any interest in looking into mutants. Heck, I still thought that mutants were made-up stories by the media, Wyatt said. I also had my own problems to focus on. So I didn't have time to worry about anything else other than how I would get through the day. He added, the The memories of him living on the streets and trying to gain a place in the gangs that ultimately got him killed played in his mind. Charles hummed cryptically before nodding. Despite not peering into Wyatt's mind, he sensed that Wyatt was being truthful. You see, Wyatt. The existence of mutants had been a well-kept secret. That was until 2 years ago when the tragedy of Sasha Connor occurred. Who's Sasha Connor? Wyatt asked. Sasha Connor was a young 12-year-old girl who lived in Staten Island. She had recently discovered her mutant abilities, which allowed her to create small orbs of light that resembled tiny fireflies. At first, these orbs seemed harmless. However, one day, while she and her father were out buying groceries, Sasha's powers became unstable. The small harmless balls of light suddenly grew to 20 times their original size. Charles sighed briefly, his eyes half-lidded. Before she realized what was happening, she had accidentally unleashed dozens of these energy orbs into the store. Now larger and more powerful, the glowing spheres scorched and obliterated everything in their path, including everyone present in the grocery store, along with Sasha and her father. My only regret is that I didn't get to her when she first awakened to her mutation. That tragedy could have been avoided. Charles added. Chuck. That wasn't on you, Logan said with a sigh. It's impossible to keep up with every emerging mutant. That's terrible, Wyatt uttered. His mind scrambled to find any information about the event. He found nothing. He cursed his younger self for not caring about anything else but himself. But, how did everyone find out she was a mutant? Sasha's mother, in her deteriorating mental state, provided all the information of Sasha's abilities to someone she believed was a reporter acting in good faith. Along with her testimony and the surviving video footage from the grocery store, the reporter delved deeper into Sasha's medical history and discovered the presence of the X gene in her autopsy. He then sold the story to the highest bidder, and the existence of mutants was brought to light. Aurora continued. At first, this news wasn't taken seriously. However, as several doctors began conducting further tests on various patients to disprove the X gene's existence, they ultimately found evidence that it was real. Though rare, the X gene did exist, and when those same patients began to exhibit their abilities or mutations around puberty, the truth became undeniable. It didn't take long for them to release their findings, and the existence of mutants was now apparent for everyone to see. I don't get it. If the existence of mutants is so well known, why aren't there more cases of mutants running around? Why aren't they on TV? Shouldn't they be all over the news? Wyatt asked. Look at Tony Stark. He's been Iron Man for a few weeks, and he's all over the news. You can thank the government for keeping everything related to mutants under strict control. They want to avoid any more disasters like the one at Staten Island. But it gets worse from there. Not too long ago, the government created a response team to apprehend mutants. The MCRD, the Mutant Response Division. They take anyone they discover with the X gene, regardless of whether or not their abilities have shown up yet, Logan said with a growl. Wait, you're telling me that they're taking mutants away? Like, they're just kidnapping people off the street? Wyatt's eyes were wide at the revelation. They can't do that, that's not right. Unfortunately, they are. And they have full authorization to do so. Using Cerebro, the very same device I used to find you, I've detected several mutants concentrated in a secret high-security compound. For what purposes those young mutants are being brought there, we're not sure, Charles said, his face tight with regret and anger. We try our best to find any emerging mutant and bring them here, where it's safe. But we're not always successful. That's... Wyatt didn't know what to say. He had just received a plethora of information regarding the world he now inhabited. This wasn't just the MCU anymore. It was so much more. That's wrong. It is. It's why this school is so important. Here, we keep young mutants safe and help them learn how to control their abilities. Outside of the government's reach. My agreement with the president ensures that. And one day, I hope we can show the world that mutants and humans can coexist peacefully, Charles said with hope. Rolling around his desk, he held out a hand to Wyatt. This can be your home as well, Wyatt. You'll be safe here with us. We can help teach you to gain control over your abilities. Wyatt blinked and looked down at Charles's extended hand. Wyatt found it hard to refuse Charles's offer, especially after hearing about everything that was happening. Wyatt knew he would become an even bigger target if Charles was telling the truth about the situation. He had no real reason to refuse his offer. Even so, he had just come upon a newfound freedom he never had before. Did he really want to join a new group home, no matter how exciting it would be to live with the X-Men, after having left his most recent one? I'm sorry, Professor. I can't. Wyatt said after debating the offer. Raising his hands, Wyatt took a deep breath and clenched them into fists. For several years, my life's been one long struggle. It wasn't until I awakened to these powers that I started to actually feel free. I can do anything. To prove his point, Wyatt waved his hands, and the walls of the room were transformed into solid gold, emerald, diamond, and silver, surprising Charles, Logan, and Aurora. Anything I can imagine, I can create. I have limitless potential. And if anyone thinks they can come around to try and take my freedom away from me, then they're gonna be sorely disappointed. Charles looked around at the changing room with awe until his surroundings returned to normal. It was as if his office was never altered to begin with. I believed you were only capable of creating energy constructs in flight. But you're also capable of altering matter itself. Extraordinary. Yeah, my powers deepen my understanding of the world and its atomic and molecular makeup. With that knowledge, I move a few molecules here and there, and bam. I can change anything into whatever I want. Well, anything but living sentient creatures. Wyatt said more calmly as he scratched his chin. At least, not yet. I think. You gotta be kidding me, Logan said as he touched one of the walls. You believe you can also alter living creatures? Aurora said in amazement. If what Wyatt said was true, then Charles was right. The boy had the potential to be an Omega-level mutant. Especially as he grows older and more powerful. I'm pretty sure I can. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to. I can see the molecules that make up the human body. I just can't move them like everything else. I think something in my mind is stopping me, Wyatt said as he held the side of his head. Turning to Charles, Wyatt gained an idea. An idea he didn't completely think through. I'd be unstoppable if I could get Charles to help remove whatever is blocking me from using my full power. Wyatt thought with excitement as he imagined himself being able to transform life itself. You believe you have some sort of mental block. If you don't mind, I can look within and see what the issue could be. You see, my mutant abilities grant me the power of a telepath. Charles said, much to Wyatt's delight. Hold on, Chuck. That may not be a good idea. Changing the walls to gold is one thing. But being able to change a person into Swiss cheese is something entirely different. Logan said as he stepped up to his longtime friend. I don't think anyone should have that type of power. Especially not some kid who's still going through puberty. Hey! Wyatt said in mock indignation. Logan. Aurora stepped forward to grab Logan's arm. That's not your decision to make. No, I get it, Wyatt said with a small smile. While he was excited at the prospect of being able to manipulate life, he could understand where Logan was coming from. Knowing someone had that level of power is pretty scary. Turning to Logan, Wyatt had an idea. He squinted his eyes and made a show of examining the long-lived man. By the way, Mr. Logan, why is it that adamantium is covering your skeleton? Chapter 6, no shortcuts here, edited. Wyatt looked out the large window of his temporary room within the Xavier mansion, his expression contemplative. The day's events and the new information he had encountered swirled in his mind. He sighed and turned to the small desk in the corner of the room. With a wave of his hand, he transformed the wooden table into adamantium, a material he had been unable to create until today. Despite his extensive knowledge of the molecular makeup of almost everything known to humankind, such as URU, vibranium, and other rare materials, Wyatt still had gaps in his understanding. It was only thanks to scanning Logan's adamantium-covered skeleton that he had learned how to create the incredibly rare metal. When Wyatt revealed to Logan that his skeleton was coated in adamantium, the man felt both angry and confused. Logan had always known that the material encasing his skeleton was unnatural, but he had been unaware of its origin due to his amnesia. Eager for more information, Logan pressed Wyatt for details, and so did Charles and Aurora. Sorry, I just know the name and composition of the material. The only reason I was able to detect it within you was because I was able to see your biological makeup. That's as far as my powers go when it comes to interacting sentient life forms. Moving on from that, having that adamantium within you is dangerous, Mr. Logan. It's a poison, Wyatt explained. In any iteration of the X-Men, Logan's adamantium skeleton would eventually become a severe hindrance when his healing factor eventually fails to keep up with the long-term poisoning effects of the adamantium. It was only thanks to that very same healing factor that he was capable of surviving for so long. Recalling the events from the film Logan, Wyatt explained to Logan that he could safely remove the adamantium from his body. This decision came with both pros and cons, which Logan weighed carefully. After consulting with Charles and Aurora, they all agreed that it was best for Logan to have the adamantium removed. Thanks to Wyatt's powers, the process was quick and painless. It was no issue for him to reach inside Logan's body and dematerialize the adamantium. When Wyatt finished, he created a solid block of adamantium, the same amount that was once inside the men, for the Logan to keep. Said block would be stored away in their basement lab. Why are Logan's claws still coated in adamantium? Aurora asked when Logan extended his claws, revealing his iconic metal claws. I thought I'd leave those as they are. I didn't want to strip Mr. Logan of his most dangerous weapons. But if you ever start feeling any negative side effects from them, I'll remove them, Wyatt replied, and Logan nodded in agreement. I feel lighter. More agile, Logan remarked, jumping in place. A slight grin spread across his face as he felt as if he were walking on clouds. Thanks, kid. I owe you one. Now back to the present, Wyatt waved his hand and changed the adamantium table back to its original material. Just when I thought this world was complicated enough, now I have to worry about the government kidnapping mutants and taking them to some super-secret facility, he said. After Wyatt extracted the adamantium from Logan, Charles suggested that he would explore Wyatt's mind the next day to uncover anything that might be blocking his full potential. Wyatt agreed with his decision and agreed to join Charles and the rest of the team for dinner at the man's invitation. It's almost time, Wyatt walked over to the large mirror near an extravagantly built dresser, and a wave of light washed over him. He now stood clean and dressed in a new casual outfit. Besides flying, this is the best part of my powers, he said with a grin. As he opened the door, Wyatt was surprised to see Kitty standing on the other side with her hand raised ready to knock. She blushed slightly in embarrassment and quickly brought her hand down. Hey. I was just coming to get you. Wait a minute, where'd you get those clothes? She asked. I made them. With my powers, I don't need to go out shopping. I can just create anything I want. Wyatt smiled as she led him to the dining room. Kitty's eyes grew wide in awe, and a jealous look overtook her expression. What? No fair. Your powers are, like, so broken. What I wouldn't give to be able to create any outfit I could dream of. All I can do is walk through walls. It's so lame compared to yours. Don't say that. Your powers are awesome. Wyatt stopped walking and smiled broadly at Kitty. With the right training, I'm sure you'll be untouchable in a fight. Just imagine it. You'll be an unstoppable force of nature that can move through the battlefield like a ghost. There's no end to what you could do with your powers. Don't count yourself out, Kitty. Kitty blinked at the unexpected compliments she received. Her face erupted with a blush as she brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear. Oh, thank you, Wyatt. That was nice of you to say. No worries. Let's go eat. Wyatt said and continued walking, leaving the teenage girl alone with her thoughts. Once within the dining room, Wyatt joined those already present and began exchanging casual conversations with Kurt, Evan, and Rogue. Now that we have you, can you show us how your power works? Kurt said with a curious smile. Sure. No problem. Wyatt chuckled and grabbed one of the forks on the table. In an instant, the stainless steel fork transformed into a Rubik's Cube. No way. How'd you do that? Evan asked in amazement as he grabbed the Rubik's Cube and began to play with it. It really works. Wow. What else can you make? Rogue asked as she took the Rubik's Cube from Evan. Oh, pretty much everything, Wyatt said, only to regret it once Kurt began to list off several random items for him to create. Oh. Are you ready, Wyatt? Charles asked as he looked down at Wyatt from his position on an examination bed. He and a small team were all within one of the laboratory rooms down in the basement. Logan, Aurora, and Jean stood off to the side, observing and prepared to act in case something goes wrong. Go for it, Professor. Wyatt gave Charles a thumbs up before closing his eyes. Despite his outward cheery attitude, he was a little worried over what Charles would find. Wyatt hoped that his otherworldly knowledge would be missed by the powerful telepath. Very well. Let's begin, Charles replied as he placed his hands over Wyatt's temples and closed his eyes. After a moment of concentration, Charles began to the process. Charles opened his eyes and blinked in confusion as he floated in an expansive space. Stars and distant galaxies filled the black expanse as he looked around with wide eyes. Even now. I can't peer into his mind, Charles said as he struggled to look through Wyatt's highly guarded mind. Ever since he had initially discovered Wyatt's location, thanks to Cerebro, he had tried to look within the boy's mind. However, much to his shock, he was unable to do so. A fact that left him bewildered. It felt as if Wyatt were wearing a helmet that could block his telepathic power, similar to his brother, Cain Marco. Even after Wyatt was brought to the mansion, Charles tried once again to see within Wyatt's mind. He hoped that their closer proximity would help, but unfortunately, he was met with nothing again. It wasn't until Charles used direct physical touch that he was finally able to enter Wyatt's mind. What is this? Charles pondered as he floated. But much like in the physical world, Charles couldn't peer into Wyatt's mind. Something was blocking him. There was nothing, no thoughts, no memories, no access. Nothing. Charles had hoped to catch a glimpse into who Wyatt truly was to ensure the boy wasn't a potential threat, especially considering his reality-bending abilities. You should not be here, a booming voice replied, each word laced with power. Suddenly, a crimson comet shot toward Charles from the depths of space. In an instant, the comet reached him, and a flash of light briefly blinded him. When he blinked and regained his vision, he gasped as a man made of pure red and with energy floated before him. An aura of power radiated from the radiant figure, and his glowing white eyes stared at Charles with indifference but also a look of familiarity. "Professor, it's good to see you again. However, you must leave this mind." "He is not ready." "Not yet," the powerful being stated, raising his hand. "I will only say this once. Do not attempt to do this again. Farewell, old friend." "Wait. Who are you? What are you? Why are you in Wyatt's mind?" Charles demanded as he struggled against the being's might. It didn't take him long to realize that he was no match for the figure. The being said nothing but waved his hand. "Gah." Charles gasped as he was pushed out of Wyatt's mind and sent rolling back in his chair. Before he could collide with the wall, Jean caught him with her telekinesis. "Chuck!" Logan exclaimed as he and Aurora rushed forward. Jean looked at her mentor with concern, then glanced over at Wyatt. He was bleeding from his nose and eyes. But otherwise, he was unmoving. Panic surged within her, and she was about to rush to Wyatt's aid, her hand raised ready to offer assistance. Before she could reach him, Charles stopped her. "Stop, Jean. Don't touch his mind." Charles shouted. "What did you see, Professor?" Aurora asked. Charles wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a moment to regain his composure. "Something powerful. Oh, oh, oh." Floating high in the sky, Wyatt frowned as he stared out at the horizon. He closed his eyes, trying to soothe the painful fading headache he had after he woke up. So much for being OP right away, Wyatt muttered to himself. When Wyatt woke up, it became evident that Charles's attempt to remove whatever was blocking his full power had failed. While he was inside Wyatt's mind, Charles admitted he was unable to identify what was hindering Wyatt's potential. "I'm sorry, Wyatt. There's a chance that you might not be capable of manipulating living matter after all. I believe you should focus on mastering your current abilities first and try to tackle this matter in a future date," Charles said. Though the older man hid it well, Wyatt could tell that Charles wasn't being entirely truthful. The man had seen something in Wyatt's mind and was keeping it to himself. Perhaps Charles had a good reason, but in the end, he was withholding the truth about what was blocking Wyatt's full potential. Much to Wyatt's annoyance and worry. Whatever. I'll figure it out myself, right? Eve was able to tap into her full potential when she was dying or under intense emotional stress. Ugh. I'm not exactly eager to put myself through that, Wyatt said, glancing down at the Xavier Institute below. With all his business done and over with, Wyatt had no more reason to stick around the X-Men any longer. They had offered to help train him to gain control over his powers, but Wyatt turned them down. He wanted to figure things out on his own, even if it would take much longer than it would with their guidance. Wyatt deactivated the thrusters beneath his hands and struggled to stabilize himself using only his feet. After a few moments of wobbling in midair, he finally managed to fly without using his hands, albeit shakily. With a victorious grin, Wyatt pulled out his phone and scrolled through a few of his new contacts. Although he hadn't been at the institution for long, Wyatt managed to make several new friends: Kitty, Evan, Kurt, and Rogue. Scott seemed suspicious of him, but he still provided his contact information. Jean had been kind to him at first, but after Charles tried to probe into his mind, her kindness turned into careful caution. Charles, Logan, and Aurora also offered him their numbers in case he ever needed help. They had also offered to give Wyatt a ride back to the city, but he declined. He was excited to see just how fast he could fly through the sky. Dressed in a biker helmet and a black leather suit to hide his identity, Wyatt looked back up to the sky in front of him and grinned. Given that the government and who knows who else might be looking for mutants, he didn't want to risk exposing his identity any more than he already had. For now, his current outfit would conceal his appearance as he flew back home. Slipping his phone into his pocket, Wyatt turned toward the direction of the city and blasted off. At first, he flew at about 80 kilometers per hour, but as he grew more comfortable with flying, he pushed himself and accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour. This is amazing. Wyatt whooped as he sliced through the sky, leaving a reddish-pink trail behind him. Oh, oh, oh. 3-star General Thaddeus E. Thunderbolt Ross sat at a desk in the Strategic Operations Command Center of the Pentagon. It was the dead of night, and the only light illuminating the room came from the wall-mounted television. A female reporter was reporting live from the edge of the Southern Polytech campus. Behind her, several dozen students and reporters were trying to catch a glimpse of the chaos unfolding on the university grounds. Rumors continue to swirl about a violent clash between the forces of the U.S. Army and an unknown adversary on the campus of Southern Polytech University earlier today, the reporter stated. Authorities have renewed the long cold hunt for fugitive government scientist David Bruce Banner. Ross glared at the screen as a photo of Bruce Banner appeared. An angry scowl marred his face as he gripped the phone next to his ear. For God's sake, Sam, the National Guard can't get tents to hurricane zones in time. You're telling me I've got to liaise with part-timers? Standing outside one of the Pentagon conference rooms, two-star General Samuel Greller frowned as he held his phone to his ear. It's domestic on paper, so the Guard and FBI have to be involved. Hearing this, Ross fumed. FBI. Did the chief see those tapes? Do they think that was a video game? They saw them, nobody's doubting anymore. Greller said wearily. I thought we had our hands full handling those mutants. Now this. What's this world coming to? What's the FBI going to do, pull out badges? Why don't we get the ATF involved while we're at it? Ross exclaimed. It's just formalities, use them for intel and then tell them to back off. The chiefs are giving you total authority to run this operation. Make your list of what you need and get back to me. Furious, Ross hung up the phone on Greller. He turned to look at the news just in time to see the reporter interviewing two students. Very few outside the military got a first-hand look at their rumored adversary. Sophomores Jack McGee and Kevin Feige were on their way home from a hike and witnessed part of the battle. McGee captured this on his cell phone. Can you describe what you saw? The reporter asked. Ross's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the flickering television screen, where a grainy video captured the chaos unfolding before him. The hulking figure of the Hulk, Bruce Banner's formidable gamma-powered alter ego, was in the midst of a ferocious battle. With muscles tensed and green skin glistening under the sun, the Hulk unleashed his pent-up rage, effortlessly overpowering the military personnel. Soldiers scrambled to regain control, their tactical formations collapsing as the Hulk smashed through their ranks with unyielding force, sending them flying like ragdolls. Despite their training and equipment, it was clear that they were no match for the might of this unstoppable creature. Dude, it was huge and green. Like how Steve Nash would look standing next to Shaq. McGee said with barely contained excitement. Feige nodded and stepped in front of McGee. Dude, it was so big. It was like this enormous Hulk. The camera then refocused on the reporter. Further searches for the mysterious Hulk were delayed by powerful thunderstorms in the Smoky Mountain National Forest. Ross glared at the television. Seeing those video clips did nothing to lighten his mood, they only reminded him of his failures. With a click, Major Kathleen "Cat" Spar entered the room with wide eyes, appearing breathless. Sir, it's Blonsky, Spar said between gasps. He's awake. Chapter 7, I'm the Appetizer, edited. A weathered bench nestled amid the vibrant greenery of New York Central Park held a haphazard pile of books. The collection of books covered a diverse range of subjects, including the intricate principles of chemistry, which explored the building blocks of matter, the dynamic world of biomechanics, delving into the complex mechanics of the human movement, the technical rigor of structural engineering, focused on designing safe buildings, and the essential nuances of New York City codes, guiding urban planners and architects alike. With a donut in hand, Wyatt took a bite of his food as he read through another book focused on the creation of the atomic bomb and its workings. Okay, knowing that I can create an atomic bomb with ease is something I don't think I needed to know. Wyatt had a shaky smile and closed the book. Placing it on the pile, he leaned back and stared out at the scene in front of him. Dozens of people were enjoying the beautiful sunny day as they either walked, jogged, walked their dogs, or rode their bikes through the lush park. Wyatt smiled at the peace around him and was about to reach for a different book when a random police officer came into sight. The officer appeared to be on his daily foot patrol and smiled at a few passing citizens. It didn't seem as if he were in search of anyone specifically, but that didn't stop Wyatt from discreetly creating a pair of shades and a baseball hat from inside his backpack. Grabbing his book, he raised it in front of his face and acted naturally. Classic MCU disguise. Wyatt grinned and began reading on New York's building codes and intricacies. To any observer, he would appear as an enthusiastic future architect. When the officer eventually walked past Wyatt, he glanced at the young reality warper with little regard and then moved on. It's nice to see the youth reading a book. Everyone these days is always on those damn phones. The officer muttered as he walked off. With a small sigh, Wyatt took off his sunglasses and relaxed. Ever since he had escaped police custody, he became rather nervous at the sight of any NYPD officer in sight. Luckily, he was able to control himself and act naturally whenever he did come across an officer. For the next 2 hours, Wyatt immersed himself in the book's pages, soaking up its strict guidelines and intricate explanations. When he finally stood up, a loud groan escaped his lips as he stretched his stiff muscles, feeling the tension release. After packing his books into his backpack, Wyatt stepped out of the serene park, feeling the contrast of the bustling city and the serene park around him. The busy streets of New York were alive with the sounds of honking horns, chattering pedestrians, and street vendors calling out their daily specials. He expertly navigated through the throng of people, taking in the sights and sensations of the city that never sleeps with a calm smile. No. I told you to put 50,000 down. Not 10. A middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit barked at his phone. Like, I'm right outside. Don't you see me? An attractive woman said as she adjusted her earrings. Fuck yeah, man. We should totally watch that movie. Did you hear they casted? A teenager spoke excitedly on his phone as he biked past Wyatt. Maybe that officer was onto something. Wyatt muttered as he stopped at a crosswalk, his eyes scanning over several more people on their phones. At the crosswalk, dozens of people waited beside him until the light turned green. Once it did, like a raging river unleashed, everyone from both ends of the street moved forward. Once across, Wyatt ventured onward on foot through the vibrant city until he arrived at a charming pizza shop nestled in the heart of Harlem. Luigi's Pizzeria, with its inviting facade and gleaming window displays, exuded a warm, welcoming charm. As Wyatt stepped inside, the soft chime of a bell tinkled overhead, drawing the attention of a man in his late 40s, whose weathered hands deftly placed a bubbling pizza into the stone oven, the tantalizing aroma of melting cheese and fresh basil filling the air. Behind the counter, a young girl with tousled dark brown hair offered Wyatt a bright, friendly smile. Wyatt. My young friend. It's been weeks since you last visited. I was starting to worry your business was stolen from me, Luigi laughed. Come. Sit. I'll prepare your usual. Come on, Luigi. Do you really think I'll go anywhere else but the best pizza shop in the city? Wyatt grinned and took a seat on a table near the counter, his gaze falling on the girl behind the counter. Serena. It's been a minute. Serena perked up and smiled at Wyatt. It has. I was beginning to think your bad habits finally landed you in jail. That or you finally pissed someone off enough to find yourself sleeping with the fishes. Technically. I did. Wyatt thought as he nervously chuckled. Please. As if anyone would do something like that to a face like mine. Wyatt grinned at Serena. Serena blinked and squinted her eyes at Wyatt. She remained silent for several moments, the only noise that could be heard was Luigi singing as he made Wyatt's custom pizza. Wyatt, are you okay? You're acting differently. Serena asked softly, concern in her eyes. Slipping slightly, Wyatt frowned and readjusted himself on his stool. I've just had a rough couple of days. But everything is fine now. Really? Serena hummed in thought and nodded at his response. Grateful for the fact she didn't push the issue, Wyatt leaned on the table and closed his eyes. After the younger Wyatt had been kicked out of his group home, which was undeniably his fault, he had struggled to survive on the streets for the first couple of weeks. He barely had the money to buy himself food. Often resorting to stealing from grocery stores and bodegas. When he did have money, Wyatt had always visited Luigi's for a slice of pizza. And why wouldn't he? The Italian man served great-tasting food for a great affordable price. There were even times when Wyatt had been short on cash, but Luigi never let it bother him. He accepted what Wyatt had, and even when he was flat-out broke, the kind man always gave Wyatt free food. Luigi would even talk to Wyatt and offer him advice when he had gone through tough times. The man never judged him, he simply listened and offered help when it was needed. The man's acts of selflessness had impacted Wyatt, but his young, rage-filled mind never truly appreciated it. He did, however, care about the man. More so than he ever did for Sean, his actual past caretaker. Despite himself, the young Wyatt grew to see Luigi as his pseudo-father figure. Now, as a being of 2 lifetimes, Wyatt would always appreciate the man. Serena, Luigi's 16-year-old daughter, had initially been suspicious of Wyatt. She had seen him as like any other rough, troubled, and untrustworthy hoodlum. To her, Wyatt was just trouble waiting to happen. His past short-tempered attitude did not help the situation. However, over time, she steadily warmed up to him and eventually came to see him as a friend. Your food is ready, my young friend. Luigi laughed and placed a box of freshly made pizza in front of him. Serena, grab Wyatt something to drink. Serena rolled her eyes but did as she was told, her expression one of amused resignation. After grabbing a bottle of Coke from the fridge behind her, she placed it down in front of Wyatt and took a seat next to him. She grabbed a slice of his pizza and began to eat as if it was her order. The two chatted and caught up while Luigi continued working on some of his other orders. So what's in the bag? Drugs? Serena asked as she looked over at Wyatt's bag. Nah, not this week, Wyatt said jokingly. All you'll find in there are books. Go check if you don't believe me. Serena looked at him disbelievingly and zipped open his book bag. She hummed in surprise as she found several books in his bag. She even went as far in pulling out a book to check its contents. It must be raining cats and dogs out there. Our little Wyatt is reading. Papa, I think he's been replaced with an alien. Luigi laughed and threw up some pizza dough into the air with expert ease. Ha ha. Very funny, Wyatt said dryly. I do read now and then. Does that mean you're thinking about going back to school? Serena asked excitedly. It's not too late. School. Me. Nah. School's for those who need an education to make money. Wyatt smirked and leaned back. If he wanted to, he could transmute Luigi's entire pizza shop into gold and diamonds. Well, duh. That's how it works. Serena looked at Wyatt as if he was stupid, which she assumed he sort of was. She stood up and headed back to the counter. Are you sure you didn't hit your head or something? Wyatt laughed and shook his head. Standing up, he closed his pizza box and walked over to the counter. Pretty sure. But I do have some blanks in my memory here and there, so who knows? Pulling out a thick wad of cash from his pockets, Wyatt didn't bother to count and grabbed several $100s. Consider my tab paid. Oh, and there's a tip in there for you, too. Serena's eyes grew wide at the stack of money. There must have been at least $3,000 worth of hundreds in the bundle. She looked up at Wyatt with worry. Wyatt, be honest with me. Are you actually selling drugs? She whispered and turned back to look at her father. Luigi was too razor-focused on his craft to notice. Where did you get all this money? Easy there, Serena. It's legit. Take it. Wyatt smiled softly and pushed the bills closer to Serena's person. You and your father have been there for me when nobody else was. I owe you this and more. But Wyatt. No buts. Wyatt grinned and dashed to the door. He was careful not to forget his remaining pizza. Thanks for the food. See you next time, Luigi. Serena. Ha. Take care, Wyatt. Be sure to come back sooner next time. Luigi turned back and smiled at Wyatt. Wyatt nodded and quickly left. Not willing to give Serena time to try and return the money he left in her hands. Leaving that much behind was no issue for Wyatt. With all the gold he has been selling to Victor, the shady yet resourceful pawn shop owner, over the past month, he had more money than he knew what to do with. Wyatt. Get back here. Serena yelled as she ran out of the shop to watch Wyatt run around the corner of the street. Oh, oh, oh. With a satisfied burp, Wyatt discreetly transmuted his greasy pizza box into oxygen. The vibrant city lights of the Harlem streets flickered around him, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the asphalt as they illuminated the night life around him. Just as Wyatt prepared to soar into the starry sky and make his way home, he was suddenly jolted by a loud boom that reverberated through the alley. The fuck? Wyatt muttered, slightly shaken. It didn't take long for another ear-splitting explosion to be heard in the distance. What's going on? Swallowing the lump in his throat, Wyatt listened to the distant screams and sounds of chaos in the distance. He was about to fly off into the air, but he found that his legs wouldn't move. They were frozen. With great power comes great responsibility. No. Not now. Wyatt cursed as one of the most iconic lines in history echoed through his mind. It didn't help that the very same person to have said those words was very real. With a frustrated grunt, Wyatt spun on his heel and ran towards the sounds of chaos and terror. It didn't take him long to reach the epicenter of all the chaos and destruction that was occurring. Turning to the right, Wyatt's eyes widened at the sight of a large, gray beast surrounded by fire and destruction. The beast towered above everyone, its imposing figure sculpted by bulging muscles rippling beneath its leathery skin. Sharp, jagged bone protrusions jutted from its massive frame, giving it an even more fearsome appearance. A deep, rumbling laugh, both amused and menacing, echoed from its terrifying visage as it lifted an empty car and hurled it across the street with utter ease. The vehicle sailed across the air in a ball of fire, narrowly missing a group of panicked people who sprinted away in sheer terror. The abomination. Wyatt whispered as he watched Emil Blonsky, now the abomination, laugh as he destroyed everything around him. With a laugh, the abomination picked up another car and launched it down the street directly at a running woman. She was completely unaware of her incoming doom. Before he knew it, Wyatt's body moved. At the last moment, Wyatt's arms shot out with a bright glow engulfed the vehicle, transforming the car that would have crushed the woman into water. The water harmlessly splashed over her, leaving her soaked but unharmed. The woman blinked in confusion but quickly to continued run away. What am I doing? Wyatt thought, his extended arms shaking before him. I can create anything, but I'm not physically strong. I'm not fast, and my body is as durable as a normal human. So why? Why am I putting myself in danger? Come on. Abomination roared and kicked a flaming car down the street. In its path, an injured man who was limping away screamed. A flash of red-pink energy exploded from under Wyatt, launching him into the sky. Waving his hand, he created a glowing wall construct in front of the man, stopping the flaming car from crushing him. The men blinked and turned to look up just in time to be blinded by a flash of light in the air. This flash of light stole the attention of those running away, making them pause in their rush to get away. Flying in midair above the street, Wyatt was now covered in a hastily constructed costume. The suit that was over his form was a combination of Mark Grayson's Invincible suit and Adam Eve's uniform. A red motorcycle helmet rested over his head, concealing his identity. The materials used for the suit included a mix of rigid and elastic fabrics, such as carbon fiber and graphene, designed to absorb the impact of any blows he might receive. Although the costume was not well thought out and rushed in its creation, it would serve its purpose. Am I really doing this? It's not too late to fly away. I can just leave the abomination for Hulk to handle. Wyatt thought, but at the sight of all the unconscious people sprawled nearby the abomination, he knew he couldn't fly away and leave them behind. Wyatt's mind flashed to Serena and Luigi. Their restaurant and home was only 2 blocks away. If Abomination's rampage led him to their location and resulted in them getting hurt or worse, Wyatt wouldn't be able to look himself in the mirror for allowing that to happen. No. I can't. Not when I have the power to give everyone time to get to safety. At least until the big guy gets here. Hey, ugly. I suggest you put on some pants. And a mask while you're at it. Geez, you have the face only a mother could love. Wyatt quipped as he flew closer to the abomination. He was thankful for his helmet. Otherwise, his terrified expression would be evident for all to see. Who are you? Abomination said with a glare before grinning. It doesn't matter. You'll make do until he gets here. Hey. I'm not your appetizer, you overgrown anglerfish. Wyatt yelled and flew higher. His hands trembling slightly at his sides. I'll give you one chance, surrender, and no one has to get hurt. Abomination laughed and grabbed a nearby car. With little difficulty, he threw it at Wyatt as if it were a softball. Okay, looks like we're doing this. Wyatt said and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. With fear gripping his heart, he flew straight at the car. Chapter 8, What Makes a Hero, edited. When Wyatt Wilkins finally accepted that he was now 2 different people of 2 different minds merged into one singular body, and that he had transmigrated into an alternate version MCU with Adam Eve's powers, he never considered becoming a hero. No, Wyatt planned to use his powers to live a luxurious and peaceful life. He intended to leave all the hero work and saving the Earth to the Avengers, X-Men, and whoever else wanted to put on a colorful supersuit. However, when he found himself directly facing life and death, Wyatt couldn't look away and allow anyone around him to suffer. Not when he knew he had the power to do something. With great power comes great responsibility. The words of Benjamin Parker had spoken to Peter Parker, echoed in Wyatt's mind. This single line had become iconic in his previous life. Those words had pushed one of fiction's greatest heroes to do what was right, no matter the sacrifice. No matter what it took. Now, confronted with the danger of Emil Blonsky, who had transformed into the gamma-powered abomination, Wyatt couldn't simply fly away and leave people to die or get hurt. Not when he had the power to slow the gamma-powered beast until the Hulk arrived to stop him. I regret all my life choices. Wyatt grunted and flew over the incoming car the abomination launched at him. With great concentration, Wyatt held out a hand and created a large spiked ball beside him. The abomination blinked in surprise as a glowing construct inexplicably appeared in the air. Ha! Wyatt yelled and shot his spiked ball at the gamma beast. The abomination chose not to move and stood still. He was reveling in his new power. After being injected with a concentrated dose of Bruce Banner's blood. With such a power now coursing through his veins, he felt invincible. And why shouldn't he? His new body was impervious to bullets and strong enough to launch cars and buses through the air with incredible ease. So, when he spotted a large, comical, glowing ball covered in spikes, he stood his ground with a confident grin. His newfound strength intoxicated him. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed down the street. The abomination blinked, finding himself 5 feet away from where he had been standing. A dull pain flared across his chest as the embers of the construct vanished around him. Did that joke of an attack actually hurt me? Abomination thought. Holy shit. Did that actually push him back? Wyatt wondered. Growling, the abomination reached beside him and ripped a car door from a burning vehicle and hurled it like a frisbee across the street. Wyatt quickly snapped out of his shock and leaned back, narrowly avoiding the high-speed projectile. He flew backward, scanning the street for any remaining civilians. He needed to buy time for them to escape as far as possible. Nice throw, if you were aiming for that wall, Wyatt said, landing on the ground. He was still getting used to using his constructs mid-flight and barely managed to throw the spiked ball without losing his balance. He thanked Lady Luck under his breath for preventing him from crashing to the ground and possibly getting squashed. So, are you some sort of escaped science experiment? Or were you always that ugly? Annoying bug. Abomination roared and rushed Wyatt. Small red-pink discs appeared under Wyatt's feet, lifting him over the ground. Concentrating, Wyatt used the discs to slide over the pavement and away from the abomination's incoming fist. The street shook, and the asphalt cracked from the force of the powerful earth-shattering punch. One hit from that, and I'm toast, Wyatt said. It was then that he heard a faint whimper. Looking to the side, he saw a bleeding woman trapped within a half-crushed vehicle, a result of the abomination's rampage. Beside her was the remains of a man. Or at least, the shadow of a man. His body was left unrecognizable due to the car's crumbled metal frame crushing his flesh. Blood poured down the ruined vehicle and pooled onto the ground. "Mike, God, no." The woman cried as she reached for her dead husband. "No, no, no. Die." Wyatt was jolted back to the fight as Abomination quickly closed the distance despite his large size. Acting quickly, Wyatt raised his hands and hastily created a barrier over him just as Abomination's fists crashed down with incredible force. Due to their hasty construction, Wyatt's constructs ended up thin and weak. In the end, they buckled under the full blowback of the attack, sending Wyatt rolling back. "Fuck." Wyatt grunted as he pushed himself up. The asphalt under his hands shook as Abomination jumped into the air, fully intent on crushing him underfoot. A rope of energy formed around Wyatt's torso and yanked him forward. He grimaced as his body crashed along the ground of the pavement. As he pushed himself up, he was thankful for his quick thinking when he watched a large chunk of the street shatter under the Abomination's heavy weight and strength. "Stop running and fight." Abomination growled, spittle flying. Seeing the level of destruction the Abomination was able to produce with such ease caused Wyatt's breathing to quicken. He had been able to maintain his calm only thanks to the humorous quips and witty commentary he had been making from the start of the confrontation. A weak attempt of Wyatt imitating one of his heroes, Spider-Man. But now that he finally felt the first sting of pain from it all, the reality of his situation finally pressed down on him. "What am I doing? I can't do this." Wyatt whispered and turned to look down at his shaking arms and legs. "What was I thinking? What, I land one lucky hit, and I'm suddenly able to go toe-to-toe with someone of his power. Stupid." The Abomination roared and turned to a turned-over bus several feet away from him. Inside the bus were several unconscious people, having been knocked out when the Abomination initially appeared and sent the bus flying with a kick. With a heave, he lifted the bus and tossed it in the air at Wyatt. From within the airborne bus, a young boy opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to him. He only had a split second to realize he was sailing through the air, momentarily free of gravity. The boy's face twisted from confusion to terror as his world spun out of control. Wyatt stood frozen, his eyes following the bus as if in slow motion. The bodies inside were now clear, thanks to the transport vehicle spinning in the air. A fact unknown to Wyatt himself was that his brain was capable of processing information at speeds unthinkable to normal humans. His brain processing speed was what allowed him to change millions upon millions of molecules and atoms within a fraction of a second. As such, his brain's processing speed was comparable to a supercomputer. This processing speed was what allowed him to see every single individual within the flying bus alongside his entire environment moving in slow motion. Still, his incredible processing speed didn't transfer over to his movement or reaction speed. But for Wyatt, that didn't matter. Stop it. Stop being afraid. Stop hesitating. Just ACT. Wyatt thought and moved like a man possessed. Dashing forward, Wyatt swung his right arm to the side and transformed the bus into an explosion of bubbles. In a snap, Wyatt raised his left hand, and a large glowing construct in the shape of a hand appeared, catching all the passengers. With a pulling motion, Wyatt's hand construct closed into itself and became a rolling roller coaster. In each cart sat a passenger, each one strapped safely to their seats as they flew over the street and away from the battle. As the roller coaster flew past Wyatt, the young boy stared at the visage of his colorful suit with wide, awed eyes. Despite the inexplicable creation of a roller coaster, Abomination moved toward Wyatt with a furious roar. Pulling an arm back, he was about to punch Wyatt when, all of a sudden, he felt heavy. It was as if the very air around him was slowing him down. "I increased the density in the air," Wyatt struggled to say as he clenched a hand at Abomination. From behind his helmet, Wyatt's face was covered in sweat as he turned his attention away from the struggling beast and looked down at the ground under the Abomination's feet. "I can't hold this for long, but it should give me enough time to finish my next move. You be bug. I'll squash you." Abomination was suddenly cut off as the air around him returned to normal. Before the beast could move, the ground under him crumbled away to reveal a bottomless pit. Like a heavy rock, the Abomination dropped down at incredible speeds. As he fell into the depths below, he unleashed a roar that echoed away. Feeling exhausted, Wyatt fell to a knee, his body covered in sweat and out of breath. He looked around the chaos and forced himself up. As he stood up, he stumbled forward but quickly caught himself. After taking a calming breath, he released a large wave of energy out around him, extinguishing the roaring fires nearby. Wyatt turned to the woman from earlier and reached her side. In a flash, the top half of vehicle that had once trapped her and crushed her husband vanished, leaving her free. The woman gasped in relief as the crushing weight lifted off her body, but she remained focused on her deceased husband. Wyatt frowned sadly and laid a blanket over his mangled corpse. "We have to go, ma'am." "It won't take that monster too long to come back," Wyatt said softly, but the woman was beyond words. She was lost in her grief. What the hell? Where did that thing go? Wyatt turned to see several officers and military personnel arrive, their weapons drawn, in search of the abomination. A few of them stared down at the deep pit incredulously. Hey! I need help. Wyatt called out, gaining their attention. The officers and military quickly reached his position and saw the tragic sight of the woman's husband. But at the sight of Wyatt's brightly colored suit caused them to stop and stare at him in suspicion. Quick! Take her and get as far away as you can. I didn't have the energy to seal the hole, so it won't take the abomination long to climb back up. Wyatt yelled. Who are you? Where's that creature? One of the officers asked as he raised his weapon at Wyatt. His odd costume made them suspicious of him. Before Wyatt could answer, the echo of a roar could be heard from the large pit in the middle of the road, scaring a few officers and military personnel. Now's not the time. From the sound of his yell, he'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes at the most. We have to move. Wyatt yelled at the officers and military with what he hoped was a commanding voice. To prove his might, Wyatt released a small wave of energy down the street, clearing a path for the officers to take the grieving woman and corpse through. Did I stutter? Go. All right. Let's get her out of here. Scott, Jenkins, and Young, take a look and check to see if we have any more injured in the area. Everyone else, let's get them out of here. One of the military personnel said. Wyatt let out a heavy sigh as he stood amidst the chaos, observing the officers and military personnel as they quickly and methodically combed through the wreckage. Tired but not one to stand around and do nothing, Wyatt began to help, carefully clearing away the jagged pieces of debris away with his powers. With deft but shaky movements, he conjured wheelchairs and stretchers for the injured who struggled to stand or move. His hands worked swiftly, creating any essential items that were needed to aid the wounded. As Wyatt continued to help, he began to feel his energy continually decrease with each use of his powers. He had never used his powers at such a large scale and in such rapid succession. If it weren't for the looming presence of the abomination, he would have collapsed to his knees. While Wyatt was helping 2 officers place an unconscious man onto a stretcher, a roar and a crash echoed behind them. Wyatt and the officers all turned to see an enraged abomination. His breathing was quick and ragged, and his burning eyes were glaring holes into Wyatt's very being. The beast didn't seem to appreciate the 400-foot fall Wyatt had put him through. Damn it. He got back up quicker than I thought, Wyatt muttered tiredly and stood up straight. He turned to the officers who lifted an unconscious man onto a stretcher. Go. I'll buy you all some time. The officers nodded and were about to move when one of the youngest among them hesitated. What's your name? Wyatt paused and turned to the young officer. He stayed silent a few moments, but at the incoming heavy steps, he answered quickly. I'm Atomic. Wyatt said and barely managed to fly at the abomination. Oh. General, you should hear this. High above the streets of New York, a military helicopter buzzed through the night sky. Inside the cramped cabin, the tension was palpable. One of the personnel, clad in tactical gear, turned sharply in his seat, extending a phone toward Ross with a serious expression. General Thunderbolt Ross hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at his daughter, Betty Ross. Beside her, Bruce Banner sat handcuffed. Ross rose from his seat, the helicopter's vibrations rattling his bones, and reached out to take the phone. The Hulk is in the street. I repeat, the Hulk is in the street. Ross heard from the other end of the phone. The general turned and gave Bruce a confused look before answering. That's impossible. You get a hold of yourself, young man. You get it together. What is your position? Ross asked. Down below, racing through the streets of Harlem, a military vehicle with both police officers and army soldiers chased after Abomination and Atomic as they battled through the streets. The young soldier, Andrew, yelled over the radio. 121st Street, heading north on Broadway. Frowning, Ross turned to the pilot. Turn us around. The pilot nodded and tilted his controls, causing the helicopter to lean sharply to the side as they changed course to Harlem. Bruce felt the helicopter shift and gave Betty a confused look. We're going back. Why are we going back? Damn it. Give me eyes down there. Ross commanded and leaned close to the small monitor on the helicopter. Yes, sir. Andrew said as their vehicle made a sharp turn into a chaotic street, slamming the side of their vehicle into an oncoming taxi. Andrew adjusted the camera on his helmet to focus on the blooms of fire and destruction down the road. Further up the street, Andrew's camera captured the chaotic back-and-forth battle between Atomic and the Abomination. Atomic used his flight and glowing constructs to avoid and distract the gamma-powered beast while Abomination roared in rage as he tried to crush his tricky opponent. No. Bruce shot to his feet and moved to the monitors, quickly followed by Betty and the 2 soldiers ordered to watch over them. Bruce's eyes grew wide in horror as he watched Abomination destroy everything around him in his pursuit to kill Atomic. With a glare, Bruce turned to Ross. One of yours. "Oh, my God. What have you done?" Betty said, horrified at what her father had done. Everyone in the helicopter refocused on the monitor and watched as Atomic tried his best to slow down or distract Abomination, but his movements were slow and choppy. The young hero's constructs were becoming smaller and smaller due to his exhaustion, barely larger than a basketball. The police in the distance did their best to shoot Abomination to aid Atomic, but their bullets remained useless against his tough skin. "Who's that?" "The one in the colorful suit?" Betty asked. "Whoever it is, he won't be enough to stop him," Bruce muttered, his eyes growing sharp. "Tell them to bring everything they've got and head for Harlem," Ross said into his radio with resignation. Behind him, Bruce took a deep breath and nodded to himself. "It has to be me. You have to take me back there." Bruce turned to Ross and Betty. "What are you saying? You think you can control it?" Betty asked. No, not control it, but, I don't know, maybe aim it," Bruce said. "And what if you can't?" Ross turned to Bruce. "We don't need two of you and whoever that is down there destroying the city." Bruce took a deep breath and gave Ross a look. "We made this thing. All of us. Please." Ross thought carefully about the situation. In his last confrontation with the Hulk, nothing he did had managed to stop the creature. Not his extensive plans. Not the millions of dollars worth of military weapons or strategic tactics. Nothing worked. Nothing he did made a difference. Ross realized that using that same approach against the Abomination would likely lead to more destruction in the city and increase civilian casualties. Despite his reservations, Ross understood that the Hulk was most likely their best chance at defeating who was once Emil Blonsky. "Land us near it." "No, wait. Keep us high. Open the back door," Ross said. Bruce nodded thankfully at his longtime enemy. Bruce, stop. Stop. What are you doing? Think about this. You don't even know if you'll change. You don't have to do this. Please, this is insane," Betty said as she followed Bruce toward the back of the helicopter, her eyes tight with worry over his safety as the city down below offered her no peace. "Betty, I've got to try." "I'm sorry," Bruce said sincerely and gave Betty a passionate kiss. As his lips left hers, he fell back and fell downward toward the streets of Harlem. As Bruce fell, he closed his eyes and finally, for the first time in his life, accepted the change. Unfortunately, what he always vehemently rejected didn't appear at his moment of greatest need. He opened his eyes with regret and cursed. "Oh, shit," Bruce said as his body crashed into the asphalt with a thunderous crack. "Get her in here," Ross yelled as one of his men brought Betty back into the helicopter, where she quickly moved to a side window to look down at where Bruce had crashed. Betty waited for what felt like forever. Her heart threatened to beat out of her chest as she waited for a sign of movement. Anything that would tell her that Bruce was alive. From below the cracks and rubble of the asphalt, a large green fist exploded. Chapter 9, Clash of Titans, edited. Atomic's breaths came out in quick, sharp, frantic bursts as he struggled to catch his breath. Every action he made felt as if his entire body was waddling through heavy sand. The helmet over his head, intended to conceal his identity, bore a deep crack in the visor, exposing a sliver of his left eye and face. Usually, such damage would have been a quick and easy fix thanks to his powers. But Atomic was far too tired and drained to spare that energy. It was taking everything he had to simply stand on his feet or even fly. However, that didn't mean he was immobile. Under Atomic's feet, a glowing disc helped him hover over the ground. Using this, he skated all around the street with swift and succinct movements that helped him avoid the Abomination's attacks. A loud crack rumbled down the street from another failed attack, causing the Abomination to snarl. The gamma-powered man's large arm shot forward and grabbed a light pole. With a wide swing, Abomination swung the pole to try batter Atomic away. The air crackled with tension as Atomic, despite feeling the weight of exhaustion in his bones, narrowly dodged the brutal swing, barely avoiding what could have been a deadly blow. Drawing on his fading energy, Atomic focused the embers of his power. With a flick of his wrist, he erected several sharp adamantium spikes from the concrete beneath the Abomination. The razor-sharp spikes erupted violently from the below, piercing upward and striking into the Abomination's massive form, tearing through his flesh and eliciting a roar of pain and fury from the gamma-powered behemoth. Enough games. Abomination roared and lifted a leg. With all his might, he brought it down to the ground. The street shuddered violently as a wave of destruction surged forth, causing the asphalt to ripple and crack like a broken mirror. Jagged pieces of debris burst violently into the air, kicking up dust into the sky. The sound of shattering concrete echoed through the streets, creating a cacophony of chaos that reverberated through the surrounding buildings. In his tired state, Atomic was unable to dodge or block one of the fast-flying pieces of debris. The chunk of stone struck him in the stomach and his loud yell of agony filled the street. Not able to withstand the pain, he crumbled to the floor with his hands holding his bruising stomach. Before Atomic could try to stand, the abomination appeared over him and grabbed him. Atomic's eyes widened as he felt his torso slowly begin compress, exasperating his injured stomach. "Ah!" He screamed in pain. "Any last words, you bug?" Abomination growled, ready to crush Atomic into paste. A pained wheeze was all Atomic could muster to say as he desperately struggled to pry away the abomination's large fingers. Abomination grinned at the sight of Atomic's agony and slowly increased his grip on the young man. The beast of a man blinked as a flash of light erupted from around Atomic's chest and quickly found that he was now struggling to close his grip any further. This action was Atomic's final act of desperation. Under the abomination's grip, Atomic had transformed the upper body section of his tattered suit into a layer of thick adamantium, encasing his vital organs in a protective layer. "If I survive this, I owe Logan a beer," Atomic thought as he watched Abomination's face contort into a rage as he continued to try to crush him under his powerful grip. Much to Atomic's horror, he felt the adamantium protecting him begin to wane under the abomination's strength. Stop. Atomic managed to wheeze as he racked his brain for a solution. The abomination chuckled darkly and ignored Atomic's plead for mercy. As he felt the adamantium begin to bend into his ribs, a solution appeared with Atomic's mind. Transform the oxygen in his lungs into acid. The idea was simple and easy. It wouldn't even take that much energy for Atomic to execute. But if he truly managed to switch the oxygen in the abomination's lungs into corrosive acid, he might irrevocably end the man's life. There was no assurance that his gamma mutation could mend and heal the charred and melted organs from the acid. Atomic felt an unsettling turmoil churn within him as he wrestled with the possibility of killing the man. He had never envisioned himself falling into such a situation where he would have to make the choice of ending another's life. In the end, what choice did Atomic truly have? It was either his life or the abomination's. A cruel individual who laughed at the sight of death and destruction. "I don't want to die," Atomic thought. "I'm sorry." Closing his eyes, Atomic readied himself to do what was needed, when all of a sudden, a loud roar echoed down the street. Abomination paused, his eyes narrowing in realization as he turned to face the distant figure of the Hulk. The air crackled with tension, and for a moment, Atomic, despite his dangerous situation, found himself captivated by the sight of one of Marvel's most legendary icons. The Hulk, towering and imposing, effortlessly tore off the remnants of a tattered shirt that hung from his muscular frame, revealing gleaming green skin. The sheer power radiating from the Hulk was palpable and seemingly limitless. So strong, Atomic thought. "Hulk," Abomination said with glee and threw Atomic aside. No longer interested in crushing the costumed young hero into paste. He had a new opponent to test his power on. Atomic was, unfortunately, still encased in adamantium, making him much heavier than usual. He was unable to free himself in time to avoid falling headfirst onto the asphalt. With his world spinning around him, he slowly fell unconscious. Oh. Is that all you got?" Abomination sneered as he glared at Hulk. Hulk growled as he pulled his arm back, preparing to unleash another punch onto the Abomination's face. But before he could land the blow, Abomination pulled his leg back and kicked Hulk through the air and into an apartment building with incredible power. Smirking at his power, Abomination rose and sprinted after Hulk. With a mighty leap, he scaled the apartment building and peered out through the large hole made by Hulk's body. One of the apartment's residents blinked in shock at the sudden hole that tore through her living room. Walking towards it, she turned her head and watched as the Abomination peeked inside with a cruel grin. The woman released a frightened scream and quickly ran away. Hearing the woman's scream, Abomination chuckled in amusement. Suddenly, a hail of bullets rained down on Abomination's back, causing him to growl in irritation. He turned around to see a military helicopter firing its minigun. "Ross," the Abomination growled at the sight of the men in the helicopter. Flexing his powerful muscles, Abomination effortlessly scaled the side of the apartment building, each powerful movement bringing him closer to the rooftop. As he reached the top and surveyed the cityscape below, a helicopter thumped through the air, its searchlight casting a stark beam that illuminated his path. A wicked smile spread across Abomination's face as he took off running across the rooftops, the whirring blades overhead barely drowning out the deafening roar of the minigun that spat a relentless stream of bullets in his wake, tearing through the air and rooftops with a furious crackle. A few blocks away, Atomic laid unconscious on the pavement, his body sprawled at an awkward angle. Around him, a group of officers and military personnel stood in a tense silence. Apprehension etched on their faces. They exchanged urgent whispers while keeping a watchful eye on the fallen young hero. To the sides, several brave yet cautious New Yorkers peered from alleyways and doorways, their expressions a mix of curiosity and fear as they had witnessed chaos that had destroyed a long stretch of Harlem. Even now, the distant sounds of havoc reverberating through the streets from the far-off confrontation. "It's like he's encased in steel," Officer Thomas said as he tried to remove Atomic's adamantium shell costume. I'm not sure if he can breathe. Do you think he's a mutant? I mean, how else was he able to do everything he did? Private Lowry asked. It doesn't matter what he is. He saved several lives today. Lieutenant Dunn said in a heavy voice. He moved to stand next to Atomic and peered down into the crack of his visor. Is he a kid? Dunn thought with a growing horror and incredulity. At that moment, Atomic's eyelids fluttered open, the world coming into focus as a low groan escaped his lips. As he regained his focus, a barrage of faces hovered above him, each person displaying a mix of emotions, some wore expressions of deep gratitude, their eyes shining with relief. In contrast, a few others held a cautious distance. Brows furrowed in concern. A hint of fear flickered in a few gazes, and confusion reigned across the collective watching crowd as they struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before them. Did I win? Atomic joked, trying to ease those around him. No, Lowry said. That guy you fought is now fighting the Hulk. It looks like the green one is on our side this time. I see. Atomic nodded and tried to sit up but paused when he felt the weight from the thick adamantium layer of his suit pressing down on him. In a flash of light, he reverted his costume back to its original materials and fixed his visor. Despite how exhausted he felt, he pushed himself to his feet. Which ended up being a mistake as he felt his world spin. Here, I got you, son, Dunn said as he helped steady Atomic before he could fall. A thunderous crash reverberated through the city, causing heads to turn in alarm. As the flashes of sparks illuminated the night, a military helicopter, emblazoned with the insignia of Ross's airborne division, tore through a massive billboard, its rotors still spinning erratically as it crash-landed. The metallic creak of the helicopter echoed through the night as its pilot struggled to stabilize the aircraft. Below the helicopter, the colossal figures of the Abomination and the Hulk clung fiercely to the landing skids, their powerful forms silhouetted against the bright lights of the city skyline. Holy shit, Thomas muttered as a far-off explosion could be seen. The helicopter had made landfall. Are they? I have to go, Atomic said and pushed himself away from Dunn's helping hands. But as he tried to step forward, he fell to a knee. Shit. I can barely stand. Much less fight. I should just let Hulk finish things off. He'll win just like in the movie, right? Atomic thought. Listen, son, you've done enough. You can't even stand. Much less fight. Dunn said as he kneeled beside Atomic. I'll radio in for backup. Get us some more boots. We'll take down that son of a bitch. Atomic took a deep breath and willed himself to draw more of his power. Placing his arms at his sides, he hovered over the ground. No, it's okay. If I can't stand, then I'll fly. Ignoring his shaking limbs and Dunn's words, Atomic shot up into the night sky. Oh. You don't deserve this power. Now watch her die. Abomination sneered, his voice dripping with malice. With a fierce, deliberate motion, he raised his massive arm and plunged the sharp spike protruding from his elbow deep into the Hulk's chest. A guttural roar of pain erupted from the Hulk as he struggled to push Abomination's arm away, but his opponent's strength held him firmly in place against the stone wall he was pressed up against. Hulk's teeth ground together as he fought against the agony surging through him, feeling the bone piercing deeper into his flesh with each agonizing second. Despite the pain, Hulk's green eyes flickered toward the wreckage of the nearby helicopter, where Betty was trapped, her face pale with fear as she watched the fight from the wreckage. The ground below the helicopter was alive with sparks from the broken rotor blades spinning lazily. Flowing underneath the aircraft, a trail of fuel leaked onto the ground. Growing closer and closer to the falling sparks. Within moments, flames exploded into life as a spark made contact with the fuel. A burst of fire erupted and followed the trail of fuel leading to the helicopter's fuel tanks. At the realization of Betty's life hanging in the balance, the Hulk's fury ignited like wildfire, surging through him and amplifying his already immense power. His eyes glowed brightly as he released a low growl. Using his new burst of power, Hulk grasped the Abomination's wrists and began to slowly overpower him with a low grow. It didn't take long for the Hulk to steadily begin to force the Abomination back, inch by arduously inch. Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt Hulk's sudden surge of strength eclipse his own. Desperate to regain control, Abomination tried to push back, but it quickly became clear that he was no longer a match for Hulk's growing power. With a rage-filled roar, Hulk barreled forward, driving his head into Abomination's chest with a force that left his foe gasping for air. Seizing the moment, Hulk dashed forward and gripped Abomination by the spiky protrusions lining his back. With a mighty thrust, he drove the Abomination headfirst into the wall with a thunderous crash. With his opponent out for the moment, Hulk turned sharply, his eyes widened in alarm at the sight of flames licking hungrily toward the helicopter. Time seemed to slow as the fiery tendrils ominously approached the aircraft's vulnerable fuel tanks. Turning around, Hulk was about to rush forward just as the flames threatened to engulf the helicopter when a brilliant wave of reddish-pink energy surged across the ground, dissipating the fire as if it had never existed. Stunned, Hulk blinked in disbelief at the sight of Atomic, who landed unsteadily in front of the helicopter. "Behind you, big guy." Atomic yelled and jumped forward, his arms moving forward. The large concrete post that would have slammed into the Hulk was quickly transmuted into water, splashing the large green man harmlessly. Abomination blinked in confusion and spun to Atomic with fury. "You." Abomination growled. "Yeah, it's me," Atomic said and fell to a knee. "I suggest you duck." Abomination blinked, but before he could react, a powerful blow from Hulk sent him sprawling backward, the impact reverberating through the air. Seizing the moment, Hulk moved in and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike landing with bone-crushing force against the Abomination's formidable frame. With a growl of frustration, Abomination tried to break free from the relentless assault but ultimately succumbed to the Hulk's relentless attacks. With a grunt, a bloodied Abomination dropped to a knee on the cracked pavement. Towering above him, Hulk glared down with a fierce intensity, his muscles coiled and ready for the next attack. "Hulk smash," he roared, a thunderous declaration of his fury, as he raised both arms high above his head. Then, with a ferocious cry, he brought his fists crashing down onto Abomination's back and head, the sheer force of the blow echoing in the surrounding chaos as a wave of dust flew around them. The entirety of Harlem shook as the Hulk's might could be felt amongst its inhabitants as he once again channeled all his rage into delivering another devastating strike. As Abomination's massive form thundered into the ground, the surrounding plaza trembled violently, fissures spidering out across the pavement from the epicenter of impact. Like a marionette with its strings severed, Abomination's hulking body went slack after the second twin hammer fists. With his triumph undeniably secured, Hulk planted his foot triumphantly atop the defeated Abomination and unleashing a primal roar that resonated through the air, shaking the already fractured pillars and nearby structures. Breathing heavily, Hulk turned his gaze toward Ross, who stood outside the helicopter beside Betty. With a low growl, Hulk reached down into the massive crater and pulled out the Abomination's motionless form. He then tossed the Abomination toward Ross, who looked down at Blonsky's unconscious body. Atomic breathed heavily and held out his arms. Tendrils of shimmering energy coiled around Abomination, compelling the massive creature into a kneeling position. As Abomination settled onto the ground, the concrete beneath him began to tremble and shift, morphing into a series of intricate chains and heavy locks made from adamantium. These formidable restraints, linked together with a metallic clink, wrapped securely around the slumbering beast, ensuring that he would remain confined and unable to break free from his enforced captivity. "Here, don't lose them," Atomic said tiredly, tossing the keys to Abomination's restraints to Ross's feet. Ross frowned and glanced down at the keys while Betty approached the Hulk. Atomic observed them sharing a moment when suddenly, a bright spotlight from a news helicopter illuminated both of them from above. Hulk sighed and was about to run away but stopped to look at Atomic. Much to Atomic's surprise, Hulk nodded at him. A small sign of respect from the powerful man. Atomic, unsure of what to say, nodded back. He then watched as Hulk jumped away and disappeared into the city with the news helicopter following behind him. "You were the one fighting Blonsky," Ross said to Atomic after losing sight of the Hulk. He then turned to his daughter, who was staring in the direction where the Hulk had last been seen. "Who are you?" Atomic answered carefully. He looked around at the crowd held back by the police and military, their phones pointed in his direction, recording and taking pictures. Ross frowned and glanced at the crowd. Normally, he would have demanded that Atomic be brought in for questioning. Still, after the events of that day and considering his daughter's current state and the presence of numerous onlookers, Ross felt far too exhausted to do so. Nevertheless, this didn't mean he was finished with the individual who called himself Atomic. But before Ross could speak, Atomic rose over the ground. "Make sure you keep him under lock and key, General," Atomic said in his most serious voice. "Those chains are made out of one of the strongest materials in the world. If he escapes, it'll be on you." Atomic didn't allow Ross to reply and shot up into the sky, leaving behind a trail of red and pink. Oh. That's what I get for trying to look cool," Atomic said as he leaned against a brick wall within an alleyway on the outskirts of Brooklyn. Grimacing, he attempted to take a step forward but found that his legs felt as though they weighed several tons. His vision was beginning to blur and darkness was closing in on the edges of his vision. He tried to remove his helmet with his hands since he lacked the energy to dissolve it, but Atomic discovered that his fingers were uncooperative. "Come on, don't pass out," Atomic muttered weakly. Atomic had never pushed his powers as far as he did today. He had exceeded every limit he thought he had in ways he never imagined possible. It was an eye-opening experience, transitioning from using his abilities for everyday tasks to facing a gamma-powered adversary capable of destroying an entire city block with ease. It had never been clearer to Atomic that his mind, body, and stamina were severely lacking in strength. If it weren't for Hulk's timely appearance, he would have most likely died. But if my powers are exactly like Adam Eve's, there's a good chance I would have just come back to life. Atomic thought. Now on his knees. Still, I would rather not test that aspect of my power and find out I can't revive myself. It's too risky. Damn it. With the last bits of adrenaline finally leaving his system, Atomic collapsed onto the ground, too tired to move another muscle. Slowly, his eyes began to close and he finally fell prey to his exhaustion. Chapter 10, Who is Atomic, edited. Where am I? Wyatt said as he cautiously looked around his environment. Wyatt found himself seemingly suspended in the vast expanse of space. Vibrant galaxies swirled in hues of deep crimson and shimmering gold while clusters of stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of the cosmos. Every so often, a shooting star would streak across the void, leaving a luminous trail that danced before fading into the distance. What bewildered Wyatt further was the sheer absence of sensations that one would expect in such an environment. There was no biting cold to chill his skin, nor the desperate need to inhale air in a vacuum that would typically suffocate a mortal being. Instead, Wyatt felt an odd sense of peace enveloping him, as if the universe itself cradled him gently, allowing him to drift weightlessly amidst the celestial wonders. This is trippy. Did I die, again? Is this heaven? Or the other place? Wyatt muttered nervously as he continued to float in the empty vacuum of space. Not entirely sure of how much time has passed. Your performance was lacking. A booming, powerful voice erupted behind Wyatt, reverberating through the stillness of space. With a startled yelp, he quickly spun around, his heart racing at the sight before him. Towering over him was a colossal figure, its imposing presence casting an ethereal glow. The being's bright, luminous white eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, filled with an intense gaze that held centuries of wisdom. Its form appeared to be composed entirely of pure, swirling energy, crackling with an otherworldly light that shifted and danced like a living nebula. The figure's expression bore the weight of stoicism, a serene calmness that suggested an ancient power and an unwavering resolve, leaving Wyatt both awed and intimidated in its presence. You must grow stronger. Wyatt, the powerful being said. If you fail to do so, then everyone's efforts would have been in vain. Her efforts would have been in vain. What? Hold on. Who or what are you? Where am I? And what do you mean by, everyone's efforts would have been in vain? Make sense, damn it. Wyatt yelled, ignoring the primal fear that was coursing through his body as he raised his voice to a being that could probably erase him from existence with ease. Grow stronger, and perhaps we'll meet again, the being said and snapped its fingers. Wyatt screamed as he was sent hurling through the endless space. Oh. Wyatt woke up with a gasp, his head aching in agony. He turned up to see an angry old Chinese woman swinging a broom at him whilst yelling in Mandarin. Her Mandarin quickly changed to English as she saw him finally awake and moving. How many times do I have to tell you weirdos not to sleep behind my restaurant? Get out. Get out. The woman yelled. Another whack of her broom followed each word. Geez. Lady, all right. I'm going. Wyatt stood up and covered his head with his arms to defend himself from the woman's attacks. As he walked, he finally noticed that he was still in his rough-looking suit, minus the helmet, which he didn't remember removing before passing out. Wyatt shook his head and gave up on figuring out what happened and moved faster. It didn't take him long to reach the end of the alleyway he was in. It was the middle of a bustling afternoon in New York City, where throngs of commuters navigated the busy streets, each individual lost in their own thoughts and routines. The sounds of honking horns and distant chatter filled the air, creating an effortless symphony of urban life. Amidst this chaos, a brief flash of light flickered unnoticed behind a large trash bin in the alleyway. Wyatt, now clad in comfortable, casual clothing, stood at the edge of the alleyway entrance, taking a moment to stretch his weary, bruised muscles. As he looked around his surroundings, he absorbed the vivid colors of shop signs and the rhythm of pedestrians rushing by. Looks like I'm in Brooklyn, he said before hissing. Shit. I hurt all over. Wyatt rubbed his tired eyes and released a heavy sigh. The hazy memory of his confrontation with the large godlike being still fresh in his mind. It was hard to differentiate whether or not that was a dream or not. What the hell was that? Some kind of vision. Or maybe it was a dream. Whatever it was, it can't bode well for me. Okay, time to head home for a nice long nap. Oh. A man with an eye patch covering his left eye stood resolutely within the brightly lit surveillance and intelligence gathering room of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. The room hummed with the low buzz of technology and flickering screens that displayed a wealth of data on threats and operations worldwide. His expression was tight and collected, showcasing a lifetime of experience in high-stakes situations. This man was Nicholas Joseph Fury, the formidable director of S.H.I.E.L.D., known for his no-nonsense demeanor and strategic mind. Beside him, looking equally focused but with a hint of warmth in his demeanor, was Phil Coulson, Nick's trusted right-hand man. Coulson was a highly decorated agent, respected for his tactical prowess and unwavering loyalty. He stood ready with a wealth of knowledge and insight, prepared to support Fury. Care to repeat that? Nick Fury asked in a tight voice. The small team composed of researchers and surveillance specialists all flinched at the man's icy tone. Why yes, sir. We believe the individual known as Atomic appears to possess the ability to create or manipulate matter in his surroundings, allowing him to generate a variety of objects or materials at will. This observation was reported by a young analyst who, while addressing his superior, conveyed his findings with a sense of urgency. He provided this information while rapidly documenting details on his tablet. With a swipe of his finger, footage of the battle in Harlem started playing on the large wall-sized monitor in the high-tech room. The video primarily highlighted Atomic's powers, showcasing his ability to fly and manipulate his surroundings to his advantage. Upon analyzing some of the wheelchairs, stretchers, and objects that Atomic created during the battle in Harlem, it was observed that the materials used in their various construction were found to be equal in quality to their man-made counterparts. If not purer in quality, the young man noted, this and the videographic evidence of Atomic transmuting an entire bus into bubbles leads us to believe that Atomic can manipulate and transform anything he wishes, Phil said with astonishment. That's dangerous, Nick cut in, gaining everyone's complete attention. That explains how Atomic was able to create Emil Blonsky's adamantium restraints and those spikes he left on the streets. That material is one of the rarest and most difficult things to manipulate on the planet, and he just whipped it out of thin air like it was nothing. Actually, it seemed that he used the concrete as sorry. I'll shut up now. The young man said without thinking. Only to quickly quiet down once Nick's gaze fell on him. If Atomic can change the atoms of anything he wishes, the very world itself is his playground, Phil said. Is he capable of manipulating living matter? We don't know if he can or can't yet, a brown-haired woman said meekly. He didn't seem to have changed or affected any part of Blonsky's body during the confrontation, but if our theories on his abilities are correct, then there's no reason why he couldn't affect living matter. In theory, he could wave his hand and erase someone from existence. He's almost like a god, another researcher said with a fascinated look before grimacing as his colleagues stared at him. I mean, sorry. Nick glared at the researcher and glanced back at the footage still playing on the monitor. His lone eye focused on Atomic's helmet, almost as if he concentrated enough, the figure's hidden identity would be revealed to him. Coulson, form a specialized team and find out Atomic's identity. I want to know who he is and where he sleeps, Nick said and made to leave the room. Yes, Director. Phil nodded and turned back to the footage. He watched as Atomic flew and moved, not to fight the abomination, but to help those around him. As Phil watched Atomic save several lives, he had a feeling deep within him that Atomic wasn't a threat. His instincts were telling him that the men behind the helmet could be a force for good. Oh. Eric Magnus Laneshare, better known as Magneto, stood with an air of quiet authority in a sprawling, opulent room adorned with dark wooden furniture and rich velvet drapes. The faint glow from the massive screen before him illuminated his intense gaze as he scrutinized the chaos captured in the footage from the recent battle in Harlem. His hands were clasped behind his back, a posture that exuded both confidence and contemplation. As he watched the two titans, Hulk and the Abomination, clash with a ferocity that shook the ground, his focus remained unwavering, fixated solely on Atomic. The powerful displays of raw strength and destruction from the gamma-powered titans were mere background noise to him. It was the enigmatic figure of Atomic that commanded his full attention. Each movement, each flicker of energy, drew Magneto deeper into a mental analysis of the hero's potential powers and possible skills. He's the one that you saw flying away from Charles's school, Eric stated. Behind him, a woman with blue skin and orange-red hair nodded. Yes, he's the one. Mystique nodded. What amazing potential he has. Indeed. It leaves me to wonder why Charles let him go. Eric frowned and watched as Atomic created chains made of adamantium to bind the Abomination. What an incredible gift. I've already begun a search for Atomic. With him on the side of the Brotherhood, our goals for this world could come to fruition much sooner than later. Mystique said, her eyes glued on how Atomic held Abomination in place with just his hand. Use any method to recruit Atomic to our cause. He must not fall into any other faction. Eric said with a dark glare under his red and purple helmet. Understood. I will not fail. Mystique smiled and left the room, leaving Eric alone. You will be one of my spears to take down the false wall of superiority that humanity has erected. Atomic, Eric said, his gray steely eyes locked on Atomic's helmet. Oh. 2 months later. A now 16-year-old Wyatt navigated around a group of tourists who were taking pictures, their laughter providing a cheerful backdrop to his morning workout. He felt light on his feet, each stride bringing him deeper into the city's heart, where the iconic architecture rose majestically. As he jogged past Central Park, the expansive greenery provided a beautiful contrast to the surrounding concrete jungle. He could hear the distant laughter of children and the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. He pushed himself to maintain a steady pace, his heart racing but steady, thanks to his daily physical training over the past 2 months. Granting him much greater strength and stamina than when he first woke up to this new world. Just a few more blocks, he muttered to himself as he navigated through the maze of streets. As he continued, the world around him became a passing blur, the honks of taxis, the chatter of pedestrians, the distant sound of a street performer strumming a lively tune. Jogging past food vendors hawking hot dogs and pretzels, he couldn't help but smile. With his mental finish line just a few blocks ahead, Wyatt's spirits soared. He sprinted the last stretch, exhilaration coursing through him as he crossed the invisible finish line of his routine, annoying some commuters as he brushed past them. "Watch it, you punk!" a New Yorker eating a bagel yelled. "Sorry," Wyatt called out and ran away. As he ran, he passed by an electronics store with several televisions in the storefront. On their screens, various live news channels were visible. It's been 2 months since the attack in Harlem that left it in tatters. There have been no more sightings of those involved, a female reporter said as she pointed to the still-in-progress rebuilding efforts in Harlem. "Yeah, there was this guy dressed up like some Power Ranger or something. He just swooped in and began fighting that big, ugly guy out of nowhere. It's true. I was there," a homeless man said with wide eyes. The sudden refilling of the 400-foot bottomless pit on 125th Street in Harlem has left city officials and residents bewildered. The deep hole that was once blocked off by round-the-clock police watch has completely disappeared after a single night. Almost as if it was never there, to begin with. A male newscaster said as before and after images of the street that once held the large hole where the abomination fell were no longer there. "I don't know if you're seeing this, Atomic. But I want to thank you for saving my life. I was the one you helped from," a young woman with a light bruise on her head said as she stood in front of the Apollo Theater. The recent leaks of footage from security cameras and smartphones during the Harlem attack has thrust the Hulk, Abomination, and the new heroic figure known as Atomic into the spotlight. Amid the chaos and destruction, it was Atomic's courageous actions and relentless rescue efforts that have captured the hearts of many New Yorkers. Videos shared online by witnesses showcased his remarkable bravery as he navigated the perilous scene to help those in danger. As a result, a growing number of residents were now fascinated by this emerging hero, eager to learn more about the men behind the helmet. As time passed on, the public's hunger for information about Atomic only grew, with many eagerly scanning the news and the sky, hoping for another glimpse of the enigmatic figure. However, much to their dismay, Atomic had yet to make another reappearance. His mysterious absence led to a gradual decline in the public's fervor and interest, but discussions about him continue to thrive across platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and a range of other social media channels. Debates raged on as passionate voices clashed over whether he was a hero championing justice or a perilous vigilante operating outside the law. Some speculated about Atomic's origins, with whispers suggesting he might be a mutant, a notion that stirred animosity among those who harbored deep-seated prejudices against mutants. These sentiments fueled a growing call from certain factions within the community, demanding his arrest and raising questions about the implications of his powers on society as a whole. All this attention was the reason for Wyatt to lay low and keep his usage of his powers under wraps in fear of those in S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or whatever other organizations out there from finding him. This didn't mean that Wyatt had completely set aside his powers. He had taken to pushing himself to train harder more than ever, determined to enhance his skills and strength. This was what led him to an old abandoned warehouse in a forgotten part of Brooklyn, far removed from prying eyes, that Wyatt explored the full extent of his potential, working tirelessly to refine his skills and unlock new skills to add to his ever-growing repertoire. The intense confrontation with Abomination served as a crucial awakening for Wyatt. The sheer ferocity of the fight made him realize that in a world teeming with superpowered beings, he couldn't choose to live his life in a lackadaisical manner. He'd end up dead if he did. Especially now that a large growing number of individuals knew he existed. Or at least, that Atomic existed. With this knowledge, he understood that he needed to evolve, both physically and mentally. While Wyatt could return to his peaceful days and never put on his metaphorical cape again, he knew he couldn't. Not after that night when he had stepped in to help all those people from Abomination. It was during his battle in Harlem when Wyatt helped an old man with a broken leg onto a stretcher that he realized he had a gift. No, a responsibility. A responsibility to use his powers to help those in need. And with his abilities, it would be practically effortless. But to do so, it meant that he would have to put on his helmet and cape back on. That would naturally bring the attention of several different groups and individuals with different agendas. Whether those be nefarious or positive. This meant Wyatt had to be ready. While his main intentions were to help people, he knew conflict would eventually find him. Any future encounter could turn deadly at any moment, and without a solid grasp of his abilities, he risked ending up injured or even losing his life. With this in mind, Wyatt was determined to refine his powers, dedicating himself to training rigorously each day. He immersed himself in honing his skills and practicing his techniques and strategies until his abilities became second nature. Even with each new day being busy with training and practice, it didn't help his nerves knowing that there was also a possibility of some powerful entity overseeing Wyatt's progress. "You must grow stronger," Wyatt, the powerful being, had said. If you fail to do so, then everyone's efforts would have been in vain. Wyatt was left confused at its words. There was so much to unpack in what it said that he didn't know where to start. He settled for the easiest aspect of its words. Getting stronger. With his abilities, Wyatt knew that his potential was practically limitless. Unlike the Invincible universe, Wyatt wasn't held back by any external force, like writers. At least, he sincerely hoped that was the case. He couldn't be so sure considering he was now living in the Marvel universe. Still, in the Invincible universe, Adam Eve was limited to whatever the writers wanted at the time, despite her reality warping powers. This usually meant that she wasn't allowed to outshine the series' main titular character. Invincible, aka Mark Grayson. Adam Eve could have always ended any fight she entered instantly if the writers allowed her. But they didn't, otherwise, Mark wouldn't have been able to shine. But in his new world, Wyatt wasn't hampered by anyone. He had the liberty of growing as strong as he wished, so as long as he worked hard for it. Another aspect to Wyatt's growing skills and power were his imagination and knowledge. His imagination was expansive, enhanced by the memories of various fictional worlds from another life. When it came to learning, Wyatt's powerful new brain was prepared to absorb any new information he encountered or read. Which came easily thanks to his built-in eidetic memory, which was what allowed him to remember the countless atomic structures and molecular makeups of everything known to mankind. With his eidetic memory, he was able to absorb any piece of knowledge he desired. With this ability, he used any of the free time from his training to read and study up on anything he could get his hands on, making him a regular at the New York Public Library. Back to the present, Wyatt used a towel from his backpack to wipe off the built-up sweat from his run off his face. Now walking at a leisurely pace, he eventually reached a small coffee shop, where he bought a bagel with cream cheese and an iced coffee. Once he took a seat on a free table outside, he took out a sketchbook and flipped to his latest entry. On the page was a meticulously crafted sketch of a vibrant red and white superhero suit, combining design elements reminiscent of Adam Eve, Invincible, and Omni-Man's iconic costumes. The suit featured an array of intricate details that highlighted the advanced materials used in each part of its construction. Such materials included a carbon fiber weave, which promised both flexibility and strength, and a layer of graphene for added durability and resilience. Overlaying this was a luxurious silk exterior that offered a sleek, polished finish, catching the light from various angles. To ensure maximum protection for his vital areas, the suit incorporated several thin plates of adamantium strategically placed to shield the head and torso without compromising mobility. Despite the adamantium plates' incredible durability, Wyatt was well aware of their weak ability to absorb the shock of any physical attack. Even so, they would offer him incredible defense. Every aspect of the design was carefully considered, from the aerodynamic contours that enabled swift movement in flight to the reinforced seams intended to withstand intense combat. Grinning at his design, Wyatt took a bite of his bagel and leaned back. Ready or not, world. Here I come. And, please let me know if you're enjoying the story thus far. Your comments and interaction is what motivates me to write. So feel free to let me know what you think. Other than that, see you next time. Chapter 11, Patrol and New Skills. Living in New York City is often viewed as a dream come true for countless individuals. For many, the allure of the Big Apple lies in its promise of grand opportunities, diverse cultures, and exhilarating experiences. However, beneath the shimmering glamour and bright lights, life in this bustling metropolis comes with its fair share of challenges. In 2008, New York State experienced a notable surge in crime rates, marking the first annual increase since the early 1990s. The city's overall violent crime rate climbed to 454.5 offenses per 100,000 residents, a concerning statistic for both locals and visitors. This rise in crime encompassed a range of offenses, including aggravated assaults, larceny, vehicle theft, robberies, murder, and rape. These crimes are not isolated incidents, they occur daily, affecting the lives of numerous individuals and leaving lasting scars on victims and communities. The consequences of such injustices extend far beyond the immediate aftermath, as many residents grapple with fear, trauma, and the need for safety in an urban landscape that can sometimes feel dangerously unpredictable. Oh. It was the dead of night in New York City, where a shroud of darkness enveloped the streets that rarely rested. The vibrant pulse of the metropolis continued its heartbeat, taxis whizzed by, sirens wailed in the distance, and late-night wanderers meandered through the shadows, oblivious to the murky hours that cloaked the city. In a secluded alleyway, far removed from the warmth of streetlights, two men clad in dark clothing loomed ominously over a smaller figure. Their hooded faces were barely visible, but the menace in their posture was unmistakable. They unleashed a flurry of punches onto a man who appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a cheap, ill-fitting suit that did little to protect him from the cold night air, or the brutality of his assailants. Austin stumbled back against the damp brick wall of the alley, grunting in pain as he attempted to shield his face from the relentless barrage of blows. Each strike reverberated through his body, and a sharp pain shot through his lip as it split open, warm blood trickling down to stain his collar. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he sank to the ground, trying to gather his thoughts amidst the chaos. Fuck man, this bum only has 100 on him, one of the attackers, Chris, grumbled and tossed the now empty wallet on Austin's head. I told you we should have gone for the other guy. Whatever, man. Let's grab his shoes and watch and bounce. The other criminal, Mac, said. No, not the watch. It was my father's. Austin wheezed out and gripped his watch close to his chest. Please. Yeah. Like I haven't heard that before, Mac mocked. Look, just give us the watch, or we'll knock all your teeth out. Suddenly, a protective barrier made of energy surrounded Austin. To their right, footsteps could be heard walking towards the criminals, causing them to take a step back. What the hell? What is that? Chris said and pulled out a pistol. Show yourself. Emerging from the darkness, a figure clad in a striking red and white suit stepped into the dim light of the alley. The gleam of his polished helmet reflected the flickering streetlights, casting an almost ethereal glow. His flowing white cape billowed dramatically behind him, creating an imposing silhouette that momentarily bewildered the gathered criminals. Their eyes widened in disbelief, caught off guard by the sudden presence of this unexpected avenger. Give up, and no one has to get hurt, Atomic said, his posture tall and steady. Fuck this. Chris growled and pulled the trigger. Only to blink in bewilderment as his Glock 19 was now a childishly green toy gun that released a burst of bubbles. What is this? Before he knew it, a metallic thud echoed behind him. Spinning on his heel, the criminal found that his partner's clothes had been turned into blocks of iron. Mac. I can't move. Chris. Help me. Mac yelled in fright as he struggled to move his limbs. Unfortunately, he was only able to move his hands, feet, and head uselessly. Witchcraft. This shit is witchcraft. Not really. I just substituted your clothes as atomic makeup for iron. Not a big deal. Atomic shrugged and sent out a glowing fist the size of a basketball into Chris's stomach. The man quickly crumpled into the ground, holding his stomach. Another flash burst around Chris and Mac, leaving them both trapped in rope. Now sit tight for NYPD's finest to arrive. After dismissing the protective barrier around Austin, Atomic crouched down and helped the man to his feet. He then focused on scanning the man's body. Although Atomic couldn't manipulate or affect living matter directly, he possessed the remarkable ability to perceive their atomic structure just as he could with inanimate objects. This heightened perception enabled him to perform what resembled a rapid MRI scan, allowing him to assess the internal condition of individuals with remarkable accuracy. During his extensive 2-month training, which was dedicated to honing his unique abilities, Atomic stumbled upon this technique as a way to leverage his powers for a beneficial purpose. To further refine his skills and deepen his understanding, he immersed himself in a variety of medical textbooks. These resources provided him with a comprehensive grasp of human anatomy, physiology, and common ailments, enhancing his ability to identify injuries and health issues. Eve was nerfed to hell and back. Atomic thought with a shake of his head. Your injuries are only surface level. But once the ambulance gets here, they'll treat your wounds, Atomic said as he helped the men sit on a chair he created. Austin wasn't sure what to say to the one who saved him. Atomic's bright suit was throwing him off. Ah, okay. Thank you. For helping me. Don't mention it. It's what I do, Atomic said. Hey, you. Wanna be Power Ranger? Let us go, you fucker. Let me go. Mac and Chris's yells were quickly silenced as Atomic slapped duct tape over their mouths. Humph. That's better. Atomics nodded. In the distance, police sirens could be heard. Don't worry about these guys. They can't hurt you anymore. Just as Atomic was about to fly off, Austin spoke up. Austin was an ambitious young stockbroker eager to make a name for himself. However, due to his age and inexperience, he faced mistreatment at his company. Determined to advance his career, he devoted himself to his work and absorbed as much knowledge as he could to climb the corporate ladder. This intense focus left him unaware of significant events unfolding in New York, including the emergence of Iron Man, the Harlem attack, and Atomic's debut during that incident. Who are you? Austin asked. I'm Atomic, Atomic said and shot up into the night sky. Leaving Austin, Mac, and Chris to watch him leave a trail of light from the ground. Oh. Wyatt let out a weary sigh, his shoulders heavy as he willed his large, glowing hand construct to dissipate into nothingness. The moment the radiant energy faded, the 3 car thieves tumbled unceremoniously to the pavement, landing in awkward heaps just in front of a bustling police station in the heart of Manhattan. Their wrists and ankles were tightly bound with shimmering energy restraints, effectively incapacitating any attempt to flee. At the sight of crashing bodies from the air, 2 officers came out of the station. Their surprised faces watched as Wyatt floated in the air. A layer of red energy surrounded his body. After giving the officers a brief salute, he blasted off into the sky. As he flew over the city, Wyatt couldn't help but reflect on how he no longer needed the thrusters beneath his feet and hands to fly. During the 2 months he spent training, Wyatt had experimented on ways to improve his flight. His battle with the abomination had shown him that the way he flew wasn't optimal for quick changes in direction and using his constructs. He knew it was possible. Adam Eve herself could do it easily in Invincible. But Wyatt couldn't. No matter what he did, he couldn't perfect that style of flight. This left him to explore other methods and possible techniques to fly. Several of them had ended up in failure, and with him covered in bruises, but in the end, he found the perfect way to fly. Wyatt made a groundbreaking discovery that enables aerial mobility without relying on his limbs for propulsion like before. He achieved this by creating a unique energy field that surrounded his body. This field operates by generating thrust at a subatomic level, manipulating particles smaller than atoms to propel him through the air. He also decreased the air density within a 2-inch radius around himself, effectively creating a localized environment that minimizes air resistance. This combination of thrust generation and reduced air density enables Wyatt to navigate effortlessly along the horizontal, X, and vertical, Y, axes, as well as the rotational, Z, axis. As a result, he achieves remarkable control and agility while flying. Of course, Wyatt realized that this new method of flight was significantly more complicated than his previous version, but it was what allowed him to now fly at a higher capacity. Not only that, but after he perfected his new flying method, Wyatt's mind ended up thinking of another possible technique he could create. In his fight with Abomination, Wyatt had increased the density of the air around him to keep him in place. Similar to how Adam Eve held Conquest in place. A vastly stronger opponent who was capable of destroying entire cities in seconds with ease. With this in mind, Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if he could somehow recreate Gojo Satoru's infinity technique himself. It wouldn't be precisely the same, but if he could recreate the technique close enough to where he could have a protective layer around him at all times, Wyatt would be nigh untouchable to all physical attacks. With this new possible technique in mind, Wyatt tried everything he could to create it. But in the end, no matter how many hours or ways he tried to develop the technique, it always resulted in failure. Be that he can't move while the layer of dense air is around him, or that he can't constantly keep it over himself without the use of his hands. Regardless of his failure at creating his own version of the infinity technique thus far, Wyatt was sure he could one day succeed in developing it. We have a call on a 10 to 34 coming from West 56th Street in Hell's Kitchen. Requesting dash. Wyatt let out a deep sigh as the static crackle of the built-in police radio in his helmet pierced the evening silence, alerting him to yet another reported crime. In a sprawling metropolis like New York City, the relentless tide of lawlessness seemed never-ending. The weight of fatigue tugged at him after 5 grueling hours of patrol, his muscles aching and the city lights blurring together in his peripheral vision. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the vibrant yet treacherous streets of Hell's Kitchen. As the night went on, Wyatt moved all over the city to act as a tonic. 8:35 p.m., in a secluded corner of Central Park, a group of men surrounded a lone late-night jogger. Wyatt arrived at the scene just in time, a glowing shield forming before him and the jogger. As the assailants approached, he materialized a shimmering barrier, causing their fists to rebound harmlessly off it. With a wave of his hand, the air crackled, and the attackers found their shoes glued to the ground. Grateful, the jogger sprinted away as Wyatt ensured the men remained stuck until the authorities arrived. 10:43 p.m., at a street corner in the Upper West Side, a car careened into a crosswalk, heading straight for 2 college students. Wyatt was there in a flash, his palms raised as he conjured a protective wall of energy that halted the vehicle inches from its intended target. The driver, bewildered and drunk, stumbled from the car while the students escaped unscathed, their faces reflecting shock and then relief. They turned to Wyatt, giving their thanks as he faded back into the night. 12:12 a.m., on the rooftops, a desperate chase played out as a woman fled from a relentless pursuer. Wyatt had been observing from a distance, and with a spring of energy, he leaped onto the scene, blocking the thug's path with a glowing barrier. At the next moment, he sent a surge of shimmering energy that knocked the man off his feet and crashed into a wall. Wyatt continued his work as New York's newest hero through the night. He made sure to take breaks to rest and eat when he had time, but otherwise, he was flying and stepping in when needed. Each new interaction helping improve his control over his powers and increasing his experience. As dawn began to break over New York City, the horizon glimmered with the promise of a new day. Wyatt rested on the edge of the Empire State Building and watched the sunrise. Is that the Baxter Building? Chapter 12, Meeting Agent Coulson. Wyatt took a leisurely sip of his iced coffee, the cold beverage a refreshing contrast to the warm afternoon sun that bathed the patio of his favorite coffee shop. He tipped his head back slightly, enjoying the quiet hum of conversation around him, before flipping the page of the book in his hands. To go with it, a small stack of books sat on the table. He was dressed in a comfortable, faded t-shirt and well-worn jeans. His baseball cap sat snugly on his head, casting a shadow over his eyes, while the thick-rimmed, non-prescription glasses he wore served to obscure his identity and give him a thoughtful appearance. Would you like another one, Wyatt? One of the coffee shop employees, Greg, asked, seeing Wyatt's now empty drink. Greg is a young college student who works part-time to help cover his education costs at Empire State University. He and his co-workers at the coffee shop have grown accustomed to seeing Wyatt, who visits almost every day. Wyatt is their favorite customer because he consistently leaves generous tips. Stephanie, another employee, and a struggling student, was thrilled when he once left her a $200 tip and nearly hugged him in appreciation. "Yeah, if you don't mind," Wyatt said and gave Greg a smile in appreciation. Greg nodded and walked into the building. Wyatt turned back to his book on agriculture and agronomy. His eyes moved quickly down the page, and his brain swiftly absorbed the knowledge, thanks to his eidetic memory and processing speed. "Gotta make sure I know my stuff. I don't want to create monster plants or any other eldritch monstrosity by accident." Wyatt thought with a slight chuckle. "You know, you're a tough person to track down, Wyatt Wilkins. Or do you prefer atomic?" Phil Coulson said with a friendly smile as he took a sip of his own black coffee. He was sitting at the table behind Wyatt. Shocking the young reality warper. "Ah, crap. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised S.H.I.E.L.D. found me. It was only a matter of time." "Ah, well, it's time to play ignorant." Wyatt frowned and turned to face the men. "Holy shit, it's the Phil Coulson. Christ, he really is just a kid." Phil thought, maintaining his calm and friendly expression. "Ah. What are you talking about?" Wyatt said innocently, his book now closed. "While it would be very cool to be a superhero, I'm not atomic." "You got the wrong guy, mister. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. I'm with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Phil said. "You've done a great job of throwing us off, Mr. Wilkins." That was a mouthful. "You seem like a nice guy, Agent Coulson, but I'm not atomic. That guy is probably out there saving a cat from a tree. I'm just trying to get my education. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave." Wyatt said and stood up. "I would have believed that if it weren't for the fact that you stopped attending school 2 years ago and aren't taking any courses anywhere," Phil said. "Listen, I'm not here to detain you, I just want to talk." As Wyatt packed his books into his backpack, he finally noticed something he had overlooked all this time. Throughout the street, several people remained in the same spots where they had originally been. Usually, this wouldn't be an odd sight and would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person. However, after 3 hours of those same people not moving too far from their original positions, it was clear they were there for a reason other than simply enjoying the sights that Midtown had to offer. "You say that, but with the number of your fellow agents you have here, I find that hard to believe," Wyatt muttered, dropping the act. Turning to the coffee shop, he noticed that all the customers and employees were gone. As were the people on the street. "You guys move quickly and quietly. No wonder Greg never came back with my drink. The staff and other customers weren't harmed, if that's what you're thinking. The other agents were just a precaution," Phil said as he moved to sit across from Wyatt. "Listen, Mr. Wilkins, I believe you're genuinely trying to do good. I can see it in all the people you've helped over the past 3 months. Yet you and a team of super-secret agents come to say hi armed to the teeth," Wyatt said and opened his eyes. While Phil had been talking, he sent a pulse of energy out in his immediate area, around 20 meters, to check what weapons or gadgets S.H.I.E.L.D. brought to greet him. He wouldn't mind scanning S.H.I.E.L.D.'s toys to acquire their blueprints, but with his current skills, he needed to physically touch something to get their atomic makeup. That's not very nice. What? Were they out of gift baskets? Phil blinked slowly, a smile creeping across his face. Years of dedicated service with S.H.I.E.L.D. had honed his ability to read people, turning subtle cues into vivid revelations on who they were. As he observed Wyatt, the young boy's body language spoke volumes. There wasn't a trace of fear or hostility in his posture. The 16-year-old exuded a remarkable calmness, standing with a relaxed confidence that belied the tense situation around him. It was evident to Phil that Wyatt's unique abilities contributed to his composure, enabling him to remain unflappable in the face of the agents encircling him. "Stand down. I'll take it from here," Phil said as he held a finger to his earpiece. "Agent Coulson. Surely you're not serious?" one of the many agents asked. "I'm sure." Wyatt watched as the surrounding agents all left one by one, leaving him and Phil alone outside the coffee shop. "Wow. You must be pretty up there in this organization of yours," Wyatt said and tried to take a sip of his drink but found it empty. In a flash, his drink was refilled. "Want me to top yours off, Agent Coulson?" Phil blinked in astonishment, seeing Wyatt's abilities firsthand. It was completely different from watching them on tape. "Ah, no. I'm fine," Phil said. "Let's get straight to the point, I don't want to waste any more of your time. We understand that your identity is very important to you. Rest assured, only a small handful of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. know that Wyatt Wilkins is atomic. You have my word on that." Now, onto why we're here. It's quite simple. We want to get a clear idea of your agendas and determine if we can trust you to continue operating as you have been. You want to know if I'm a threat or not? Wyatt said, taking a slow sip of his drink. Don't worry. I don't have any grand plans of world domination or terrorizing anyone. Well, that's not true. I do plan on terrorizing the criminal element in the world. The world? You plan on operating outside of New York? Phil asked. I do. I plan on helping everyone. Not just New Yorkers. Not just those in the United States. I want to help everyone on this little planet of ours. That's my agenda, Agent Coulson. Wyatt smiled, his words genuine. Wyatt meant every word he said. 3 months ago, when he first began his career as Atomic, he never anticipated how fulfilling this path would be. At first, the thrill of using his powers to confront thugs and criminals provided an immediate rush, a sense of justice served with each encounter. However, as time passed, he discovered that the real reward lay far beyond the adrenaline. What filled him with true satisfaction was the knowledge that he was making a tangible difference in people's lives. The moments he spent helping those in need, offering hope and change with his own 2 hands, became the driving force behind his actions. It was in those profound yet straightforward interactions that he realized he was not just fighting against injustice, he was actively shaping a better future for others. Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling that he was experiencing the same internal pull that many superheroes in fiction had faced. In the past, he had always been puzzled by what motivated these caped crusaders to put on their masks day after day, battling villains and facing seemingly insurmountable odds. It was a mixture of a deep sense of duty, an innate desire to protect the vulnerable, and the hope that his actions could inspire change. At that moment, he understood that heroism wasn't just about grand gestures or superhuman powers, it was about the courage to stand up for what was right, even when the outcome was uncertain. Wyatt was acutely aware that he would not have reached this profound conclusion so swiftly were it not for the unique gift of possessing 2 lifetimes of memories. In his younger years, he might have succumbed to the temptations of his powers, wielding them selfishly, perhaps to settle scores with a world he felt had turned its back on him. The anger and pain from his past could have easily driven him to use his abilities as weapons rather than tools for change. Conversely, in his elder years, Wyatt might have used his powers with an air of authority but without a proper understanding of the responsibility that came with that immense capability. He would have been like a child with a shiny new toy, oblivious to the potential for harm it could cause. Driven by impulse and ego, he might have made choices that were more about self-aggrandizement than genuine service to others. Now, however, Wyatt found himself in a unique position. By merging the wisdom and sense of responsibility gleaned from his older self with the raw, unfiltered understanding of life's hardships and the deep heartache from losing his family that marked his younger self, he had transformed into someone fundamentally different. He realized that he could no longer afford the luxury of selfishness or arrogance. Instead, he embraced the difficult truth that he needed to elevate his purpose, becoming a symbol of hope in a world fraught with danger and suffering. Each challenge he faced only deepened his resolve to act as a force for good, a protector advocating for those who had none. Even with all this in mind, Wyatt understood that he wasn't perfect, everyone was flawed in their own way. He was sure he'd make several mistakes on his path as Atomic. But that recognition didn't deter him, instead, it fueled his determination to strive to be better. With every decision and every action, he aimed to honor the complexities of his past and the promise of his future. Phil remained silent for a long time, allowing Wyatt's words to wash over him as he contemplated their meaning. The young hero's passionate speech lingered in the air, filling the space between them with a palpable energy. Gradually, a smile crept across Phil's face, a mix of admiration and understanding softening his expression. Rising to his feet, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a small, elegantly designed card, its surface gleaming faintly under the dim light. With a steady hand, Phil extended it toward Wyatt, his gaze filled with encouragement. "I think I've heard enough," he said, his voice warm and assuring. "Good luck, Mr. Wilkins. I hope you succeed in your mission. Take this. It's in case you ever need help." Wyatt took the card, watching as Phil walked down the street until he was out of sight. After a quick scan, he confirmed that the card was free of tracking devices. With a slight smile at having met the men who brought the future Avengers together, Wyatt placed the card securely in his pocket. However, a feeling of unease settled over him like a heavy cloak. The knowledge that some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were now aware of his true identity, and, by extension, Hydra, was deeply unsettling. He had tried to keep his identity a secret by taking extra precautions, such as changing into his suit out of sight of any cameras and following convoluted paths home to evade potential followers. Yet, he realized he must have made a mistake at some point that led S.H.I.E.L.D. to discover him. Despite this, he knew there was little he could do at this point other than to keep moving forward. While his abilities were developing rapidly, giving him a newfound sense of power and confidence, he understood that this did not make him invulnerable. Every move had to be calculated, and every interaction measured, especially with S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra now on his heels. I hope Coulson was telling the truth when he said only a few people know who I am. Wyatt thought with a sigh. How annoying. Now I have to find a new place to live. Grabbing his books and backpack, Wyatt left the coffee shop. Before he left, he placed a white envelope with cash for his bill and a generous tip for Greg under a plate. Chapter 13, Early Morning Chase. In a cozy and inviting home nestled in the heart of Queens, 15-year-old Peter Parker sat in his kitchen's breakfast nook, adjusting his round glasses with a hint of absent-mindedness. The early morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the room, filled with the faint smell of freshly brewed coffee. As he cradled a bowl of cereal, his attention was suddenly captured by the lively chatter of the morning news anchor. He sat up straighter, forgetting the spoonful of flakes in his hand as a striking red and white figure flashed across the screen, sparking a rush of excitement and curiosity within him. No way, it's Atomic. Peter said excitedly, gaining the attention of his aunt, May Parker. She turned to the small television set in the kitchen and watched as a reporter interviewed several New Yorkers. Hello, I'm Christine Everhart with WHH World News. I'm in New York this morning to share several interviews I've conducted with those whom the new elusive hero, Atomic, has saved. Christine, a young and attractive woman with blonde hair, said to the viewers. The image changed to show two young men standing in a street corner. We were out in the city bar hopping when all of a sudden, these four thugs cornered us. They were really scary looking and wanted our money and shoes. One of the young men, Carlos, said. Right before they were about to jump us, Atomic swooped down and made these giant glowing hands and smacked them away. Jeff, the second young man, nodded. Yeah. It was so awesome. Atomic even said he liked my shoes. Like, what? How awesome is that? The image changed again to show a middle-aged woman with sunglasses, Lucy. In her hands was a small white dog. So there I was, walking my precious little darling here out of Prospect Park, when this idiot driving a Camaro almost ran us over. I was so terrified for my little princess. But right before that imbecile hit us, Atomic landed between us and lifted the Camaro into the air. Like, can you believe that? Once more, the image changed to a balding man wearing blue overalls, Marco. He stood in front of a brand new glistening mechanic shop. Okay, so I was coming back to my shop, Little Marcos off Greenwich Avenue, after my lunch break. But when I arrived, I found it on fire. My entire livelihood was burning right before my eyes, and I was devastated. Marco sniffed dramatically before continuing. It was then that Atomic landed from the sky. He literally doused the flames. But he didn't stop there, he did this wave gesture, and my burnt shop was restored to its original condition, just as it was when I opened it 15 years ago. Let me tell you, at first, I didn't like the guy. But after that, he's all right in my book. A series of engaging interviews unfolded, each offering a glimpse into the diverse experiences surrounding Atomic. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as each new clip was revealed, showcasing unique individuals eager to share their personal stories and encounters with Atomic. Their passionate and insightful voices painted a vivid picture of the impact Atomic had on their lives. Peter, wholly engrossed in the unfolding stories, wore an expression of boundless excitement as he absent-mindedly stirred his cereal, now a mushy mess in his bowl. Initially, he was elated to discover that his hero, Iron Man, was none other than Tony Stark, one of the intellectual giants he deeply admired. But just as he was savoring that revelation, the emergence of Atomic swept onto the scene, captivating the public's imagination less than a month after Iron Man's debut. Peter. What are you still doing here, sport? You're going to miss the bus. Not to mention that field trip you were so excited for, Benjamin Parker said as he stepped into the kitchen. Oh, man. You're right. Sorry, Aunt May, I have to go. Peter exclaimed as he left his bowl of mushy cereal and grabbed his backpack, rushing out of the house. See you later. Have a nice day. May called out, but Peter was already out the door. That boy. He reminds me of Richard more and more each day, Ben said as he took a seat at the table. May walked over and placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee down in front of him. Which reminds me. I wonder how that boy is doing. Who are you talking about, sweetheart? May asked as she sat down. Oh, nothing. Just someone I met at a park a while back. As Peter ran alongside his departing bus, he was unaware of the events that would unfold that day, events that would change the course of his life forever. Oh. Wyatt and a small group of fellow New Yorkers gathered outside a bustling electronics store, their eyes glued to one of the large television screens prominently displayed in the glass window. The screen flickered with vibrant colors, broadcasting a live news feed from the Senate Armed Services Committee in Washington, D.C. The central focus of the committee's discussion was the potential acquisition of Tony Stark's Iron Man armor by the U.S. government. Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it. But I did you a big favor, Tony Stark said and rose to his feet. His hands were raised, and he held out peace signs for the large crowd of government officials around him. I've successfully privatized world peace. At his declaration, everyone in the room stood and gave Tony a standing ovation. What more do you want? For now. I tried to play ball with these clowns. Tony said and turned to motion to the committee members. Beep, you, Mr. Stark. Beep, you, buddy. We're adjourned. We're adjourned for today. Senator Stern said with barely hidden anger. His profanity ended up being bleeped by the television broadcast. You've been a delight. Man, Tony Stark is such a boss. One of the onlookers said with wide eyes. I don't know. If he doesn't even listen to the government, who does he answer to? Another more cautious onlooker said. Man, fuck the government. With a roll of his eyes, Wyatt walked away from the heated argument. He didn't care to hear two people argue their points. Still, it's good that things are still following the events from the MCU. It shouldn't be too long before the attack on the Stark Expo happens. Gotta keep an eye on that. Wyatt thought as he reached an intersection. He and several others waited for the light to allow them to cross. Now then, what should I wear to that party Kitty invited me to? Yesterday, Wyatt received an unexpected call from Kitty, who excitedly informed him that she and several other students from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters were organizing a party at the mansion. Wyatt couldn't help but find it a bit peculiar that Charles Xavier was allowing such a social event to take place. After all, the mansion was not just a school, it was a sanctuary for young mutants, and wild parties were far from the norm. Despite his initial reservations, Wyatt couldn't help but be excited about it. It had been months of relentless work and dedication to his responsibilities as Atomic. The weight of it all had begun to take a toll on him, and he realized he was in dire need of a break. The thought of reveling with the few friends he had, letting loose, and enjoying some much-needed fun was exactly what he needed. So, he set aside his concerns and looked forward to a night of laughter, dancing, and perhaps even a little mischief at the mansion. Which reminds me, I need to bring Logan a thank you gift. If it weren't for him, I'd resemble a crumbled soda can. Wyatt thought with a chuckle. Without warning, a squad of police cars, their sirens blaring and lights flashing like urgent beacons, rushed past Wyatt's right, racing after a speeding vehicle that wove dangerously through the streets. The high-pitched wail of the sirens pierced the air, drawing the attention of curious onlookers who paused mid-conversation, their eyes widening in surprise. They gathered on the sidewalks, a mix of bewilderment and excitement on their faces, as the high-speed chase unfolded before them, engines roaring and tires screeching. It never stops, Wyatt muttered and jogged into an alleyway. After making sure there weren't any people or cameras in sight, Wyatt's suit shimmered over him. Now in costume, Atomic shot up into the sky and flew after the speeding vehicles. As he flew over the city streets below, the people underneath looked up to see him fly past them with a stream of red light trailing behind him. Look. It's Atomic. Holy shit. Marry me. Atomic tuned out the chaos around him, deliberately ignoring the cacophony of screams and shouts that pierced the air. His eyes remained locked on his target, an elusive vehicle weaving through the early morning traffic. The car maneuvered deftly, swerving past startled commuters and avoiding the increasing number of police cars that trailed behind it like a pack of hungry wolves. Inside the speeding vehicle, Flint Marko and Alexander O'Hearn exchanged gleeful glances, their laughter ringing out amidst the tension. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they eyed the bags of cash piled high on the back seats, each bag bulging with ill-gotten gains. The thrill of their successful heist intertwined with the adrenaline of the chase, fueling their bravado as they reveled in their audacious escape. Ha! Talk about a score. Alexander laughed as Flint turned the corner with a drift. Almost hitting a jogger, were it not for a glowing hand pulling the jogger back. Hey, did you see that? Flint asked as he looked at his rearview mirror, only to see nothing but the chasing police cars. What are you talking about? I don't see nothing. Alexander said and turned to look back. With their attention fixated on the commotion behind them, they were oblivious to the woman maneuvering a stroller across the street. It wasn't until the horrifying realization struck that they sensed the danger, and all they could do was scream in unison with the terrified mother. Flint slammed his foot down on the brake, but the tires screeched in protest, unable to overcome the speed he was gaining. Time seemed to stretch as the inevitable collision loomed closer, a heart-stopping moment suspended in dread. In an instant, a shimmering barrier of vibrant energy enveloped the woman and her child, casting an ethereal glow around them as Atomic descended gracefully from above. With a precise and commanding wave of his hands, Flint and Alexander's vehicle shifted. It transformed into smoke, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air and propelling the two criminals forward at breakneck speeds. As they hurtled through the air, Atomic's deft movements culminated in a dazzling flick of his wrist. Suddenly, a massive, glowing catcher's mitt materialized, stretching out like an unyielding shield, ready to intercept them. It snared both criminals midair, their startled expressions frozen in disbelief as they were caught as if they were baseballs. You okay? Atomic asked the woman behind him. She nodded silently and quickly moved to check on her baby. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Atomic nodded firmly, his focus unwavering as he gently assisted the woman in getting away from the chaotic street. Her face was pale, eyes wide with disbelief, and her limbs seemed to move sluggishly as if her mind was struggling to process what had just happened. Keep an eye on them, Atomic instructed one of the bystanders, a young man who quickly nodded in response, his expression serious at Atomic's command. Around them, a crowd had begun to form, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Several individuals were extending their phones, capturing the moment in pictures and videos, their murmurs of disbelief punctuating the air. In the back, Flint and Alexander tried to escape with their bags of money but were quickly foiled as their money transformed into large snakes made of steel chains. They wrapped themselves around their bodies and, with a jerk, brought them down to the ground. Hey! That was our score. Alexander yelled but was quickly silenced as the very air around him and Flint grew exponentially heavy. It pressed them into the ground, causing them to struggle to take a breath. You too, do you know what you almost did? You almost killed an innocent woman and her child. And for what? Money. Atomic said lowly, causing both Alexander and Flint to sweat. What were you thinking? That was an accident. We didn't mean to. Flint struggled to say. Atomic remained silent and lifted the pressure from them. He turned to the police, who had finally arrived. Freeze! One of the officers yelled, his gun raised. On the ground. Now. Hey! Don't you know who he is? Shouted a young woman from the crowd. Her short, scruffy black bob cut framed her face, accented by vibrant violet streaks in her bangs. With determined brown eyes, she pointed toward the figure standing defiantly before the officers. That's Atomic. He just saved that woman from danger and did your job for you. So how about you put down your guns and show some respect? The tension in the air shifted as her voice resonated with conviction, stirring the onlookers around her. One by one, more pedestrians joined in, echoing her support for Atomic. Their collective voices grew louder, transforming the once quiet scene into a cacophony of solidarity. The officers exchanged nervous glances, their expressions shifting from authority to uncertainty as they realized the strength of public sentiment rallying around this unexpected hero. Atomic looked around at the support he was receiving and smiled lightly behind his visor. With a small wave, the steel chains around Alexander and Flint transformed into handcuffs. They're all yours, Atomic said to the police and began to hover in the air. He turned to the short-haired girl, 17-year-old Chihaya, Go-Go Tamago, and nodded at her before flying away. Go-Go watched Atomic fly away with a grin. So cool. Chapter 14, The Party. Once he was close enough to the ground below, Wyatt swooped down into the dense tree line. With a swift motion, he transformed his outfit, donning a party-appropriate ensemble that featured a crisp, button-up shirt tucked neatly into tailored slacks. In his hands, he cradled a luxurious and very expensive box containing a bottle of the last drop 1970 Glenrothes single malt Scotch whiskey, a gift he had carefully chosen for Logan. With a final check to ensure his outfit was presentable, Wyatt stepped out from the shadows of the trees. As he emerged, the grandeur of the Xavier mansion came into view. However, the atmosphere felt different this time. The long driveway was alive with activity as streams of vehicles flowed in and out. Wyatt observed several teens climbing out of cars, their laughter and excitement echoing through the air as they were swiftly ushered inside the mansion. This couldn't possibly go wrong, Wyatt joked, heading to the front door. Reaching the front door, he heard the sound of loud music on the other side. After giving the door a firm knock, Wyatt came face to face with Evan Daniels. Wyatt. Welcome to Party Central. Evan said and motioned for Wyatt to enter. Kitty, Kurt. Looks who's here. As Wyatt stepped inside the grand mansion, his eyes wandered through the opulent surroundings. The dimly lit foyer buzzed with energy as he spotted groups of teens gathered throughout the expansive room. Some were laughing and dancing to the upbeat music pulsating from the speakers, while others clutched colorful drinks in their hands and chatted animatedly in clusters. A few were gathered around tables laden with an assortment of tempting snacks, their laughter echoing off the ornate walls. Wyatt. You made it. Kitty had a large smile on her face and ran to give Wyatt a large hug, causing him almost to drop the box of whiskey. Trailing behind her was Kurt, now in his human disguise, with a sandwich in hand. Whoa. Did you bring alcohol? Nice. No. This is a thank you gift from Mr. Logan. Wyatt said, raising the box to display it. He looked around and found a severe lack of adults. Even Jean and Scott were missing. Speaking of which, where is he? Logan is on a mission, so he won't be back for a while, Kurt said between bites. Oh, by the way, it's me, Kurt. I'm in disguise, he whispered at the end. Yeah, I figured that out by your voice. I guess I'll give this to Mr. Xavier then. Where is he? Wyatt asked. Well, you see. Kitty chuckled nervously as she played with one of her bangs. He's sort of out. But don't worry. We totally had permission to throw this party. Wyatt hummed a light tune, nodding slowly as he processed what Kitty had just said. He could see through her transparent lie like a clear window, but he wasn't about to ruin the mood by being a stick in the mud. He was there to enjoy himself and reconnect with his friends. The majority of his interactions with them had been through their phones or the internet. With Kurt and Evan, the three of them became gaming buddies when they had free time to dive into online battles together. When it came to Kitty and Rogue, his interactions with them mainly revolved around playful exchanges of funny videos and memes through text. On the other hand, the young mutants had been keeping tabs on Wyatt's exploits as Atomic, already knowing that he was the elusive hero after learning how his abilities functioned. With each new appearance on the news or the internet, Kitty, Rogue, Evan, Kurt, and, by extension, everyone else in the mansion was left impressed with Wyatt's heroic actions. I need to find a better work-life balance in my life. Otherwise, I'll end up burning out. Wyatt thought. Wyatt had wanted to visit them more often over the passing months, but he never realized that acting as Atomic would take up so much of his time. Well, what do you know, it's Atom Boy himself, Rogue said as she walked into the room. She quickly grabbed him and pulled him towards the dance floor. As she did, she gave Kitty a playful grin. Let's dance. Hey. I wanted to dance with him. Kitty said and quickly followed behind them. The atmosphere of the party pulsed with energy as Wyatt found himself swept away by Rogue's enthusiasm. The dance floor was ablaze with swirling lights and the infectious beat of the music, drawing everyone into its magnetic pull. He could feel the rhythm vibrating through the polished floor beneath his feet. Rogue, with her hair bouncing as she moved, encouraged him to let loose. Come on, Wyatt. Show us some moves, she teased, spinning around with a laugh. Caught up in the moment, Wyatt let his guard down, allowing the carefree spirit of the night to take over. He laughed and began to dance as well. Still, he made sure to keep the box of alcohol close to him. It wouldn't do him well to lose it around a bunch of irresponsible teens. Kitty joined them with an exaggerated twirl, her smile radiant. You guys are terrible. Dance like no one's watching, she called out, playfully jabbing Wyatt in the side. Her contagious laughter fueled their enthusiasm, and soon enough, they were all caught up in a friendly dance-off, each trying to outdo the other with increasingly ridiculous moves. Oh. This is beyond cutting edge. Weber Torque, better known as Arcade to those within his inner circle, exclaimed as he deftly manipulated the intricate mechanisms of Cerebro's helmet. The bright lighting of the grand room illuminated the high-tech gadgets that surrounded him. His fingers danced over the controls with excitement. Beside him, Risty Wild stood silently, her eyes focused intently on the flickering screens, absorbing every detail of the unfolding operation. After a few moments of reconfiguring, the low hum of machinery filled the air as the computer systems began to recognize Weber's commands. Yes. It worked, he exclaimed, his grin stretching from ear to ear as the digital barriers dissolved before him, granting him access to the vast mainframe of Cerebro. Suppose they have any games on there, Risty asked, leaning over Weber. Oh. I sure hope so. Weber grinned and delved deeper into the computer's files. As his fingers typed away, several windows containing large amounts of information on different individuals within Xavier's school popped into view. But in his excitement and misunderstanding, Weber believed these windows to be video game character profiles. Who are those people? Risty asked. Who knows? Game characters, maybe. Weber said. Cool. I sure could use those in my computer class assignment. Can you download that file? No problem, I'll burn you a DVD. Weber typed away, and after a few seconds, a disk tray popped open, revealing a fresh disk containing the school's student profiles. Here you go. Now, leave me alone. Arcade needs to concentrate. Weber said. Risty grinned at the CD in her hands. Okay. I'll just pop upstairs and make a quick appearance, then be back. Okay, whatever, Weber said without a care, too entranced by the computer files and systems. He didn't pay Risty any mind as she walked out of the room, a sneaky smile on her face. This sounds promising. Danger room. Oh. As the night progressed, Wyatt felt a wave of relief wash over him as he relaxed with his friends. Evan and Kurt emerged from the snack table, leftover chips dangling from their mouths. We've got the snack game on lock, Evan declared proudly, holding a plate piled high with goodies. Not as good as our dance moves, though. Kitty shot back, challenging the boys with a dramatic shimmy that brought a chorus of giggles from the nearby crowd. As the night wore on, they took a break to the side, breathless and bolstered by the party's energy. This is exactly what I needed, Wyatt admitted, glancing at the glow of happiness illuminating their faces. It's nice just to hang around a bunch of people my age instead of a bunch of thugs and criminals. Yeah, no more atomic for tonight, Kitty whispered, nudging him with her shoulder. Just Wyatt, the dancing machine. With that, everyone clinked their cups together, filled, of course, with non-alcoholic punch. But as they were about to head back to the party, Rogue's face stiffened as she heard several beeps from her wristwatch. We got a problem, she said. Oh. You guys change pretty quickly. Are those suits slip-on onesies or something? Wyatt asked as he ran beside Kitty, Evan, Rogue, and Kurt. They were all dressed in their X-Men uniforms, while Kurt reverted to his blue, furry appearance. Wyatt himself changed into a black and gray tactical version of his atomic suit sans the cape and helmet. They were all running through the lower levels of the Xavier mansion on their way to the danger room. According to Rogue, there was some disturbance going off within the highly dangerous simulator room. It's not really a onesie, it's more like a two-part thing, really, Kurt said. Not now. We have to figure out what's going on. With as many people there are upstairs, we have to stop whatever is going on before anyone catches on. Rogue said as they turned a corner. They all continued running and eventually reached the front doors of the danger room. They were sealed shut, but the sounds of explosions and crashes could be faintly heard. Damn, something is going on in there. Shit, I can't get the door open. Rogue said as all her inputs failed to register on the control panel beside the large doors. I'll just shut it down from inside, Kurt said. As he was about to teleport into the danger room, Wyatt placed a hand on his shoulder. Hold on, Kurt. It's not wise to jump into an unknown situation without first assessing it. If the systems are active, you could be running straight into danger, Wyatt said, drawing from his short but informative experience. Whoa, you could be right. Thanks for looking out, man, Kurt said to Wyatt, who smiled in response. Kurt blinked in surprise as he observed a noticeable shift in Wyatt's demeanor. Gone was the relaxed demeanor that he had all night. Instead, Wyatt stood tall and upright, his shoulders squared and broadened, radiating confidence and authority. This change didn't escape the notice of their friends, who exchanged curious glances, sensing the shift in the atmosphere surrounding Wyatt. If anything, it reminded them of Scott when he was acting as their leader. But somehow, more at the same time. Kitty, can you take a look inside and check if anyone is in the room? Wyatt asked Kitty, who quickly jolted out of her stupor. Why yeah. One sec. She said and phased her body halfway through the doors. Once on the other side, she noticed that no one was inside the danger room. The chaos and destruction were emanating from the internal weapons and systems, which seemed to be going haywire. With nothing more to see, she pulled her body back. That's odd. No one's in there, but, it's as if the room is going crazy for some reason. That's weird. If no one is there, then why is the room going haywire? Evan asked. Either there's some sort of malfunction with the room's systems, or... Rogue said, her eyes widening at her unspoken thought. Or there's someone in the control room, Wyatt said. Kitty, Kurt, and Evan all looked worried before turning to Wyatt and Rogue. We need to get to the control room. Fast. Follow me. Rogue said and began running down the hall. As the small group ran toward the control room's direction, several miniguns extended out of the walls and ceilings. In an instant, they began to shoot a volley of blasts in their direction. Wyatt frowned and summoned his helmet over his head. Behind me. All 4 X-Men ran behind Wyatt as he created a large barrier in front of them. The minigun's blast struck the barrier, but only to bounce harmlessly off it. With another wave of his hand, Wyatt sent out a wave of energy through the hall, transforming the miniguns into large plastic toys. Whoa. That's so cool. Evan said as they continued running. How much further? Wyatt asked. We're almost there. Rogue said. On their journey to the control room, the group encountered several additional obstacles. Obstacles that Wyatt, Evan, and Kurt took down with their powers. It didn't take much longer before they arrived at the doors of the control room. Not wasting any more time, Wyatt dematerialized the doors. No way. Is that Arcade? Kitty asked, surprised at seeing their classmate. Where did they go? Man, this AI is next level. Weber said with a childish giggle as he typed away. Jumping into the air, Wyatt flew up behind Weber and removed Cerebro's helmet from his head. Hey. It's still my turn. Weber hissed and turned around. He blinked in confusion, seeing Wyatt in costume. Whoa. What the hell? Aren't you Dash? Lights out, Rogue said and placed a hand on Weber's neck. Quickly knocking him out. How did he get in here? That's a good question. Everyone turned around to see a tired and angry Scott and Jean. They were also in their X-Men uniforms. Scott turned to Wyatt and was momentarily taken aback at his presence. You all have some explaining to do. Oh. Thanks, guys. Great party. a couple of Bayville High School's football players said before driving out of the mansion's driveway. Evan, Kitty, and Kurt waved goodbye until their last party guests were out of sight. Yeah, too bad we missed it, Evan said with a sigh. Man, they ate all the food while we fought for our lives. Kurt moaned as he held an empty tray. Yeah, and now we have to clean up after them, Kitty sighed as the three of them stepped through the grand entrance of the mansion. The foyer was a chaotic scene, a far cry from its usual elegance. Shattered remnants of furniture lay scattered across the marble floor, their splintered edges catching the light. Clusters of discarded trash, remnants of a wild party, formed grotesque piles in the corners. Sticky pools of spilled drinks and half-eaten food marred the once pristine floor. Kitty surveyed the mess with a mix of frustration and resignation. Great. She muttered, crossing her arms as she prepared for the arduous task ahead. It's all right, everyone. Leave this to me, Wyatt grinned and sent out a wave of his power. In a cascading shower of energy, the room reverted back to its clean and pristine state from before the party. Dude, your powers are awesome. Evan said in awe and relief at not having to clean up the enormous mess. Kurt nodded alongside him and marveled at how everything was exactly as it was. Even the furniture was fixed as good as new. Kitty didn't say anything, she merely squealed and hugged Wyatt in appreciation. You shouldn't have done that. Cleaning up this mess was their punishment, Scott said as he, Jean, and Rogue walked into the room. What are you doing here, anyway? Was this party also your idea? Kitty frowned and released Wyatt. Before she could speak, Wyatt stepped closer to Scott. They stood eye to eye thanks to their similar heights. Wyatt had a relaxed expression while Scott's brows were furrowed. I cleaned the mansion because I could and wanted to. That's what friends do, we help each other. And besides, before that arcade guy started messing with your easily hackable systems, everyone was making sure no one made a mess. So how about you cut them some slack? Wyatt said, not appreciating Scott's attitude. Okay, you two. Let's settle down, Jean said as she stepped between both young men. What matters is that nobody got hurt. There will still be punishments going out for throwing a party, but let's not get into an argument, okay? Wyatt and Scott continued eyeing one another for a few more seconds before nodding. Whatever, let's go deal with Weber. He saw too much today, and we need to figure out how to handle him. Scott said. Mr. Torque believes it was all a video game, Charles Xavier said as he rolled into the room, surprising all the students at his early arrival. But to err on the side of caution, I removed his memories of the events of tonight. He should be on his way home now without any knowledge of his actions. I'm sorry, Professor. I accept the blame for what happened tonight. Scott said with his head slightly bowed in shame. Yeah, we're sorry. Kitty, Evan, Kurt, and Rogue all apologized while Wyatt rubbed the back of his head. Should I apologize, too? Nah. Wyatt thought. I say there's plenty of blame to go around. Even extending to a mystery guest. Charles said. What? You mean Arcade? Jean asked. No, someone else. Someone who orchestrated all of this. Including my trip away. Just to gain access to the mansion. Charles said as he eyed the tree lean in the distance. Scott frowned at this, his gaze subtly shifting to Wyatt. Wyatt, it's good to see you once again. I'd like to thank you for assisting my students tonight, Charles turned to Wyatt with a smile. I'd been meaning to speak to you, but I didn't want to take you away from your activities as your alter ego. Ah, don't mention it. My friends needed my help, of course, I would have pitched in. Wyatt said. Very noble of you. Would you mind if we spoke in private? There's something I've wanted to share with you ever since I first discovered it. Please follow me into my office. Everyone else, head to your rooms. Be sure that I will come up with the proper punishment for tonight's party. Charles said as he began to lead Wyatt to his office. Wyatt heard a series of groans and whines as he walked away. Looking back, he noticed Scott and Jean gave him a suspicious look while Kitty and the rest waved goodbye. Well. Considering tonight's events. I can't blame Scott and Jean for thinking I was suspicious. No wonder Scott was so on edge with me. Wyatt thought as he and Charles finally arrived at his office. Please, take a seat, Charles said as he took his spot behind his desk. He opened a drawer and pulled out a folder labeled with Wyatt's name. First, let me prepare you for what I have to say. You see, I have a friend in the New York Police Department, Officer Bradshaw. He's sympathetic to our kind and reaches out to me whenever there's a mutant arrest. This gives us the chance to step in and take any detained mutant in before the Department of Mutant Affairs steps in to take them away. Bradshaw. That name sounds familiar. Wyatt said as he quickly recalled one of the officers who had tried to take him in at the hospital. Oh, that officer. That was him. Yes, Officer Bradshaw was one of the officers who tried to take you to the station after the hospital reported that a young man covered in blood had arrived on suspicion of murder. After a quick investigation, they found out that the blood on your shirt was yours. However, after you altered their squad car with your abilities, they decided to test to see if you had the X gene. Charles said, keeping his voice steady as he handed Wyatt a document with his blood work. You see, Wyatt, you don't have the X gene. You are not a mutant. Chapter 15, The Message. A group of 5 young children around the age of 10 could be seen pedaling their bikes through Central Park. Laughter and yells could be heard from them as they enjoyed themselves while under the bright sun. However, not all of the children were having fun. At the back of the pack, a boy wearing second-hand clothes struggled to push the pedals on his old, worn-down bike. Hurry up, Sam. Why are you so slow? The leader of the pack called out as he came to a stop, causing his followers to stop as well. I am almost there. Sam called out, his face covered in sweat. This caused his friends to laugh at him as they watched him struggle. Why are you still driving that piece of junk? Just buy a new one. One of the boys chuckled. He's poor, remember? What a loser. Sam's eyes stung with a mix of frustration and embarrassment as he turned away from his friends, who were laughing as they pointed at him. He glanced down at his bike. The frame was not only rusted but also bent at awkward angles, giving it a lopsided appearance. The back wheel sagged, nearly flat as if it had given up on him long ago. Its old chain had rough spots where rust had taken its toll, causing it to stick and lock up unexpectedly. The bike had been a gift that Sam's struggling father had given him on his birthday after months of begging from the young boy. Despite not having much money to spare, Sam's father had managed to scrounge up enough money to buy a bike from a pawn shop. While not an extravagant bike like his friends, Sam was still ecstatic to have received it from the men who had raised him all alone. Still, in his young, untested emotions, he couldn't handle being made fun of by his supposed friends. Sam's ears grew red, and his cheeks burned as he looked around the park to see a few people watching the scene with curiosity. The adults Sam was led to believe would act in situations like these did nothing but watch as he was laughed at. With tears swallowing his vision, Sam hung his head. He didn't want everyone to see him cry. Mysteriously, all the voices that once plagued the park hushed. The nearby chatters and his friends' laughter were nowhere to be heard. Curious about why everything was suddenly silent, Sam looked up and gasped. There, floating a few feet in the air, was Atomic in his red and white glory. His frame glowed lightly as he descended, cape bellowing. When his feet made landfall, the glow vanished. Atomic looked around at the adults in the park and then turned to Sam's friends. His gaze lingered longer on them, causing them to shift around uncomfortably. Within them, shame and guilt grew as the hero's unspoken message was delivered to their young selves despite their young age. After he was seemingly satisfied, Atomic walked over to Sam and kneeled in front of him. Hello there. I was flying in the area and sensed that I was needed. The hero said with a friendly voice. He then turned to Sam's bike. Wow. What a cool bike. Is this yours? Oh, yes, sir, Sam said nervously. That's awesome. Hey, what's your name? I'm Atomic, Atomic said as he placed a hand on Sam's bike. I'm Sam. Nice to meet you, Sam. Hey, what's your favorite color? Well, I like blue. Sam said, his left hand clutching his old blue shirt. Oh, what's yours? He asked, remembering his manners. Personally, I like red, Atomic said, motioning to his primarily red suit. But don't tell anybody, okay? That's our little secret. Sam smiled and nodded. After a brief moment, Atomic shifted and leaned on his knee. Being laughed at can be tough, Sam. That will never change as you grow older. But you need to remember to be proud of where you came from and who you are. Those people who laugh at you don't understand what you've been through. So you can't let them get to you. But I don't know if I can do that, Mr. Atomic, Sam mumbled, ignorant of the flash of light beside him. I know you can do it, Sam. Just believe in yourself. And if you can't do that, just believe in the me who believes in you. Wyatt said and gave Sam a pat on the shoulder. He then stood to his feet and began to hover over the ground. It was nice meeting you, Sam. I hope you enjoy your new bike. With a wave, Atomic shot into the sky and disappeared. Sam blinked, confused by the hero's parting words, and looked over at his bike, only to gasp at what he saw. Gone was the old, beat-up bicycle with the bent, rusted frame and worn-down wheels. In its place was a sparkling new blue bike with chrome wheels and a cushioned seat. The chain was crisp and well-oiled, perfect for the various new gear shifts available on the bike. The bicycle even had an engraving of Sam's name alongside Atomic's logo. Sam's face lit up with a radiant smile as he examined his bike. His so-called friends looked on in awe and jealousy at what remained a mystery to everyone else, an expensive, expertly crafted bike. Onlookers nearby couldn't help but smile at the sight. They, too, desired something created by Atomic. Thank you. Sam called out. From that day onward, Sam lived his life with Atomic's words in mind. They pushed him to great heights and grand achievements. Oh, oh, oh. Wyatt. Hey. Earth to Wyatt. Serena growled and bonked Wyatt over the head. He blinked and looked over to see her annoyed expression a few inches away from his face. You say something. Yeah, I did, you jerk. I asked what you thought of the movie. Serena asked as they exited the Apollo Theater, the two having just finished watching a, in Wyatt's opinion, bland action movie. I mean, I liked the special effects they used, but the main actor's performance was so wooden. Yeah, that's true. Remember the scene where he was supposed to be sad when his wife died? He looked like he was anything but sad, Wyatt said as they walked through the now rebuilt streets of Harlem. All thanks to the hard work of New York's construction teams and a little help from Wyatt himself. So you were watching the movie. You had that blank stare for so long that I thought you checked out. Is there something on your mind? Serena asked as she popped some of her leftover popcorn into her mouth. You see, Wyatt, you don't have the X gene. You are not a mutant. Charles said. Wyatt frowned at the memory. He had always known, deep down, that he was not a mutant. His abilities were merely a carbon copy of Adam Eve's, a character from a completely different universe than his own. Yes, universe. He refused to believe that he wasn't part of a greater multiverse. How else could he explain his arrival in a different version of the MCU, a universe already connected to the multiverse? If he lived in such a world, why couldn't the universe of Invincible exist as well? On the subject of his powers, Wyatt had always understood that he was not truly a mutant. No, his abilities didn't stem from a mutation in his genes, they likely came from whatever powerful being he had encountered. As for why he was chosen to inherit these abilities, Wyatt had no idea. Despite all that, he held a small glimmer of hope that he might be a mutant. Being a mutant would have given him a sense of belonging, a place to belong in the world. However, if Charles's test results were to be believed, Wyatt was not a mutant. He lacked the infamous X gene. He was something else entirely. This knowledge left him feeling alone. He hadn't realized it, but acting as Atomic had provided the perfect distraction from his situation. Being a hero and protector gave him a sense of purpose, something to focus on and strive for. But when he wasn't in the role of Atomic, he often fell into deep thought. Wyatt had essentially died twice and was thrust into a fantastical, dangerous world without warning. He left behind a family he deeply cared about and loved, only to experience the heartache of losing another. After the loss his younger self experienced, he found himself reluctant to form new bonds. He barely cared for his foster family and had a severe lack of friends. If any. The closest he had to a male friend was Hector, the one who introduced him to the gang that ultimately got him killed. Fortunately, Wyatt did have Serena and Luigi in his life. A tiny part of him saw them as his own family. They were good people, and their presence kept him grounded until his rebirth. Now, with his new friends at Xavier's school, Wyatt's previously abysmal social circle was expanding. Hopefully, their opinion of him wouldn't change once they hear he's not a mutant like them. Despite this growth, he still couldn't shake the feeling of being a little lonely. No, not really, Wyatt finally said, lying through his teeth. I've just had a lot on my plate lately. Really? Like what? Serena asked as they were now halfway back to Luigi's restaurant, which Serena and her father lived above. Actually, what do you do all day? You don't go to school, and you still haven't told me how you make your money. Wyatt, are you actually a drug dealer? Wyatt responded by taking her popcorn and eating a handful, eliciting an annoyed yell. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't sell drugs. Then where do you get all your money? You didn't even let me pay for my ticket and food. Don't tell me you like me or something. Serena said mischievously and poked Wyatt in his side. She blinked in surprise as she felt firm muscle beneath his shirt. Don't tell me you're also hitting the gym. Who are you, and what have you done with the lazy, good-for-nothing Wyatt I knew a year ago? Wyatt frowned as his mind flashed back to him being stabbed and having a heart attack. Events that had changed his life forever. Nothing. He just grew up and adapted, Wyatt said. And what's wrong with me treating you every now and then? Before Serena could gather her thoughts to respond, she and Wyatt stopped dead in their tracks as Luigi's restaurant emerged into view. The once inviting storefront lay in complete disarray, its shattered glass windows glinting ominously in the fading daylight. Scattered chairs were tossed haphazardly across the sidewalk. Inside, the restaurant had descended into utter chaos. The vibrant walls, once adorned with cheerful murals of Italian landscapes, were now marred by streaks of spray paint. Tables were overturned and shattered dishes littered the floor. Papa! Serena yelled in horror as she and Wyatt sprinted into the restaurant. Ignoring a few nearby observers. Luigi. Where are you? Wyatt yelled. As he was about to send a pulse of energy to skin the restaurant, Luigi walked around the kitchen doors. His face was bloodied and bruised. Seeing her father in such a state, Serena rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. Wyatt helped the men sit down on a chair. What happened? Who did this? Serena said with a shudder, her hands inspecting her father's form as tears trailed down her face. It's nothing, Serena, Luigi said unconvincingly. Don't lie to me. Serena yelled. I'll call the police, Wyatt said, but Luigi quickly grabbed his wrist. No. No police. Luigi yelled. This froze Serena and Wyatt. They had never heard the usually jubilant man yell. Papa, please, Serena begged. Luigi turned to his daughter and Wyatt. At the sight of their concerned faces, he broke. A year ago, business was slow. We were on the verge of losing the restaurant. I was desperate. I ended up taking a loan. A loan I failed to pay back in time, Luigi said shamefully, his eyes glued to the floor. This was Dash. This was a warning, Wyatt uttered, his eyes scanning the damage. An icy chill was beginning to swell within his chest. Yes, this was a warning. If I don't pay them back within a month, they'll. Luigi's eyes moved around the shop and then to Serena before he turned away as if burned. I should never have gone to them. Serena frowned, she understood the unsaid implications of her father's words. Even so, she smiled and hugged Luigi. It's okay, Papa. We'll figure something out. Nothing is going to happen, she said. Luigi didn't reply. He merely hugged Serena back as if she would disappear any second. Wyatt observed the scene from the sidelines, his gaze fixed on the father and daughter. It felt as though he was intruding on their moment, but the chaotic surroundings dispelled that notion. He turned his attention back to the restaurant's shattered entrance, his heart racing in his chest. All Wyatt wanted was to put on his suit and go out to find those responsible for this mess, to make them pay for hurting Luigi and threatening Serena. The rage he kept under lock and key was beginning to rise once again. At the sound of a pained groan, Wyatt watched as Luigi grasped at his injuries. Seeing the man's injuries forced Wyatt to refocus. He knew it would be impossible to find those who did this. He had no idea what they looked like or what their names were. And he doubted Luigi would give him any more details. He had to focus on what he could do. After removing his backpack, Wyatt pulled out a first aid kit and began treating Luigi's injuries. He was glad he took the time to read the books on survival and how to apply first aid correctly. After Wyatt was done treating Luigi, he and Serena helped the injured man up into their home above the restaurant. Thankfully, whoever destroyed the restaurant had avoided their home, leaving everything intact. Much to Serena's relief. She wasn't sure if she could keep up her facade of strength if her home were also left in tatters. Hey, Wyatt. Could you stay tonight? Serena whispered as they sat on the couch in the living room. She reached over and grabbed his hand. I don't think Dash. Yeah. I'll stay, Wyatt said softly. He had never seen Serena in such a state. She had always been so confident, witty, and headstrong. But the events of tonight had shaken her to her core. Thank you, she said and leaned her head on his shoulder. Wyatt felt no excitement at having her body pressed against his. He wasn't able to smell how Serena smelt of fragrant flowers. No, all he felt was how her body trembled. How her breath came out in shaky exhales. The way her tears soaked into his shirt. If Serena were to look up at Wyatt's expression, she would have seen an expression of cold, barely contained anger. Chapter 16, The Library. It was the middle of the night, and Serena and Luigi were sound asleep in their bedrooms. Wyatt, who had taken up the couch, was the only one awake, unable to sleep. His gaze was fixed on the front door, like a sentry, waiting for any movement or a sound. But nothing came. He rubbed his eyes and stood. Quietly so as not to wake up anyone, Wyatt began to reinforce the walls, floors, windows, doors, and ceiling using several different durable and fireproof materials. Thin layers of steel were constructed between the wall's insulation and drywall. A process he repeated for the floors and ceiling. For the windows, he replaced the easily breakable glass panes with thick, bulletproof glass. Wyatt had even added a secret sprinkler system as well. A feature the home previously lacked. The front door was the trickiest. He had to recreate it using layers of steel and Kevlar, with a wooden outer layer to maintain appearances. The door frame, hinges, deadbolts, and locks were now also made of adamantium. It would take an enhanced human to try and force the door to budge even a little. The real challenge was keeping the weight relatively the same as before. Once he finished his work, Wyatt walked around and rechecked everything until he felt satisfied. The house looked exactly the same, but it was now one of the most secure homes in New York. Try to break in now, you bastards, Wyatt muttered as he sank into the couch. Leaning forward, he began to formulate a plan to find the people who had attacked Luigi. He considered looking for any security camera footage in the area but quickly dismissed the idea. There was a severe lack of cameras nearby, and if there were any, they would most likely belong to a secret government agency. Next, he thought about laying in wait for them to return, catching them in the act. However, that would require time, and Wyatt's patience was running thin. So, he contemplated sweeping the streets and confronting every criminal and thug he could find. It would only be a matter of time before one of them had the information he needed. But this plan came with risks. He could end up alerting whatever loan shark Luigi had made a deal with, potentially scaring him off. Or they might figure out why Wyatt was after them and put out a hit on Serena or Luigi. He couldn't take that chance. Reluctantly, Wyatt concluded that waiting was his only viable option to find those responsible, a realization he despised. After deciding to get some rest, he lay down and closed his eyes. Sleep, however, eluded him that night. Oh. After helping to clean and reorganize the pillaged restaurant throughout the morning, Wyatt said goodbye to Serena and Luigi before heading out on patrol. Before he left, he made sure to tell Serena to call him if anyone suspicious came around. Although Serena was unsure of what he could do, she agreed nonetheless. She was too emotionally and physically exhausted to argue with Wyatt. As soon as he left, Wyatt, now dressed as Atomic, flew around the entirety of New York, eager to find any ongoing crimes or threats. Unfortunately, wherever he went, there was a severe lack of crime, much to his chagrin. Where the hell are the crimes when you want them? Atomic growled, his irritation growing as he continued his patrol. He couldn't help but feel as if fate and New York had it out for him that morning. That was until he finally found a hooded man pickpocketing wallets in Washington Square Park. In a flash, Atomic descended and grabbed the man with a large glowing construct. It wrapped itself around the man's torso tightly and lifted him in the air. What the hell? I can't breathe. The men cried loudly. The people down below watched in shock and listened as the men slowly began to choke as Wyatt squeezed. Hey. You got him. Someone credited out, snapping Atomic out of his trance. Atomic blinked and undid the tight grip on the man, finally allowing him to take a deep breath. He then turned to look at the confused and anxious expressions on the faces of the pedestrians below. I'm sorry, Atomic said and dropped the pickpocket to the ground. The wallets he had stolen fell around him. In a flash, Atomic flew away. Oh. Gwen Stacy hummed to herself as she grabbed a chemistry book. After examining its contents, she smiled and placed it on top of the growing stack in her hands. After adjusting her glasses, she carried the large pile over to a free table. Gwen had always loved the library, with the New York Public Library being her favorite place to visit. There, she found an endless supply of books to read and study, which was one of her favorite pastimes. With a small smile, she opened one of her books and began reading. Time seemed to fly by as she absorbed the information on each page. She was only pulled out of her reading trance when someone dropped an even larger pile of books on the table behind her. Turning around, Gwen took in the boy's appearance. He was tall for his age, with unruly reddish-brown hair and vibrant green eyes. His outfit consisted of a red and white hoodie and jeans. What stood out to Gwen the most was the choice of literature in his pile. All the books were quite advanced, particularly for someone who looked like he was in his freshman year of high school. The books seemed more suited for seniors in advanced placement classes. At first, she thought he might just be trying to look smart with such advanced titles. However, when she saw him breeze through the books at unbelievable speeds, she sighed and shook her head. Instead of trying to look smart, he should try some of the introductory books. Gwen thought. As she was about to turn back to her own studies, she paused as the boy spoke in a barely audible whisper. Gwen was astounded. The boy wasn't even looking at his book, yet he was discussing concepts she was just beginning to grasp. His adept note-taking in his notebook only reinforced her impression that he truly comprehended the material he was speed-reading. He looks barely older than me. How can he study at such speeds? Gwen thought, her mouth unconsciously agape. In her distraction, her hand accidentally slipped, causing her stack of books to drop unceremoniously. Wyatt frowned and turned around to see Gwen panicking as she hurried to pick up her books. Concerned, he got up to help her. Here, let me help, Wyatt said, glancing at Gwen's outfit. She wore a red, almost orange hoodie and a matching headband. A pair of glasses perched on her nose, and plain purple pants hung loosely around her legs. To Wyatt, she looked like a typical library nerd. Still, he thought she had a cute face and bright blue eyes. Ah, no. It's okay, Gwen said, but it didn't stop Wyatt from assisting her. Once they had piled her books back on the table, Wyatt picked up her chemistry book. This one's a good read. I struggled a bit with the section on Schrödinger's equation and the wave function, but you just have to refer back to chapter 35 and reread paragraph 3, Wyatt said before blinking. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. No. It's fine, really. I skipped that part because I couldn't figure it out, Gwen admitted as she flipped through the book. Following Wyatt's suggestion, her eyes widened with understanding. You were right. That's amazing. Not really. That's one of the easier concepts to grasp. Once you tackle quantum molecules and atoms, you'll face bigger challenges, Wyatt said with a slight smile. I'm Wyatt, by the way. Gwen Stacy, she replied, shaking his hand. She couldn't help but notice his tired eyes, which were accompanied by dark circles. Are you okay? You look exhausted. Fine. I'm fine. I just didn't get much sleep, he said, rubbing one of his eyes. Were you studying all night or something? Gwen asked. No, nothing like that. I just couldn't catch any Z's, Wyatt replied. Would you like some help going over the material? If you need it, that is. Really? You wouldn't mind? I'd hate to take you away from your own work. It's not a problem. I'd love to help you, Wyatt said with a small smile. However, the events from that afternoon were still plaguing his mind. The way he had pressed down on the petty thief's chest and the looks people had given him was frozen in his memory. Wyatt had gone overboard and almost seriously hurt a man who didn't deserve such punishment. The anger he had felt faded into the background as he focused on finding those responsible for the attack on Luigi. To distract himself, he decided to head to the library and read to take his mind off everything. He certainly didn't expect to run into Gwen Stacy of all people at the library. However, upon reflection, he recalled seeing her there from time to time. He hadn't realized she was actually an important person. One of Peter Parker's future love interests. Well, okay then, Gwen smiled as Wyatt picked up his stack of books and sat beside her. The two ended up studying together throughout the afternoon until the skies began to darken. Gwen enjoyed her time with Wyatt immensely. He had a knack for explaining the topics she struggled with and often cracked jokes that made her laugh. Eventually, the library had to close. Outside, Gwen and Wyatt stood on the steps, watching people move in and out and cars drive by. That was fun. Thanks for helping me, Gwen said, her hands clutching the straps of her backpack. Would you mind if we? Yeah, I wouldn't mind, Gwen. Friends. Wyatt unknowingly flashed a charming smile, causing Gwen to shift slightly. Yeah, friends. Just then, a black Ford Explorer pulled up in front of the library. A man in a blue suit with gray hair stepped out and turned to Gwen before looking at Wyatt. His eyes widened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself. Oh no. I forgot her father is the police captain. Maybe he doesn't know about me. Wyatt thought. Gwen. How did your studying go? Captain George Stacy asked as he approached his daughter and Wyatt. It went great. Oh, Dad, this is Wyatt. He helped me with some of the harder subjects, Gwen said. Hello there, Wyatt. I'm Captain George Stacy. It's nice to meet you, George said, extending his hand. Wyatt quickly shook it. Wyatt Wilkins. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Stacy, Wyatt replied. Thank you for helping my daughter. It's always hard for her to find someone to talk to about her academics, George added with a teasing smile. That's not true. There's Peter and, see. George chuckled before turning back to his daughter. We better head home, Gwen. Your mother made tilapia Florentine. Would you care to join us, Wyatt? I actually have to go meet someone soon, so I can't. Thank you for the offer, Mr. Stacy, Wyatt said carefully. George nodded, unbothered by Wyatt's refusal. Gwen, on the other hand, looked slightly disappointed. After saying their goodbyes, Gwen and her father left. As they drove off, Gwen suddenly gasped and hugged her backpack in frustration. No. I forgot to ask him for his number. George chuckled at his daughter's antics. So that's Wyatt Wilkins. He seems like a good kid. Still, I'll keep an eye on him for now. Gwen seems to like him. George thought. Back with Wyatt, he let out a loud yawn and began walking away from the library. As he turned the corner onto a darker, more isolated street, he looked down the sidewalk and froze at the sight before him. Ben Parker stood in front of an old yellow honey beige 1973 Oldsmobile Delta 88, hands at his sides. In front of him stood an anxious man holding a pistol. Just give me the car, old man, the man yelled, raising his gun. Now. And, if you can guess which Gwen Stacy I described, you can guess what Spider-Man continuity I'm using. But with some of my own deviations. Chapter 17, Reject the Canon Event. Peter and Ben Parker slowed to a stop in front of the New York Public Library. Once the car was parked, Peter gathered his things and turned to his uncle. Thanks for the ride, Uncle Ben, he said. Now, wait a minute, Peter. We need to talk, Ben replied in a calm but steady tone. We can talk later, Peter said, gripping his backpack tightly. Inside the backpack was his new red and blue costume. "Well, we can talk now, if you let me," Ben insisted as he turned off the car's radio. "What do we have to talk about?" "Why now?" Peter asked. "Because we haven't talked in so long. You're Aunt May, and I don't even know who you are anymore. You're neglecting your chores, you have all those strange experiments in your room, and you're starting fights at school." "I didn't start that fight. I told you that," Peter replied defensively. "Well, you sure as hell finished it," Ben countered. "What was I supposed to do, run away?" "No, you're not supposed to run away, but, look, Pete, I know you're changing. I went through exactly the same thing at your age," Ben said, trying to connect with his nephew. "No, not exactly," Peter replied, shaking his head. "Peter, these are the years when a boy transforms into the man he's going to become for the rest of his life. Just be careful who you change into. This guy, Paul Rabin, probably deserved what happened. But just because you can beat him up doesn't give you the right to do it. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility," Ben advised sagely. "Are you afraid I'm going to turn into some kind of criminal? Quit worrying about me, okay? Something's different, and I'll figure it out." "Stop lecturing me, please," Peter said. "I don't mean to lecture, and I don't mean to preach. I know I'm not your father." "Then stop pretending to be," Peter exclaimed in exasperation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep sense of regret washed over him, but he stubbornly held his ground. "Right. I'll pick you up here at 10, Ben said quietly. Though he understood that Peter didn't truly mean it, the words still hurt. Not wanting to linger in the tense atmosphere any longer, Peter stepped out of the car. As he watched his uncle drive away, he looked down at his bag and started walking toward the venue for his wrestling match that night. Oh. Just give me the car, old man," Dennis Carradine yelled and raised his gun. "Now. Listen, son. You don't have to do this," Ben Parker said calmly. Not an ounce of fear could be seen on his face. "If you do, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Shut the fuck up, old man. Just give me the car," Dennis hissed, his finger sliding over his gun's trigger. "That's all I want. Why don't you just put down the gun and go home?" Ben asked slowly as he raised his hand to try and calm the frantic men. Dennis, sensing Ben's good intentions, began to calm down slowly. "What the hell are you doing? Get the car. We have to go." Coming from down the dark street, a man carrying a large bag with dollar bills sticking out from its pockets yelled, his pistol in hand. At the man's yell, Dennis's anxiety spiked, and he unconsciously pulled the trigger. Ben closed his eyes out of reflex, but when he didn't feel any pain, he opened his eyes. Only to see a glowing sphere around Dennis's pistol. The bullet he had fired now sat spinning at the bottom of the sphere. In a flash of reddish-pink light, two streams of solid light slammed into Dennis and his partner. They flew through the air and crashed against the side of a brick wall. The men groaned in pain as they held their injured bodies. The guns they had dropped transformed into sand. Ben blinked in confusion and turned up to see Atomic land in front of him. "Are you okay, sir?" "Ah, yes. I'm fine. Thank you. You're that superhero my nephew likes to watch on TV. Atom Man, right?" Ben said. "Pretty close." Atomic said. He walked over to the injured men and restrained them by placing handcuffs on their wrists and ankles. After he stood, Atomic peered down at Dennis, the man who would have killed Ben Parker in this universe. Did I do the right thing? Saving Ben Parker? Atomic thought and turned to a perfectly fine Ben. Around them, a small crowd of people began to gather thanks to the sound of the gunfire and at the sight of Atomic's presence. "No, I can't think like that. If I start to let people die on my watch just because that was their supposed destiny, then I can't call myself a hero. Fuck Peter's canon event. Hold on, is the Spider Society gonna come and try to kick my ass? Take good care of that nephew of yours, Mr. Parker," Atomic said and began to levitate in the air. "He's going to need you in the future." Ben blinked in surprise, hearing his name from the hero in the air. As Atomic was about to fly off, he paused and turned to Ben. "Thanks again for that advice you gave me back then. It helps to think about the good times I had with them." "Now more than ever," Atomic said cryptically before flying away with Dennis and his partner in tow, leaving all those below confused and turning to Ben for an explanation. Ben frowned, more confused than ever. He then began to think, and it suddenly clicked. A small smile grew on his face as he watched Atomic's trail of light dew out in the night sky. "I see now. You're him, huh?" Ben thought. Oh. Peter Parker, or as he now called himself, while out as his alter ego, Spider-Man, swung from building to building using his high-tensile webbing across the skies of New York. True to his name, Spider-Man wore a red and blue costume with black web markings throughout the red parts of his suit. On his chest and back were spider logos, and large white lenses served as his mask's eyes. Typically, he would enjoy the thrill of swinging through the city. The sensation of traveling at high speeds and the pull of gravity as he dropped to the ground was unmatched. This was especially true now that he had conquered his fear of heights just a few days earlier. However, that euphoric feeling was absent tonight. Instead, he was preoccupied with thoughts of what had happened to his uncle. More specifically, he was worried about what could have happened to the men who had raised him in place of his father. I don't mean to lecture, and I don't mean to preach. I know I'm not your father. Then stop pretending to be. Peter had snapped back at his uncle. Spider-Man shook his head and landed on the side of the Empire State Building. The reason he was out so late was that he couldn't sit still after the events of the night. He had waited for his uncle and aunt to fall asleep before sneaking out. Using his spider-like stickiness, he began to scale the building. Once on the roof, he leaned over the edge and let out a shaky sigh. Such an idiot, Spider-Man muttered to himself. Ever since he had gone on that field trip to Dr. Connor's laboratory at Empire State University and acquired his spectacular powers, Peter had felt on top of the world. He was now faster, stronger, and his senses were heightened. He was a completely different person from who he had been before. He had superpowers. With this in mind, Peter no longer wanted to be the same pathetic nerd he had always been. To change that, he decided to take the first step toward becoming one of the cool kids by buying a shiny new car. However, he needed money. Money he could easily make by winning a wrestling competition he had seen advertised in the newspaper. Winning the match was easy for him due to his abilities. But when the event organizer refused to pay him the full amount he had won on a technicality, Peter was furious. That was why he didn't intervene when the organizer was robbed moments after he left the room. Peter never imagined that the same thief would be one of the men who almost took his uncle's life for his car. His uncle had almost died. And it would have been entirely his fault. It was only thanks to Atomic's timely interference that Uncle Ben was still alive, a fact for which Peter would forever be grateful for. With great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man said, now fully understanding his uncle's words. If he had done the right thing from the start, none of the events from that night would have happened, and his uncle's life would never have been in danger. Those are wise words. Words to live by. Spider-Man jumped to his feet at the voice in front of him. Usually, that wouldn't have been odd, but considering he was 1,400 feet in the sky, it was certainly unexpected. The spider-themed hero blinked as he saw Atomic hovering in front of him. No way. It's him. Spider-Man thought, recognizing one of New York's heroes, the men who had saved his uncle. It's you, Spider-Man said, his mind too scattered to come up with a proper response. Atomic. At your service, Atomic said as he landed on the edge of the building beside Spider-Man. You have some impressive moves. I watched you swing through the city and climb this building as if it were nothing. Are you new to the scene, Mr. P.E., Spider-Man? I'm Spider-Man, he said, cursing inwardly. It's nice to meet you, Spider-Man. So, what's your deal? Just got your powers and are out for a stroll. Something like that. Atomic hummed and sat down on the ledge, with Spider-Man joining him. They remained silent, looking out at the grand city before them. Spider-Man wanted to thank Atomic for what he had done, but he worried he might confuse him for saying something so random. Still, he had to say it. Listen, You know, Spider-Man, Atomic said abruptly, I've been flying all over the city, helping those I can. But sometimes, I don't always make it in time. There are moments when I have to rush people to the hospital. Luckily, no one has died on my watch. At least, not yet. Atomic thought back to the men who had been crushed to death during a battle in Harlem. If he had acted sooner and not hesitated, would that man still be alive? Stop it. Worrying about what-ifs will only lead me to a downward spiral. Atomic thought. What I'm trying to say is that if you're thinking about becoming a hero, I'd have peace of mind knowing that you're out there to help when I can't, Atomic said, placing a hand on Spider-Man's shoulder. But just because you have powers, it doesn't mean you have to be a hero. If you choose a peaceful path, that's okay too. Although I haven't been doing this for too long, from what I've learned, it's a challenging job. Sacrifices will be made. I just wanted you to be aware of that. Atomic wasn't trying to scare Spider-Man away from becoming a hero. Spider-Man had been one of his favorite heroes in his other life, but seeing the young, costumed teenager in person made Atomic want to give Peter Parker an out. If his biological skin was anything to be believed, which 9 times out of 10 it was, this Peter was still only 15 years old. He knew that if Peter chose this life, it would bring harsh and dangerous challenges. As it did with any variation of the webhead. Though Wyatt still appeared youthful, his other life gave him experiences that had given him a deeper depth of understanding that far surpassed Peter's own. He had lived a life of peace and fun until he was in his early 20s, and his mind was better prepared and ready to tackle the formidable challenges that came with heroism. Still, he wasn't perfect. He had his own issues he had to work on, but he was aware of them. That's Spider-Man muttered. You don't have to decide what you want to do right now. Just think about it before you swing into action, Atomic said. In the distance, sirens could be heard, drawing their attention. Atomic patted Spider-Man on the shoulder and stood up. Duty calls, Spider-Man. Stepping off the ledge, Atomic entered a free fall before shooting off at incredible speeds into the city, leaving Spider-Man behind. The arachnid hero watched Atomic disappear and then looked down at his hands. He had some serious thinking to do. Chapter 18, Weapons Deal. Wyatt grunted and pushed himself to complete another sit-up. His shirtless body was drenched in sweat, and his abs screamed in pain, but he pushed on nonetheless. After completing his set of sit-ups, he moved on to do push-ups, squats, and pull-ups. When he was done, he rested on his knees and gasped to catch his breath. With shaky hands, he grabbed a towel and wiped himself off. Once he drank some water and recovered enough energy, Wyatt moved to the weight training area in his workout room and grabbed two 35-pound dumbbells. For the next 2 hours, he moved through a series of weight training exercises until his body screamed at him to stop. Why couldn't these powers come with a boost to my physique? Wyatt whined as he walked through his home to head to his living room. After grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge, he turned to the large-screen television. He glanced around briefly, spotting the remote control. With a click, the TV powered on. He scrolled through the endless channels until he found a news station. Breaking news, reports have emerged that Tony Stark was attacked in broad daylight at the Circuit de Monaco in Europe by an assailant wielding energy whips. Fortunately, Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, was able to defeat the mysterious attacker after a quick battle, a male newscaster announced. Wyatt sat down on his couch and watched the footage of the fight. It was tough and shaky, most likely recorded on a phone. The battle unfolded exactly as it did in Iron Man 2, starting with Tony suiting up in his Mk5 suit and facing off against Ivan Vanko, who was armed with long-range, high-tech whips. Once the fight was over, the image switched back to the newscaster. In follow-up to the events in Monaco, we have an exclusive interview with U.S. Senator Stern. The newscaster continued, and the image changed to Senator Stern in his private office. It's just unbelievable. It proves that the genie is out of the bottle, and this man has no idea what he's doing. He thinks of the Iron Man weapon as a toy. I was at a hearing where Mr. Stark was adamant that these suits could not exist anywhere else, don't exist anywhere else, and never will exist anywhere else, at least for 5 to 10 years. And here we are in Monaco, realizing that these suits exist now, Senator Stern said. Wyatt rolled his eyes at the slimy secret Hydra member and turned off the television. Getting up from his couch, he walked over to stare out of the large window in his Manhattan corner apartment. It was a luxury space he had purchased with his ever-growing funds, thanks to his bi-weekly visits to Victor's pawn shop. Victor's pawn shop had expanded its operations significantly, thanks to the business Wyatt had brought in, making Victor a very wealthy man. Wyatt was his best customer, after all. Because of this, Victor had no problem setting Wyatt up with a secure bank account and a credit card, as well as connecting him with a realtor who didn't ask questions as to how a 16-year-old could buy a luxury apartment. For Victor, Wyatt was a walking goldmine, helping to build his growing fortune. It was in Victor's best interest to keep Wyatt happy. While Wyatt enjoyed his luxury apartment, it wasn't his only place to stay. He had established several underground hideouts throughout New York for emergencies. Still, his apartment featured a fantastic view and extravagant amenities. Oh, and it was above ground, too. Wyatt didn't have any ambitions of becoming a hermit. While he could create his own building and apartment, buying one brought a lot fewer questions than creating one from thin air. Despite the changes in this universe, everything else is still following the MCU canon. Wyatt thought as he leaned on the glass. Looking over to the now in construction Stark Tower, Wyatt looked up at the sky above it and remained silent. An image of a blue blast of energy shooting into the sky and the emergence of a massive portal filled Wyatt's mind. From there, hundreds of Chitauri soldiers spilled down into the city, unleashing terror and destruction like never before seen. Shouldn't be much longer. With that said, he returned to his personal gym. He had to grow stronger. Oh. Hey, if that one isn't to your liking. How about this one right here? You can't go wrong with the MP5. It fires 9mm, and the military and police love it. So, what do you think? A bald-headed man with crooked teeth smiled as he held said gun in his hands. His name was Tyrese, and he was a well-known arms dealer in New York. In his shuttle van, an extensive array of guns and weaponry lay stacked, ready for purchase. Standing before him were 4 men. They were part of the Russian mob, and they were in the market for new weaponry for an upcoming job. They've dealt with Tyrese before, and they could attest to the quality of weaponry after dealing with him for the past 3 years. Yes, very good. We'll take 7. Do you have any more Kalashnikovs? One of the Russians asked as he inspected AM-4A1. Not with me. But I do have a new shipment coming in a few days. For the meanwhile, how about I show you gentlemen some of my newest products? Tyrese grinned and grabbed an ACR. But before he could give his sales pitch, a flash of light flickered over them. Everyone in the empty parking turned up to see a red and white figure with a bellowing white cape looking down at them from behind a helmet. I suggest you all give up, Atomic said. This won't end well for you all. Shoot him. One of the Russians yelled and pulled out his handgun. Immediately, everyone was quick to follow and brought out their weapons. Atomic sighed and waved his left hand. In a flash of light, the weapons in the Russians' hands turned into toy guns. Clicking uselessly in their hands. What the hell? Tyrese gawked at the flying figure as another flash of light flickered over the Russians. One by one, they all fell to the ground as their clothing morphed into weighted straitjackets, leaving them to flop around uselessly. Hearing their angry yells, Atomic created gags for all the men. With that done, his gaze landed on Tyrese. Atomic had been searching for those responsible for the recent surge of firearms in the city. After nights spent apprehending criminals intoxicated by the false power of their weapons, he finally encountered someone who surrendered at the sight of him, revealing the name of one of the weapons dealer's merchants and his area of operation. Atomic knew he had to move quick to find and take down the main supplier responsible for distributing firearms across the city. The longer these men were allowed to sell their weapons to the criminal element, a growing number of innocent lives were at risk of being caught in violent shootouts fueled by those weapons. Fortunately, after several nights of searching, Atomic finally came face to face with one of those merchants. No way, you're that guy that's on the news. Atomic. Tyrese said and raised his hands. Listen, man, I don't want any problems. I'm just trying to make a living. Atomic didn't respond and landed on the ground. He walked over to Tyrese's van and examined the man's weapons and ammunition. There was a wide array of options ranging from pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and even a sniper. With a low hum, he placed a hand on the van and scanned all of Tyrese's weapons to store their blueprints in his mind. With a thought, the van and its contents transformed into an ice sculpture, much to Tyrese's shock. No. My product. Tyrese cried and fell to his knees, clutching at the cold ice. Why did you do that? Did you think I was going to let you go? Atomic asked and kneeled next to Tyrese. Before I throw you to the police, I'll give you a chance. Tell me who and where your supplier is. Come on, man. I can't do that. He'll kill me. He won't. I'll stop him. No, you can't. No one can stop the big man. Oh. The night was shrouded in silence over a heavily fortified warehouse on Staten Island. Dozens of highly trained men in tailored suits, their sharp silhouettes contrasting against the darkness, patrolled the perimeter with practiced vigilance. Their eyes, sharp and aware, betrayed a sense of unease beneath the surface, for they were well aware of the precious cargo housed within the warehouse they guarded, which belonged to a top-tier arms dealer infamous for its ruthless dealings among the criminal element. Yet, despite their training, moments of distraction crept in on the men, lured by the monotony of their watch. Guard duty often turned into an exercise in patience, particularly when it became clear that few would dare challenge their operation. With no real threats on the horizon, the guards couldn't help but let their minds wander or enter random chats to lessen their boredom. Hey, you watched last night's game? One of the guards, Alan, asked. Nah, I had to sub in for Quentin. Who won? Sebastian replied. Knicks won. 131-128. It was a great game. Great. This is the last time I sub for any dash. Alan was interrupted as a glowing strand of energy abruptly pulled him back. Sebastian raised his gun, but before he could alert the rest of the warehouse, a glowing boxing glove crashed into his skull, knocking him out. Atomic, in his black and gray tactical version of his suit, glided down onto the rooftop of the warehouse. Raising his hands, Sebastian and Alan were gagged and restrained with rope. Before he left the area, Atomic made sure to transmute their rifles into useless toy models as he had with every other guard he had taken out. My first stealth mission. This is easier than I thought. Atomic thought as he looked around the area from the roof of the building. Behind him were the last 2 of 7 guards who were in charge of keeping watch on the roof, leaving 11 guards on the ground. Still, my powers aren't suited for stealth, with them glowing and everything. Regardless of his inexperience with stealth, Atomic had played enough games and watched several movies to have a good grasp on how to move. It did help that he replaced the materials of the soles of his boots with acoustic foam, keeping his steps extra silent. Alongside his ability to perceive molecules and atoms, he was able to see people moving in and out without having to expose himself. One by one, Atomic knocked out guard after guard using various methods, whether that be hitting the guards in the head, injecting them with an anesthetic, or restraining them completely. I need to learn how to fight. I can't keep relying on my powers for everything. Atomic thought as he knocked out the last guard on watch. Bryce. Bryce. Answer me, damn it. Why isn't anyone responding? A low, angry voice said from a radio. Atomic looked down at the walkie-talkie on Bryce's belt and pulled it off. After a quick search, he found their radio frequency and adjusted his helmet to join their radio communication. From within the warehouse, a tall man dressed in a black suit turned to a massive man standing in the corner of the room. Something's going on out there. Barney, take a team and check things out. No problem, boss. Barney nodded and left the room, leaving behind Luther Wilcox, the individual handpicked by the big man to handle the gun trafficking operation responsible for selling weapons across New York. This operation raked in millions of dollars each month, thanks to the never-ending need for firearms from the criminal element. Barney, alongside 10 other well-armed men, began marching toward the warehouse's large set of back doors. As they walked, they passed hundreds of crates full of various firearms, ammunition, and explosives. There were enough guns and ammunition to arm 2 entire armies within the warehouse. As they approached the imposing doors of the warehouse, a sudden surge of reddish-pink energy erupted against the building with an explosive force, causing the heavy doors to fly open and crash inward. The impact sent several of the guards stumbling to the ground, their shouts of surprise swallowed by the chaos. Barney, on the brink of being swept away by the wave of energy, barely managed to maintain his footing thanks to his supernatural reflexes, emerging from the encounter unscathed. Through the thick, swirling smoke generated by his attack, Atomic strode confidently into the warehouse. His black and gray costume began to shimmer as it transformed, the colors morphing into a striking combination of vibrant red and white. Chapter 19, Victory. Barney frowned at the sight of Atomic. You're that guy on the news. Atom or some shit. Atomic remained silent, eyeing everyone before him. He then looked around at the large number of weapon crates in the warehouse. I'll give you all one chance. Surrender, and no one has to get hurt, he said. Hilarious. Shoot him. Barney yelled and pointed at Atomic. After a few moments of silence and confused grunts, he growled and turned to his remaining men. What are you fools doing? Shoot him. We can't. Our guns aren't working. One of the men said as he tapped away uselessly at his rifle's trigger. They're all empty. Water guns need water to work, after all, Atomic said as he floated in the air. I made the switch to your weapons during my opening attack. It's easy not to notice the change when you're dodging large doors flying at high speeds. What trickery is this? Barney growled. No tricks. Just changing matter itself, Atomic said and extended his arms. Behind him, 7 glowing spheres came to life and zoomed towards the men. Go, my funnels. Atomic thought, imagining this attack to imitate the iconic fin funnels from one of his favorite mecha anime in his past life. The spheres moved incredibly fast and erratically, leaving little room to react or dodge. Those who did manage to dodge were unprepared for the sphere to twist in midair and return to knock them down hard. Much to Atomic's surprise, Barney, despite his large size, was weaving in and out of his funnel's attack paths. Inhaling deeply, Barney's brown eyes turned electric green. He raised his arms and opened his hands. In a swirl of glowing green energy, balls of pure power burst to life. With careful aim, Barney released several energy blasts at Atomic's funnels, destroying them. Holy shit. Is he shooting ki blasts? Atomic thought, wide-eyed. As the last of Atomic's funnels disintegrated in a shower of sparks and debris, Barney pivoted sharply, his eyes narrowing with determination. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful, concentrated blast aimed directly at Atomic. The hero, momentarily stunned by the destruction around him, quickly regained his composure. Drawing on his training, he conjured a makeshift barrier just in time. The immense force of Barney's blast collided with the barrier, which buckled under the pressure due to its hasty construction. With a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered, sending Atomic hurtling backward through the air, his body tumbling uncontrollably as he struggled to regain his footing. A mutant? Atomic asked aloud. Yeah. A very well-paid one at that, Barney grinned and chased after Atomic. As he moved, his hands shot blasts of highly powerful, highly explosive energy at the hero. Stop moving. I'll make this quick. Sorry, I'll have to pass. I'm allergic to energy blasts, Atomic said as he avoided the blasts of energy by flying through the air. With a swing of his arm, Atomic created 2 massive stone fists to erupt from the ground. Barney's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly sent a volley of blasts at the fists. As Barney attacked his stone constructs, Atomic's eyes focused on Barney's glowing energy blasts. Time seemed to slow down as he took in the energy blast's molecular structure. His blasts aren't ki. They're pure plasma. Atomic thought. Plasma, often referred to as the 4th state of matter, is a gas that has become ionized, meaning it contains free electrons and positively charged ions. This ionization occurs when a gas is subjected to high energy, such as extreme heat or strong electromagnetic fields, causing electrons to be stripped from atoms. Barney's mutation must allow him to rapidly heat the space over his hands while also hyperboosting the electromagnetic field around his body. That's what allows him to blast the energy wherever he wants. Wyatt thought with a massive grin. With a growl of frustration, Barney leaped after Atomic, charging up a massive blast in both hands. With a roar, he unleashed the blast at Atomic. Atomic flew back, narrowly avoiding the blast, but his focus remained solely on the destructive energy flowing just inches from his body. His eyes darted back and forth as he quickly analyzed the plasma's atomic and molecular structure. After a few seconds, he grinned. Okay, I think I get it now. Let's see if I can do that, too. Atomic thought. Spreading his arms wide, Atomic transformed the crates of weapons in the warehouse into large metal pythons. The pythons emitted a metallic hiss as they lunged at Barney. The large man narrowed his eyes at the approaching pythons and pushed himself to new heights. Blasts of plasma tore through the pythons, causing chaos throughout the warehouse. When he realized he inadvertently destroyed millions of dollars worth of product, Barney froze and stared at the destruction he had caused. I've always wanted to do this, Atomic muttered and held his hands at his side. His hands were cupped over each other as his body was angled away from Barney. Slowly, a brilliant ball of red plasma began to form in the space between his hands. Kamehameha. Pushing his hands out, Atomic released his own blast of energy at Barney, shocking the men at seeing his own abilities used against him. You bastard. That's my power. Barney yelled, his face contorted in rage. Without wasting another second, he pushed both hands in front of his and released the most enormous blast of energy he had ever created. Atomic's red beam clashed against Barney's green. They were locked in a beam struggle, filling the warehouse in a blinding light. Slowly, Barney's own more refined plasma beam began to push back Atomic's. Shit. I may know how to create them, but they're nowhere near his level yet. Atomic thought as he struggled to push himself to reinforce his attack. He could feel his internal energy draining quickly as he continued firing his attack. No. I don't have to overpower him. I have to outsmart him. Atomic shifted his right leg, channeling a surge of energy that coursed along the ground like a ripple in water. The vibrations reached beneath Barney's feet, transforming the solid floor into loose, shifting sand. Caught off guard, Barney stumbled, his concentration faltering as the ground gave way beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Atomic surged forward. With a fierce shout of fury, he empowered his beam using a surge of his internal energy. The powerful push slammed through Barney's own energy blast. The sound of their energies clashing was deafening, but it was nothing compared to the anguished scream that escaped Barney's lips as Atomic's force overcame him. The mutant was violently hurled backward, his body crashing through a pile of crates filled with weapons, splintering wood and metal flying in all directions. Panting heavily, Atomic cautiously approached the wreckage, anxiety gnawing at him. He bent down, peering through the debris to check on Barney's condition. A wave of relief washed over him as he saw the faint rise and fall of Barney's chest. He had been worried that he hadn't adjusted the power output of his blast in time. Just as he breathed a sigh of respite, a deafening bang shattered through the battered warehouse. The sudden force of a shot struck Atomic squarely in the back, sending him reeling forward. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned to meet the furious glare of Luther, who stood poised with his shotgun, eyes ablaze with unrestrained hatred. After cocking his weapon, Luther prepared to unleash another round. You caped bastard. Look at what you did. Do you know who these weapons belong to? Luther yelled as another round struck Atomic in the chest, pushing him back slightly. You'll pay for this. I'll feed your corpse to my fucking dogs. Another bang echoed in the warehouse, knocking Atomic down to one knee. Damn it. Using a continuous plasma beam like that drained me more than I thought. Atomic thought as another blast of pellets hit him. The only reason he was still alive was because of the materials his suit was made of. Without his suit, he would have been killed after the second shotgun blast. Even so, no matter how tough his suit was, Atomic still felt every shot. Standing over Atomic, Luther racked his shotgun and aimed the muzzle at the hero's head. In an act of defiance and anger, Atomic forced every muscle in his exhausted body to move. With a determined yell, he shot to his feet and tackled Luther to the ground. Sitting over the man, Atomic did the only thing he could. He began to rain down punches on the arms dealer's face with his glove's adamantium knuckles. Each new punch, although unrefined and clumsy, caused Luther's face to twist and morph. It wasn't until Atomic saw that the men had gone unconscious that he stopped. Gasping deeply and erratically, Atomic looked down at the bleeding and bruised men and his own bloodied fists. With slow, heavy movements, he got to his feet and surveyed the utter destruction around him. Won't be long before the cops show up, he said, examining the remaining crates of weapons. While he wanted to believe that the police and politicians in the city would confiscate and dispose of these weapons properly, he knew there would ultimately be those within the system who were corrupt and would sell the firearms back to the underworld. Leaving them for the police was not an option. Moving quickly, or as fast as he could manage in his state, Atomic began to transmute every last weapon crate into ice sculptures. This task took several minutes, as he had to actively touch each crate, having lost the energy to use his powers at long range. By the time he finished, the police were outside the warehouse, ready to barge in. Using the shadows as cover, Atomic stealthily left the warehouse and flew away, leaving behind dozens of unconscious criminals and ice sculptures for the police to handle. Oh. James Wesley strolled through the opulent halls of the sprawling mansion in the sky penthouse, his footsteps echoing softly against the marble floors. The air was heavy with the scent of polished wood and expensive fabrics, and the lavish decor, ornate chandeliers, rich tapestries, and plush furniture, surrounded him like a silent testament to wealth and sophistication. He held a sleek tablet in one hand, its glowing screen reflecting the glint of gold accents that adorned the room. Despite the grandeur around him, his expression remained impassive, a mask of concentration suggesting he was lost in thought, focused on the files before him rather than the luxury enveloping him. James was the right-hand man and confidant of the big man, a notorious figure overseeing the daily operations of his criminal empire in New York. Tasked with managing all interests within the empire and eliminating anyone posing a threat, he took great pleasure in his work. Reaching a set of large oak doors, James announced his presence and waited. "Come in," a deep voice called out from the other side. Once inside the well-lit office, James walked over to stand beside a huge man dressed in a luxurious white three-piece suit. This was the man whose name should not be spoken, yet who was well known throughout the city's criminal underworld. "The big man, it's all gone, sir. All our men have been taken into custody, and every piece of weaponry and ammunition has either been destroyed or transformed into ice," James reported professionally as he swiped through his tablet. The screen displayed images of the NYPD apprehending guards from the weapons warehouse alongside striking, detailed photographs of ice sculptures of firearms. "This is a setback. How long before we can resume operations?" the big man inquired. "I'm afraid it will take some time," James replied. The big man frowned as he examined the images of the ice sculptures. "Do we know who is responsible for this?" "Yes, sir. The individual calling himself Atomic has been making quite a name for himself in the city. His skill set is formidable." New York's newest hero," the big man muttered, his sharp mind swiftly considering several potential solutions. His skills could be better utilized elsewhere. "Wesley, reach out to Atomic. Arrange a meeting, no matter what it takes." "Yes, sir," James nodded and left the room, ready to plan how to accomplish his new task. Minutes later, a woman dressed in an elegant gown and adorned with a $50,000 pearl necklace entered the room, carrying a bottle of red wine. "Wilson. Care to join me for a glass of Domaine Leroy Corton Renard's Grand Cru 2001, the woman asked affectionately. "Of course, Vanessa. I wouldn't dream of refusing," Wilson Fisk replied with a warm smile as he joined Vanessa Mariana for a glass of wine. Chapter 20, Training and Comfort. Paintbrush in hand, Wyatt swiped side to side as he painted one of the recently restored walls within Luigi's restaurant. Once his brush ran dry of paint, he went to dip it in the paint pen beside him but winced when a shock of pain ran down his back. "Wyatt, are you okay?" Luigi asked as he turned away from the chairs he was repairing. "You've been wincing all morning. Are you injured?" "Yeah. I kinda threw my shoulder out when I was, playing catch with some friends," Wyatt said. "You have friends?" Color me surprised, Serena grinned as she sprayed some more Windex on the restaurant's new glass windows. "Here, I thought I was your only friend." "Hey, I have friends." Wyatt gave Serena an annoyed look, causing her to stick her tongue out at him. "Serena, stop teasing the boy," Luigi said with a smile. He placed his tools down and wiped his hands with a nearby towel. "Okay, I think we've done enough for the day. You two go on. I'll clean things up." "It's all right, we'll help Dash." "No. Young kids like you should be out having fun. Now go." "I will clean up," Luigi all but pushed both Serena and Wyatt outside the restaurant. He even went as far as to lock the restaurant's front door and give them a wave. It had been a week since the chaos erupted at the restaurant, and now the rebuilding process was well underway. Thanks to Luigi's meticulous insurance policy and the unmistakable evidence of vandalism, his claim was approved without delay. With the funds in hand, he eagerly hired a few close friends, talented contractors and skilled repairmen, who worked diligently to restore his beloved pizzeria to its former glory. The air was filled with the sounds of hammers, drills, and the cheerful banter of workers as they tackled the larger tasks, leaving only the finer details to be addressed before Luigi's pizzeria would be ready to welcome back its loyal customers. Meanwhile, Wyatt mused over the situation. He could have easily tackled the repairs himself, expertly fixing and even upgrading the restaurant with his own 2 hands. However, the thought of revealing his vigilante identity made him hesitate. How could he explain the miracle of Luigi's Pizzeria being restored overnight without arousing suspicion? Instead, he opted for a more discreet approach, offering his assistance to Luigi's friends as an extra pair of hands. Whether it was carrying tools, sweeping up the end-of-day mess, or simply providing moral support, Wyatt was determined to contribute without drawing attention to himself. When it came to Atomic, he made sure to fly over their home every other hour each night. He also utilized his power to enhance and improve various aspects of the restaurant in subtle ways. "Well, that's that," Wyatt said as he stretched his limbs. As he did so, he held in his moans of pain from the bruises from being shot at by a shotgun. While his suit had adamantium plating to protect him, they weren't made to properly absorb the sheer force of the shotgun blows. "Wanna grab a burger?" "My treat." "No, my treat," Serena said as they walked through the streets of Harlem. "If you think I'm going to keep letting you buy me stuff, you're dead wrong. Do that for your girlfriend." "Fine. No Christmas presents for you then." "Hey, I didn't mean it like that." Once they arrived at one of their favorite burger joints, a small eatery run by some of Luigi's good friends, they sat down and waited for their order. "While we're on the topic, is there a girlfriend or girlfriends in my little Wyatt's life?" Serena teased as she played with the ice in her drink with her straw. "Little. I'm, like, half a foot taller than you," Wyatt said and took a sip of his water. "And no, there's no one. Maybe a boyfriend, perhaps." "I don't judge," Serena said. "I always wanted a gay best friend." "Funny. I'll have you know I'm as straight as an arrow," Wyatt said as he leaned on his fist. "Oh. Then are you a titsman or an assman? Go on, you can tell me." Serena leaned in and grinned. "Like I'd tell you that. I know a trap when I see one," Wyatt pushed Serena back with a finger, causing her to pout. "Ah, come on. You can tell me. I may have a friend I can set you up with." "No thanks. Besides, I'm too busy to have a girlfriend," Wyatt said as their food was finally brought to them. At the sight of their burgers and the aroma of the expertly cooked and seasoned fries, Wyatt and Serena's stomachs growled in hunger. Without further ado, they both dug in and ate with gusto. As they are, Wyatt eyed Serena from the corner of his eye. No matter how much she forced herself to act like nothing was wrong, he could see that she was scared. When in the restaurant or their home, Serena would always look out the windows and jump at the slightest movement in the shadows. Even on their way to the burger joint, she stuck close to Wyatt. Her eyes shifted around through the crowds for a boogeyman who would come and take her. Wyatt knew that as long as the threat of the men who attacked her father existed, she wouldn't be able to live comfortably. Luigi had even confided in him that Serena was having nightmares every other night. The older man had looked so defeated and ashamed when he had told him. "This is all my fault," Luigi had said. Despite himself, Wyatt couldn't help but agree. With the month timeline hanging over their heads, Serena and Luigi were both growing even more anxious. Talks of them leaving were shared, but Luigi refused to leave the restaurant his father had passed down to him. He would find a way to pay back the loan he had taken, even if it meant that he had to beg his friends for help. "Everything will be all right, Serena," Wyatt said, reaching out to grab her hand. It trembled lightly in his grasp. She looked up at him slowly, her faux cheerful expression melted into one of fear. "I'm scared, Wyatt." "I know. But I promise you, no one will take you anywhere or hurt your dad," Wyatt spoke confidently and sincerely. "How can you promise that? These people, they're dangerous." They Serena stuttered, tears streaming down her face as all her pent-up emotions and sleepless nights exploded to the surface. "I don't know what to do." Wyatt stood up and sat next to her. He brought Serena in and held her close to his chest. She tried to wiggle out of his grasp at first, but she quickly gave in and let herself be held. Serena would never admit it, but she enjoyed being held by Wyatt's arms. They were strong, and they let her feel safe. At least for that moment. Oh. Sharp knives zipped through the expansive training facility with breathtaking speed. This state-of-the-art space, measuring 30 meters wide and soaring 15 meters high, was carefully crafted by Wyatt and nestled deep beneath the lush expanse of Central Park. His decision to build underground was deliberate, a calculated move to keep his activities concealed from any observers. He had implemented a complex, well-reinforced support structure designed to withstand immense pressure and prevent any risk of collapse from the park's upper layers. Wyatt had meticulously layered the walls with adamantium, while soundproofing materials absorbed every sound, ensuring complete secrecy. Additional barriers of lead protected against unwanted surveillance, and shock absorbers were strategically installed to dampen vibrations, further cloaking the facility's operations in silence. Each corner of the facility was equipped with advanced workout gear that pushed the limits of what could be achieved in physical training. Yet, despite the impressive engineering and his pride in this remarkable creation, Wyatt faced a critical dilemma. He needed to secure a more reliable power source. The industrial generators he had initially installed, while functional, were beginning to falter under the demands of the facility's expansive operations. He knew that without a sustainable and potent energy supply, even this marvel of construction could be rendered ineffective. In the center of the facility stood Wyatt, his body encased in a suit of knight's armor made of adamantium. Steel knives flew around him, manipulated by his mind as he practiced one of his in-progress techniques. Suddenly, 2 knives darted toward him at blinding speed. Just as they were about to reach him, they halted midair, stopped by an invisible force or barrier surrounding Wyatt's body. Without warning, the remaining knives surged toward him, aiming to skewer him, but they, too, were frozen in place an inch away. Wyatt trembled with exertion as he concentrated on expanding the highly focused mass of space around him. Okay, I think I've got this part down. On to phase 3, Wyatt said, commanding the knives to back away from him. Taking a deep breath, he began to run, with the knives giving chase. Phase 3 of his training to master his own version of Gojo Satoru's infinity technique involved controlling the concentrated mass while in motion. Although this sounded simple on paper, in practice, it proved to be a Herculean task. It had taken him 3 months just to form the barrier around his body while standing still, and that was without crushing himself into a pulp. He achieved this through his extreme precision in controlling atoms and his quantum computer-level thinking. As he ran, the first 2 knives struck his developing infinity barrier, freezing just inches away from him. Holy crap, yes! Wyatt cheered, but that momentary distraction broke his intense concentration. The rest of the knives flew at him and struck with incredible force. The loud metallic clangs resonated off his armor. He stood still in disappointment and sighed. Fuck me. Wyatt continued to train his technique for another 2 hours. Still, after making little to no progress, he decided to move on to his next developing technique, inspired by another character from Jujutsu Kaisen. Star Rage, Yuki Tsukumo's innate curse technique, allows her to manipulate mass, which she can add to herself or Garuda, her Shikigami, to amplify their power. This virtual mass results in increased force, making her punches and Garuda's strikes devastatingly strong. After countless hours of training to create his own infinity technique, Wyatt was able to use his experience and knowledge to translate his control over the mass around his body to his fists. This was a much easier feat than covering his entire body in mass while on the move. Although Wyatt could use his powers to attack in hundreds of different ways, he knew that someday, an opponent would bypass his constructs and engage him in hand-to-hand combat. With his own Star Rage technique, he would have a way to counterattack with incredible power. After removing his armor and putting on some workout gear, Wyatt waved his hand, causing a replica of the abomination to rise from the ground, made of stone. In Newtonian physics, the mass of an object remains constant regardless of its speed. Speed affects the force of impact, which is related to the object's momentum and kinetic energy, but not its mass itself. With that in mind, Wyatt realized he had to calculate how much mass to use and apply the appropriate speed to his strike on each strike. Okay, let's use 6,800 kilograms of mass at a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour with an impact duration of 1 second, Wyatt said as he slid into an unrefined boxing stance, his powers working to execute the calculations. Note to self, learn how to fight. Stepping forward, he gritted his teeth and punched the stone statue of his first-ever opponent. The stone statue immediately shattered into hundreds of pieces, smoke exploding around Wyatt. Seeing his technique work as planned, he pumped his fist in victory. Okay, let's find out how hard I can really hit. For the next few hours, Wyatt practiced hitting with various combinations of mass and speed, leaving the training center filled with shattered stone and demolished steel. If a bystander were to witness him, they would have assumed he possessed super strength comparable to the Hulk due to the sheer power he could unleash. By the end of his training, Wyatt's speed in using his new offensive ability had improved to 3 seconds. This was a significant reduction from the 15 seconds it took him on his first attempt. Over time, he became confident that he could shorten this gap to nearly instantaneous. Exhausted from the day's training, Wyatt cleaned up the mess and headed to the facility showers. Although he could clean himself instantly with his powers, he preferred the relaxation of a long, cool shower after training. Once he was clean and dressed, he took one of the facility's elevators and exited through a tree in Central Park. After sealing the entrance, Wyatt looked up at the night sky. I'm feeling like sushi tonight, he thought as he began walking toward one of his favorite sushi restaurants. As he strolled through the busy streets, Wyatt paused at a newspaper stand when he saw the headline. Hammer Industries to reveal new cutting-edge weapons in a demonstration tomorrow at the Stark Expo, a can't-miss event. After buying a newspaper, Wyatt frowned at the picture beneath the headline. It showed Justin Hammer posing dramatically, with what he thought was an intellectual look. It's finally time. Let's go meet Iron Man, Wyatt muttered with a slight grin as he walked off, his hungry stomach growling in protest. And, hello everyone, how are you all liking the story so far? If you could, please leave me a comment or paragraph comment. This lets me know you all are enjoying this story so I don't end up dropping it due to low interest. Until next time. Chapter 21, The Stark Expo. As the sun cast its warm glow over the bustling back courtyard of Midtown Manhattan Magnet High School, laughter and chatter filled the air during lunchtime. Among the sea of students, 3 friends gathered at a picnic table. They eagerly discussed their upcoming adventure to the much-anticipated Stark Expo, a spectacular year-long celebration of cutting-edge technology set to unfold in the heart of Queens, New York. I can't believe we got tickets to the Stark Expo. I can't wait to see what new inventions they'll be showing off tonight, Peter Parker said to his 2 best friends in the world. Gwen Stacy and Harry Osborn. How'd your dad do it, Gwen? I thought VIP tickets for the expo were supposed to be hard to get and super expensive. My dad has a friend in the force who gave him the tickets as a thank you gift. When he gave them to me, I almost didn't believe it, Gwen said as she handed out a ticket to Peter and Harry, leaving behind 2 tickets in the envelope in her hand. This is awesome. Even if I wanted them, my dad would never let me buy the tickets. I guess his little rivalry with Tony Stark runs deeper than I thought. Harry said as he examined his ticket. Hey, Gwen. What are you going to do with that extra ticket? Planning on selling it? Gwen shook her head and placed the envelope in her bag. No, I plan on asking Wyatt to come. Ah, yes. This mystery genius friend of yours, Harry said with an unbelieving look. Hey, he is a genius. I think he can even give Peter a run for his money, Gwen gave Peter a teasing look. Besides, I'm sure you 3 boys will get along well. Hear that, Pete? You won't be the group's head genius any longer. Harry chuckled at Peter's unamused look. I, for one, am looking forward to meeting Gwen's mystery friend. I always wanted a friend who I could bounce ideas and theories from. Peter said, raising his hands. Before he could continue speaking, a subtle ring echoed in his mind. Frowning, he ignored his spidey sense and let the incoming football hit his head. Ouch. The 3 friends turned to see Flash Thompson and Kenny Kong laughing as they walked over to pick up their ball. Sorry, Parker. My hand slipped. Flash. Gwen yelled with a glare. Peter glared at Flash, his hands clenched into fists below the table. With my powers, it would be so easy to wipe that smirk off your face. But if I did that, I wouldn't be living up to Uncle Ben's expectations. Peter thought as relaxed. Very funny, Flash. I know. That's why we're laughing. Oh. This wasn't part of the plan. Wyatt thought as he walked through the bustling crowds of the Stark Expo's front gate. His eyes scanned through the faces of everyone in the area before he finally found Gwen, who turned to him at the same time, a brilliant smile growing on her face. Wyatt. Wyatt over here. Gwen yelled as she waved an arm in the air. Wyatt smiled slightly and raised his hand. Once he was close enough, he saw Peter and Harry standing near Gwen. Guys, this is Wyatt Wilkins. Wyatt, these 2 are my good friends, Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, Gwen said as she introduced everyone to each other. It's a pleasure. Gwen's talked a lot about you 2 when we're not discussing trigonometry, Wyatt said with a friendly smile as he shook Peter's hand. How weird. He doesn't resemble any of the live-action Peter Parkers. Then again, he's much older than his MCU counterpart, too. I guess I can't go off my meta-knowledge for this world Spider-Man, Wyatt thought. It's nice to meet you, too, Peter said with a smile. He couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu for some reason. Wyatt's voice sounded vaguely familiar to him. Wyatt then greeted Harry, and Gwen gave him his ticket. He frowned slightly and looked up at the bright sun above. The Hammer Industries demonstration wasn't until later that night. He figured he had some time to burn before then. All right, boys. Let's go see what the future has in store for us, Gwen said as she led the group into the expo. Over the next couple of hours, the 4 wandered through the vibrant aisles of the expo, their eyes wide with wonder as they marveled at the myriad of groundbreaking inventions on display. Peter and Gwen were practically bouncing with excitement at each new piece of technology, their enthusiasm infectious. They eagerly delved into discussions about the mechanics behind each innovation, their voices animated as they shared theories and insights. Wyatt occasionally chimed in, offering his thoughtful perspectives that demonstrated his sharp intellect. As they navigated the bustling sections filled with dazzling exhibits, Wyatt took it upon himself to buy everyone an array of snacks, crispy nachos piled high with cheese, sweet cotton candy that melted in their mouths, and refreshing drinks. Gwen initially hesitated, her independent nature kicking in as she tried to decline. However, Wyatt's warm smile and dismissive wave of her concerns quickly convinced her to indulge. Peter's face lit up at the generous offerings, and even Harry, accustomed to a life of luxury, accepted the food with an appreciative nod. As the boys talked amongst each other, Gwen watched with a small smile. She was happy that both her best friends and new friend were getting along. Eventually, night fell over them, and the highly anticipated Hammer Industries demonstration was coming up. Despite all the fun he had been having interacting with Gwen, Peter, and Harry, Wyatt had a job to do. Thanks to the alarm he had set up earlier to sound like a ringtone, he had acted as if he had just been called into his part-time job. "Are you sure you have to go? Can't they have someone else cover?" Gwen asked. "That's so not fair," Harry said. "Ah, man. I heard that this next event isn't one to miss," Peter said just before Gwen gave him her infamous "the look." "I mean, I'm sure it won't be that impressive." "It's all right. Besides, my manager made it sound like I was the only person available, so it is what it is," Wyatt replied. "It was nice meeting you too, but duty calls. We should do this again sometime." Peter blinked at Wyatt's words but nodded in agreement, as did Harry. Gwen, feeling a bit disappointed, also nodded. Harry noticed her reaction and frowned slightly. "I'll record the event for you. That way, you can still see it," she offered. "You're the best, Gwen," Wyatt exclaimed with a smile and began jogging out of the expo. "If we leave now, I think we can still get some good seats. Let's go," Harry said, pulling Gwen and Peter away from waving goodbye to Wyatt. "Come on, you two." Peter and Gwen followed Harry as he made his way through the crowds. As they moved, Gwen turned to Peter and then glanced back in the direction Wyatt had gone. After a moment of thought, she turned back to Peter. "So, what do you think of Wyatt?" she asked as they entered the expo's main pavilion, which was quickly filling up with people. "He seems like a good guy." "I like him," Peter said. "Still, it feels like I've met him somewhere before." "Really?" "Well, he spends a lot of his free time at the library. Maybe you've seen or heard him there." "Maybe." "Hey, you two. Hurry up. I snagged us these great seats over here," Harry called out as he hovered above 3 seats near the center of the pavilion, annoying a few other visitors in the process. "Well, let's not keep him waiting," Gwen said as she and Peter took their seats. Oh. A glimmering silver Audi pulled up beside the main entrance of the grand pavilion at the Stark Expo. 2 elegant women exited the vehicle, dressed beautifully for the evening's event. These women were Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries, and Natasha Romanoff, who was currently undercover as Natalie Rushman and serving as Tony Stark's ex-assistant. "I'll keep the car down here, all right?" Happy Hogan, one of Tony Stark's longest and most loyal employees, said from behind the wheel. "Thank you, Happy," Pepper said as she and Natasha made their way into the pavilion to find their seats. Upbeat music blasted through the pavilion speakers as a large logo for Hammer Industries illuminated the massive screen on stage. Justin Hammer, the CEO of Hammer Industries, danced onto the stage, enjoying the rhythm of the music. As the song came to an end, he approached a glass pulpit at the front of the stage, wearing a broad, self-satisfied smile. "Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you all for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, our country has put its brave men and women in harm's way. Then the Iron Man arrived, and we thought the days of losing lives were behind us. Unfortunately, that technology was kept out of reach. That's not fair. That's not right. And it's just too bad." Pepper groaned at Justin's words. "Oh, Lord. Well, that's petty," Gwen said. Regardless, it was an impressive innovation that grabbed headlines worldwide. "Well, today, my friends, the press is faced with quite a different problem. They're about to run out of ink," Justin joked, earning a few quiet claps and a cough. Coughing in embarrassment, he motioned for 2 people at the edge of the stage to remove the pulpit. "Get that out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you the new face of the United States military, the Hammer drone. Army. Navy. Air Force. Marines. Yeah. Woo." The stage began to whirl and shift as rows of large, militarized drones rose into view. Each group of drones was designed to represent its branch of the military, equipped with specific equipment and weapons. The audience clapped and cheered, impressed by the sight of the rows of drones. Their enthusiasm further boosted Justin's ego. "That's a hell of a lot better than some cheerleaders, let me tell you. But as revolutionary as this technology is, there will always be a need for humans to be present in the theater of war. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am proud to present to you the very first prototype of the Variable Threat Response Battlesuit and its pilot, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes," Justin said, pointing to a lone figure rising from the center of the stage. Unlike the rest of the drones, this militarized suit of armor was actually Tony Stark's Mk-2 Iron Man armor. Inside the suit was Colonel James Rhodes. However, unlike its original design, the Mk-2 had been retrofitted with a large arsenal of weapons and repainted in black and gray. The armor made for an impressive and intimidating sight, an actual war machine. Once entirely on stage, James gave the crowd a sharp salute, instantly followed by all the drones. "What? Pepper asked, turning to a seemingly equally confused Natasha, unable to believe what she was seeing. Dude. That's so cool. Harry exclaimed as Peter nodded in agreement. Justin was practically on cloud 9. Everything was going amazingly well. For all the headaches Ivan Vanko caused, he was worth all the trouble Justin went through. The sheer number of military contracts he would secure from his demonstration tonight would bolster his already considerable wealth. For America and its allies, Hammer Industries is reporting for. A loud rumble filled the skies above the pavilion, causing everyone to turn back to see a bright light flying in their direction. Like a glorious red and gold comet, Iron Man swooped into the pavilion and landed with a loud clang. As he stood up, the crowd's cheers and whoops shook the stage. No way. Iron Man is here too. Peter said, grinning widely. Remind me to get your dad a Christmas gift, Gwen. You better not take that back, Gwen chuckled. We've got trouble. Give them a wave, Tony said as he walked over to stand beside James and waved to the cheering crowd. Tony, there are civilians present. I'm here on orders. Let's not do this right now, James replied. All these people are in danger. We need to get them out of here. You have to trust me for the next 5 minutes, Tony said, his voice serious. Yeah, I tried that. I got tossed around your house, remember? James retorted. Listen, I think he's working with Vanko. Vanko's alive? James asked, surprised. Tony nodded and moved to stand directly in front of Justin, his armor adding height and causing Justin to look up at him with increasing dread. Where is he? Tony demanded. What? Justin replied quickly, his face revealing no guilt. Where's Vanko? Who? Tell me, Tony said, beginning to lose his patience. What are you doing here, man? Justin asked, stepping back slightly as Tony advanced. Whoa, whoa, whoa. James shouted, panic rising in his voice. His suit's inner interface lit up with code as it was being compromised. Without warning, the minigun over his shoulder aimed itself at Tony. Behind James, all the drones raised their arms, weapons engaged. Is that you? Tony asked in alarm, bending his knees and preparing to take off. Peter felt his spider senses tingle and quickly realized that this was not part of the demonstration. Oh no. No, I'm not doing that. That's not me. I can't move. I'm locked up. I'm locked up. Get out of here. Go. This whole system's been compromised. James yelled, his face contorted in fear as he struggled against the controls. Tony flew back and hovered in the air. Sensing the incoming danger, everyone in the pavilion began to run toward the exits. Let's take it outside, Tony said, flying straight up to draw their gunfire away from the crowds. As he ascended into the night sky, James and the legion of drones opened fire. A hail of bullets turned the pavilion into a cacophony of gunfire as the rounds shattered the glass ceiling above. Shards of thick glass began to rain down on the escaping crowds, intensifying their screams as several people were injured. Realizing their target was getting away, the Air Force drones and James's suit activated their thrusters to give chase. Inside the suit, James could do nothing but scream as he blasted through the glass and into the sky. Following him, the Air Force drones soared into the night. Come on. We have to get out of here. Peter shouted, grabbing Gwen and Harry. Despite his urgency, Peter had to wait for the stream of evacuees to clear the pavilion before he and his friends could escape. His free hand reached beneath his shirt, where his Spider-Man suit lay hidden. Peter. Gwen cried out in alarm, pointing at the drones on the stage. They were no longer immobile, they were now leaping off the stage. In their mechanical rampage, the drones showed no regard for anyone in their path. What do I do? I have to act. Peter thought, gritting his teeth as he watched a man get knocked aside by one of the drone's heavy arms. Just as he prepared to throw caution to the wind, Peter looked up and saw 12 glowing reddish-pink spheres. The spheres shifted and transformed into long, jagged blades. In a burst of energy, the blades flew through the air, slicing 12 of the drones into ribbons. Wait, is that? Gwen exclaimed while everyone in the pavilion watched as Atomic landed on the stage in a crouch. He's here, Peter whispered. Chapter 22, Expo under attack. Atomic stood tall and stared down at the chaos in front of him. His eyes moved quickly, noting the position of every person in the pavilion, including Peter, Gwen, Harry, Justin, Pepper, and Natasha. Not willing to waste another second, he shot forward and grabbed a woman who was about to be trampled by one of the drones. The woman, Sandra, gasped in his hold and watched as Atomic clenched his fist in the direction of the drone. She gasped in shock as the drone's body crumbled into a ball of steel. If you can, help anyone that you can, Atomic said as he created a large first aid kit. It was full of the most basic supplies that anyone could use. Sandra nodded as if in a trance and did as he said. Despite her usual mouse-like behavior, the woman did her best to help anyone she could on her way out of the pavilion. It was hard not to do so when a superhero personally asked you to help. 4 of the army drones turned to Atomic and fired their shoulder-mounted guns. The bullets ripped through the air and were about to reach Atomic when, all of a sudden, they stopped an inch away from the hero's back. Ha! Even if it was for a few seconds, it worked. Atomic thought with a grin. Turning around, Atomic reached out to the bullets and crushed them together. After a second, the ball of bullets transformed into a sphere of red plasma. With a yell, Atomic sent the ball of plasma through 2 of the drone's chests. The remaining 2 were crushed from the ground beneath, clamping over them. As he was about to reach the Navy drones, Atomic saw him and trying to crawl away due to a large piece of glass embedded in his thigh. I need to separate the people from the drones. Atomic thought and landed on the ground. Entering a horse stance, he forced his powers through the ground and raised his arms. The ground trembled violently beneath everyone, sending ripples across the surface that caught the attention of those still gathered in the pavilion. To their astonishment, the earth began to rise, forming a powerful wave that surged toward them with an unexpected force. Some instinctively flinched, bracing for what they believed would be an impact with solid earth, but instead, they were enveloped by a bizarre sensation of plush softness as the wave rolled under them. This miraculous swell transported the bewildered crowd away from the looming drones, gently depositing them at the exits of the pavilion. In a simultaneous display of raw power, a colossal wall of steel burst forth from the ground, towering high and effectively severing the connection between the menacing drones and the frightened civilians. Atomic directed the crawling men toward Peter, Gwen, and Harry in the distance, trusting in Peter's capability to assist the men. Holy crap! Did you see that? One person shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. He saved us, another exclaimed, their voice trembling with fear and relief. Let's get out of here, someone insisted, urgency lacing their words as they glanced back at the chaos, adrenaline fueling their desperate escape. These were just a few frantic comments exchanged among the crowd as they hurried away, hearts racing and breaths coming in quick, panicked gasps. At the sight of the injured crawling man being slid right in front of him, Peter moved without hesitation. Harry! Help me get him out of here. All right. Harry moved in and helped Peter carry the bleeding man away from the chaos behind them, followed quickly by Gwen. As they ran, she turned back and watched as bright lights and explosions rocked the now empty pavilion. Back with Atomic, he pushed himself up and turned down to see his right arm smoking slightly. During the process of helping everyone escape and creating the steel wall, one of the Navy drones shot a volley of rockets at him. He had been quick enough to have created a large adamantium shield over his right arm to block the attack. The resulting explosion had knocked him back. Okay, enough games, Atomic growled and stood. His arms glowing with energy. What ensued could only be described as total devastation. Atomic soared through the air with remarkable speed, wielding every tool at his disposal to annihilate the relentless swarm of drones that filled the pavilion. The stakes were high, he couldn't allow even one to escape and potentially wreak havoc on the expo. As he darted from one drone to the next, a surge of curiosity compelled him to scan each unique model before delivering the final blow. The intricate designs and advanced technology of the drones fascinated him, he knew that their blueprints would prove handy in the future. Rag! Atomic yelled as he smashed the last remaining drone into countless pieces with star rage using 1,000 pounds of force. Atomic gasped tiredly as he stood among a sea of destroyed drones. As he recovered, he walked over to a lone glowing disc. It was one of Ivan Vanko's imitation arc reactors. After scanning it, he crushed it and transformed the drone's remains into water. There. No end of movie explosion for you. Atomic thought and turned to see Pepper, Justin, and several security crew staring at him in awe and disbelief. To them, he had destroyed a small army of highly sophisticated and well-armed drones with seeming ease. Make an announcement for everyone in the expo to get underground. Call in the NYPD and every available ambulance. The drones chasing after Iron Man won't think twice about shooting at anyone on the ground. Atomic yelled out, hoping that they had already made such a call at the start of it all. Without another word, Atomic shot out to the night sky and chased after the drones in their pursuit of Iron Man. Holy shit, Justin mumbled in a daze. The pain in his shoulder from when Natasha grabbed him was momentarily forgotten. For once, I agree with you, Pepper said, quickly walking to the control center behind the stage, with Justin following closely behind. Yes, I need you to make a widespread announcement for everyone at the expo to go underground. Also, contact the NYPD and several ambulances. There's been an attack. She spoke urgently on the phone, then turned to a nervous technician. No, please don't call the authorities, Justin interjected, trying to stand in front of Pepper. Justin attempted to block Pepper, but she swiftly moved him aside. Step aside. Step aside, she instructed, positioning herself next to the technician. Now, tell me everything you know. Oh. Ivan Vanko sat motionless in his chair, disbelief etched across his features. He had meticulously crafted each detail of his plan with deadly precision, every move designed to dismantle Tony Stark's legacy and rid himself of the men whose family had long been his own undoing. In his mind, victory was within reach, a destructive symphony of revenge that would resonate through the corridors of the Stark Expo. But in an instant, his carefully orchestrated scheme had been thrown into chaos. A red and white stranger had appeared to ruin it all. The new, unexpected hero had appeared with unimaginable power, obliterating 24 of his drones in mere moments. The sight of his destroyed drones filled Ivan with a burning rage. With a growl of frustration, Ivan pushed himself up from his chair. He stormed through the halls of Hammer Industries towards his lab where the next phase of his plan awaited. Oh. Blasts and gunfire erupted in the skies above the expo. Tony flew in and out, skillfully avoiding the deadly hail from the chasing drones and his out-of-control best friend. His evasive maneuvers caused the gunfire to continue on its destructive path toward the ground. Civilians below screamed as bullets rained down around them. The Air Force drone's shoulder armor opened and released dozens of small missiles. With a quick roll, Tony dodged the missiles, allowing them to fly straight toward a crowd trying to move into a building and away from the chaos. "Shit!" Tony said and changed directions. "Tony!" The people. James yelled and watched helplessly as the missiles flew down. "I know. Jarvis." Increasing power to thrusters, Jarvis, Tony's ever-helpful AI, said. Immediately, the thrusters on Tony's suit burst with power, increasing his speed. But before he could reach the missiles to destroy them before they reached the innocents below, Atomic flew over them and raised his hands. A massive barrier of energy formed over the people, leaving them transfixed by its glow. The barrier formed into a half-sphere where the missiles crashed into, containing the explosion within it and releasing the blowback into the sky. Atomic looked back at the people and created several more entrances to the building. "Go. Get inside." His voice snapped everyone out of their stunned states and got them moving. Several people yelled their appreciation and smiled at the hero. "Who the hell is that?" James asked as Tony swerved back into the sky. "That's Atomic." "Leave the people to him," Natasha said from over the comms in Tony and James's suits. She was currently at Hammer Industries within Vanko's control room. Her fingers were fast at work on the keyboard as she tried to reboot James's suit. "The Power Ranger," Tony said before his eyes landed on the large globe structure at the center of the expo. He grinned and flew in its direction. "All right, we'll leave it to him." "Rhodey, you still locked on?" A hail of machine gun fire was all his answer. "That's an affirmative. Drop your socks and grab your Crocs. We're about to get wet on this ride." Wait. James yelled as Tony navigated through the globe with careful precision. Unfortunately, the other Air Force drones lacked that same control and ended up crashing into the globe, resulting in a brilliant ball of fire erupting inside. "I'm sorry, buddy. Had to thin out the herd." "What's your 20? Tony asked as he looked around the skies, but he grunted as James's suit struck him on his back. The two descended in the sky and crashed into the Oracle Biodome, making impact and rolling along a small stream of water as they came to a stop in a large Japanese-inspired garden. Atomic ignored them and flew right at the collapsing form of the flaming globe sphere. He released a wave of his power and extinguished the roaring flames. Reaching out, he constructed glowing, long, arm-like appendages and pulled the globe back into its original position. The glowing arms released a wave of energy, rebuilding and reforging the globe back to its original state. The people below watched the light show in awe, some even recorded the scene before them. Amongst them stood Peter, Gwen, and Harry. The men they had helped earlier sat beside them with Sandra applying gauze over his injured thigh. Once he was done, everyone cheered loudly, causing Atomic to turn to them. He examined the crowd and found that there wasn't anyone heavily injured from the explosion. His eyes landed on Gwen and his two new friends. His eyes then moved to the injured men from before. Flying down, everyone in the area gave him room as he crouched beside the wounded man. "Good work," Atomic said to Sandra, who felt a deep, powerful feeling rise within her. Thank you," she said. Atomic held a hand out and created a wheelchair from thin air. He picked up the man and helped him sit. As he did so, he quickly scanned the man's injury. "That's good. The glass didn't reach your artery. Ambulances are on the way. They'll take care of you," Atomic said. You saved my life earlier." "Thank you," the men said, grateful. "It wasn't just me," Atomic said, turning to Peter, Harry, and Sandra. "These people did as much as me. Can I trust you to get him to an ambulance?" he asked them. "Yeah, you can count on us," Peter said. Harry and Sandra nodded their agreement. In the distance, sounds of explosions and gunfire rocked the biosphere. Atomic began to float and turned to everyone around him. "You all need to evacuate. This isn't over yet." In a burst of speed, Atomic flew away toward the biosphere, leaving everyone to watch as he became a stream of light in the night sky. Peter couldn't help but watch Atomic disappear with a growing sense of resolve. He now knew what he had to do. What he had to be. It was time for him to be Spider-Man and use his powers to help like Atomic. Oh. An intense battle erupted within the vibrant greenery of the biosphere, where Tony and James now stood resolute against Ivan, who was clad in a formidable heavy-duty suit bristling with newly upgraded electric whips. The air crackled with tension as the fight unfolded, each combatant fiercely vying for supremacy. In a different reality, Tony and James might have found themselves overwhelmed, exhausting their arsenal against the relentless legion of hammer drones. But at this moment, they were fully equipped and determined to outlast Ivan and his advanced weaponry. Even so, the Russian adversary was not to be underestimated. His combat skills were as polished as the sleek armor encasing him, and the whips he wielded crackled with lethal energy, ready to strike at a moment's notice. With fierce determination, Tony unleashed a brilliant crimson laser, its beam cutting through the air like a lightning bolt, obliterating everything in its merciless path. The sheer intensity of the energy made the surroundings tremble. Ivan, quick to react, dove to the side, narrowly escaping the onslaught. He swung his whips with precision, their tips glinting ominously as they slashed across the garden, expertly targeting Tony's forearm and severing his control over the deadly laser. With a powerful flick, Ivan sent Tony hurtling through the thick trunk of a tree, the impact causing the wood to splinter and debris to scatter. Instinctively, Ivan raised an arm to shield himself from the relentless barrage of bullets rained down by James, the crack of gunfire echoing against the lush backdrop. Using his whips again, Ivan wrapped James's neck and pulled the war machine right to him. Pulling his arm back, Ivan punched James across the garden. Tony flew over Ivan and slammed a fist into the Russian's back, staggering him briefly. Growing, Ivan spun and unleashed a combo of punches before swinging a whip around Tony's neck. The whip's strength and electric power made it hard for Tony to break free, leaving him to struggle. Seeing his friend in trouble, James began firing off his bullets from his position on the ground. Ivan ignored the bullets and marched over to James. Ivan stomped a foot over James with a metal clang, causing the colonel to grunt. Ivan slid back his helmet and grinned down at James. Tony glared at Ivan and stepped back, the whip around his neck pulling Ivan away from James. James quickly tried to stand, but a whip wrapped around his neck as he got on his knee. Both Iron Men tried to pull away from the whips but found it impossible. Arcs of lightning streamed off the weapons and jumped into their suits, causing their systems to begin to glitch. A loud crash echoed above them as Atomic flew through one of the biosphere's glass panels. Ivan looked up just in time to see Atomic fly down to land before him in a split second. Atomic placed his hands on Ivan's arms, and after a brief moment, the armor and whips around them shattered into pieces, leaving Ivan utterly stunned. Pulling an arm back, Atomic punched Ivan's chest with enough force to send the man flying back into a boulder. "You saw that, right?" Tony asked James. "Yeah." "Did Vanko's armor fall apart?" James said. "I weakened the molecular structure of the materials in his armor," Atomic said without turning to both Iron Men as he walked up to Ivan, who was gasping in pain. His chest armor was bent and cracked. "I'm assuming you're the one behind this entire attack. People could have gotten killed." Once his breathing was back in control, Ivan cracked a bloody grin. "Dozens of American lives were lost even with their gods there to protect them. That was the idea, at least until you came. Now I take you three with me to hell." Ivan then activated the detonator in his suit and waited. After a few seconds, he blinked in confusion as his detonation sequence failed to work. "When I destroyed your drones, I figured out you placed explosives in them. I made sure to disable them. Still, I was surprised you had one installed in your suit as well. I made sure to disable that one as well when I took your suit's arms," Atomic said from above Ivan. Reaching down, Atomic placed a hand on Ivan's shoulder and transmuted the rest of his armor into sand. The sand shifted and wrapped around Ivan into a tight, inescapable, straight jacket. "You're going to answer for what you've done," Atomic said resolutely. Ivan glared at Atomic but remained silent. He had lost. There was nothing more he could do. At least for now. "Hey, Red Ranger. That's our guy," Tony said as he walked up to Atomic. Weary of getting any closer in fear of the red and white hero reducing his own armor to dust. "We get first crack at him." "Mr. Stark," Atomic said with a steady voice. But deep inside, he was geeking out at having the men who would one day save the universe standing before him. "Colonel Rhodes," he said with a respectful nod to James. "Let's backtrack for a second. You said you took out all the other drones. By yourself. Seems far-fetched." Tony asked. "He's telling the truth, sir. I have footage of the pavilion where Mr. Atomic single-handedly eliminated the rest of the hammer drones," Jarvis said, playing the footage for Tony and James to watch. "Damn," James muttered as he watched Atomic fight. The entire battle lasted only 2 minutes. James had read and seen the reports on Atomic. After the attack in Harlem, the army had gathered any information and footage on Atomic. They were particularly interested in his ability to create whatever he wanted from thin air. Okay, I'll concede. Not bad, Tony said as the front of his helmet snapped open. So, who are you? Really? Sorry, can't tell you. Defeats the purpose of the whole secret identity thing, Atomic said and looked around at the once beautiful Japanese garden. With a stomp of his foot, a wave of power extended out from his position. As the wave washed over the ruined patches of grass, burnt greenery, knocked over trees, and craters were all instantly erased, returning the ruined garden to its original state. What did you do? What was that? Tony asked, not believing what he just saw. Even Ivan was stunned at what had occurred. Tony had heard about Atomic and his exploits throughout New York, but he had been too preoccupied with figuring out the palladium poisoning that was slowly killing him. Still, he had heard about Atomic's ability to change the reality around him seemingly, but Tony had always dismissed those rumors as nonsense. However, seeing Atomic's powers firsthand, Tony was left gobsmacked. Some sort of illusion. No, this is solid. Maybe, matter manipulation. Tony muttered as he had Jarvis examine his surroundings after snapping his helmet closed. Now that everything is handled, I have to get going. I'll leave this guy to you then, Atomic said and began to float into the air. After giving both stunned men a small salute, he shot out of the biosphere and into the night sky. In the aftermath of that fateful night, the events surrounding the attack marked a pivotal turning point for Atomic, whose popularity surged to unprecedented levels. The release of security footage and countless videos captured by bystanders showcased his heroic feats, rapidly circulating across the internet and various media outlets, leaving a global audience captivated. People everywhere were left in awe, not only of his extraordinary powers but also of his unwavering commitment to prioritizing the safety and well-being of others. Among the countless videos that gained traction online, one stood out as a poignant testament to his character. It focused not on Atomic's impressive strength in neutralizing a small legion of hammer drones but rather on a profoundly human moment, his meticulous creation of a wheelchair for an injured man at the expo. Viewers watched in admiration as he gently lifted the man and carefully set him down, demonstrating a tenderness that highlighted his compassion far more than his destructive capabilities against the drones. This act of kindness resonated, showcasing him as a hero who values humanity above all else. By the end of that night, the name Atomic had become synonymous with hope and heroism, echoing through the hearts and minds of millions across the United States and beyond. Anne, I hope you enjoyed today's beefy chapter. Writing Tony is tricky, by the way. So, hopefully, I captured his personality well enough. Chapter 23, Race Against Time. Ever since the dramatic events at the Stark Expo, where Atomic's valiant intervention turned a potential disaster into a celebrated triumph, public discourse surrounding his extraordinary abilities and his role in society has surged significantly. While the vast majority of conversations cast him in a positive light, as is often the case with media narratives, the shadows of skepticism managed to capture the most attention. The world has transformed since the emergence of mutants in the early 1900s, a radio host remarked, his voice imbued with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. It seems as though individuals with superpowers materialize every other week. But none quite like Atomic. A man who possesses the uncanny ability to manifest anything he desires. This unchecked power rests in the hands of someone who, for reasons unknown, conceals his face from us. I, for one, cannot place my trust in him. What if his acts of heroism are merely an elaborate charade designed to win our confidence? Why does Atomic hide his identity? A politician pressed, his brow furrowed in concern. What secrets lie beneath that helmet? How can we place our faith in a man who is unwilling to reveal who he truly is? Some researchers speculate that he has dominion over matter and atoms, another voice chimed in, laced with alarm. If that's accurate, then what's stopping him from erasing humanity if he ever chooses to withdraw his protection? Isn't it evident that Atomic is a mutant? A newscaster argued, her tone heated and impassioned. Why hasn't the government detained him already? He's a catastrophe waiting to unfold. Unchecked power has been shown to lead to chaos time and time again, a U.S. government official declared, his voice resolute and unyielding. Atomic's abilities are excessively formidable and must be regulated. He cannot be permitted to continue as a vigilante without oversight. What are we debating here? A passionate New Yorker interjected, her voice rising above the honks and horns of traffic. Atomic is out there daily, saving lives. Just the other day, my mother's car had a flat tire while she was dropping my kid brother off at school. Not a single person stopped to help her. And you know what happened next? Atomic swooped down from the sky, fixed the tire, and even upgraded my mother's car. I don't care what those clowns in the Senate or the news outlets say. He's a bona fide hero. After all the good Atomic has done, why are people still criticizing him? Another echoed in disbelief. Is it so hard to believe that he's simply a guy trying to do what's right? Hold on, Tony Stark and his friend get medals for what happened at the Stark Expo, but Atomic doesn't. What kind of sense does that make? A popular YouTuber said incredulously. Shouldn't he have gotten one, too? Something smells fishy. These sentiments and countless others filled the airwaves and newspaper columns, capturing the attention of influential government officials, ambitious politicians, seasoned journalists, leaders of influential organizations, and even criminal masterminds, all intrigued by the implications of Atomic's presence. Yet, when it came to the individual at the center of this swirling maelstrom, Atomic/Wyatt remained unfazed. The cacophony of public opinion was a distant murmur compared to his current mission. His focus was entirely directed towards a far more pressing matter. The kidnapping of Serena and the murder of Luigi. Oh. Red and blue lights flickered ominously over Luigi's pizzeria, casting a surreal glow on the scene as police officers cordoned off the restaurant with bright yellow tape. A growing crowd of onlookers, drawn by curiosity and concern, gathered outside but were held back by several officers, their expressions a mix of confusion and dread as they stood at the perimeter of the crime scene. Among the throng were several of Luigi's longtime friends and fellow restaurateurs, their faces etched with anguish and hopelessness. They stood, powerless witnesses, as two paramedics solemnly carried Luigi's lifeless body into the waiting ambulance on a stretcher. The blanket over him was saturated with blood, dark and chilling, staining the fabric a dark red. "I can't believe it, who could do such a terrible thing?" one bystander lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. "Oh no. Not Luigi," another whispered, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the tragedy unfolding before her. "Did I hear that right? You're saying little Serena is missing?" a voice exclaimed, panic creeping into the crowd's murmurings. In the midst of the crowd stood Wyatt, frozen in shock. An empty stare replaced his once easygoing expression as his mind grappled with the surreal reality before him. In his right hand, he clutched a bag containing a celebration cake adorned with colorful frosting meant to mark the occasion of Luigi's restaurant's grand reopening. Wyatt's world dulled around him, the sounds of sirens and frantic voices faded into a distant hum, eclipsed by a piercing ring that echoed in his ears. His body felt strangely heavy, rooted to the ground as he battled against the storm of emotions swirling inside him. He wanted to breach the barrier set by the police, but his limbs refused to cooperate. What? Wait. I thought, but it hasn't even been a month. The thought echoed futilely in his mind as he stared numbly, helplessly, watching the ambulance drive away with Luigi's body. Suddenly, a fragment of a conversation caught his attention, cutting through the fog that enveloped him. "We're searching for a girl named Serena Lombardi. Witness reports indicate that she was forcibly taken into a gray 1998 Chevrolet Express. We have issued an APB for the vehicle." "Yeah, this may be connected to the recent wave of kidnappings," said NYPD Detective Jackson Peralta, his brow furrowing as he adjusted his earpiece, clearly distressed by the severity of the situation. "I hope this isn't linked to the Russian human trafficking ring we have been monitoring. If it is, we only have around 3 hours to find her before she disappears forever." A jolt of urgency surged through Wyatt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. Ignoring the cake he had dropped on the sidewalk, he pushed through the crowd. Once he found an alleyway away from prying eyes, he paused for a moment to take a deep, steady breath to calm his mind. With a swift motion, he summoned his suit, and in an instant, he took to the sky. Atomic tapped the side of his helmet and initiated a call. "Wyatt. I'm surprised to hear from you." "What can I dash?" came Phil Coulson's voice. "Coulson. I need your help." Atomic's voice was urgent, a mixture of desperation and determination as he scanned the streets below. "What do you need?" Coulson responded, his voice steady and focused. Oh. Time's up, fat man. Where's the money?" "What? You said I had a month." "I still have time." "So you don't have the money then?" "Whatever, Reznov, take the girl." "You're not taking my daughter. You hear me? Get away." Serena slowly blinked as the echoes of gunfire replayed in her mind. Her thoughts were clouded by the events that had transpired not even half an hour ago. The memories looped endlessly. She recalled the moment when the group of armed men entered her father's restaurant. Each of their faces was vivid in her memory, their thick Russian accents cutting through her mind as they made their demands. The men advanced toward her father, their postures intimidating as they wielded bats and firearms. But her father remained steadfast and fearless. He insisted he still had more time to collect the money he owed, arguing that they were 10 days too early. Yet the Russians didn't care. They wanted what they came for, money. And when that became impossible, they came for her. Serena was petrified. She couldn't move, talk, or run. All she could do was watch as her father attempted to protect her. How she wished he hadn't. If he hadn't stood up to them, perhaps he would still be alive. She would have to live with the haunting memory of watching her father being beaten and gunned down right in front of her. She hadn't even been allowed to hug him one last time before the men grabbed her and bound her hands. With little concern for her well-being, they tossed her into a van and drove off to who knew where, leaving behind the lifeless body of the men who had raised and loved her. Serena didn't move. She didn't talk. All she could do was stare blankly as the men took her somewhere that wasn't home. Feeling the van come to a stop, Serena watched as the doors opened to reveal two of the men from earlier, speaking to a well-dressed old man. The old man looked her up and down, nodding as if satisfied. Good. She's got good hips and well-developed breasts. Pretty face, too. She'll fetch a good price. Reznov, put her with the rest and then meet me at my car. We have another stop to make tonight, an old man dressed in an expensive suit said before walking away. Come here. I said, come here. Reznov yelled, grabbing her by the ankle and dragged her out of the van. Serena cried out as he grasped a handful of her hair, forcing her to look at him. In that moment, she doubted she would ever forget the face of the man who shot her father like an animal. Behave, girl. We don't like to harm the product. But we will, Reznov said, beginning to drag her through a dark loading dock. Serena followed behind him without any resistance. Any fight she had in her died alongside her father. Even so, she allowed herself one last thought. Somebody, save me. Oh, oh, oh. Ted let out a loud yawn as he turned the corner. It had been a long day of work, and he was ready to call it a night. I need to find a new job. My back feels like it's going to snap, he muttered as the tools in the back of his old Chevrolet Express rattled during another turn. He was now only 2 blocks away from home. Suddenly, a large pair of glowing hands swooped down from above and grabbed the van. Ted let out a shriek as he and his vehicle were lifted into the air. His world went sideways as he was pulled out of the van and slammed against the side of a building. A rope quickly tied itself around him, a black cloth was wrapped around his eyes, and a gag was shoved into his mouth. Atomic placed the van on the roof of a nearby building and ripped off the back doors. He illuminated the inside of the van, only to find it filled with old tools and dirty PVC pipes. No. Damn it. Atomic growled as he clutched his helmet. He had been searching the city for over an hour, stopping any van that vaguely matched the detective's description but finding nothing. Time was running out, and his anxiety was growing with each passing minute. Where are you, Serena? Where did they take you? He said, his hands clenched tightly in frustration. Where? Just then, a soft ringtone played from within his helmet, breaking his rising panic. Wyatt, my team has identified 7 vans in the city that match your description, all observed around 9:45 p.m. We ran a background check on 6 of the vans and found them to be clean. The 7th was unregistered and is now located in a docking bay in Bayonne, New Jersey. There's a lot of movement going on there. I'm sending you the coordinates now. I apologize for the delay. I hope this lead is the one you need, Carlson said. Got it. Thank you, Carlson, Atomic replied before ending the call. He quickly placed the van back on the ground and fixed the damage he had caused, also undoing Ted's bindings while putting him in his van. In a burst of power, Atomic launched himself into the night sky. Ripping the cloth from his eyes, Ted stepped out of his van and looked around the empty, dark street with wide eyes. What the hell just happened? Oh, oh, oh. Move your asses. We need to get these on board in 20 minutes. Ludmil, a member of the Russian mob, said as he rushed a group of men leading 4 scared girls into a green Konex shipping container. Move it. Please. Please, just let me go, the young college girl begged, her voice trembling with fear as her brown hair fell around her anxious face. Her wide eyes searched the faces of her captors, desperate for any sign of mercy. I won't tell anyone about this. Just, her plea was abruptly cut off as one of the men, a bald man with a tattoo on his face gripping a stun baton, flicked the device to life. A crackling burst of electricity surged through her, and she convulsed in shock and collapsed to her knees. Shut the hell up and get in there. We don't have all night. The group of terrified girls hurried into the Konex, not willing to be electrocuted as well. The brown-haired girl who had been shocked was then roughly kicked inside as well. Her soft crying gained no sympathy from the cold-hearted men. Only annoyance at how she was slowing down their tight schedule. All right. That's the last of them. Ludmil shouted, his voice rising above the sound of clanging metal as the final Konex was secured shut. The crew sprang into action, their movements a well-rehearsed choreography of urgency and teamwork. Deckhands scurried across the expanse of the ship, finishing last-minute preparations with the precision of seasoned sailors eager to set sail. Cast off all lines, one crew member called out, deftly untying the ropes that tethered them to the dock. Shove off. Weigh anchor, came the command from the helm, and the heavy chain clanked as it lifted from the sea. Inside the dim confines of one of the shipping containers, a group of terrified girls struggled to hear the distant shouts of the crew. The harsh jolt of the ship disembarking from port sent them into a frenzy, their cries mingling in a chorus of desperation that filled the cramped space. No, 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 wailed an 18-year-old girl, her voice trembling with fear. She pressed herself tightly against the cold metal wall, her mascara streaking down her cheeks like dark rivers of despair. I want to go home. Daddy. Mommy. The words tumbled out in a desperate plea. Someone's coming, right? Another girl, a 21-year-old blonde with wide, frantic eyes, clutched at the edges of her shirt. We're going to get saved, right? Her words came in rapid bursts, a frantic attempt to keep hope alive amid the encroaching darkness. Help! Somebody! Help me, cried yet another girl, her fists pounding against the sides of the container, each strike a mix of anger and fear. In the far corner, shrouded in shadows, Serena sat quietly, her head resting on her drawn-up knees. Her dull eyes, void of the light of hope, surveyed the chaos surrounding her. With a heavy heart, she watched the panicking girls, their pleas falling into an abyss of despair, while she felt an overwhelming sense of defeat wash over her. No one's coming. Serena whispered. Everyone inside the Konix jolted as a thunderous explosion reverberated through the ship, shaking the walls around them. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the distant crack of gunfire and the piercing screams that echoed like banshees in their ears. A sudden, bone-rattling splash sounded nearby, causing the Konix to sway alarmingly from side to side. Terror-stricken shrieks filled the cramped space, and Serena, now fully alert, gripped the wall with all her strength, her heart racing. There. He's there. Shoot him, a voice yelled, panic lacing every syllable. Die, you bastard, another shouted, desperation woven into the frantic tone. No. Don't drop me, came a plea, heavy with fear. A scream quickly followed. For several agonizing minutes, the chaos unfolded, a cacophony of madness that seemed unending. But then, as if the world had suddenly pressed a mute button, a suffocating silence enveloped the ship. No one dared to utter a word, the air thick with dread. Out of nowhere, the sounds of metallic bangs echoed one after another. Each clang reverberating through the walls and growing ever closer. With each resounding thud, a wave of fear washed over the trapped girls, gripping their hearts in a merciless hold. At last, the formidable steel doors of their shipping container swung open with a resonant clang, revealing a silhouette shrouded in the dim, flickering light cast by the overhead lights of the ship. Seeing the mysterious figure, all the girls screamed. The figure stepped forward, raising a hand that shimmered with an ethereal glow, conjuring a radiant orb that chased away the oppressive darkness of the once pitch-black interior, illuminating the container's cold, metal walls. You're all safe now, Atomic said as his cape bellowed behind him. Come on. You can all go home. It's Atomic. New York's hero. The blonde-haired girl said with a smile as relief washed over them all. We're saved. We can go home. One by one, they all exited the container, leaving Serena behind. Serena. Atomic murmured at the sight of her, his voice barely above a whisper as his shoulders sagged under the weight of an enormous burden that had finally been lifted. How do you know my name? Serena asked tentatively, her voice quivering with a mix of fear and uncertainty. The flicker of gratitude for being saved ignited a small flame within her, but the heavy shadow of her father's death still loomed over her, suffocating her spirit. As Atomic stepped into the Konix, a brilliant flash of light enveloped his helmet, revealing Wyatt, drenched in sweat and visibly shaken. His eyes, wide and filled with a kaleidoscope of relief and deep sorrow, locked onto hers. The sight of Wyatt sent a jolt through Serena, and she blinked in disbelief at what she was seeing. Wyatt, you're... Without letting her finish, he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her with a desperate urgency that spoke volumes. Serena. I'm so sorry. Luigi. I'm so sorry. With the warmth of her friend's embrace surrounding her, the dam that had held her emotions at bay finally broke. Tears welled in Serena's eyes, thick and unstoppable, as heartache washed over her like a torrential downpour. The reality of her loss crashed into her as if a floodgate had opened, releasing all the anguish she had fought to contain. Wyatt, my papa he's dead. They killed him. He's gone. The words poured out in broken gasps, each syllable weighing heavily in the air between them. I know. I'm so sorry. Wyatt whispered, the pain in his voice mirroring the torment in her heart. Within him, a thunderous wave of guilt surged. This is my fault. Luigi died because of me, because of my inaction. I'm so sorry, Serena. As he rematerialized his helmet, he lifted Serena in his arms and carried her out of the Konix. What happened after that was a blur to the hero. Atomic did his best to fulfill his duties as the hero that all the kidnapped girls on board saw him as despite his internal distress, and he successfully directed the now damaged ship back to port, where a legion of police and ambulances awaited. One by one, the girls were attended to by the paramedics while the police moved on board to arrest the men that Atomic had apprehended, each of whom sported severe injuries. Good work, Atomic. Thanks to you, many of these girls will be able to go home tonight, Detective Peralta said as he observed the police and paramedics working. Still, I recommend you get out of here now. Not everyone here appreciates the work you do for the city. He glanced over at several police officers, who were eyeing Atomic suspiciously with their hands resting on their sidearms. Atomic didn't reply but nodded. He began to float into the air and paused, turning to look at Serena, who a female paramedic was treating. Serena looked up at Atomic and gave him a slight nod. I'll be okay now. Go on. She thought with a forced smile. Atomic nodded back, as if hearing her, and soared away deeper into the city. He descended and landed on the Central Park Tower, where he removed his helmet. The wind at that height caused his hair and cape to flow in the air as he stared blankly at the city below. Tears streamed down his tired face as he cried silently. Even with his extraordinary powers, he had failed to save Luigi and prevent Serena from being kidnapped. He had failed them. Nothing had changed since his parents were killed when he was young and powerless. Wyatt couldn't protect those who mattered most despite all he had accomplished. All this power, and I couldn't even save him. He thought with clenched fists. New York's hero, what a fucking joke. Wyatt hissed. Chapter 24, Departure. In the days following Luigi's tragic death, Serena and Wyatt moved through life on autopilot, their minds clouded by a heavy fog of sorrow. Wyatt, who was better able to cope with the grief of losing someone he now, albeit very late, considered family, took it upon himself to plan the funeral and memorial service. Every meticulous detail, from the delicate arrangement of flowers to the selection of an elegant casket, was handled with care and respect, all funded out of his own pocket. He poured his heart into this process, determined to honor Luigi's memory. A good man taken too soon. While the weight of grief pressed heavily on both of them, Serena chose to remain silent about Wyatt's alter ego, Atomic. For her, nothing mattered more than for her to honor her father's legacy with a farewell that would reflect his life and the love he gave her. Even with this in mind, going through the funeral process was painful. Thankfully, she found strength in Wyatt's constant presence, and she was deeply thankful for his support. If he hadn't been there for her, she doubted she would have been able to do anything. To Serena, Wyatt's company was a refuge, a protective buffer against the painful realities of her loss. She instinctively reached for him in their quiet moments together, seeking solace and clinging to him as one might grasp a beloved security blanket. His presence was a lifeline for her, born not from romantic inclinations but from an urgent need for stability. In Wyatt's case, he could relax from his duties as Atomic thanks to the whispers and rumors of a new red and blue spider-themed hero emerging to patrol the city. Wyatt felt a modest sense of relief, knowing that the city was in capable hands while he helped Serena through such hard times. The funeral service unfolded in an intimate setting, overshadowed by a somber atmosphere that seemed to absorb the heartache of all who attended. The muted tones of the gathered friends, Luigi's chosen family from his decades living in Harlem, reflected their collective sorrow. With only a handful of relatives able to travel from distant states, those who could arrive wrapped their arms around Serena. One dreary afternoon, a man clad in a dark, somber suit appeared at Serena's doorstep, delivering news that felt both unreal and heavy. He informed her of the substantial payout from her father's life insurance policy, a safeguard Luigi had arranged shortly after first being threatened by the Russians. For many, such unexpected financial gain might elicit excitement or relief, but for Serena, it sent her spiraling deeper into her sorrow, spirals of tears spilling down her cheeks. Serena's aunt, Lucille LaRusso, one of the few family members who made the trip from California, offered to step in and help Serena to navigate through the complex legal landscape, ensuring that the funds would be securely transferred to Serena's bank account. Once the funeral ceremonies drew to a close, an overwhelming desire to sever any remaining ties to her past consumed Serena. As the now legal owner of her father's beloved restaurant and their family home, she found herself desperate to sell the building that had become an incessant reminder of that fateful night. The very thought of stepping inside filled her with dread. Instead, she decided to stay in a nearby hotel, the costs graciously covered by Wyatt, who remained her unwavering confidant through the storm of emotions. With a heavy heart, Serena made the decision to sell her father's restaurant and the space above it. Two of Luigi's longtime friends expressed interest in purchasing the property. They were eager to expand their own restaurant and were excited about the opportunity to continue serving food in the location where Luigi's restaurant once thrived, as a way to honor him. Pleased with their offer, Serena agreed to sell them the building at a price they could easily afford. When it was all said and done, her Aunt Lucille had offered Serena to stay with her and her son back in California until she reached adulthood, when she could decide what she wanted to do. An offer Serena had accepted after several days of thinking. Soon, the day of departure arrived with an air of heavy finality. At John F. Kennedy Airport, Serena found herself standing shoulder to shoulder with Wyatt and her aunt. Clutching a single carry-on bag, she carried nothing but a few clothes and cherished family photographs, faded memories of her life with her father and late mother. Everything else was left behind or sold. Our flight should depart soon. I'm going to call Daniel and let him know we should be on our way back soon. I'll leave you two to say your goodbyes, Lucille said with a sad smile as she went to take a seat to call her son, leaving Wyatt and Serena alone. Your aunt is a good person, Wyatt said to Serena, who had her arm locked around his. I think you'll be in good hands. Still, you'll be moving to California. Talk about a downgrade. He joked, eliciting a genuine smile from Serena. That's true, Serena said. But I think it's a good change. This city, these streets, they all remind me of him. I can't handle that. At least not right now. Wyatt nodded. Yeah. I understand. Still, I'll be sure to visit. Thanks. I'd like that, Serena said. How fast can you fly, by the way? She added in a whisper. This was the first time she had ever asked him about his powers. So far, if I really push myself, a little over 1,200 kilometers per hour, Wyatt said with a grin. It would take me around 4 hours to get to California, give or take. Isn't that kind of slow? Hey, when I first started flying, the most I could do was 300 kilometers an hour. 1,200 is a big jump in speed. My flight is gonna take 6 hours. You're telling me that the Great Atomic can't fly any faster than 4 hours? Never mind. I'm not visiting you anymore. Wyatt said and looked away from Serena. After a second, the two began to chuckle lightly. Flight 616 from JFK to LAX will now depart in 30 minutes. All passengers, please proceed to Gate 7. Came the announcement from the airport speakers. Serena frowned and tightened her grip on Wyatt as everyone sitting outside Gate 7 began to line up. Lucille stood up and waited for Serena with a patient smile. Well. This is it, Serena said. Yeah. Serena stepped back and looked into Wyatt's eyes. They stared at one another for what felt like forever until Serena moved forward and hugged Wyatt with as much strength as she could muster. Be safe. Okay. Be sure to visit me, okay? Serena said into Wyatt's chest. Wyatt agreed to everything she said without any hesitation. With a shaky breath, Serena let him go and walked over to stand with her aunt. Before she entered the jetway, Serena stopped and looked back to give Wyatt another look. As if to burn this moment into her memory. He smiled and gave her a small wave. It's time to go, sweetie, Lucille said with a warm, motherly smile. You'll see him again. I'm sure of it. Serena nodded, fresh tears in her eyes. Turning to Wyatt, she gave him a large, warm smile, which he returned. Sensing the passages behind them beginning to grow annoyed, Serena rushed into the plane and took her first-class seat. A parting gift from Wyatt. Wyatt moved to the large glass windows and watched as Serena's plane rolled onto the runway and departed. A small part of him wanted to fly beside it, but if he did, he felt as if he would just travel to California with Serena. He settled for watching the plane disappear from behind the glass of the airport. Now all alone, Wyatt turned around and left the airport. The ticket he had bought to enter the departure lounge went forgotten in his jacket pocket. Once outside of the airport, Wyatt's somber expression tightened into one of determination. Donning his suit, he flew through the skies and began his new mission. To find the men responsible for Luigi's death and bring them to justice. Oh. After sneezing, 14-year-old Jubilation Lee quickly covered her nose with a tissue and groaned. For the past month, she had been suffering from the worst cold of her life. It had become so concerning that her worried mother took her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctors were puzzled by her cold's prolonged nature and performed routine tests to determine the cause, including a blood test. That had been a week ago, and Jubilation hadn't received any updates. Fortunately, it seemed that her long cold was finally coming to an end, with only a few random sneezes and bouts of drowsiness lingering. Juby. Are you okay? Is the cold coming back? Hannah Lee, Jubilation's mother, asked quickly as she stepped out of the kitchen. I'll make some tea. Mom, I'm fine. That was just a sneeze dash. The front door of their modest townhouse cracked open with a deafening crash, splintering wood and scattering shards of plaster into the air like confetti. A flashbang stun grenade tumbled in, rolling across the floor with a metallic clatter. Jubilation's eyes widened in shock, adrenaline surging through her veins as she instinctively leaped to her feet. She opened her mouth to shout a warning to her mother, but the blinding detonation of the grenade cut her off, an explosion of white light that left her and Hannah momentarily dazzled. Amid the chaos, the living room erupted with commotion as a squad of men in combat uniforms burst through the entrance, their faces obscured by sleek black masks. Clad in tactical gear with weapons drawn, they moved as a cohesive unit, swift and efficient. On their shoulders, a patch emblazoned with the acronym MCRD stood out starkly in white against the darkness of their attire. These were no ordinary officers, they were former soldiers repurposed as federal agents within the U.S. government's Mutant Response Division, an elite unit dedicated to tracking and apprehending mutants deemed a potential threat to public safety. Target confirmed, one of the agents stated, holding up a picture next to Jubilation to compare. She was clutching her ears and squeezing her eyes shut. Take her. 3 men holstered their weapons and forced Jubilation to the ground. What's going on? Let me go. Mom, she cried. The agents ignored her pleas as they secured her hands behind her back. Heavy, reinforced steel cuffs were placed around her wrists and ankles. As her vision cleared, a black bag was pulled over her head, muffling her screams. What are you doing? That's my daughter. Hannah shouted, trying to intervene against the men who had broken into their home. One of the agents swung the stock of their assault rifle into Hannah's face, causing her to scream and crash to the floor. As she fell, her head smacked against the coffee table, rendering her unconscious. At the sound of her mother's pained cry, Jubilation's panic shifted to rage. That anger awakened a dormant power deep within her, and like a firework igniting, it erupted. Sparks of colorful embers danced from her hands, capturing the agent's attention. Shit. She's using her powers. One of the agents raised their rifle and prepared to fire at Jubilation's head. Only to be stopped by his squad leader. Goddammit, Spencer. Calm the fuck down. Agent Hamilton yelled and pushed Spencer's weapon away. Outside. Now. But, sir. I dash. Did I stutter? Get the fuck out and calm your ass. Hirsch. Why the hell haven't you injected the target with the sedative? Injecting sedative, Hirsch said as he pulled out an injection needle from a black case. With swift precision, he injected the drug cocktail into Jubilation's neck. No. And no. Mom. Jubilation managed to mutter before falling unconscious. The agents that had been holding her down relaxed and hoisted her up. With their objective secured, the agents emerged out onto the quiet suburban street, where a fleet of sleek armored vehicles idled, their engines humming softly. Surrounding them, a contingent of heavily armed agents stood alert, firearms poised and ready, eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of trouble. Curious onlookers peered out from their patios and doorways, their expressions a mix of intrigue and concern, as the MSRD agents carefully maneuvered Jubilation into the interior of a robust armored truck. I can hardly fathom it. The Lee family actually had a mutant among their ranks. Good. It's about time they rid my neighborhood of that damned mutant scum. Finally, my tax dollars are put to good use, came a voice dripping with disdain. I always thought they were such nice people. To think one of them lived so close. It's utterly terrifying, murmured another, eyes wide with a mix of shock and fear. As the MSRD agents prepared their equipment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once friendly neighbors of the Lee family began to cheer enthusiastically, clapping and cheering for the agents as if they were heroes returning from battle. On the verge of stepping into an armored truck, Spencer raised his arms triumphantly, celebrating like it was a World Series victory. His display sparked another wave of applause, swelling his pride and inflating his already overblown ego. Get in the fucking truck, Spencer. Ha. You got it, sir. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the small town in Virginia, the agents of the MSRD maneuvered their armored vehicles down the quiet streets. They were heading to one of the agency's secure bases in the United States, where they would prepare to airlift their latest captive to a facility in Nevada. This operation was merely one of countless missions executed by the MSRD in the wake of the government's ruthless response to the catastrophic upheaval known as the Sasha Connor incident. In the aftermath of that chaos, the agency was endowed with a chilling mandate to hunt down, apprehend, and contain mutants deemed a dire threat to national security. During this time, they had successfully apprehended over 200 mutants, employing a combination of tactical expertise and advanced technology to keep these individuals securely locked away, often in solitary confinement to minimize any risk of escape or unrest. Jubilation Lee was the most recent addition to their list of captives. And, posting this chapter before watching Superman 2025. I'm pretty psyched to watch it and to gain inspiration for my story. If you haven't noticed, I'm a pretty big Superman fan. Chapter 25, Spiders and Mechas. Quick N, get ready for a beefy chapter today. I had wanted to split it in two but couldn't figure out how to make it flow. So you get it all. Lucky bastards. Anyways, I saw the new Superman movie and I can't help but be mixed on it. I love this new Superman and how he operates. But the overall story felt chaotic and unfocused. But it was still very enjoyable. I'm excited to see what else is in store for the new DCU, because after Endgame, I checked out from Marvel. They really dropped the ball, at least, I think so. Let me stop yapping so you all can get to reading. The city's crime rate has impressively decreased by 9% with the surge of Atomic's heroic appearances. His presence has woven a sense of safety throughout the streets of New York. A massive inferno engulfed an apartment building in North Manhattan, leaving 5 brave firefighters trapped amid the chaos of flames and smoke. Fortunately, Atomic appeared in a flash, utilizing his powers to quickly subdue the fire and orchestrate a daring rescue, ensuring the firefighters and any trapped residents made it out safely. Atomic's persistent refusals to comply with court summons have state officials raising eyebrows and questioning his true motives. New York's newest masked vigilante, Spider-Man, was spotted enjoying lunch with the heroic figure of Atomic on a rooftop overlooking the vibrant neighborhood of Queens. All attempts to secure an exclusive interview with the elusive red and white superhero, Atomic, have ended in disappointment. Is there anyone who can break through his careful guard and reveal the man behind the helmet? Breaking news, the heroic figure of Atomic was seen making another generous drop of supplies at the Feast homeless shelter this week. This marks the third consecutive month of his weekly visits, delivering essential items like nutritious food, warm clothing, medical supplies, and more, a true testament to his commitment to the community. As time flowed on, a flood of headlines inundated the media, each one chronicling Atomic's latest noble deed or daring escapade. His likeness and reputation blossomed daily, permeating every corner of the city. Even those who had once eyed him with skepticism began to shift their perspective, slowly coming to believe in his genuine desire to do good, but a small minority still question his intentions. Police officers, once wary of Atomic and his powers, found themselves gradually warming to the hero's presence. They exchanged excited glances and sighed in relief whenever the familiar sight of the red and white figure appeared on the horizon. Atomic's knack for remembering the names of many first responders only added to his growing stature among those who engaged in selfless acts of bravery without supernatural abilities. As time passed, the citizens of New York embraced a newfound comfort in knowing they were under Atomic's vigilant watch. The atmosphere was charged with a tangible sense of safety, as though the mere sight of a blur of red and white streaking across the sky promised that everything would be all right. Oh. 4 months later. Tell me there's something better. Yeehaw. Spider-Man hooped as he swung through the skies of New York. His red and blue costume was a fast-moving blur over the pedestrians below. Go ahead. Try. Spider-Man thought as he flipped and leaped off building after building. The sensation of traveling at fast speeds and falling filled him with adrenaline. How I Spent My Summer Vacation by Peter Benjamin Parker. I can sum it up in one glorious, hyphenated word. Spider-Man. I am the spectacular Spider-Man. Spider-Man monologued to himself and landed on a building's ledge, staring down at the lively streets below. Only one thing missing. It's my last night before school starts, and I could really use some action. Off in the distance, a loud ring from a jewelry store's alarm rang through the night, which was easily picked up by Spider-Man's superhuman senses. Thank you, universe. Spider-Man said as he launched off the roof and launched a web to the building across the street. 2 men could be seen exiting the bulkhead on a rooftop, bags full of jewelry in their hands. These men were Flint Marko and Alexander O'Hearn. Did I tell you? One getaway jumped to the next building and we're $1 million richer. Flint said as he and Alexander walked to the rooftop ledge to see the distance they would have to leap to make it across. This ain't no $1 million haul. Not after the big man takes his cut. Alexander said, annoyance in his voice. Ah, shut up and jump, Flint muttered. Alexander moved to leap over the ledge but was suddenly pulled back by white webbing. Flint quickly spun around and lifted an arm to block the harsh red light from above. He looked down and saw a glowing large logo that filled him with dread. Oh, no. Not again. Flint said. Yep, again. What is this, Marko, the 3rd time this summer? Spider-Man said with his fists on his hips as a bright light shone from his belt, displaying a large Spider-Man logo over Flint. He stuck to the side of a radio tower as Alexander tried to escape from his webbed bindings behind the masked hero. Just wait till I get my hands on you, you skinny little creep, Alexander growled as he uselessly fought against the webbing. Spider-Man ignored him and leaped down. Okay, so, Marko, now tell me. The new spider signal. Too much. It's my first night trying it out. And I'm just not sure it screams friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Spider-Man said as he dodged, weaved, and leaped over all of Flint's attacks. Be brutal. I mean, as a guy with a lot of experience getting thrashed by, well, me. I really value your opinion. Deciding to end the fight, Spider-Man webbed Alexander's dropped bag of jewels and slammed it into Flint's back, knocking him down. Like a spider, Spider-Man webbed up Flint quickly, leaving the repeat thief trapped in webbing like his partner. So, what would you rate it? 1 out of 10 or 10 out of 10? Spider-Man asked. Let me go, you insect. A common misconception, but spiders are actually arachnids. Still, think about it. I'm expecting a full review next time I web you both up. Spider-Man said and began the process of securing both men for when the police eventually arrived. As he was about to leave the scene, Spider-Man paused and turned to the spilled jewels. He stared at them, the thought of taking one filled his mind. Shaking his head, he leaped off the roof and swung away. Ah, the temptation. I wonder when that part of the gig will disappear. He asked and entered a free fall. Harnessing his extraordinary intellect, Spider-Man focused intently on the variables at play, the distance to the nearby skyscraper, the optimal speed needed to build his momentum, and the crucial timing for his launch. With a swift, practiced motion, he unleashed a sharp thwip, sending a gleaming web line streaking out into the night sky. As he swung forward, the world around him blurred with the thrill of velocity, and he arched low to the ground, feeling the rush of air whip past him like a wild tempest. In a breathtaking moment, he launched himself into the air, soaring upward with a powerful surge, the cityscape unfolding beneath him like a vibrant tapestry of life and color. After another hour of patrol, he was about to call it a night, but stopped when he heard the wails of sirens. With a web zip, he flew over several buildings and landed in a crouch to watch a high-speed police chase through the streets of Manhattan. Okay, universe. I know I asked for more action, but let's cut it back, Spider-Man said, and was about to swing in to help when a brilliant flash of red light zoomed down the street, overtaking the chasing police vehicles. Ah, there he is. Excited to see his friend work, Spider-Man decided to follow at a distance. As he swung from building to building, he watched as Atomic used his reality warping powers to ensure no pedestrians were hurt and minimize any damage to the streets. It didn't take long for Atomic to reach the cause of the chase. With seeming ease, he lifted the sports car into the air with large glowing arm constructs. The police cars came to a stop, and officers stepped out to observe as Atomic pulled the two joyriders from the vehicle. After creating handcuffs on the men, Atomic dropped them off in front of the officers and set the sports car down. He then gave a quick salute to the officers and excited onlookers before flying away. Spider-Man watched all of this from a rooftop. Beneath his mask, he was grinning as he observed his fellow vigilante and friend work. Everything Atomic did was quick, efficient, and calculated. That was awesome, Spider-Man said, but jumped when his phone began to buzz. Pulling it out, he saw his alarm blaring, causing him to panic. Ah, man. It's that late. Gotta get home. With a mighty leap, he jumped away and swung through the city to get home and get some sleep. He didn't want to start the new year at school sleep-deprived. Floating above the city, Atomic watched Spider-Man swing away with a slight chuckle. 10-31. Burglary in progress on Dash. The integrated police radio in Atomic's helmet buzzed in. After hearing where the burglary was taking place, Atomic turned and zoomed over the city. Oh. Wyatt's fingers flew across the keyboard as his eyes remained fixed on his monitor, where unending lines of code came to life. He sat in a plush gaming chair at a wide desk, several monitors positioned in front of him. Empty Starbucks cups were scattered around his work area, and a half-eaten bagel lay forgotten. Behind him loomed several towering bookshelves, their dark wood gleaming under the soft glow of the overhead lights. Each shelf was meticulously organized, filled with an impressive array of books that spanned a broad spectrum of subjects. Prominent titles on coding languages, ranging from Python and Java to C++ and Ruby, were prominently featured, their spines showcasing the colors and designs of various publishers. Adjacent to these programming tomes were comprehensive textbooks delving into the intricate world of computer science and advanced algorithms, complete with diagrams and flowcharts that promised to unravel complex concepts. The shelf also harbored a collection dedicated to artificial intelligence, where volumes explored both foundational theories and cutting-edge developments in machine learning and neural networks. Not limited to just programming, the bookshelf offered a glimpse into the world of mechanical engineering, with texts outlining design principles, dynamics, and thermodynamics, reflecting a deep understanding of the physical world. Next to these, books on advanced robotics presented a fascinating exploration of automation and the future of technology, filled with case studies and practical applications. There were also books covering different languages such as Spanish, French, Mandarin, Japanese, and Korean. Wyatt had immersed himself in these subjects over the past few months, absorbing all the information until it was firmly instilled in his memory, ready for application. Thanks to his high-processing quantum computer brain, Wyatt had effectively become one of the world's greatest programmers and designers. For him, writing code and understanding the intricate workings of various machines had become as effortless as breathing. With his exceptional coding skills, Wyatt could hack into any highly classified and secure system globally to obtain secrets and sensitive information. However, he wasn't interested in pursuing such activities that would ultimately attract unwanted attention. Instead, Wyatt focused on using his programming knowledge to prepare for the future. Almost there, Wyatt said as he completed, debugged, and tested his newest software. And done. Once he completed and compiled his work, Wyatt transferred the intricate code through his advanced servers and thick fiber optic cables that snaked into another room. Standing up, he navigated through his expansive, high-tech laboratory, filled with an array of cutting-edge tools and equipment. All of these pieces of technology were powered by the powerful clean energy provided by Ivan Vanko's own arc reactor. While it wasn't on the same level as Tony Stark's arc reactor, Ivan's design would still offer Wyatt an unlimited source of clean energy for his future inventions and bases. Still, once Wyatt had the opportunity, he also planned to skin Stark's reactor. This second room was a stunning sight, brightly lit and remarkably spacious, with high ceilings that conveyed a sense of boundless potential. Before him stood a formidable assembly of dozens of hammer drones, organized with military precision, resembling a small army poised for action. Each drone had undergone a radical transformation, thanks to Wyatt's visionary redesign, which stripped them of their original Army, Marine, Navy, and Air Force aesthetics. The task of overhauling such complex technology would have presented an overwhelming challenge for most engineers, but for Wyatt, endowed with a formidable intellect and unique abilities, it was merely an opportunity to innovate. He re-engineered the old hammer drones into powerful, streamlined machines, infused with enhancements that made them not only tougher and more resilient but also faster and more agile. His ability to create with pinpoint precision enabled him to manipulate materials and design features that were previously unthinkable. Additionally, the blueprints he had carefully collected during his visit to the Stark Expo with Peter, Gwen, and Harry were essential to this project. They offered him invaluable insights and advanced technologies that enhanced the capabilities of the drones beyond their original specifications. With Ivan's arc reactors added in, they had more than enough power to support any actions they needed to take. The Army drones had been meticulously engineered to resemble the iconic RX-78-2 Gundam. Primarily tasked with defense, search, and rescue missions, these highly advanced units were not outfitted with traditional weaponry like assault rifles or rockets. Instead, they proudly bore large red and white shields, reminiscent of their illustrious predecessors, symbolizing protection and defense. To ensure they possessed a means of offense while navigating perilous situations, each drone was armed with an imposing adamantium sword, capable of cutting through barriers and obstacles with ease. The Marine drones, on the other hand, boldly embodied the powerful aesthetics of the Buster Gundam. Engineered for mid to long-range combat, these drones were equipped with a formidable arsenal designed for versatility and control. Each unit featured two shoulder-mounted machine guns that offered rapid-fire capabilities, while chest-mounted missiles provided devastating long-range firepower. This combination allowed the Marine drones to engage targets effectively from a distance, ensuring they remained a force to be reckoned with. In stark contrast, the Navy drones adopted the menacing design of the GUF Custom Zaku, embodying a fierce approach to close-quarters combat. Built for rugged terrain and intense engagements, these units carried two large adamantium battle axes on their backs, enabling them to deliver powerful melee attacks. Additionally, they sported a refined version of Whiplash's whips integrated into their arms, allowing for both offensive strikes and agile maneuvers that could disarm and disable opponents in the heat of battle. Lastly, the Air Force drones were modeled after the sleek and agile Strike Freedom Gundam, crafted for superior air defense and aerial combat. These drones featured expansive wings enhanced with several additional thrusters, granting them exceptional speed and unparalleled agility in flight. Equipped with machine gun turrets and missile launchers strategically positioned on their heads, shoulders, and forearms. These mechas could engage multiple aerial and ground-based targets with precision, ensuring they dominated the skies during critical operations. In total, Wyatt had 25 of each unit now downloading their specific code base into their systems. The mecha designs and paint schemes differed slightly from each other, but they all shared a red and white color scheme with large, plain-to-see atomic logos on their armor, making it straightforward for anyone to see that they were his creations. Wyatt's primary motivation for building an army was to better protect the city in case Loki brought the Chitauri army into Manhattan. Despite the Avengers' efforts in the film, the city suffered significant destruction and casualties. With his new army, Wyatt hoped to reduce both. However, his preparations extended beyond simply building an army. He dedicated himself to reinforcing all the buildings at the epicenter of the anticipated invasion, making each structure tougher and more resistant to destruction and collapse. When he wasn't actively fighting crime every night, Wyatt moved from building to strengthen their materials while carefully considering structural integrity. Currently, he has completed about 35% of the reinforcement for all of Manhattan and expects to finish by late 2011, just in time for the potential invasion in 2012. This timeline assumes that everything proceeds as planned and that his future contributions do not affect the outcome of events. Wyatt turned to a monitor on his right and checked the progress of his code download. It was currently 6% complete. By tomorrow, each mecha should be fully functional and operational. From there, he planned to position each drone throughout the epicenter of the incoming attack in strategic locations. Thanks to his abilities, no one would be able to find the 15-foot-tall mechas hidden in plain sight. Wyatt exited the room with a proud smile, his mind still lingering on his recent achievements. He strode purposefully through the brightly lit corridors of his secret underground bunker, the walls lined with reinforced steel and the faint hum of machinery echoing around him. He took a deep breath as he approached the door at the end of the hall. Swinging the door open, Wyatt's expression shifted instantly from pride to seriousness. Before him lay a vast board meticulously covered with a mosaic of maps, photographs, and meticulously gathered data. Each piece of paper told a story, a chilling narrative of the human trafficking and money laundering operations being perpetrated by various Russian factions in the bustling streets of New York City. Red lines crisscrossed the maps, marking routes of illicit transport, while photographs captured the faces of known traffickers and their victims. Detailed notes jotted in the margins outlined connections and patterns, revealing a complex web of criminal activity that Wyatt was determined to unravel. Over the past 4 months, Wyatt had steadily chipped away at the vast network of the Russian Empire. His efforts were marked by substantial achievements. He had successfully incarcerated 75% of their operatives and dismantled operations worth millions of dollars thanks to the help from the NYPD and another of his newest allies, a certain blind lawyer. The rate of kidnappings in the city had seen a remarkable decline, plummeting by an astonishing 65%. This drastic drop could largely be attributed to Atomic's unwavering and relentless raids throughout the city on various fronts, no matter who was running the operation. Russian, Chinese, Mexican, and any other groups who thought they could sell someone's life away. Yet, despite these significant victories, Wyatt's ultimate goal remained elusive. His focus had been to track down 2 key figures, Reznov and the Russians' elusive head boss, who lay at the heart of the Empire's operations. However, after months of searching, fighting, and strategizing, all he had managed to glean were their full names: Reznov Antonov, known as the ruthless enforcer who never hesitated to pull the trigger and Luigi's killer. Maximilian Zhukov, the cunning mastermind orchestrating the Empire's nefarious activities from behind the scenes. Though he now possessed these identities, Wyatt was acutely aware that understanding their whereabouts was the next critical step in his mission. Not even with his incredible hacking abilities, Wyatt was unable to find anything on the 2 men. Whether that be due to them working offline and using only paper, or if there was some other force hiding their identities from the online world. The clock was ticking, and every moment spent chasing their shadows felt like a step further from achieving justice for Luigi and everyone else they had hurt. During his raids on their warehouses, hideouts, and gang meetings, Wyatt had grown close to apprehending both men several times. But each time, they slithered out of his grasp. Wyatt was sure that both men knew that he, Atomic, was looking for them at this point, resulting in them acting with extra caution to avoid him at all costs. Wyatt had debated asking Coulson for another favor, but he quickly dismissed that idea. He had to do this on his own. With slow steps, he walked up to the board and glared at the blurry picture of Maximilian and Reznov entering a black Mercedes. "Keep running. Eventually, you'll make a mistake, and I'll be there to catch you," Wyatt said. He checked the time and left the room at the sound of his phone's alarm and headed to the base's exit. In a brilliant flash of crimson, no longer the soft reddish pink of his earlier days, Wyatt was now donned in his atomic suit, a testament to his newfound mastery, enhanced abilities, and skills. With a powerful thrust, he launched through the opening panel of the base. Once he departed, the panel closed swiftly, leaving no sign of the secret underground facility that lay beneath. Below him, the Mightiest reservoir shimmered like a mirror under the sun, its expansive surface reflecting the vibrant colors of the sky. As he soared higher into the clear blue expanse above, the familiar landscape gradually faded from view. Checking the time on his helmet's newly integrated advanced heads-up display, Atomic upped his speed. His suit flashed red before 2 large glowing thrusters and sharp wings attached to his back, replacing his cape. Drawing inspiration from Iron Man, thick armored gauntlets and knee-high boots appeared over Atomic's arms and legs, further enhancing his speed. In an instant, he shot through the sky with incredible velocity, reaching up to 3,600 km per hour, or a little over Mach 2.83. Normally, the human body wouldn't have been able to handle such speeds, but Atomic was protected by his suit and an aerodynamic glowing construct he had formed around himself, which allowed air resistance to wash over him. Additionally, he implemented a neck and spinal brace to prevent any potential whiplash. Why was Atomic in such a hurry that he decided to fly at speeds comparable to a MiG-31 fighter jet? He didn't want to be late for today's training session with Logan. Again. Chapter 26, Frustrations. In the grass field behind the Xavier mansion, Logan and Wyatt could be seen standing in front of one another. Wyatt was dressed in loose workout gear while Logan wore jeans and a white tank top. Their forms couldn't be more different. Wyatt was sweaty, bruised, and bloodied, while Logan looked fresh and free of any injury. Several feet away, several observers sat around the pool and watched the ongoing training session. Or if you asked Kurt, Evan, Kitty, and Rogue, they would tell you it was more of a torture lesson. "Come on, Wyatt. I know you can do better than that," Logan said as he rolled his shoulders. He slid into a loose fighting stance and beckoned Wyatt on. "Show me what New York's great hero can do." Wyatt frowned at the jab and shook off any exhaustion or pain he had accumulated over the last 2 hours, and slid into his own stance. "Be careful what you ask for, Mr. Logan." With an explosive push off the ground, Wyatt surged forward. He unleashed a flurry of precise punches and swift kicks at Logan, each strike echoing with intent. Unlike the chaotic flailing of 4 months prior, Wyatt's movements now flowed with purpose and control, honed through countless hours of dedicated training. Under Logan's expert guidance in hand-to-hand combat, Wyatt was steadily transforming into a formidable opponent. "Good. Stay on your toes and keep your head on a swivel," Logan said as he slapped, parried, and weaved out of the way of Wyatt's attacks. The Wolverine's centuries of harsh combat experience, including several wars, battles against other mutants, and countless near-death situations, had given him extensive knowledge of fighting. When Wyatt had asked him to teach him, Logan didn't hesitate to agree. He felt a sense of obligation to Wyatt for extracting the adamantium from his skeleton. No longer hampered to the poisonous metal, Logan was now much more faster and agile. His already heightened senses had grown even stronger as well. He was at his peak. That and the $2,000 barrel of aged smoked whiskey Wyatt had offered in exchange only sweetened the deal. As Wyatt attacked, he felt his breathing start to get out of control, but he quickly implemented one of Logan's breathing exercises. After a few seconds, his lungs were moving quickly yet remained under control. Jumping into the air, he aimed to slam his foot into the side of Logan's head, but Logan managed to grab him by his ankle. Wyatt's eyes widened in pain as Logan slammed his fist into his stomach. "What did I tell you about those flashy kicks? If they're not absolutely perfect, they'll be the death of you," Logan said, watching as a coughing and heaving Wyatt rolled around on the ground. "And noted," Wyatt managed to say through his coughing fit. "I don't remember Logan's training being this intense," Kurt said as he winced sympathetically at Wyatt's pain. "That's because Wyatt asked Logan not to hold back," Evan said, shaking his head. "The fool. Brave, but still a fool. Still, he's made a lot of progress that way. Before, he would get knocked out after 2 minutes of training with Logan," Rogue remarked, watching Wyatt as he stood up, his eyes hard and full of determination. She smiled faintly at the sight and chuckled as she noticed Kitty watching on red-faced. "That girl has it bad," Rogue thought. "I'm good, let's keep going," Wyatt said, raising his fists. "No, let's change it up," Logan replied, turning to Scott, who was walking out of the mansion dressed in workout clothing. "You need a sparring partner at your skill level. The best experience in combat is combat itself. Fighting me won't help you grow as much as an opponent around your level." Scott frowned, feeling that Logan's comment suggested he and Wyatt were at comparable skill levels. While he acknowledged Wyatt's feats and accomplishments as atomic, Scott believed they were largely due to Wyatt's overpowered abilities. So, when Logan asked him to spar with Wyatt, Scott was more than willing to demonstrate what actual skill looked like to the reality warper. Well, this should be interesting, Wyatt thought as he and Scott stood a few feet apart. He had noticed Scott giving him the stink eye for the past few weeks, and he guessed that Scott was eagerly awaiting for a chance like this. Over the past few months, Wyatt had worked hard to maintain a healthy work-life balance. In his free time, he made sure to make plans and spend time with his friends. Whether it was cozy afternoons at the library with Gwen, Peter, and Harry, where they delved into their favorite books, or thrilling movie nights filled with popcorn, snacks, and discussions about their favorite scenes. Initially, Wyatt worried that not being a mutant, like everyone else, would create distance between him and the Xavier crew. However, he quickly realized that his friends weren't as shallow as he had feared. Despite his lack of an X gene, everyone welcomed him with open arms. This fact made Charles proud of his students' open-mindedness. It was a clear demonstration that, despite the differences among mutants, enhanced individuals, and regular humans, everyone could one day coexist. In addition, Charles had told Wyatt that he was always welcome at his institution, recognizing Wyatt's heroic nature and strong moral character. With Charles's permission, Wyatt used his powers and programming knowledge to create an impressive play area in the mansion. This achievement earned him a great deal of respect and appreciation from both his original group of friends and the newer mutants. Thanks to his abilities, whenever Wyatt visited the mansion, everyone was eager to hang out with him. Who wouldn't want to be around someone who could create anything out of thin air? However, he was careful not to indulge everyone with free stuff. Wyatt had not only received guidance from Logan but also from Aurora and Hank McCoy, also now known as Beast. Beast connected with Wyatt quickly due to their shared love of science and high intellect. Whenever Wyatt wasn't training with Logan or Aurora or hanging out with his friends, he was engaged in conversations and debates with Beast. Despite the high opinion everyone in the mansion had of Wyatt, Scott couldn't shake his suspicions. Ever since the party when someone had broken into the mansion and the revelation that Wyatt wasn't a mutant, Scott remained on edge around him. While he recognized that Wyatt had done a great deal of good for New York, something in his gut told him that Wyatt could potentially lead everyone into trouble. Until he was completely sure of Wyatt's intentions, Scott resolved to keep an eye on him and ensure he didn't harm any of his fellow mutants. "Oh man, here it is!" Kurt and Evan exclaimed in excitement. "This can only end well," Kitty said as she and Rogue stood up. They were acutely aware of Scott's issues with Wyatt and speculated that Scott's behavior stemmed from either insecurity or jealousy toward Wyatt. "You two ready?" Logan asked, seeing both young men in their fighting stances. "I am," Scott said. "Yup." Wyatt nodded. "All right, remember, no abilities. Now fight," Logan shouted, motioning for them to begin. Scott rushed in, launching several punches at Wyatt. Wyatt, opting for a more defensive approach, parried and weaved in and out of Scott's strikes. This exchange lasted for several tense seconds until Scott finally landed a clean backhand to Wyatt's face. Wyatt groaned, ducked under a wide right punch, and slammed an open palm into Scott's stomach, causing him to stumble back. Stepping in, Wyatt spun and landed a hook kick to Scott's head, who raised his guard just in time to block the attack with a hiss. Dropping to the ground, Scott spun and kicked Wyatt's legs out from under him with a sweep kick. As Wyatt landed on his back, his breath escaped his lungs, but he ignored the pain and rolled to the side just as Scott slammed his foot down. "Man, they're really going at it," Kurt said as Wyatt locked Scott's legs and yanked him down. The two began to exchange punches as they rolled around on the ground. Some of those hits look personal. Ouch. That one has to sting, Evan winced as Wyatt landed a solid punch to Scott's nose. "I don't think this is a spar anymore. This is a fight," Rogue remarked as Kitty anxiously paced back and forth, watching as Wyatt's head snapped back from a kick. "Logan. Stop this already. This isn't training anymore," Kitty shouted as she and everyone else rushed up to their teacher, who was watching the brawl with a calm expression. "Not yet. Those two need to get whatever is going on between them out of their systems," Logan replied as everyone continued to watch both young men punch, kick, and throw each other. This continued on until they were both breathless. "All right, that's it. What the hell is your problem with me?" Wyatt growled, blood running down his nose. Pulling his arm back, he crashed his fist into Scott's cheek, making Scott spit out a glob of blood. "My problem. You're my problem," Scott hissed, landing an uppercut to Wyatt's stomach. "You're not one of us. So why are you still here? That's what this is about," Wyatt said, grabbing Scott by his shirt. Pulling Scott's head back, he slammed his forehead into Scott's. "You've got to be kidding me. What does it matter if I have the X gene or not?" "Everything," Scott yelled, his built-up emotions crashing to the surface. He moved forward and shoved Wyatt back. The two stood apart, panting heavily. "You don't have to worry about being persecuted for something beyond your control. How many mutants get taken away by the government for no other crime than existing? And what do you do about it, hero? You fly all over the city, but not once have I seen you stop those fascists from taking my people away. Are we not worthy of help like everyone else, or are you just blind to it all?" Wyatt took an unconscious step back, staring at Scott with wide eyes. No, it's just. I don't want to hear it. "I'm done," Scott said, walking back into the mansion and ignoring the worried looks from his teammates. "Scott!" Rogue yelled, glancing back and forth between Scott and Wyatt. Ultimately, she decided to follow him in hopes of offering support. "Scott, wait." Wyatt stood still, the weight of Scott's words deeply affecting him. He wanted to argue that Scott was wrong, but he couldn't help but agree. He hadn't done anything to help the mutants being taken by the government. Yes, he hadn't encountered such situations yet, but he also could have tried harder to reach out. He knew what they were going through, but he had been so caught up in his own missions that he never paused to consider how he might be able to help the mutants in need. "Wyatt. Are you okay?" Kitty asked as she ran to his side. She reached out and placed a hand on his arm. "Hey, don't listen to him. He's under a lot of stress. He didn't mean what he said." "No, he did mean it. And he's not wrong," Wyatt replied, surprising everyone around him. "Mr. Logan, what do you think? Should I be doing more?" Logan sighed and glanced over at the mansion, where Charles sat, no doubt having paid attention to the confrontation from his office. "Listen, kid. You're doing a lot of good as Atomic. You have more responsibilities than any other 16-year-old should have. The issues we mutants face aren't your responsibility. They're ours, the X-Men, to handle. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's more than enough." Wyatt blinked and looked down at his bruised and bloodied hands. The stares from his friends weighed heavily on him as he contemplated Logan's words. "No. There's always more I can do," Wyatt thought resolutely. "There has to be." Chapter 27, Parks are the best place for advice. The streets of Harlem were bustling as usual. People from all walks of life were moving along the sidewalks, heading to work, school, or simply out for a stroll. Wyatt, dressed in a black and red hoodie and pants, walked alongside the residents of this historically rich neighborhood with dark bags under his eyes. Note to self, get more sleep, Wyatt thought as he let out a yawn. Ever since his confrontation with Scott, Wyatt had thrown himself into his work. He was spending more time as Atomic than Wyatt, barely managing to get 5 hours of sleep for the last week. Shit. I can't keep going on like this. I'm not him. I can try all I want to be like him, but I'm just human. Sure, a human with reality warping powers, but I'm not a Kryptonian with unlimited stamina and power. Wyatt thought. So why am I trying so hard? I'm not the only hero around. Can't I just step back and focus on myself? When he reached his destination, Wyatt looked up at the newly opened soul food restaurant, which had been built where Luigi's Pizzeria once stood. He peered inside and saw several hungry patrons enjoying meals with their families. Behind the counter, a kind-looking woman named Mary smiled as she rang up a young couple. Mary and her husband Jackson were the owners of the restaurant, having bought it from Serena. They had been friends with Luigi since their late 20s. Thanks to Luigi, Jackson gathered the courage to propose to Mary. For them, continuing to serve food in the place their old friend had built was a way to preserve his memory. They even added a few of Luigi's pizzas to their menu. Since Luigi's funeral and Serena's departure, Wyatt felt compelled to walk through the streets of Harlem each week to visit the restaurant. On several occasions, he had wanted to step inside, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Failing to gather the courage once again, Wyatt turned around and left. No, I can't. If I stop helping, then what about the people who need my atomic's help? I can't let what happened to my parents, Luigi, and Serena happen to anyone else. Not if I can help it. I have to keep going. I have to. Isn't that why I'm here? Wyatt thought and shook his head to remove the fatigue clouding his mind. As Wyatt walked, he took in the sights of the lively local shops and businesses. He had to step aside as a few children ran past him. To his mild surprise, he noticed that the kids' shirts displayed the Atomic logo. One little boy even had a small action figure and made swooshing noises as he pretended the toy was flying through the air. Looks like my merchandise has reached Harlem, too. Wyatt thought as he examined the streets closely. Although not overly visible, several posters and items featured Atomic in various shops and store windows. Much like how one could find Iron Man and scattered Captain America merchandise throughout the city, Wyatt's own merchandise was growing in popularity. It had started in small batches in random shops. Still, following the surge in Atomic's popularity after the events at the Stark Expo, it was hard for Wyatt to go anywhere without seeing his likeness somewhere. Some people might have felt annoyed that others were profiting from their likeness, but Wyatt didn't mind. If he wanted money, he could just create a mountain of riches whenever he pleased. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. A small child with an Iron Man toy said as he chased his friend who held a toy of Atomic. I shot you with my blasts. Nah. I created a force field around me. No fair. I said no shields. Wyatt chuckled as the kids raced into a small park around the corner. However, his smile faded at the sight of the dilapidated park. He approached the fence and observed the children playing, trying to enjoy the park as best as they could. It was evident that the park had seen better days. You know, back in the day, this park was buzzing with energy. Kids would swing and laugh without a care in the world, a man in the hat said with a warm smile. He settled comfortably in his fold-out wooden chair, a chess set neatly arranged in front of him. I'm Bobby Fish, by the way. It's great to finally meet you. I've noticed you strolling through here every week, and I just had to find out your name, young man. He gestured to the empty chair across from him, invitingly. I'm Wyatt Wilkins. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Fish, Wyatt said after a second, and took the seat. Chess. Sure. Tell me, Wyatt, what has you wandering through these streets with such a lost look? Bobby said as he moved his pawn, with Wyatt moving his own in turn. My friends have said I have a good ear. Wyatt smiled slightly and moved his knight after Bobby moved his bishop. You ever been to Luigi's Pizzeria? Luigi's. Who hasn't? That man made the best pizza in the city. Don't let no one tell you anything different. But what happened to that man was a real tragedy, Bobby said with a frown. Did you know him? Yeah. Yeah, I did. He was a good man. Fed me when times were hard, and his daughter ended up becoming my closest friend, Wyatt said. I guess. I can't stay away from the old restaurant. I understand, Wyatt. It's true that Mary and Jackson aren't Luigi, but they whip up a delicious mac and cheese that I can't resist. I find myself going there every day for lunch. You know what really touches my heart? They had a talented neighborhood girl create a beautiful mural of Luigi on the back wall. It's a lovely tribute. Even though Luigi is no longer with us, his spirit and the good memories we all had at his restaurant continue to thrive in that place. No matter who's behind the counter. Moving his rook piece, Wyatt smiled faintly at the mention of Luigi's mural. You know, you're the second person to remind me that just because someone is gone, it's not really the end. Thanks, Mr. Fish. Oh, and checkmate. Bobby blinked in confusion as he examined the chessboard, trying to figure out how he had been beaten. Wyatt stood up and smiled at Bobby. Thanks for the game and talk, Mr. Fish. We should do this again someday. I usually play chess at Marcus Garvey Park, so if you ever want to play again, I'll be there, Bobby said with a smile as he turned back to the park. Maybe one day the city will help rebuild this park. Wouldn't that be something to see? Wyatt turned to the park and nodded. Yeah. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm sure someone will come along and help. Oh. Hurry up. We have to get home, or Mom will get mad at us. I know. But I can't leave Atomic. The two brothers, who had been playing at the park earlier that day, could be seen running through the streets of Harlem. Wearing an Atomic t-shirt, Henry had forgotten his precious toy halfway home and immediately returned to retrieve it. His twin brother, Jordan, nervously followed. The sun was beginning to set, and they needed to hurry to make it home before their curfew. Henry smiled as he spotted the park coming into view and dashed through the old rusty gates. The two brothers searched the park quickly for the toy, unaware of how much time had passed. Should you two be out this late? Henry and Jordan jumped in surprise, finally noticing that the only light illuminating the park came from a single lamppost in the center of the playground. They looked around nervously for the owner of the voice but found no one. Then, Henry looked up and gasped as he saw Atomic floating in the air. No way. Atomic. Henry's face had broken into a large smile as Jordan gasped in awe. Atomic nodded and landed on the ground. He pressed a foot onto the ground and sent a pulse through the park. After a second, he walked over to a bush and pulled out Henry's lost toy. Was this what you two were looking for? Atomic asked as he kneeled in front of the brothers, holding out the toy for them to take. Why yes, sir, Jordan said, trying to remember the manners his mother taught them. Henry, without any hesitation, moved forward and grabbed his toy. I'm Henry. I'm your biggest fan. Oh, this is my brother, Jordan, Henry said, practically jumping. It's nice to meet you too. Still, you two shouldn't stay out so late. It can get dangerous for two kids like you, Atomic said and stood up. I'll walk you two home. But first. Holding out his hand, Atomic unleashed a dazzling wave of energy that flooded the park with a radiant light, capturing the attention of pedestrians and curious onlookers peering from nearby windows. When the light faded, the transformation was nothing short of miraculous. The once old and dilapidated park had been revitalized into a vibrant oasis teeming with life and color. The new play structures sparkled under the light, showcasing the latest designs that promised endless fun for children of all ages. Brightly colored swings swayed gently in a newly constructed play area, and slides glistened invitingly, beckoning children to explore. Surrounding this lively hub, the greenery flourished with renewed vigor. Lush, well-manicured bushes adorned the edges, while tall trees stood proudly, their leaves a vivid shade of emerald, rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The solitary light pole that had once cast a dim glow over the park was now accompanied by several more, standing like sentinels to illuminate the newly revamped space. Together, their warm light spilled across the grounds, creating a welcoming atmosphere that invited families to gather and enjoy. As the last remnants of Atomic's power faded away, a pristine, up-to-code park was left in its wake, ready to be filled with laughter and joy. That was awesome, Henry and Jordan said as they looked around their new park. They were eager to play in it, but the dark skies above them stopped them. They knew they were way past curfew and had to hurry home. You two will have plenty of opportunities to play. Let's focus on getting home for now, okay? Atomic said as he walked along with Henry and Jordan. Okay. The brothers said in slight disappointment, but were still excited to have a superhero walk them home. As the trio ambled through the bustling streets, they drew a myriad of bewildered stares and curious glances from passers-by. It was a rare spectacle to witness a larger-than-life superhero in such an unassuming setting, especially one escorting two children home. Atomic tried his best to keep up with the barrage of questions from the two boys, their faces lit up with excitement. Why do you wear that helmet? One inquired, while the other asked about his superpowers. Meanwhile, Atomic waved cheerfully at those around him. Even the more hardened individuals who typically roamed the streets at night found themselves straightening up, momentarily entranced by the presence of a hero in their midst. As they rounded the corner, the three came upon a quaint townhouse that boasted a welcoming air. Its light-colored bricks were softened by a blooming garden, and the scent of freshly cut grass hung in the air. Standing at the doorstep was a woman whose face was initially etched with worry. However, the moment her gaze met that of her two sons, her anxious expression melted away like morning mist, replaced by a radiant smile that illuminated her warm features. There you two boys are. You had me worried sick. What did I tell you about getting home before sundown? The boy's mother, Keisha, said with an angry but relieved expression. I almost called the police because of you. It's okay, Mom. Look, Atomic walked us home. Henry said and pointed to Atomic, who had gone unnoticed by Keisha. Keisha's eyes grew wide as she finally noticed the hero. You're Atomic. The real one. Yes, ma'am, Atomic nodded and hovered slightly above the ground to demonstrate. I hope you don't mind that I walked your boys home. I felt it was best for them not to walk alone. Oh, not at all. It's perfectly fine. Thank you, I really appreciate you looking out for my boys. Keisha smiled, gently placing her hands on her sons' heads. But I will make sure they remember to follow their curfew. I'm sure you will. All right, you two, listen to your mother and get home before dark. Okay. Atomic said to the two excited children. Yes, sir. You got it, Atomic. Atomic nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, and began to ascend higher into the night sky, his form becoming silhouetted against the vast expanse of stars. With a final, sweeping wave of his hand, he soared into the darkness, leaving the crowd below in a hushed, reverent silence, their faces illuminated by the moonlight. The following day, a remarkable transformation swept through Harlem. Residents awoke to find their parks, playgrounds, and sports courts, once familiar and aged, had undergone an enchanting metamorphosis. Brightly painted murals adorned the playgrounds, vibrant flowers burst forth in colorful patches across the grass, and the courts gleamed with new life, glistening under the sun. Bewilderment filled the air as people roamed through the newly revitalized spaces, marveling at the unexpected beauty surrounding them. Yet, for those who had witnessed Atomic glide through their streets, there was a shared understanding. They knew that he was the architect of this extraordinary change, the undeniable force behind the magic that now enveloped their community. Oh. Atomic landed on the rooftop of an apartment complex and took in the sights of Harlem. He had spent most of the night upgrading several sections of the neighborhood and felt a bit tired. Despite this fatigue, helping the young twins and the larger community had eased some of Atomic's worries and lingering guilt. I wonder why you choose to use your abilities this way. You have so much power, yet you choose to help these humans. Atomic frowned and turned around to see a beautiful woman with caramel skin emerging from the shadows of a water tower. Without warning, her form shifted to that of a red-haired woman with blue skin. Mystique. Atomic thought, as several more figures leaped onto the rooftop. They were members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Avalanche, also known as Lance Alvars, was behind her with a determined stride. His presence exuded a quiet intensity, the ground subtly trembling under his feet. Suddenly, with agile finesse, Toad, or Todd Tolinsky, leaped from the edge of a nearby rooftop, gracefully landing on all fours like a sprightly frog. Just seconds later, a blur of silver flashed by as Quicksilver, the quick-witted Pietro Maximoff, zoomed into view, his signature cocky grin only enhancing his already striking appearance. Finally, with an earth-shattering crash, the Blob, Frederick J. Dukes, emerged from behind a crumbled brick wall, his massive form striking a formidable silhouette against the debris, a testament to his sheer strength. Walking behind the Blob with a smirk was Pyro, St. John Allardyce. The flamethrowers attached to his upper body clicked, releasing small bursts of flame that began to float around him. You're a very hard man to find, Atomic, Mystique said as she walked up beside him with a sultry smile. She leaned in and whispered beside Atomic's helmet, or should I say, Wyatt Wilkins. Let's talk, shall we? Chapter 28, Working with the Devil. You're a very hard man to find, Atomic, Mystique said as she walked up beside him with a sultry smile. She leaned in and whispered beside Atomic's helmet, or should I say, Wyatt Wilkins. Let's talk, shall we? How does she know my name? The thought ricocheted in Atomic's mind, sparking surprise and confusion. He paused to weigh the possibilities. Then it dawned on him, wait a minute, the break-in at the Xavier mansion. Could Charles have kept my information hidden away somewhere? The pieces began to fit together, forming a chilling picture. I see. It was Mystique who had infiltrated the mansion that night, using Weber as her pawn to breach Cerebro and steal whatever information Charles had stored within it. Damn it. Atomic swiped his finger, creating a glowing platform beneath Mystique's feet. The platform swiftly carried her back to stand in front of her allies. Before anyone could attack, Mystique raised her hand to calm everyone down. The Brotherhood of Mutants, Atomic stated. He had heard various stories from his friends at the Xavier Institute about their confrontations with this universe's Brotherhood. While the group wasn't yet at the same level of danger as their comic or movie counterparts, they were not to be dismissed. I see that Charles and his students have talked to you about us. Just know that not everything you've heard is true, Mystique replied. We're not here to fight. We just want to talk. Talk. Let's speed this up and carry his unconscious body to the boss, Pietro said, attempting to run but finding himself unable to move. He looked down and saw that his feet were encased in solid steel, stuck to the roof. What the hell? Seeing this, St. John glared at Atomic and was about to unleash a wave of flames when the fireballs floating around him were suddenly extinguished. When he tried to release more flames from his flamethrower, nothing happened. He soon began to have trouble breathing as his body started to shake. The phenomenon occurred because Atomic siphoned the oxygen from the air surrounding St. John's location and significantly reduced the surrounding air temperature. This drastic environmental alteration effectively extinguished any possibility for the fire wielder to conjure flames. Mystique narrowed her eyes at Atomic's quick reaction and discreet use of his powers. He was far more capable than she had anticipated. Charles and his students must have informed him of our abilities. We're at a disadvantage, she thought. No one here attacks without my say-so. Do so, and you'll face the consequences. Is that clear? The young mutants all annoyingly agreed and backed off, with Pietro glaring at Atomic as he tried to pull his feet free. "Hey! You heard her. Let me go," Pietro said. "She can't breathe, so cold," St. John said. "He resembles a young Aaron Taylor Johnson, but he's behaving quite differently from his character in the MCU. If he's here, then where's Wanda?" With a casual wave of his hand, Atomic undid Pietro's bindings, and the controlled environment around St. John shifted. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice firm but free of hostility. "Like I said, we just want to talk," Mystique said with a serious tone. "More specifically, our leader wants to speak to you." "Magneto," Atomic stated. "Then why isn't he here?" "Our leader is a very busy man. However, he eagerly hopes you agree to meet him." "And if I refuse?" "From what I've been told, your group isn't exactly trustworthy and peaceful. Especially considering how you tried to trick my friend, Rogue," Atomic said. Atomic's words hung in the air, prompting a frown to crease Mystique's features. "Hey! You're lucky we're even asking," Lance barked, stepping forward with a flash of bravado, but he quickly hesitated, caught off guard by Atomic turning his attention to him. Memories of the video of the fierce battle against the hammer drones at the Stark Expo surged through him, stirring a mix of respect and unease. Despite his own confidence in his abilities and powers, the thought of confronting Atomic, whose abilities and skills were known across the country, made him reconsider. "I mean," he began, trailing off, unsure of how to proceed. "Enough, Avalanche," Mystique hissed. "Listen, I'm well aware of our shared history with the X-Men, but our business with you is different. We're extending a friendly hand. If you decide not to speak with our leader, we would understand." The members of the Brotherhood all turned to her with confused expressions. A fact that Atomic caught on to as well. "This will turn ugly if I refuse." Atomic thought and looked down at the apartment building they were on. If a fight breaks out, the people within it would be in danger. "I can't risk that." "Fine. Take me to Magneto. I'll hear what he has to say." Mystique looked momentarily surprised at his acceptance, but she quickly looked pleased with herself. "Excellent. Your time won't be wasted, I assure you. We'll see about that." Atomic thought and raised a hand to Frederick. The large mutant braced himself, but at the glow behind him, he saw the brick wall he broke through be fixed in an instant. "Wow," Frederick muttered. "Holy crap. He really can make anything he wants." Todd whispered, a storm of ideas of how to become rich raging in his mind. "Like gold." Atomic ignored their chattering and created a large platform under them all. The Brotherhood watched as the platform began to float into the air with Atomic flying beside them. "Lead the way," Atomic said. "Let's hope this doesn't blow up in my face." Atomic thought as Mystique guided him. As he soared through the skies, he took meticulous care to replace any metallic components in his suit, swapping out the resilient adamantium plating and helmet for non-magnetic alternatives. He chose durable ABS plastics and lightweight carbon fiber. While these substitutions might not offer the same level of protection as the formidable metals, they were a calculated precaution, an essential adaptation in case he encountered the formidable master of magnetism in the heat of battle. Oh. It didn't take long for Atomic to arrive at the location Mystique had directed him to. As he gently set down the members of the Brotherhood, he lifted his gaze to behold the imposing silhouette of the Statue of Liberty against the twilight sky. The statue, a beacon of hope and liberty, stood in stark contrast to the tension brewing in the air around them. "Atomic. I'm pleased you decided to accept my invitation," a deep, resonant voice cut through the evening stillness, drawing Atomic's attention upward. There, silhouetted against the dark heavens, was Magneto, Eric Laneshare, his figure regal and commanding as he floated effortlessly, suspended high above the gathering below. "You've been a very busy man ever since you discovered the extent of your powers." Eric's eyes glinted with a mix of intrigue and something darker as he surveyed the scene, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the charged atmosphere. "It seems that only Magneto and Mystique know about my identity," Atomic thought. Atomic frowned from behind his helmet and flew up to float in front of Eric. They were now eye to eye. "It shouldn't come as a surprise that I don't trust you, Magneto. What is it that you want?" "Ah, yes. Charles and his X-Men have undoubtedly filled your head with tales of our encounters. But let me be clear, I am not here to fight. I'm here to extend a powerful invitation, an invitation to join the Brotherhood of Mutants," Eric stated, confidently extending his hand. "With you by our side, the future where mutants can live without fear and embrace their true freedom is not just a dream, it is a certainty within our reach." Atomic frowned, hearing that. "You're a powerful man, Eric. I'm also assuming you're a well-informed man. You must know that I'm not a mutant. I don't have the X gene." A small chuckle escaped Eric. He floated over to stare out at the glowing city in the distance. "That, my young friend, is where you're wrong. At least, to a degree. Like Charles, I have friends everywhere. It wasn't hard to convince a few laboratory scientists to change the results of a test. Atomic was taken aback by Eric's statement. Were the test results he received fake? Could it be that he was actually a mutant all along? You're saying I'm a mutant. Unfortunately, that remains unconfirmed, Eric confessed, his tone revealing his intrigue. You see, your blood seems to lack the X gene. However, traces of it still exist strongly in your DNA. It's almost as if the X gene is evolving beyond its current form. Isn't that fascinating? But before my team of scientists could uncover the truth about your DNA, your blood somehow eradicated itself. It was as if it had a delayed defensive mechanism, leaving us without any biological information to analyze or explore. What? What is he talking about? So, I'm a mutant but not at the same time. That doesn't make any sense. Atomic thought, growing more annoyed. What's your point? My point is that you are one of us. You're our future. The abilities you possess are meant to help us claim our rightful place as the dominant species on this planet. We shouldn't be living in fear, treated like second-class citizens at the mercy of these humans, and dragged into government facilities just because they fear what we could become. With you on our side, we can assert ourselves as the dominant species on this planet. That's wrong. Just because mutants have powers, it doesn't make them, us, you. Whatever. It doesn't make mutants any better than regular people. Atomic said. The people are just afraid of what they don't understand. If we can show the world that mutants are no different from regular people, then their misguided fear will go away. Naive, just like Charles. What do you propose we do about our fellow mutants being ripped from their families and homes? Are we just going to turn a blind eye to their abduction and abuse? Ignore the reality as we're thrown into camps. Eric's voice thundered, causing the nearby Statue of Liberty to tremble with his fury. He took a moment, inhaling deeply to regain his composure and halt the shaking of the statue. I've heard of your so-called heroics, Atomic. Let me ask you plainly, when the day comes that you witness an innocent mutant being dragged away by the Department of Mutant Affairs, will you stand idly by and let it happen? Or will you take a stand, defy this oppressive regime, and become their enemy? I'd do the right thing, Atomic said without hesitation. Humans, mutants, it doesn't matter. I'd step in and help anyone in trouble. No matter who I could make an enemy of by doing so. From under his helmet, Eric smiled. I see, he then floated to the ground and approached Mystique, who had a laptop in her hands. The Brotherhood all grew nervous at Eric's presence, even Pietro, the man's son. Prove it to me, Atomic. Prove it to me and everyone here that you truly are the hero you say you are. Atomic narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him as he descended to the ground. Eric gestured toward the laptop's glowing screen, urging him to look closer. When Atomic's gaze fell upon the images displayed, he paused, his breath hitching in his throat. The screen revealed a collection of grainy photographs, captured from awkward angles, showcasing a sprawling government facility shrouded in an air of foreboding. The images depicted a diverse group of people clad in drab gray jumpsuits, each emblazoned with stark, unfeeling numbers across their chests. Among them were primarily youthful faces, though interspersed were middle-aged and even elderly people. What captured Atomic's attention were the horrifying and inhumane conditions in which these people were imprisoned. Straitjackets twisted and contorted their bodies, rendering them helpless. Full metallic face masks, with only small breathing holes, obscured their features, transforming them into mere shadows of their former selves. Their hands and arms were encased in cruel, unyielding steel that restricted any semblance of movement, turning them into mere objects of confinement. The government's oppressive effort to suppress their abilities and autonomy was palpable. As the photos scrolled to reveal the slivers of space where these individuals were confined to sleep, Atomic felt a sinking despair. Small, claustrophobic rooms crafted from jagged chains, cold concrete, and unforgiving steel appeared, offering barely enough space for anyone to stretch their arms fully. The stark reality of their suffering pressed heavily upon him, and he instinctively looked down, unable to bear the weight of what he had just witnessed. What will it be, Atomic? Will you help me free these mutants, or will you turn away from their suffering? Eric asked. You don't have to worry about being persecuted for something beyond your control. How many mutants get taken away by the government for no other crime than existing? And what do you do about it, hero? You fly all over the city, but not once have I seen you stop those fascists from taking my people away. Are we not worthy of help like everyone else, or are you just blind to it all? Scott's words to him echoed loudly in Atomic's mind. The Brotherhood watched as Atomic gazed back at the laptop screen. Their uncertainty about his expression hung heavily in the air. Finally, Atomic reached out and closed the laptop screen. Where is this facility? Eric smiled victoriously and extended his hand toward Atomic. Welcome to the Brotherhood. This does not mean I'm joining you. I'm only doing what needs to be done to help those people, Atomic stated, his voice unwavering. I'll work with you this time, but let me make this clear, I don't trust you. That is understandable. However, trust isn't necessary for us to work together to free our fellow mutants, Eric replied, nodding as he placed his hands behind his back. By the end of our rescue operation, I believe I will have earned your trust. I doubt that. Atomic thought as he shook Eric's hand. To him, it felt as if he were making a deal with the devil. Even with the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders, Atomic knew he had no choice. The sight of those desperate people, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness, haunted him. He could feel their pain resonating within him, a relentless tug on his conscience. Ignoring their plight was simply not an option. He couldn't turn his back on those who needed help. The consequences of his future actions were not lost on him, but in that moment, their need outweighed whatever drawback he would undoubtedly receive. Chapter 29, A Friend's Advice. In a groundbreaking announcement that has the scientific community buzzing with excitement, the brilliant Reed Richards has unveiled his ambitious plans to create a state-of-the-art spaceship designed to journey to planets beyond our moon. With federal funding secured, this highly anticipated project promises to break barriers and redefine our understanding of space travel, set to launch in just 2 to 4 years, though Richards is confidently predicting a finish in a mere 2. Christine Everhart was on the scene in front of the iconic Baxter Building, capturing the energy of the moment. She exclaims, while some may question the audacity of such a claim, this is Reed Richards we're talking about. From his extraordinary achievements as a teen genius at just 15 years old, earning the esteemed title of prodigy, to his groundbreaking innovations at 25 that have transformed our everyday lives, Reed has consistently proven that the impossible is simply a challenge waiting to be conquered. Get ready, because the future of exploration is about to take flight. Wow. I can't believe we'll be able to travel further than the moon. Do you think we'll actually reach Mars? Just imagine all the discoveries we could make with astronauts conducting live research on a new planet. Gwen exclaimed as she, Peter, and Harry all leaned in to watch the news feed on her Stark tablet. Won't they just find red sand and rocks? How exciting is that? Harry asked as Gwen put her tablet away. The sounds of the busy mall echoed around them from the food court. Harry, that's just what's on the surface. Who knows what else Mars could hold? Maybe an answer to all human disease. Peter said with an excited smile. What do you think, Wyatt? Wyatt. Huh. Wyatt blinked and looked away from his fries. Sorry. I was lost in thought. What did you say? Gwen leaned forward with a spark of enthusiasm in her eyes, her voice brimming with excitement. We were discussing Reed Richards' incredible planned spaceship, she began, her tone animated. Can you believe it? If he succeeds, the spaceship could travel far beyond our moon, venturing into the depths of space where few have dared to go. Just imagine the possibilities. The worlds it could explore, the mysteries it could uncover. Isn't that thrilling? Wyatt hummed thoughtfully as he reflected on the topic. Well, going off of Reed Richards' impressive track record of accomplishments, him developing an interplanetary spacecraft seems very possible for him. Add on the team of genius scientists and engineers that will assist him, he's very likely to succeed. And yeah, you're right, Gwen, Reed's spacecraft could provide humanity with the opportunity to finally explore other planets and make significant discoveries, maybe even helping us to enhance our understanding of the universe. Or it could give him and his fellow crewmates cosmic powers. Wyatt thought knowingly. As they strolled through the bustling mall, the group moved from store to store, pausing to admire window displays that showcased everything from trendy clothing to the latest tech gadgets. Laughter and idle chatter filled the air as they exchanged opinions on various items, commenting on the absurdity of some of the fashion choices or the appeal of the newest gaming consoles. Wyatt, however, remained a step behind, his thoughts drifting far from the playful banter of his friends. The weight of the recent news about the captured mutants in Nevada haunted him, making it difficult to engage in their light-hearted conversation fully. At one point, Harry received a call from his mother, summoning him home, much to his chagrin. He rolled his eyes, expressing his annoyance to the group before bidding them farewell. Now, it was just Gwen, Peter, and Wyatt left to enjoy their planned movie night. They stood in line at the concession stand, the aroma of popcorn and candy wafting through the air, when suddenly, Peter's spider sense jolted him. A prickling sensation raced down his spine, leaving him alert and on edge, as he scanned their surroundings, sensing something was amiss. Sorry guys, but, I completely forgot I told Uncle Ben that I'd help him repaint the kitchen. How about a rain check? Peter said and quickly left the theater. Once out of sight, he changed into his suit and swung away. He's been doing that more and more lately, Gwen said as she turned to Wyatt. You're not going to ditch me, too, are you? Trusting Peter to handle whatever was going on in the city, Wyatt shook his head with a small smile. No. You're stuck with me tonight. Good. I don't know what I would do if you flaked on me, too, Gwen said. You'd probably give me the look, Wyatt said. What? I wouldn't do that. You're doing it right now. Ugh, whatever, Gwen rolled her eyes and looked down at her movie ticket. With Peter and Harry gone, I'm not really in the mood to watch the movie anymore. Do you wanna, I don't know, walk around or something? Wyatt shrugged and nodded in agreement. He wasn't in the mood to watch the movie that Peter and Harry had chosen earlier either. His mind was too busy and chaotic right now to focus on some dumb action movie. After leaving the theater, the two of them walked side by side through the streets of Manhattan until they reached Madison Square Park. Okay, what's on your mind? Gwen asked as they took a seat on a park bench. Sitting beside her, Wyatt handed her a vanilla ice cream cone he had bought while he held a chocolate cone in his own hand. You've had that contemplative expression all day. Oh, you noticed that? Wyatt responded, not attempting to deny it. He had learned that Gwen was very outspoken and stubborn, though she often disguised it under her sweet, bookish demeanor. It's a bit hard to ignore you staring at your Subway sandwich as if it held the answers to the universe, Gwen said, an amused smile on her face. Talk to me, Wyatt. What's wrong? It's just. Wyatt began, pausing for a moment. He had debated whether to lie about his true thoughts, but felt the urge to seek Gwen's opinion on his current dilemma. He knew he had to be careful with his words. It's about a book I'm reading. You see, the protagonist is facing a tough moral dilemma. He has to confront a significant challenge, but the consequences could change everything for him. I see. What's the challenge? He has to go against his nation's government to save hundreds of kidnapped civilians. However, what the government is doing, taking these people, is not seen as wrong by a significant portion of the population. Do you think he should help free those captured civilians, even if it means becoming an enemy of the nation and facing hostility from the people he has served up to that point? Wyatt asked, leaning forward on his knees, his ice cream forgotten. Gwen hummed in thought and took a lick of her frozen treat. Well, I'd like to know more about this book, but based on what you've told me, I believe the protagonist should do what he thinks is right. What if what he believes is right turns everyone against him? Wyatt whispered. I believe that's a possibility. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. If it were, everyone would be doing it. It takes a certain amount of bravery and courage to stand up for your beliefs, regardless of what others say. So yes, I think the protagonist should save those people, no matter the consequences, Gwen replied. Now I'm curious, what's the title of this book? Wyatt stared at his ice cream cone and gave it a small lick. Turning to Gwen, he smiled appreciatively. Honestly, I forgot the title. I just remember this part. What? You can't do that. Now I'm even more curious to find this story. Gwen lightly glared at Wyatt for piquing her curiosity and leaving her high and dry. Do you at least know what he ended up deciding to do? Wyatt chuckled as Gwen lightly pushed his shoulder. He did the right thing, regardless of what the world says about him. It's like a wise woman once said, even when the whole world tells you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree, look them in the eye, and say, no, you move. Wyatt quoted the woman who founded S.H.I.E.L.D., the legendary Peggy Carter. Wow, that's beautiful. Are you gonna tell me who said that? I'm thinking about it. At his answer, Gwen gave Wyatt what the group called the look. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the city, Wyatt offered to walk Gwen home. They stood at a bustling intersection, the air filled with a mix of voices and distant sirens as they waited for the crosswalk sign to light up. Gwen, feeling the gentle breeze ruffle her hair, glanced around. A hurried businesswoman clutching her phone, a group of laughing students with backpacks slung over their shoulders, and an elderly man with a cane, and many more. All waiting for the light to change. At last, the pedestrian signal changed, brightening green. The people at the corner began to step into the crosswalk, eager to cross the street and continue on their way. Just as they made their way forward, a sudden cacophony shattered the evening tranquility, crashes echoed, blaring horns invaded the air, and startled screams arose from the crowd. Gwen and Wyatt spun around, eyes wide, as an out-of-control box truck barreled down the street toward them. Get out of the way. My brakes don't work. The box truck's driver screamed in a panic as he tried his best to slow himself down. His hand pulled on the emergency brake as far as it would go, and he maneuvered the truck to avoid all the cars in his path. Move. Everyone on the crosswalk instinctively recoiled, their faces pale with alarm. Wyatt, in a blur of urgency, seized Gwen by the arm and yanked her back to a safe distance. As she stumbled away, her eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before her. A boy with oversized headphones nestled over his ears strolled forward, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lost in the rhythm of his own world. Just as panic surged within her and the urge to scream bubbled up, Gwen caught a fleeting glimpse of a red-brown blur dashing beside her. Wyatt sprang into action, his muscles coiled like a tightly wound spring as he dashed toward the oblivious child. Time seemed to slow as he propelled himself forward. With a fierce adrenaline-fueled burst, he leaped, extending his arms as he soared through the air. Wrapping them protectively around the unsuspecting boy, he spun them both in a nimble arc, rolling across the asphalt in a desperate bid to escape the encroaching danger. The massive box truck careened down the street, a blur of steel and decibels, missing Wyatt's foot by a mere 5 inches. In a fluid motion, he turned his head, eyes locked on the behemoth of metal, and subtly extended a hand toward its ominous wheels from under his body. In an instant, a dull cascade of crimson light enveloped the truck's underside, illuminating the grimy surfaces as the brake pads seemed to meld to the disc rotors. A resounding, agonizing screech tore through the air as smoke billowed and churned from the tortured tires, which finally surrendered to the unrelenting force and came to a grinding halt, kicking up a cloud of smoke further down the road. "Hey! What was that for?" the kid yelled angrily as he took off his earphones. He then finally noticed the smoking box truck and realized what had occurred. "Oh man, my mom's going to kill me." Wyatt gazed at the kid with a mix of disbelief and concern, his brow furrowing as he stood up slowly. After carefully inspecting the boy for any injuries, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just as he was processing the moment, the unexpected warmth of a hug, almost a tackle, surged into him, catching him off guard. He looked down to find Gwen's anxious face, her eyes wide and searching, staring up at him with a mixture of relief and worry. "Wyatt. That was amazing." "No, wait, that was extremely stupid and dangerous." "Are you hurt?" "Oh, sorry. I guess my body just moved on its own," Wyatt said with a shaky smile. As applause erupted around them, filling the air with a chorus of gratitude and admiration, Wyatt felt a mix of exhilaration and vulnerability. The crowd's appreciation for his heroism would typically have been a familiar experience, especially when clad in his atomic suit. But now, stripped of that protective armor, he felt exposed and uncertain, as if the cheers were not for him, but for a stranger. He managed a shy smile, rubbing the back of his head, his fingers running through his tousled hair in a nervous gesture. Gwen, stepping back to take it all in, couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. He had just pulled off an incredibly dangerous stunt, an act that bordered on reckless, but there was no denying the bravery it took to put himself in harm's way to save someone else. As she observed him, something shifted within her. Despite the wildness of his actions, Wyatt's selflessness shone through. There had always been something remarkable about him, but today, watching him bask in the spotlight, she began to see him in a new light, one that illuminated not just his courage, but also the heart beneath his seemingly carefree exterior. "You're kind of amazing, aren't you, Wyatt?" Gwen thought, a warm smile spreading across her face as the realization settled in. It was a moment that marked a turning point in her perception of him. Chapter 30, I was wrong about you. Number 077, an MCU agent said, gripping his assault rifle tightly, ready to fire. 3 other agents stood alongside him in the large, white room, their weapons drawn. "You may now begin." A 15-year-old boy with blonde hair and blue eyes nodded shakily as he rubbed his sore legs. He glanced back at the restraint chair that had held him for the past 12 hours, fear evident in his eyes. The boy's name was Samuel Zachary Guthrie, a young mutant from Kentucky who had been kidnapped from his family's farm 6 months ago. "Number 077, begin," the MCU agent commanded again, his voice low and authoritative. He, along with the rest of the agents in the room, raised their rifles and aimed directly at Samuel. "Oh, okay." Samuel stammered and quickly moved to the center of the room. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Glowing orange energy erupted around his feet, and after a moment of struggle, Samuel began to float in the air, empowered by his ability to generate thermochemical energy released from his skin. With sweat pouring down his face, Samuel slowly flew around the room. However, after 20 seconds, he gasped and fell 20 feet to the ground. Samuel cried out in pain and rolled on the floor, trying to ease his discomfort. After almost 30 seconds of erratic flight, number 077's performance showed a slight improvement compared to yesterday's meager 27 seconds. Bolivar Trask, a man of short stature yet immense ambition, said as he jotted down notes in the expansive control room of the high-security facility. The air was filled with a palpable tension as the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating the myriad of screens displaying live feeds of the captured mutants. The facility, situated deep within the arid landscape of Nevada, was a fortress funded by the U.S. government and designed to currently contain the growing population of mutants, 213 in total. Its towering walls and cutting-edge technology are provided by the powerful conglomerates Hammer and Oscorp Industries. Bolivar's eyes, sharp and analytical, scanned the monitors displaying Samuel's chaotic attempts as he winged and stumbled through his test. Glancing up from his clipboard, Bolivar locked his gaze onto the one-way reinforced mirror that separated him from Samuel. Disappointment etched across his features, and he spoke with frustration and pragmatism. "At this rate, we'll be throwing away resources for something that shows little promise. I propose we relocate 077 under my watch where it might serve a more strategic purpose," he declared. Beside Bolivar stood a tall, gray-haired man in a high-ranking military uniform, Colonel William Stryker Jr. He frowned and shook his head. "You mean your laboratory? What happened to the other 7 subjects you had?" "They broke down under the stress from my testing. I require more. Unfortunately, we can't provide you with any more." General Greller has decided to take a more active role in the MFRD. If more of these subjects start to disappear without explanation, he'll scrutinize the facility and find out what you've been doing. For now, we continue with the intended mission, Stryker said, visibly dissatisfied. Ah, yes, the government's plans to inexplicably create an army of super soldiers using its newly reinvented super soldier serum to defend the country. An army of Captain Americas. What a farcical plan. It's disgusting to use these creatures to protect our nation. It will never work, these subjects are only useful for research purposes, nothing more, Bolivar remarked, watching the agents below as they strapped Samuel into a restraint chair. Orders are orders, Stryker replied. No matter how idiotic they may be. If it were my decision, I'd eliminate all these subjects the moment we found them. That would be a waste. Despite their nature, these mutants have their uses, Bolivar said with a smile, showing no regret or shame. Shall we proceed with our next future soldier? Yes. Bring in number 201, Bolivar instructed, pushing a button on the control panel. Down below, Samuel was wheeled out of the room, and a new mutant was brought in. The agents at her sides undid her bindings and removed her blindfold. Jubilation blinked and adjusted to the bright light. With a defeated expression, she looked around the room and began to display the results of her enforced training. Oh. At the outdoor training grounds of Xavier's mansion, a small group of teens wearing black and yellow uniforms chatted and joked with each other. On one end of the field, Scott and Kurt stood near a high-tech projectile launcher designed to help train the younger X-Men in using their abilities. All right, focus up. Bobby, you're up. Scott called out. Finally. Let me show you all how it's done. Robert, Bobby, Drake exclaimed as he stretched his arms. A chorus of chuckles and groans erupted from his friends. Let's do this. Okay. And launch. Kurt announced as Scott pressed a button on the remote he held. The machine whirred to life and launched a speeding projectile toward Bobby. With a confident smile, Bobby fired a beam of ice that struck the projectile, encasing it in frost before it shattered into pieces. He let out a cheer and turned to his friends with a cocky grin, utterly unaware of the second projectile flying straight at him. Behind you. Amara Juliana Olivia Aquila cried out and pointed to the disc flying at Bobby's back. Bobby quickly turned around and raised his arms to guard against the spewing disc, only for the disc to explode thanks to one of Scott's optic blasts. And that's why you don't turn your back on an opponent. Always stay on your toes, Bobby. There won't always be someone to warn or help you. Scott said, taking his hand off his visor. Ah. Right, Bobby said in embarrassment. Hey. Isn't that Wyatt? One of the young mutants cried out, pointing at the sky above the mansion. Floating above them with his cape billowing in the air was Atomic. What's he doing up there? I have a bad feeling about this. Kurt. Scott said, and in an instant, Kurt placed a hand on his shoulder. They vanished and reappeared at the mansion's front entrance. Logan, Aurora, and Hank were already there. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, and Evan quickly ran outside and looked up to see Atomic descending. Usually, this wouldn't have been an odd sight. Wyatt had traveled to the mansion in costume on several occasions, but he had always removed it upon arrival. Now, however, he stood tall in his red and white suit before them, surrounded by a heavy energy. What's going on, kid? Logan asked. I'm here to speak to the professor, Atomic replied, without removing his helmet. His voice lacked the usual levity and ease that his friends were accustomed to. The only other time he acted this way was when Cerebro was compromised during their house party. It's important. Easy, Wyatt. You're among friends. What's troubling you? Beast inquired, his brow furrowed with concern as he studied Atomic's tense demeanor. Wyatt. What's wrong? Kitty chimed in, her eyes wide with worry, mirroring the unease etched on her face. Atomic's shoulders rose and fell as he took a deep, steadying breath, searching for the right words. Before he could respond, a figure emerged from the sprawling mansion behind him, Charles, exuding an air of calm authority. I'm here, Wyatt. Why don't we step into my office so we can talk, he suggested, his voice soothing yet firm. No, we can talk out here, Atomic replied, his voice gaining strength as he regained his composure. The statement hung in the air, sending ripples of tension through the group. Scott's frown deepened, and Logan raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. Younger mutants, who had gathered at a respectful distance, exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Atomic's unusual intensity. Okay, you're starting to scare me. I've never heard you sound so serious, Kitty said, her tone laced with trepidation. Did someone die or something? Kurt blurted out, only to receive a swift smack on the back of his head from Rogue. Sorry, he muttered, sheepishly rubbing the spot. Atomic paused, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He exhaled deeply, then allowed his helmet to dissolve into thin air, revealing his face to everyone. This was a moment he had hoped to avoid, yet he understood that he had to confront the truth and take responsibility for his future actions, regardless of what his mentors or friends might think. With a straight back and a steady expression, Wyatt took a deep breath and shared the gravity of his decision. He spoke candidly about the upcoming joint operation with Magneto, ensuring that no details were left unspoken. He revealed his plan to liberate every mutant imprisoned by the government. As he spoke, he pulled out photographs he created using his memory that Magneto had shown him, evidence of their cause, vivid and charged with emotion. The only secret he withheld was Magneto's alarming theory about his own questionable identity as a mutant, a thought he decided not to share amidst the tension of the moment. I knew it. I knew you couldn't be trusted. You're working with Magneto of all people. Don't you know everything he's done? The pain and suffering he has caused to everyone here. Scott raged. And even with all that, you're still working with him. As Scott tried to advance toward Wyatt, Logan held out an arm. That's enough, Scott, Logan said, his voice steady. Stand down. But I won't repeat myself, Logan stated with a tone of finality. The students exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond to the situation. They knew what was happening with their fellow mutants. It was the reason the majority of them were at the institution, seeking safety. Wyatt, what you're doing will have serious consequences, consequences that could destroy everything you've built. The trust of the people could vanish if you go through with this, Charles warned. I understand. But I can't ignore what I've seen, Wyatt replied, turning to Scott. I have to do something. Scott's anger began to fade at Wyatt's sincere words. Unsure of how to respond, he ultimately chose silence. Charles nodded and rolled closer to Wyatt. That's very admirable of you, Charles said. But it seems you have more to say. I do. I want your help. I don't trust Magneto or his Brotherhood of Mutants. But if I had you all at my back, then I'm certain we can pull this off and free everyone they've captured. Wyatt said. As his words hung in the air, students and teachers exchanged thoughtful glances, each grappling with their own feelings about the risk ahead. The younger mutants, their eyes wide with anticipation, turned toward their teachers for guidance on what to do. Logan, the grizzled veteran of the group with years of battle-worn experience etched on his face, stepped forward. He placed a strong, reassuring hand on Charles's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. Charles, whatever path you choose, we'll back your decision, Logan said. Aurora, with her regal presence, and Beast, with his keen intellect, nodded in agreement, their silent support palpable in the tense atmosphere. Even the oldest students added their nods, a collective show of unity. I'm sorry, Wyatt, but we cannot join you on your mission. My agreement with the President of the United States is, at best, shaky. This school is the only thing that stands between the MRD and everyone here. If we proceed with this mission, my students will no longer be safe. I want to help, I truly do. I'm fully aware of what's happening outside my school and to those trapped in the facility in Nevada. It pains me deeply. I can barely sleep at night knowing there's nothing I can do to help, but I have to prioritize my students. They are my responsibility. Charles said. Professor. We have to dash. Scott was quickly stopped by Jean, who shook her head. Scott looked at her as if she had grown a second head and shrugged off her hand. Scott clenched his fists, the intensity of his emotions bubbling just beneath the surface. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Charles and passionately advocate for the X-Men's involvement in the mission ahead. The stakes seemed incredibly high, and the thought of the team standing idle while others fought for a cause he believed in gnawed at him. Yet, as he searched for the right words, a wave of reason washed over him, dousing his fiery impulses. He realized, with a heavy heart, that Charles's perspective was grounded in a sobering truth. If the X-Men were to engage in this mission, they wouldn't just confront external threats, they would put their very existence at risk. The possibility of losing their safe haven, the fragile balance of their lives, and everything they had fought to protect loomed heavily in his mind. The thought paralyzed him momentarily, forcing him to acknowledge that the cost of participation could be far greater than he had imagined. Damn it. Scott thought. Is there, truly nothing we can do? Rogue asked softly, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if seeking comfort from her own doubts. She looked around at her friends, searching their faces for any glimmer of hope. Man, this is so messed up, Kurt said, his voice heavy with sadness. He stared at the ground, the weight of their situation pulling him down. Beside him, Evan nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, silently conveying his shared frustration and helplessness. Sorry, Wyatt. But we can't help. Our hands are tied, Logan said regretfully, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. The anger in his eyes mirrored his inner turmoil. As a protector, he hated feeling powerless. It's all right. I understand, Wyatt replied, a small, understanding smile playing on his lips despite the dread surrounding them. But when this is all over, those mutants will need a place to go, a sanctuary where they can feel safe and accepted. Charles, ever the visionary leader, smiled sadly and nodded in agreement. My institution will welcome them with open arms, he assured them, his voice steady but tinged with the weight of his responsibilities. Wyatt was about to leave when suddenly, Kitty dashed toward him, her expression frantic as she grasped his arm. No. No. This is so messed up. You can't do this. Please. Her eyes shone with urgency, desperation spilling over in her plea. I have to, Kitty, Wyatt said gently, patting her back in a comforting gesture. I can't just stand by and do nothing. That's not who I am, and you know that. Then I'll come too. Kitty exclaimed, her voice rising in intensity. You said my powers were perfect for something like this. Let me help. I can make a difference. Kitty, Aurora interjected softly, her tone tinged with concern. She stepped closer but ultimately made no move to physically restrain the spirited girl. Think about what you're doing. If you go, you won't be safe anymore, not even here with us. We won't be able to protect you if the government comes for you. I don't care. Kitty shouted, her frustration boiling over. What are we even talking about? There's a whole facility of people like us. Isn't that what the X-Men are for? To help mutants in need. This is so stupid. We're abandoning our kind. She turned defiantly toward her teachers, her voice filled with conviction. We have to do this. Even if it means risking our own safety. She's right. We have to help. Kurt said, stepping resolutely beside Kitty and Wyatt. His determination flared as he looked around, seeing the mutual fear and uncertainty. I won't let my friend do this alone. Me neither. I'm not going to sit this out, Evan added, his chest swelling with pride and rebellion, as a newfound sense of purpose took hold. Jean, watching the scene unfold, turned to Scott, seeking some direction from him. He had been unusually silent, with an eerie calmness that made her uneasy. Deep down, she felt torn. Part of her yearned to aid those trapped in despair, desperate for freedom. Yet another voice whispered caution, reminding her of everything at stake. The safety of Xavier's school for the gifted youngsters hung in the balance. Kitty. Evan. Kurt, Scott said slowly, his voice low and steady, cutting through the tension like a knife. Enough. Get back here. The authority in his tone demanded attention, redirecting the energy of the group and challenging their resolve. But Scott dash. No. I understand what you're feeling, Scott said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. He took a deep breath, his brow furrowed with the weight of the moment. Hell, I want to join you. I want to be out there, fighting for those people, setting them free. But if we go through with this, we'll tear this place apart. We'll destroy our home and everything we fought for. We need to trust Wyatt to handle this. As difficult as it is to accept. He stepped closer to Wyatt, pausing to meet his gaze, determination etched on his features. I was wrong about you. I'm sorry for what I said before. That was wrong of me. Wyatt blinked in surprise, briefly catching Scott's intense gaze. He looked down at the hand extended toward him, then a small smile crept onto his face as he grasped Scott's hand firmly. Thank you, Scott. That means a lot. Just be prepared, several of these people will need the X-Men to help guide them. To show them how to use their abilities. They'll need this school. They'll need a good leader like you to show them the way. Scott nodded solemnly, taking a step back as the gravity of his decision settled in. He felt an aching desire to join Wyatt and fight alongside him, but he had to stay strong. Come on, guys. We have to let him go. Kitty, Evan, and Kurt exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and frustration, itching to argue against Scott's decision. But before they could voice their protests, Wyatt gently glided them back using his powers. Scott's right. You all shouldn't be implicated in this. The X-Men can't be seen defying the government like I plan to. But Wyatt. Kitty started to say, her voice full of urgency, but her words were cut short when Wyatt put on his helmet. The sleek, metallic surface glinted as he shook his head, signaling the finality of his intent. With a deep breath, he began to float gracefully, leaving the ground behind. Wyatt, I'm truly sorry we can't stand with you, Charles said, his voice thick with regret. He looked at the young man before him, a mix of pride and sorrow in his deep-set eyes. Good luck out there. You're going to need it. With a determined nod, Wyatt focused on the skies above, his figure becoming more defined against the backdrop of the gathering storm clouds. Then, with a powerful blast, he surged into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering energy behind him as he vanished into the depths of the clouds. Kitty, I'm sure everything will be fine, Aurora began, her voice steady as she tried to offer reassurance. But before she could finish, Kitty abruptly phased out of her hold, her distress evident in her eyes. She rubbed them in frustration, trying to brush away the tears that threatened to spill over, and then dashed inside the mansion, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. The remaining group stood in heavy silence, each lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. A million unspoken words and regrets swirled in their minds, lingering in the air like a heavy fog. They all felt the weight of helplessness, yearning to have done something, anything, to help. Even Charles, typically a beacon of strength and wisdom, remained motionless. He observed Atomic's retreat with a mix of concern and sorrow, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. The gravity of the moment pressed down on him, and he bowed his head in shame, wishing he had found a way to assist in freeing all those trapped. Chapter 31, Heads Up and Gifts. Gunshots echoed ominously through the dimly lit alleyway, casting fleeting shadows on the damp walls. A terrified man clutched a purse tightly in his trembling hand, his wide eyes darting around as he desperately searched for an unseen presence. "Where are you?" he shouted, his voice cracking fearfully. Suddenly, a thick shimmering web shot through the air, ensnaring and yanking him upward into the darkness. The man's gun clattered to the ground alongside the stolen purse. "Don't you know guns are so last year?" Spider-Man said as he wrapped the thief in a bundle of webbing. "You must get with the times, otherwise, you'll be left behind. Is that what you want? To be lame like everyone else? Let me go, you basta." The thief was quickly interrupted as his mouth was webbed shut. The only sounds he could make were muffled screams of anger as he struggled against the webbing that trapped him. "Language," Spider-Man said as he hung the men from a fire escape, right over a bin of trash that had been forgotten for 2 weeks. "Now then, where can I find your partner?" Spider-Man's spider senses tingled as a ripple of gunfire rang out through the alley. With a leap, the web-slinging hero dodged the bullets that would have ripped through him and landed with the grace of a gold medal gymnast on the wall beside him. From this vantage point, he saw the upside-down thief's partner aiming an MP5 submachine gun. Just as the man was about to pull the trigger again, a flash of crimson light enveloped his MP5. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, confused as he raised his weapon. Suddenly, it transformed into a gun made entirely of Lego. In an instant, 4 crimson spheres appeared around his hands and feet. The man gasped as he was lifted into the air, his limbs stretched out. "Show off," Spider-Man remarked, watching Atomic gently descend in front of the thief's partner with his arms crossed. Floating behind Atomic was a glowing sphere containing a briefcase. At the sight of the case, Spider-Man arched an eyebrow in confusion. "It's you," the thief exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Listen, man, I was just defending myself from that freak. Honestly." Atomic rolled his eyes from behind his helmet and waved his hand. The thief yelped as he was forced to the ground in a heap, his limbs locked together by thick ropes that trapped him face down. "Eve, notify the police about these two," Atomic instructed his AI, named after the woman whose powers his own had seemingly mirrored. With another wave, the thief's Lego MP5 reverted to its original state, handprints and all. "Yes, sir," Eve replied in a robotic tone, lacking any human emotion. "How's the AI doing?" Spider-Man asked as he placed the stolen purse on a nearby crate. He then stuck a sticky note that read, "Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Oh, and Atomic. She still needs some work, but your notes on how to improve her voice recognition helped eliminate the whole killer robot voice she used to have," Atomic said as he and Spider-Man made their way to the rooftop. They traveled a few blocks away and stopped on the roof of a taco restaurant. "So, what's up? Need a hand saving the day and getting the girl? Or are we just grabbing a late-night snack?" Spider-Man asked. "No, nothing like that," Atomic replied, glancing out at the sprawling city of New York, its glowing lights piercing the darkness of the night. "I'm here to let you know that there will be some news about me soon, news that could paint me as a criminal. Or terrorist, really." Spider-Man immediately straightened up, sensing the seriousness in Atomic's voice. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You're aware of the government's actions against those who awaken the X gene, right?" Atomic replied. "Yeah. It's really messed up. I can't believe they're doing something like that." Atomic nodded, and the air between them grew heavy. "The facility where they hold all the captured people is in Nevada. I'm going to help free them all." "Whoa, hold on. You're saying you're going to go against the government? Are you serious?" Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief. "I get that what they're doing is wrong, but if you do that, the government will come after you. It's not just going to be those lame court summons they've been issuing. They'll actively pursue you." "Yeah. I understand that. But, Spidey, they have those people in cages, like they're animals. I can't just ignore that," Atomic said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "That's why I'm counting on you to pick up my slack in case something happens. I'm leaving the city under your protection, at least until I get back." Spider-Man's eyes widened at Atomic's words. Those sentiments meant a lot coming from someone he admired, the very person who inspired him to become a hero and to do what's right. After taking a calming breath, Spider-Man nodded and stood up straighter, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "I understand. But I'm not too worried. I know you'll free those people and come back. I doubt there's anyone stronger than you out there, especially with your powers," Spider-Man said. "Remember, Spidey. There's always someone stronger than you, stronger than me, Atomic replied. But you're right, I'll be back. Just make sure the city doesn't burn itself down while I'm gone. Spider-Man chuckled and nodded. You got it. Ah, right, before I forget, Atomic said, motioning for the large briefcase behind him to float to him. Once it reached his hands, the glowing sphere that had kept the case suspended vanished, allowing it to land safely in Atomic's grasp. The briefcase had a large Spider-Man logo on top. This is for you. Spider-Man tilted his head in confusion as he accepted the briefcase. Oh, thanks. What is it? Atomic chuckled and started to float. Open it and find out. I have another stop to make, so I'll be heading out now. See you when I get back. Before Spider-Man could respond, Atomic blasted into the sky, leaving a trail of red behind. Confused, Spider-Man opened the briefcase. His eyes widened at the sight before him. He placed the briefcase down and slowly pulled out a new version of his suit. A large white spider logo adorned its chest. As he rubbed the fabric, he discovered it was made from various tough materials. Whoa. Is this a mix of a carbon fiber weave and silk, he muttered, feeling the red and blue sections of the new suit. Next, he examined the thick, armored white sections. This is pure carbon fiber. Lifting the suit higher, he found another suit underneath it. A spare copy of the one in his hands. His attention shifted to the new mask, curiosity sparking within him. Once he made sure there were no cameras or people in sight, he quickly switched masks and gasped as a HUD sprang to life before his eyes. The lenses even had a zoom function. Holy crap, this is awesome, Spider-Man whispered. His focus was then drawn to the 4 pairs of web shooters. Unlike the ones he currently wore, these were smaller and more compact, made of adamantium. There were also 2 cases filled with his web fluid formula cartridges. As he was about to close the briefcase, he noticed a note on the underside of the top lid. Consider this my thanks for helping me get a head start on my AI, the note read. Man. How am I supposed to find a Christmas gift that's anywhere near this awesome? Talk about pressure. Oh. The sky was dark, and the orange light from the overhead lamps illuminated the dreary docks. Nearby, the waves of the Hudson River crashed against the concrete shore, one after another. Lined along the river were several old shipping containers. Several unmarked vans pulled in and parked beside the containers. A group of men exited the vehicles and quickly walked toward the back of the vans, their eyes scanning the skies. What if he shows up? One of the men asked nervously. Shut up. Just hurry up. We can't screw this job up, or it'll be our heads, the tallest and strongest of them hissed as he yanked open one of the van's back doors. Inside each van sat a terrified, kidnapped young woman. Please. One of the women whispered. The men ignored her plea and dragged them out of the van by their hair. The women screamed in fear and pain. Help. Help me. Help. Help me, they cried out, but they were silenced as the men struck them in the stomach. Shut up. Don't you dare talk, one of the men hissed, scanning the skies and distant rooftops. Hey. Man, shut the hell up. Turk Barrett growled as he approached the group. I'm getting $3,000 ahead for you all, so you better be quiet. I don't need that caped bastard showing up here. If you cooperate, I'll let you have a bucket. If you don't. Turk pulled out an electric stun baton and activated it, arcs of electricity sparking to life and terrifying the women. One of the women, despite herself, began to scream and was immediately electrocuted. In horror, the others screamed as well. The men quickly subdued them. Typically, they wouldn't have injured their captives, as bruised and bloodied merchandise doesn't sell well. But with Atomic waging war on the city's human trafficking, damaged goods were good enough. The men gathered the women and threw them into a shipping container. Instinctively, the women huddled together, watching fearfully as Turk stood outside their container with a ruthless grin. Scream all you want. Go on, let me hear you scream. Scream louder. Give us a reason, Turk chuckled. Nobody cares down here. Not even that flying Boy Scout. Kneeling atop a nearby container, Matt Murdock, dressed in black with a blindfold covering half his head, listened intently. Silently, he moved from container to container until he positioned himself directly above Turk. One of the girls looked up and gasped at the sight of Matt, causing Turk to spin around just in time to see a flying fist coming at him. With swift and precise strikes, Matt took down Turk and moved on to his next target. Years of martial arts training and mastery of his senses allowed him to move with quick, fluid speed and skill. One punch after another, kick after kick, he quickly incapacitated each of the Russians who had kidnapped the women. Turk groaned as he slowly pulled a gun from his waistband. The soft click of the safety disengaging caught Matt's attention. He rolled forward, narrowly avoiding Turk's first gunshot. With another roll, he vanished between the shipping containers and disappeared into the shadows. That's not him, Turk muttered as he quickly rose. Which means I can still win. The sound of rushing footsteps echoed above him. Turk spun around and fired blindly in all directions, hoping to hit the intruder dressed in black. Silence filled the docks as Turk scanned the tops of the containers, leaving him unaware of Matt stealthily approaching from behind. With a precise throw, the metal stick in Matt's hand ricocheted off the shipping containers and struck Turk in the head. Turk collapsed, his head aching and bleeding. Matt picked up the metal stick and threw it at another man who had been watching everything unfold while eating a burger. The man's head snapped back, and he fell into the cold river behind him. Head towards 48th. Stay in the light. Flag down the first officer you see, Matt commanded. The girls only looked at him, frightened. Now, he yelled, slamming the back of his fist onto a nearby container. All the girls screamed and helped one another up. Without thanking their savior, they ran off in a panic. Matt exhaled and paused. He turned his head and heard a faint click. Reacting swiftly, he kicked the gun out of Turk's hand and leaned over him, his fist raised. With anger in his heart, Matt unleashed a flurry of punches to Turk's face. That's enough, Atomic said as he landed, grabbing Matt's wrist. While he didn't force Matt to stop, he snapped him out of his rage. Atomic, Matt said, stepping back. Atomic stepped forward, his presence commanding attention as he extended his hands. Pulsating, glowing tendrils slithered through the dimly lit docks, weaving in and out of the shadows as they gathered the incapacitated men and Turk. One by one, they were pulled along, their bodies limp and helpless, until they were arranged neatly against the weathered shipping containers. Thick, metal cuffs clamped around their wrists, encasing them in a cold embrace behind their backs. With a metallic clang, a heavy chain was affixed to their cuffs, anchoring them firmly to the ground, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Eve, call in the boys in blue, Atomic instructed. Yes, sir, Eve replied in a robotic tone. Atomic glanced away from the men and turned back to find that Matt was no longer there. He sighed and took to the skies. He sure loves to disappear, Atomic muttered to himself. Floating over the docks, Atomic landed on a rooftop a block away. There stood Matt, known to some as the Men in the Mask. But to Atomic, he was the Men without fear, Daredevil. Why are you here? Matt asked, his voice low and serious. Atomic had met Matt during one of the blind man's nightly escapades 2 months earlier. Matt had been startled at first to hear the sound of a heartbeat flying through the air, but quickly connected the dots. He realized that New York's rising hero, Atomic, had come to confront him, or so he believed, while he was in the midst of apprehending a group of would-be rapists. Matt had been beating them down mercilessly. To his surprise, Atomic didn't intervene. Instead, his intent was to engage in conversation. Though initially hesitant, Matt gradually lowered his guard, and as they spoke, revelations unfolded. He discovered that Atomic was far more than the sensational headlines and exaggerated tales suggested. He was a kindred spirit driven by a compulsion to enact good in the world, albeit through methods that differed significantly from Matt's own. Despite their growing understanding, Matt found it difficult to fathom how a boy who couldn't yet legally claim adulthood, barely 17, judging by the cadence of Atomic's heartbeat, could possess such strength and conviction. A nagging urge coursed through Matt to implore Atomic to reconsider his path, to encourage him to leave the burdens of justice to those more seasoned. But voicing such concerns would mean revealing his own insights about Atomic's age, and, inadvertently, a glimpse into his own identity. From there on, the two began collaborating to combat the kidnapping and human trafficking rings in the city. Whether operating as the Men in the Mask or as the blind lawyer Matt Murdock working from Nelson and Murdock, he ensured that the criminals remained behind bars. Matt always found it suspicious that Atomic never questioned how a new and rising law firm consistently appeared to ensure that the law held these offenders accountable. A thought that Atomic somehow knew who he truly was ran through Matt's mind. I'm here to talk. It's important, Atomic said, beginning to share everything he had told Spider-Man. Matt listened intently, never interrupting. What you're doing. It's risky. Dangerous. While you've managed to avoid the law until now, if you go through with this plan, you'll be a criminal, Matt warned. Everything you've done will be thrown away. I'm not so sure about that. Many who see me as a hero might call me a criminal or a traitor, but I believe there will be more who see my actions as the right thing to do. Those people they've taken, they need my help. They deserve to be free, not kept in cages, Atomic replied. I'm willing to fight for their freedom. If that makes me an enemy of the government, then so be it. Besides, we're vigilantes, breaking the law is kind of our thing. Matt remained silent and nodded, his respect for Atomic growing after hearing his response. Atomic then told Matt about his friend, Spider-Man, mentioning that he could reach out to him for help if needed. Matt wasn't entirely sure about the spider-themed hero, but he would keep Atomic's advice in mind. Regardless of the consequences, it seems you've made up your mind. If I were in your position, I'd likely do the same, Matt said. Good luck, Atomic. Thank you, Daredevil. Why do you keep calling me that? Matt asked. It's fitting. Plus, calling you the men in the mask is just too much of a mouthful, Atomic replied with a chuckle. He raised his hands, and a flash of crimson appeared, leaving behind a briefcase with 2 overlaid DS on the top. Before I leave, I have something for you. Matt frowned at the sudden appearance of an object. One moment, there was nothing in Atomic's hands, and the next, something tangible materialized. It was a disconcerting experience for him. I don't do gifts, Matt said. That's okay. It's not a gift, Atomic replied, pushing the briefcase into Matt's hands. It's insurance. Atomic stepped back and began to float. I'll catch you around, Daredevil. Before Matt could protest that name, Atomic launched into the night sky. The blind lawyer frowned as he traced the layered DS on the briefcase. With a click, he opened it, revealing a red and black mask with horns staring back at him. Oh, oh, oh. As he soared gracefully over the sprawling city of New York, Atomic reveled in the vibrant tapestry of life unfolding beneath him. From his vantage point in the sky, the bustling streets teemed with energy, a mosaic of yellow taxis weaving through throngs of pedestrians, and iconic skyscrapers piercing the horizon like sentinels. Even after countless flights, the sensation of gliding through the open sky remained one of the most exhilarating experiences he had ever known. Taking a deep, steadying breath, his suit shimmered with a bright flash of light, recalibrating and morphing into a more robust and imposing version of itself. He shot vertically into the atmosphere, his silhouette cutting through the clouds. As he ascended, the earth below shrank away, and the dark expanse of the sky wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. Soon, he reached the delicate boundary of Earth's exosphere, where the atmosphere thinned and the stars began to twinkle with a simply breathtaking intensity. In that vast silence, with the world fading beneath him, Atomic felt at peace. Suspended in the vastness of space, Atomic gazed down at the Earth, a vibrant blue marble swirling slowly beneath him. The planet was draped in a tapestry of white clouds, and patches of green and brown revealed the continents as they rotated gracefully on their axis. The glow of the sun cast a warm, golden light over the landscape, illuminating the oceans that shimmered like liquid sapphire. Time seemed to stretch as he remained there, captivated, much like one might linger to watch the sky change hues during a breathtaking sunset. There's no going back now, Atomic said, his expression hardening as he flew toward the surface. But before he flew to Nevada, he had a few more stops to make. Chapter 32, The Good Doctor. See. I told you that Goody Two-Shoes wouldn't actually show up. Lance scoffed, his voice echoing slightly off the cave's cold, damp rock walls where he and his fellow Brotherhood members were waiting. The air was thick with anticipation, mingled with the earthy scent of moss and stone. He pushed himself away from the jagged wall, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he crossed his arms over his chest. They were 8 kilometers away from the MCU's heavily fortified facility, the fortress that stood as a symbol of their oppression. Today's mission was critical, not just for their cause, but for proving that they could strike where it hurt. Atomic will show. Have some patience, Lance. Mystique said, her voice smooth and reassuring as she perched gracefully upon a weathered rock. Her penetrating gaze was fixed on the cave's mouth, beyond which an endless expanse of sun-baked desert stretched out, shimmering under the midday sun. Suddenly, a silver streak darted in and out of the cave entrance, coming to a skidding halt to reveal Pietro, his expression a blend of impatience and annoyance. When are we going to do this? I'm losing my mind in here, he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Why do we need that guy anyway? Can't we just smash in there and do this ourselves? Frederick chimed in, his mouth still full of chips, crumbs scattering as he spoke. I like the guy. Anyone who can make me free stuff from thin air is all right on my books, Todd declared, his green-tinted skin almost glowing with anticipation as he leapt down from the cave's ceiling. His eyes sparkled with a covetous gleam, reflecting dreams of treasures yet to come. You really think Atomic is going to make you a mountain of gold? Keep dreaming, Toad. He'd sooner turn you into the cops, St. John chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a flick of his wrist, he coaxed a swirling ball of fire into life, shaping it into a vivid rendition of Atomic in a bound Todd. The fiery figure of Atomic soared overhead, clutching Todd and depositing him unceremoniously behind a flaming jail cell. Hey! What do you know? Maybe if I ask real nicely, Todd protested, but his words were interrupted as a striking figure, clad in red and white, gracefully descended at the cave's entrance, immediately capturing the attention of the group. Mystique's lips curved into a satisfied smile at the arrival of Atomic. A sense of relief washed over her, her earlier concerns about whether the hero would appear had been unfounded. Heroes like him, unwavering and reliable, had a knack for keeping their promises, even when it put them in precarious situations. Atomic touched down with a purposeful grace, his sharp eyes surveying the ragtag group before him, his allies for the day. The Brotherhood stared back, a mix of skepticism and curiosity etched across their faces, as the air thickened with anticipation for what was to unfold. Where's Magneto? Atomic asked. Right here, Atomic, Eric said from the skies. Atomic looked up to watch Eric float down from the sky, his arms behind his back. With everyone here, we can begin our mission to save our brothers and sisters. Now then, let's go over strategy dash. Before that, let me make one thing clear, Atomic said and stepped closer to Eric, making everyone tense up. We do this clean. We focus on rescuing and getting everyone out. But no one dies today. If any of you cross the line, our little partnership ends then and there. Is that clear? Eric narrowed his eyes at Atomic, and a tense silence hung over them. Very well. Our sole focus will be freeing our kind. The agents that beat and kidnapped them will live to see another day, he said tensely and turned to his brotherhood. Is that clear? A chorus of agreements quickly followed, while Mystique remained silent and narrowed her eyes at Atomic. Satisfied that he had thoroughly expressed his point, Atomic stepped back to listen to Eric's plan of action. The strategy laid out before him was uncomplicated yet daring. Mystique would infiltrate the heavily fortified facility, disguised as one of its personnel. Her primary objective was to locate the control room. Once she gained access, she would deactivate the facility's security systems and unlock all the holding cells, freeing the mutants who had been captured and confined for far too long. As chaos reigned from the now freed mutants, the rest of the Brotherhood would storm into the facility, wreaking havoc and destruction to create a potent distraction for the MCU agents. Under the cover of this madness, Pietro would dart throughout the building with incredible speed, racing against time to ensure that every captured mutant made it out of the facility. Atomic's role in the operation was, on the surface, deceptively straightforward. His task was to forge a clear escape route by dismantling any defensive systems the facility had in place with his powers as well as removing the large outer perimeter wall. The simplicity of his assignment nagged at him, it felt almost beneath his capabilities. When the dust settled and the escapees were safe outside the facility, Eric's formidable powers would bring the entire facility to ruin once everyone, including MRD personnel, was clear, a grand finale to their mission. Atomic couldn't shake a sense of unease as he contemplated the plan. Although it was undoubtedly simple, loud, and explosive, he felt the lingering doubt that Eric was deliberately underutilizing his talents. Was it intentional? Despite these inner conflicts, Atomic resolved to keep his misgivings to himself, opting to follow Eric's plan for the time being. Yet beneath his calm exterior, he began to devise his own contingency plan, just in case things didn't unfold as expected. Oh. Dr. Robert McPherson, once a dedicated U.S. Army medic and now a highly accomplished physician and researcher, walked through the sterile, fluorescent-lit corridors of the MRD's Nevada facility. His calm demeanor and schooled features masked the turmoil churning within him. Beneath the surface, Robert was a man weighed down by the heavy burden of his moral conscience, grappling with his inability to act upon what he knew was wrong. He had initially joined the MRD in response to the government's urgent efforts to prevent another incident like the one involving Sasha Connor, a disaster that had left the nation reeling with fear and distrust. The event had amplified a once pedestrian concern about mutants into a full-blown societal anxiety, driving wedges between communities and fostering prejudice against those who were different. Eager to contribute positively, Robert had accepted a position at the facility, drawn by the hope of studying and helping young mutants learn to control their burgeoning abilities. The prospect of exploring the intricate interactions between the X gene and human DNA had filled him with anticipation. He envisioned a future where mutants could be understood and accepted, living harmoniously alongside humans. However, this dream of potential and compassion was quickly extinguished when Robert uncovered the grim reality of the facility. What had been sold to him as a sanctuary for growth and understanding was, in truth, a nightmarish facade. Day after day, he was forced to walk the same sterile halls and witness the anguish of kidnapped mutants, both children and adults, who had been wrenched from their homes and thrust into a nightmarish existence. They were subjected to cruel testing and forced to endure inhumane conditions that pushed the boundaries of pain and suffering. The heart of Robert's resolve began to crumble. He felt a visceral sickness each time he observed the fear in the eyes of the frightened subjects, many of whom were barely clinging to hope. The intention of helping and fostering understanding had been replaced by a grim pattern of exploitation and torment, leaving him in a moral quagmire. The urge to quit consumed him. The thought of abandoning ship, however, was quickly quelled by the shackles of his government contract. It was a grim reminder of how far he had strayed from his initial intentions. He recalled the fate of the previous physician whose position he had unknowingly taken, a cautionary tale of what happened to those who dared to defy the dictate of the government. Any misstep could lead him down that same dark path, and the fear of becoming another casualty of this twisted system bolstered his internal struggle. Robert McPherson was trapped in a reality where his desire to help had turned into a haunting nightmare, one that threatened not only his career but also the fragments of his dwindling moral integrity. Pausing in front of the imposing steel door, Robert inhaled deeply, allowing the cool, metallic scent to fill his lungs as he steadied his racing heart. With a final steadying breath, he pushed the door open and stepped into the dimly lit medical exam room. There, Jubilation sat calmly in the center, her expression unreadable. Looming behind her were two MRD agents, their eyes sharp and vigilant, fingers hovering just above their holstered firearms, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. "It's okay. I can handle it from here, Robert said with a calm demeanor. I'm sorry, doctor, but we have orders, one of the agents replied. I understand, but I can't perform my duties with you two gentlemen making her uncomfortable, Robert said, gesturing toward the door. If I need your assistance, you'll only be a few feet away. Please. The MCU agents exchanged glances and shrugged. Without another word, they left the room. As soon as they were gone, Robert dropped his cold exterior and offered Jubilation a small smile. Hello, Jubilation, Robert said, deliberately ignoring his orders to refer to the mutants in the facility by their assigned numbers. How are you doing today? Jubilation took a deep breath and returned his smile, raising her hands, which were secured in thick steel handcuffs. Oh, you know, document. About as good as any other day, she said, tilting her head. Her now shoulder-length hair brushed against her neck, tickling her. So, what's on the agenda today? A psych test. A physical. A mental evaluation. Robert's smile faltered slightly, but he pulled a tablet from his satchel. No tests today. But today's Thursday. Shouldn't you be doing your usual weekly tests? I thought we could try something new today, Robert said as he tapped away on his tablet. Once he was finished, he flipped it around to show Jubilation a video of 3 women dancing on stage. They were performing a K-pop song, moving with incredible fluidity. I finally gave that group you recommended a try. Their songs are pretty catchy. Ha! I told you the Sunlight Sisters were amazing. Jubilation exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear as she watched one of the world's most famous K-pop groups sing and dance. What I wouldn't give to have seen them perform live. It's too bad they retired. Robert smiled softly as he watched Jubilation become engrossed in the video playing on the screen before her. He set his tablet down gently beside him, allowing her the quiet space to indulge in the moment. As she watched, Robert shifted his focus to the assessment report he needed to complete. With practiced ease, he began crafting the necessary paperwork, though it was a facade, embellished to align with the expectations of the facility's guidelines. To Jubilation and the other residents confined within the stark walls of the facility, Dr. Robert was a beacon of kindness. He was not just one of the 3 doctors on staff, he was the one who stood out for his genuine compassion. He treated each individual with respect and dignity, a rare commodity in their world. While the hierarchy often instilled fear and distrust amongst the staff, Robert went above and beyond to ensure that his patients felt cared for and valued. He risked his own safety to navigate tight situations, often bending the rules to bring them small treats, little tokens of normalcy in an otherwise controlled environment. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered. A violent tremor rippled through the examination space, shaking loose papers from the desk and rattling the instruments mounted on the walls. Panic flickered in Jubilation's eyes as the harsh red lights began to pulse rhythmically, casting an ominous glow over the room. The blaring alarms filled the air with a frantic cacophony, signaling an emergency that no one had anticipated. Thinking quickly amidst the chaos, Robert sprang to his feet. Quickly, he hurled his tablet into a nearby trash bin, prioritizing Jubilation's safety above all else. With instinctive protectiveness, he positioned himself in front of her, ready to shield her from whatever threat was looming. Just then, the door swung open with a forceful bang, and 2 MCU agents marched into the room, rifles at the ready, their expressions taut with determination. Tension electrified the air as the reality of their presence settled in. This was a moment that would test Robert's resolve like never before. Doctor, we have a situation. We're moving you to the evacuation center, one of the agents said. What about Juby number 201? Robert asked. Forget about her. You're our priority. Now get moving, the agent replied, pushing Robert out of the room. Robert craned his neck back and gasped as he saw the other agent raise his firearm at Jubilation. Close your eyes, kid. I'll make this quick, the agent warned. Adrenaline surged through Robert, and his hand flew to grab the pair of scissors from his desk. Planting his feet on the floor, he shoved the agent behind him back, taking him off balance. With a spin, Robert swung the pair of scissors into the agent's neck, slicing through his flesh and ripping the man's internal jugular vein. What the hell? The agent who was about to shoot Jubilation yelled and turned to Robert. He paused in sheer disbelief as he watched his partner fall to his knees, grasping his bleeding neck. You fucker. The agent growled and raised his rifle. Robert stepped back and froze at the sight of the barrel. Before the agent could fire, Jubilation yelled and brought down her thick steel handcuffs onto the agent's neck, knocking the men out cold. Snapping out of it, Robert grabbed one of the agent's assault rifles, a key card, and a set of keys. Fuck me, no going back now, he whispered. He then turned to a scared Jubilation and resolved himself. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he wasn't about to allow Jubilation to get hurt, not as long as he could do anything about it. Come on. I'm getting you out of here, he said as he unlocked Jubilation's steel cuffs from her wrists and ankles. Oh, why yeah, Jubilation whispered, her voice trembling as she instinctively glanced toward the bleeding corpse sprawled on the cold, sterile floor. Before she could fully lay eyes on the corpse, Robert stepped into her path, a firm but gentle presence that shielded her from the sight. "It's okay. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. Now, follow me," Robert said, his voice steady as he opened the door to the examination room, peering cautiously into the chaotic hallway beyond. The corridor was filled with an eerie cacophony of blaring alarms and the glaring illumination of red emergency lights, casting frantic shadows over the faces of scientists, doctors, and facility personnel. They darted past in a frenzy, adrenaline propelling them toward the evacuation zone, their expressions a mix of fear and anxiety. Taking a steadying breath, Robert stepped back into the room. He placed the rifle down with a deliberate motion, then swiftly removed his doctor's coat, wrapping it around Jubilation's shoulders. "Okay, stay close to me. I'm getting you home, all right," Robert said, forcing a shaky smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as the facility shuddered violently. Jubilation inhaled deeply, steeling herself before nodding in quiet resolve. With a final reassuring glance, Robert returned the smile, small yet genuine, and together they stepped into the chaos unfolding outside. Chapter 33, Attack on the MCU facility. Chaos surged through the Mutant Response Division's facility, transforming it into a battleground of red lights flashing ominously against the stark white walls. At the same time, blaring alarms pierced the air like a relentless cacophony. The occasional tremor or explosion shook the building to its core, sending employees scrambling with wide-eyed panic. Yet amid the chaos, the more seasoned MCU agents remained composed, moving with precision and purpose to reach their posts and respond to the escalating attack. One figure stood out among the flurry of frantic movements. A man clad in an officer's uniform strode through the halls indifferently, as if oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. His hat was pulled low over his eyes, casting a shadow that concealed his sharp, almost glowing gaze. When a pair of agents rushed past him, breathless and oblivious to their surroundings, the officer allowed himself a smirk, the corners of his mouth curling as they failed to acknowledge his presence. In reality, this officer was none other than Mystique, in a meticulously crafted disguise. Her surprisingly straightforward mission brought a hint of amusement to her lips. Engaging her shape-shifting abilities, she soared into the facility as an inconspicuous bird, seamlessly adopting the guise of a U.S. officer idly smoking a cigarette on the rooftop. With cunning precision, she had polished the surveillance cameras in that area out of existence before swooping down to knock him out cold. Though a surge of anger coursed through her at the thought of strangling the man, after all, he represented the scum of the earth in her eyes, a cog in the machine that kidnapped and tortured her kind, she restrained herself. Eric had instructed her to avoid taking lives for now, they needed Atomic on their side, and jeopardizing that fragile alliance by spilling blood was not in her interests. With her disguise firmly in place, Mystique strolled through the facility's stark, fluorescent-lit corridors, finally arriving at the control room. Initially, a wave of apprehension washed over her at the prospect of hacking into the facility's intricate systems alone. Technology was never her strength. In the past, she had to rely on the tech wizard Weber to infiltrate Cerebro and plunder student BIOS, including Atomic's true identity. Fortunately, any doubts were banished when Atomic presented her with 2 flash drives, each loaded with the necessary programs and code to tap into the facility's computers. While the Brotherhood regarded Atomic with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, Eric merely flashed a knowing grin. This so-called future of mutant kind was not only extremely powerful due to his potential abilities but also exceptionally intelligent, a perilous combination in her eyes. Despite her reservations regarding the flash drives, Mystique recognized she had no choice but to trust them. Once inside the control room, she wielded her officer guise to navigate freely, exuding an air of authority that silenced any potential questions from the bewildered tech experts surrounding her. No one dared to question why a high-ranking officer was gracing them with her presence. When the moment was ripe, Mystique deftly inserted the flash drives into the main computer, her heart pounding in anticipation. In less than 10 seconds, the facility was plunged into utter chaos. Security cameras went dark, perimeter gates ground to a halt, and the heavy doors leading to hundreds of cells swung open with a satisfying whoosh. Control over the facility's once mighty systems had crumbled like a house of cards, releasing a glorious avalanche of systemic failure. As the pandemonium erupted behind her, Mystique grasped the flash drives and exited the room, a triumphant grin plastered across her disguised face. Confusion and panic swirled in her wake, enveloping the tech team in disarray. Little did she, or anyone else within the Brotherhood, realize that those flash drives harbored a secret purpose that would unravel with a devastating impact well before it was too late. Oh. Get the hell out of my way. A thunderous crack reverberated through the air as Fred, known to many as the Blob, charged through yet another thick concrete barrier within the facility, his grin wide and infectious. The startled MCU agents flinched as a cacophony of gunfire erupted behind him, bullets ricocheting off his broad back with a metallic clink, leaving only a slight sting. Confused expressions painted their faces, it was clear their weapons were no match for his formidable physique. "You're gonna need something stronger than that," Fred bellowed, his voice booming with exhilarating confidence as he lunged forward. With a powerful yet controlled thrust, he sent the agents sprawling back into the clustered mass of their comrades, the impact creating a wave of chaos among their ranks. Gotta be careful not to hurt these guys too much. Don't want to kill these he reminded himself. With renewed determination, Fred turned his attention to the next obstacle standing in his way, a solid wall that loomed imposingly before him. He leaned forward, letting out an impressive roar that echoed through the facility. Then, with sheer force and an unwavering focus, he smashed through the concrete with ease, as if it were nothing more than fragile cardboard, sending debris flying in all directions. Oh, oh, oh. Hands in the air. Now, commanded an MCU agent, his voice slicing through the tense air like a knife. A dozen agents, rifles clutched tightly in their hands, stood in a half-circle, expressions a mix of determination and incredulity, their steely gazes directed squarely at Pietro and St. John. They stood before the yawning entrance of the facility, where the once imposing steel and concrete wall that had stood like a sentinel was now inexplicably absent, as if it had vanished into thin air. "Quicksilver, if you would," St. John called out, his fingers hovering ominously over the triggers of his flamethrowers, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "Don't tell me what to do, smoke breath," Pietro retorted, his confident grin cutting through the tension, the corners of his mouth lifting in playful defiance. "Just don't blink." In a heartbeat, a whirlwind of dust erupted at his feet, and a dazzling blur of blue and silver streaked across the courtyard, manipulating time itself with a speed that seemed otherworldly. In a blink, Pietro came to an abrupt halt, a comical pile of rifles tumbling into his outstretched arms, leaving the MCU agents frozen in astonished silence, their minds racing to comprehend the absurdity of the scene. "What was it you said?" St. John quipped, a mischievous grin blossoming across his face as flames flickered menacingly from his flamethrowers. A magnificent, fiery dragon curved through the air above him, its blazing form casting a spellbinding yet ominous glow, compelling the agents to stagger back in shock and terror. "Right, hands in the air." Pietro chuckled, delighting in the chaos as the flaming dragon swooped through the courtyard, its scorching breath forcing agents to tumble helplessly to the ground, their uniforms scorched and tattered. The anguished groans mingled with the hiss of flames, but against all odds, they were still drawing breath. "Now then, it's my time to shine," Pietro announced with exuberance, refocusing on the enormous, jagged holes left in the facility's facade by Fred's relentless charge. In a flash, he surged inside, his movements a blur of speed and purpose, ready to fulfill his part in the daring plan. With extraordinary velocity, Pietro navigated the maze of dimly lit hallways, his feet barely grazing the ground as he swiftly liberated the newly rescued mutants from their grim confinement. Like a tempest, he whisked them from their tiny, prison-like rooms, racing back through the paths carved by Fred and their new unlikely ally, the sound of his swift movements echoing like thunder in the silent facility. To Pietro, the world unfurled in slow motion, he plucked each captive mutant from their confines, swiftly carrying them away to the cave where the Brotherhood had gathered just hours earlier. What just happened?" Joanna Cargill stammered, her mind struggling to catch up as she attempted to grasp the surreal reality of her newfound freedom. She glanced around, absorbing the bewildered faces of her fellow mutants, each of them grappling with the sudden shift in their fate. The heavy shackles that had bound them were now mere shadows of their former selves, discarded metal clattering on the sandy ground. A soft thud distracted her as her own cuffs fell away, tumbling to earth with a reassuring finality. "What's going on?" Joanna murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, before stepping toward the cave's entrance, where several other mutants stood, their expressions reflecting a blend of confusion and wonder. She stepped into the brilliant sunlight, a wave of warmth enveloping her as she emerged from the shadows of captivity. The vast expanse of a bright blue sky stretched above her, and a small smile crept across her face, filling her lungs with the refreshing scent of crisp, clean air, a sharp contrast to the stagnant atmosphere of her former prison. "Oh, oh, oh." Lance grunted, his brow furrowed and face glistening with sweat as he honed in on his surroundings. Violent tremors rocked the facility, sending dust and debris cascading down from the ceilings as he toppled another lookout tower. The agents stationed within scrambled to escape, their eyes flaring with panic as they turned to confront him. Before one could level a weapon in his direction, a long, sinuous pink tongue lashed out, swiftly ensnaring the agent's rifle. With a mighty tug, Todd yanked the firearm from the agent's grip and dropped from the wall he had been clinging to, moving with a fluid grace. He landed deftly, delivering a sharp kick to one agent's face that sent him sprawling to the ground, then pivoting to leap over to another agent just as he fumbled for his sidearm. Not one to stand idle, Lance focused his energy, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him. He summoned a tremor that rippled through the ground like a shockwave, collapsing the solid surface underneath the remaining agents and plunging them into a pit, where they were trapped beneath a cascade of rubble. Pained screams echoed around him, a cacophony of despair mingling with the sound of cracking bones as the unfortunate agents tumbled into their makeshift prison. "Good riddance," Todd exclaimed, hopping up to Lance's side as they peered down into the chaos below. "That makes 3. "Come on, there are still a few more to destroy," Lance replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with an urgency born of adrenaline. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a throng of facility personnel spilling out from behind a nearby structure, their faces registering shock and disbelief at the sight of the two young Brotherhood members. "Hey, are those employees?" Todd asked, his voice tinged with surprise. "Yeah, the very ones who kept our kind locked away in cages," Lance muttered, his gaze hardening as he glared at the bewildered figures before them. Drawing on his powers, he began to shake the earth beneath the gathered personnel. "Wait, what are you doing?" Todd questioned, concern etched across his features. "Are you really going to crush them?" "They deserve this," Lance growled, images flooding his mind of fellow mutants, limbs and heads restrained, enduring unspeakable suffering. A wave of fury washed over him, transforming the bad taste in his mouth from seeing his fellow mutants living in such horrible conditions into a tempest of rage focused on those who had perpetuated such atrocities against his kin. As the ground trembled ominously, screams and shouts of panic erupted from the facility personnel, their faces pale with terror as they stumbled backward, desperately trying to escape the impending doom. "But what about what Atomic said?" "Fuck Atomic!" Lance roared, his voice echoing with an intensity as he slammed his hands downwards, causing the earth below the personnel to split open with a deafening crack, sealing their fates in a cacophony of chaos. Screams of fear echoed as everyone fell into a deep trance where sharp, jagged rocks awaited them. As they were all about to fall to their deaths, a large glowing red sphere wrapped around them all. Everyone blinked in surprise and looked up to see a bellowing white cape. Atomic said nothing to the people trapped in his grasp as he soared high into the azure sky, the ground shrinking away beneath him. Once he was high in the air, he cast his gaze downward at Lance and Todd. Lance stood defiant, his posture rigid and unyielding, while Todd cowered, anxiety flickering across his face like shadows in the fading light. "We had an agreement," Atomic said, his voice a low rumble, barely audible above the wind's howl. "No one dies." "Yeah, screw that. Can't you see what these monsters did to us? What this place represents? They deserve everything coming to them." Lance shouted, his fury emanating from him like heat waves, causing the earth below to tremble. "Whose side are you really on?" In response, Atomic fell silent, raising an arm with deliberate slowness. At his command, the ground erupted beneath Lance, a swirling mass of dirt and stone entangled him like a serpent. Lance's eyes widened in shock as he fought to harness his own power, but before he could react, a sharp prick at the side of his neck sent a wave of darkness washing over him. As his consciousness slipped away, he caught a glimpse of a glinting, glowing needle hovering against his skin. "Don't worry, it was just propofol, an innocuous anesthetic," Atomic assured Todd, who was wide-eyed and trembling. With a flick of his wrist, he released Lance from his earthen prison. "Now take him back to the rendezvous point. You two are done here." Todd gulped, swallowing his fear, and nodded vigorously. With urgency propelling him, he hoisted Lance over his shoulder and hopped away, moving as fast as his legs would carry him. I've seen you on the news, you're that hero from New York." "Atomic, right. Why are you attacking us?" One of the bolder individuals, a researcher, in the shimmering sphere asked, her gaze locked onto Atomic, a mixture of fear and curiosity in her eyes. "I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to free those who were taken against their will and locked away within this facility," Atomic replied coldly, his tone chilling as he ascended. Instead of flying to the rendezvous point, he altered his course, flying away from the cave where all the freed mutants were being brought to and towards an open expanse a good distance away from the facility. As he descended, he gently placed the large group of people on the ground and dismantled his protective sphere amidst a flicker of light. "What you all did here, to these people, to these children. I promise you, it will haunt you until the end of your days," Atomic said. He soared into the sky with those haunting words, leaving those he had saved to grapple with their mixed emotions, watching him fade into the distance. Chapter 34, The Secret Captive. Dismantling the turrets and other aerial and outdoor defenses that the Nevada MCU facility had strategically placed along its heavily reinforced outer walls was no challenge for Atomic. His incredible speed and the ability to use his powers almost instantly enabled him to swiftly circle the expansive facility. He easily dismantled the formidable walls that kept people in and out. With just a thought, he shattered the very matter that made up the walls and defenses, rendering them useless against the impending assault. As the Brotherhood of Mutants advanced, they wasted no time executing their part of the plan. Atomic flew toward the center of the facility and placed a hand on the roof, concentrating on scanning the entire 3-mile expanse. This was a remarkable improvement from months ago, as he had once struggled to scan the X-Men's Blackbird with such efficiency. After 5 minutes of intense concentration, the blueprint of the facility materialized in his mind, detailing every room and corridor. It felt as though he had connected directly to the structure itself. With determination coursing through him, he focused with a level of intensity he had never encountered before. As waves of energy pulsed through the walls, roofs, floors, and pipes, he felt the delicate systems of the facility meld beneath his influence. Each pulse sent vibrations through the very essence of the structure, directing him toward the areas where the MCU stored their most dangerous weapons. At the same time, he came across a stockpile of explosives that appeared to be intended to implode the facility. Without hesitation, Atomic transmuted every explosive and anything resembling a weapon into harmless fragments, but also meticulously disengaged doors, neutralizing any access points not intricately connected to the facility's central systems. With a gasp, he collapsed to the ground, out of breath and drenched in sweat. That was tough, Atomic gasped, slowly rising to his feet. But now, I don't have to worry about anyone grabbing any more weapons. Once he caught his breath, he couldn't shake his curiosity about the lone life signature detected at the lowest level of the facility, which appeared to be part of a secret area. In one of the rooms within this deep underground level, there was a single trapped person. Atomic would have released them from their bindings, but unfortunately, they were beyond his reach due to the depth of their confinement. He felt fortunate to have found them at all. He realized he would need to venture into the facility himself to rescue them. Why do they have someone all the way down there by themselves, he muttered. Flying off the rooftop, he glanced down just in time to see Lance and Todd standing a few yards away from a group of evacuating personnel. Oh. Come on. Hurry. Jubilation shouted, desperation lacing her voice as she urged the group of mutants hustling behind her. The echo of gunfire punctuated the air, and they flinched, seeking refuge against the cold concrete wall to their left. Get down. Dr. Robert roared, fists clenched around his weapon as he returned fire, the sharp crack of gunfire mingling with the chaos around them. Two MCU agents loomed at the end of the hall, angry frowns spread across their faces. Damn traitor, one of them snarled, unleashing a relentless stream of bullets that tore through the air like a swarm of angry bees. Hug the wall. Robert barked, his heart racing as he glanced at the terrified children huddling behind him. Just then, a bullet sliced through the flesh of his left shoulder, causing a guttural cry of pain to escape his lips. No. Jubilation screamed, her heart pounding furiously as she scanned the darkened hallway. With a fierce determination, she aimed her hands and unleashed a brilliant display of pyrotechnics. A storm of colorful energy surged forth, striking the agents and momentarily throwing them off balance. Thinking quickly, she unleashed another blast, this time targeting the ceiling ahead. The deafening cracks reverberated through the air as the structure crumbled, a cascade of debris showering down and barricading the corridor. Doc. Jubilation rushed to Robert's side, horror coursing through her as blood painted his arm crimson. Oh my God, you're hurt. I'm okay, Robert gasped, forcing a weak smile as he surveyed the frightened group. Is anyone hurt? The mutants exchanged anxious glances, shaking their heads. Jubilation sighed in relief, briefly assessing her own unscathed form. No, we're fine. But you. Don't worry about me. We need to get you kids out of here, Robert insisted, the weight of urgency in his voice as he began to lead them through the maze of hallways, each step leaving a trail of crimson behind. But before they could escape, the wall before them erupted in a violent explosion. Instinctively, Robert shielded the teens behind him, raising a stolen pistol, his jaw clenched in determination. Jubilation, trembling but resolute, stood ready at his side, her powers crackling with energy. As the dust settled, Fred blinked, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity. You guys mutants, he asked, his casual demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. Yeah, one of the members of the group replied, still shaking from adrenaline. Cool. Follow the holes I made, that's the way out. Fred gestured backward, then barreled forward, smashing through walls like a juggernaut unleashed. He's definitely one of the reasons everything is going to hell, Robert muttered, shaking his head. Okay, kids, you heard him. Let's move. Without another thought, they followed the path of destruction. MCU agents lay knocked out, remnants of Fred's rampage scattered about the ruins of the facility. Minutes felt like seconds as they burst outside into the glaring sunlight, the sky a sharp contrast to the darkness they had just escaped. How long has it been since I've seen the sun? One of the young mutants breathed, awestruck. I can't even remember, another muttered, eyes closed as the wind ruffled their hair, a moment of bliss before reality crashed down on them. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them as a large section of the facility behind began to quake violently. We need to move, now. Jubilation called, her voice slicing through the air as they took off in a panic. Come on, Doctor. Robert struggled to keep pace, his body weak from blood loss, lightheadedness clouding his thoughts. And then, his foot snagged on a loose stone, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jubilation's heart dropped as she skidded to a halt, others following suit. Could they leave him behind? Come on, Doc. They shouted, desperation overtaking their fear. Get up. Let's go. Without hesitation, Jubilation and Samuel Guthrie hoisted Robert to his feet. But no matter how fast they ran, the crumbling behemoth was hot on their heels. Panic surged as Robert, his breath shallow and strained, pushed the kids down, instinctively covering them with his body. Jubilation's heart raced as she braced for the worst, their breath suspended in terror. Could this really be it? Time slowed, and all they could do was close their eyes and wish for a miracle. The sounds of crashing concrete echoed in their ears, a storm of chaos descending around them, and they awaited the inevitable with a mix of fear and despair. But after a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened. What the hell? Samuel gasped, his voice barely audible above the chaos, as he and the others looked up in awe at Atomic soaring over them, arms outstretched. Above him, the massive structure trembled and shook, held back by an immense construct of red energy that shimmered in the air. Go! Atomic grunted, his face set with fierce determination as the red wall began to splinter under the immense pressure. Now. Jubilation snapped out of her daze first, adrenaline surging through her veins like wildfire. Move! Move, she shouted, rallying the group as they sprinted away from impending disaster. Glancing back, she witnessed an extraordinary sight, a wave of crimson light engulfing the building, its form twisting and turning like a living thing. With a startling suddenness, the structure transformed into a gigantic heap of marshmallows, plummeting to the ground with fluffy, harmless poof. Did that building just become a mountain of marshmallows? Jubilation exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. No way. I saw it too, someone shouted, pointing at the sugary mess. Emerging from the confectionery chaos, Atomic landed gracefully in front of them, shaking his head. Are you all okay? His voice was steady, despite the immense effort he'd just exerted. Yeah. Jubilation replied, still reeling from the bizarre spectacle. Atomic's gaze shifted rapidly, landing on Robert, who was wincing from a deep gunshot wound. Without a moment's hesitation, Atomic rushed over, his hands glowing with a soft light as he worked to stabilize Robert until they could reach medical assistance. There's a safe zone 2 miles southwest of here, Atomic instructed, his tone urgent. With a swift motion, he stomped on the ground and summoned a gleaming yellow bus that burst into existence with a flash of dazzling light. Get on this. Hurry. The sight of the bus, a miraculous creation, left the group stunned, their confusion mingling with awe. But Robert, fueled by the urgency of the moment, quickly ushered everyone inside. Just before they pulled away, Robert looked back, thank you. Atomic nodded, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene unfolding before him as he rose into the air, vigilant and ready. Below, he noticed several MCU agents unconscious and subdued, either knocked out or buried beneath debris. To his right, several armored trucks sped away, kicking up clouds of dust as they escaped with personnel from the facility. With a steely resolve etched across his face, Atomic soared higher into the sky, driven by a strong sense of purpose. It shouldn't take long for Pietro to finish, he muttered under his breath, casting a glance downward. There, amidst the shadows of the facility, he spotted the speedster's blurry form darting in and out, a streak of motion maneuvering through the chaos. I doubt he's going to find the lowest level. I need to hurry and free whoever's trapped in there. Atomic said. In a single, fluid motion, Atomic dove into the facility, gliding through its dimly lit corridors. As he descended, he methodically double-checked each floor, scanning for signs of life. By the time he reached the last floor before the secret level, he noticed with a mix of admiration and exasperation that Pietro had already extracted everyone from the facility's clutches. Speedsters are so broken, Atomic said, shaking his head with a hint of disbelief. In a flash of blinding light, he opened the floor beneath him, revealing a dark abyss that led down to the secret level. As he floated downwards, a protective shield formed instinctively around him, shimmering like a second skin. Suddenly, turrets sprang to life around him, emerging from hidden compartments in the walls and floor. They unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire, the bullets cracking against his barrier like raindrops on glass. With a calm gaze, Atomic extended his hands, unleashing a wave of incandescent light. The turrets shuddered and transformed, their metallic forms transforming into bursts of smoke. Now more vigilant, Atomic cautiously navigated through the eerie dimness of the level, each step resonating with the weight of urgency. The air was thick with the scent of cold metal and lingering copper as he approached the room where the lone captive waited. However, as he neared the doorway, he halted at the sight of a cracked door to his left that seemed to beckon him closer. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside, gasping at the shocking scene laid before him. The room was something made of nightmares. Pictures of dead young mutants with their bodies sliced apart covered a workstation as several medical tables sat along the wall. Dozens upon dozens of crumpled research notes lay strewn across the cold, hard floor, each sheet bearing the frantic scrawls of a mind in turmoil. It was as if the papers had been hastily gathered in a moment of desperation, only to be abandoned in a chaotic flurry of thoughts. To Atomic, the room felt like a twisted den of torture, thick with the palpable scent of anxiety and despair. The flickering fluorescent lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Every corner seemed to echo with the weight of failed experiments and unfulfilled ambitions. He wanted to leave, but before he could muster himself to do so, he turned and saw a lone corpse lying on the ground. Alone and forgotten. Waking over to it, Atomic looked down at the mutilated body of a young 16-year-old boy. His body had been picked apart. Quickly removing his helmet, Wyatt turned away, nausea clawing at his throat, and he couldn't help but throw up. "Christ," he muttered through gritted teeth. His eyes landed on a document lying nearby. An image of the dead boy stared back at him, a reminder of a life that had been extinguished far too soon. His name was printed at the top in bold letters. John Proudstar. With a heavy heart, Wyatt kneeled beside John's lifeless form. He placed a hand on the cold, still chest of the dead teen. "I'm sorry this happened to you," Wyatt whispered, his voice small. He felt an overwhelming weight of grief and guilt wash over him as he summoned his powers. John's body, no longer a vessel of life and now vulnerable to Wyatt's powers, began to shift and break down in sorrowful resignation. In mere moments, his body transformed into an urn, a steel shell containing John's cremated remains. Wyatt's heart ached at the reality of what he had done. With a heavy sigh and a deep sense of loss, he stood up, steeliness returning to his spine as he donned his helmet once more after cleansing his mouth with his powers. He gently placed the urn within a glowing sphere, where it would float behind him. As he exited the dimly lit room, Atomic took a moment to scan every shadowy corner with his exceptional powers. With painstaking precision, he copied and memorized the grim details contained within the chamber of death, ensuring he gathered vital evidence. Amidst the scattered documents and sinister research papers, one name emerged repeatedly, striking a chord deep within him. Bolivar Trask. A surge of fury ignited within him, momentarily halting his advance. He turned sharply, extending his hand toward the heart of the room, which now felt suffocatingly oppressive. With a decisive snap of his fingers, a thunderous explosion of fire erupted, consuming everything in its path. The inferno churned with a vivid orange and crimson hue, reducing the macabre contents of the room to mere ashes that fluttered like dark confetti in the aftermath. This devastating technique was inspired by Roy Mustang, a formidable alchemist from a beloved show he had watched in another life. It required a deft mastery of oxygen manipulation, employing his control to create precise vacuums and replace the space with nitric oxide. All it took was a single spark to unleash an overwhelming blast of flame. This ability, while incredibly potent, also bore a lethal edge. Though Atomic refrained from wielding it against living beings, the destruction of such a malevolent sanctum left him with no moral hesitations. He felt a grim satisfaction as he decimated the room, ensuring its dark legacy would be eradicated. Leaving the charred ruins behind him, Atomic navigated the cold, metallic corridors until he faced two imposing reinforced steel doors. With a mere wave of his hand, the formidable barriers succumbed to his power, melting away into shimmering pools of liquid, as though they were nothing more than ice on a blazing summer day. "Ah! Why are you bozos here today? Why is everything shaking?" A feminine voice, laced with a thick accent, asked from the shadows of the expansive, cold room. Atomic summoned several orbs of light that burst forth, flooding the room with a soft golden glow that danced across the stark, gray walls. There, perched on a steel chair that looked as unyielding as the room itself, sat a girl with cascading waves of orange-red hair. A thick blindfold concealed her striking features, while a white straitjacket bound her limbs tightly, the material stark against her pale skin. Chains clinked ominously, tethered to the walls and ceiling, ensuring she remained trapped in her desolation. "I'm not one of them. I'm here to help you," Atomic said, a little thrown off by the girl's reaction. With a flick of his wrist, the restraints vanished, leaving only the echoes of her confinement. Kneeling before the now liberated girl, he moved deliberately, careful not to startle her. Slowly, he peeled away the blindfold, allowing her to acclimate to the warm light surrounding them. As she blinked, adjusting to the brightness, her dull green eyes roamed the room, suspicion and confusion flickering across her features. They finally settled on Atomic, and in that moment, recognition sparked within him. "Wait a minute. Elizabeth Olsen. No, it's Wanda." Atomic's mind raced as he processed the reality before him, a 16-year-old Wanda Maximoff. "Who are you?" Wanda asked, her voice thick with curiosity at seeing someone dressed so colorfully. "A Power Ranger." "No. I'm not a Power Ranger. I'm here to free you," Atomic said, a bit exasperated. He then extended his hand toward her. "What do you say?" Wanda furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting through the stark white expanse that had imprisoned her for the last year, a tumult of emotions churning within her. "I say let's go," she replied, taking his gloved hand with a tentative yet determined grip. "I'm Wanda, by the way. Wanda Maximoff." "I'm Atomic," he said. "Now let's get you out of here." Chapter 35, Out of Patience. Eric Laneshare hovered high in the sky, the crumbling MCU facility visible in the distance. The sun's warm rays cast long shadows behind him as he surveyed the chaos below. The once imposing structure trembled under the weight of destruction, and billowing clouds of smoke spiraled upward, twisting and dancing like phantoms in the wind. He shifted his gaze downward, where over 200 young and middle-aged mutants stood in a collective throng. Their faces were illuminated by a mix of relief, quiet joy, and bewilderment as they stared wide-eyed at their newfound freedom. To Eric, these individuals were not just survivors, they were potential recruits, future members of his brotherhood. Each grateful expression he saw filled him with a sense of purpose, fueling his ambition to dismantle the world's entrenched power structures and build a future for his kind. However, despite the large number of mutants, he failed to find one specific individual, his estranged daughter, Wanda. To Eric, his children held little significance. They were merely the byproducts of a momentary lapse in judgment, a fleeting weakness he rarely acknowledged. If not for their inheritance of the X gene, their existence would have slipped entirely from his mind. Nonetheless, as mutants, their lives could not be easily disregarded. Eric understood the implications. Abandoning his own offspring would not only tarnish his reputation but also undermine the trust of his future followers. As he remained vigilant, Eric observed his son, Pietro, animatedly engaging with the gathering of mutants below. They expressed their gratitude, offering heartfelt thanks for freeing them from the oppressive confines of the facility. For a brief moment, Pietro glanced up at Eric, only to quickly avert his gaze. Pietro's abilities were undeniably impressive, granting him extraordinary speed that could easily turn the tide in any conflict. Yet, Eric couldn't shake the disappointment he felt regarding the boy's erratic behavior and lack of focus. In hindsight, Eric regretted leaving Pietro in the care of a carefree guardian, whose absence of proper guidance and discipline had done little to cultivate the boy's behavior. Wanda, his only daughter, had been placed in the care of her birth mother and her new husband in Sokovia from an early age. Eric had maintained a distant watch over her for the day her mutation finally arrived. It wasn't until a few years ago, he had been informed by one of his spies in Sokovia that Wanda's X gene finally awakened. This had been a relief to Eric. As the years passed, Wanda's continued dormant X gene had caused him to grow increasingly disappointed in her. Much to Eric's chagrin, this lack of visible ability, compounded by her step-parents' loving support, led him to lose interest in her existence. That all changed when her abilities finally activated. The day it happened was when Wanda had recently traveled to Washington for some unknown reason. On the very day of her arrival in the United States, her powers erupted into the open. Eric watched from the security tapes one of his loyal government subordinates had sent him with a mixture of awe and pride as she unleashed a torrent of red energy, devastating a large section of a parking garage. Unfortunately, the chaotic scene attracted the attention of the MCU agents, who swiftly descended upon her, forcibly taking her to their facility in Nevada. The emergence of Wanda's abilities ignited a spark of curiosity within Eric, a burning desire to understand the full extent of her powers. This newfound interest solidified his resolve to mount an attack on the facility that held her captive. If her capabilities were as formidable as he anticipated, Wanda could become a pivotal asset in his overarching plans, collaborating alongside Wyatt in a future that promised to reshape the world for all mutants. Was my informant lying about Wanda being here? No, that fool wouldn't dare. Eric thought. Gliding downward, Eric floated ominously over the gathered mutants, his piercing gaze locking onto his son. Pietro. Are these all the captives? Ah, yes, Magneto. Pietro's voice trembled as he quickly counted everyone. I double and triple checked, there's no one left inside the building besides a handful of those damn agents. Before Eric could respond, a school bus broke through the endless desert, drawing all eyes toward it. It came to a jolting halt a few feet away, and a man stepped out, his shoulder drenched in dry blood. Robert scanned the crowd of liberated mutants, his heart racing as recognition flickered across their faces. Turning back to the bus, he nodded at the others, who hesitated before stepping into the chaos. Jubilation and Samuel emerged, their expressions a mix of awe and fear as they took in the mass of their fellow captives. But when their gazes locked onto Eric, a cold shiver crawled down their spines. They could instinctively tell that the floating figure was a force to be reckoned with. You are not a mutant, Eric intoned, his voice a low rumble as he fixed Robert with a fierce glare. In a quick, instinctual move, Jubilation and Samuel positioned themselves protectively in front of Robert. Leave him alone. He's not like everyone back there. Jubilation shouted, the fervor in her voice betraying her fear. She's right. Don't touch him. Samuel roared, his shaking fists clenched tightly as he exchanged worried glances with the others, who nodded in agreement. Who are you? Robert asked, maintaining a facade of calm, though his pulse quickened. Are you teamed up with the other guy back there? The one in white. For now, Eric replied, the danger in his voice thickening the air around them. He offered no semblance of warmth and stepped away from the group as though weighing his options. Engaging Robert could risk the fragile trust that Atomic had placed in him. For now, he would leave the human be. His gaze shifted to Mystique, poised elegantly near the cave entrance, an aura of anticipation surrounding her. It's time we finish this. Without a word, Mystique transformed into a large hawk and took flight, her sudden metamorphosis startling the two young mutants beside her. The gathered crowd below watched in anxious silence as Eric and Mystique soared off toward the facility. Uncertainty gnawed at the edges of their thoughts. What were Eric and Mystique planning for their former prison, and for those still within its walls? Oh. I don't understand. Why are you helping these people? Wanda asked, her voice tinged with disbelief as she trailed behind Atomic. Her former drab jumpsuit had been replaced by soft, comfortable clothing and a pair of brand new sneakers. Atomic paused momentarily to glance back at her, concern flickering in his eyes before he returned his focus to the task at hand. He carefully maneuvered the unconscious MCU agents out of the crumbling facility, their bodies slumped limply over his large stretcher construct. The cavernous holes torn through the walls, destructive byproducts of Fred's earlier rampage, provided easy access for him to transport the remaining personnel to safety. Thankfully, Fred had already vacated the premises and was making his way back to the rendezvous point. I know what these men did to you all was horrific, Atomic said, his voice steady yet filled with empathy. But if I leave them here, the facility could collapse and crush them. I can't just let them here to die. Wanda's lips curled into a frown, a mixture of anger and confusion swirling within her. That's really stupid. After everything they did to me, to everyone, these guys deserve to be buried beneath this place. She said. Atomic fell silent, his heart heavy with her bitterness. As he continued to gather more agents, he struggled with the impulse to impress upon her that all life has intrinsic value. But the images of Wanda's trapped state stopped him, her days spent trapped in that dark, suffocating room and the anguish she must have endured at their hands. He understood that her fury was justified, and it weighed heavily on him. And so, he kept silent. Wanda huffed in frustration, her gaze shifting to the inexplicably delicious sandwich Atomic had prepared for her earlier. She lifted it to her lips and took a hearty bite, savoring the delicious taste the weird out-of-nowhere food held. Did you do all of this yourself? She asked, her voice muffled by the sandwich as she surveyed the devastation strewn around them. No, I had help, Atomic replied, leading them both outside. Their methods were a lot more violent than I would have liked, but they got results. Wanda paused, her senses awakening to the vibrant blue sky above, a stark contrast to the darkness they had just escaped. A smile broke through her frustration, momentarily brightening her expression. Now with every MCU agent and other personnel that had failed to evacuate outside, Atomic couldn't shake the relieved sigh that escaped him. Miraculously, it seemed that no one had perished in the chaos of the plan, aside from the close call he had with Lance. That didn't mean there weren't any casualties. Within the facility, Atomic had run across a few dead agents who had several bullet holes and one with a stab wound from a pair of scissors. After scanning their bodies, he came to the conclusion that their deaths were the result of infighting due to their deaths having occurred before he or the Brotherhood commenced their assault of the facility. Their corpses were brought along as well. I've been meaning to ask, Wanda said, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the floating urn hovering behind Atomic, encased in a gentle glow. What's that? That's an urn, it carries the remains of someone that didn't make it, he replied quietly, the weight of those words heavier than the object itself. Oh. She murmured, her expression softening as she contemplated the solemnity of his task. As the haunting memory of the teenager's lifeless body surged into his mind, a fierce wave of anger constricted around Atomic's chest. The fury was directed not at anyone else, but at himself. The weight of regret bore down on him, relentless and suffocating. In that moment, he felt powerless, he could never go back and change what had happened to John Proudstar. Perhaps if he had arrived sooner, he could have made a difference, but there was no point in dwelling on what-ifs. He knew all too well that such thoughts led only to a spiral of despair. All I can do now is bring his remains back to his family, Atomic murmured, his voice thick with emotion as his gaze fell upon the unconscious agent sprawled before him. A sudden vision flashed through his mind, ground beneath the agents' bodies transforming into a river of molten lava, engulfing them in vengeful flames. A primal urge to punish these men surged within him, to make them feel the weight of their actions, to instill in them a sense of regret that would mirror his own. Wanda, standing close by, noticed the shift in Atomic. She blinked, her focus intensifying as she observed the clenched fists trembling at his sides. His shoulders quaked under the burden of his emotions as if he were a coiled spring ready to unleash all the pent-up energy. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and reached out to connect with him, an ability she had learned under the harsh, enforced training she received within the facility. Wanda was immediately overwhelmed by the torrent of anger radiating from his core. Yet, as quickly as it had come, that fury subsided, giving way to a profound sadness and a haunting sense of regret. Okay, let's see who you really are. Wanda thought. Once the haze of anger cleared, Wanda delved into the depths of his mind. Initially, she encountered a barrier that prevented her from fully exploring his thoughts, but it vanished moments later. Though briefly puzzled by this obstacle, she pressed on to peer into his consciousness. Wanda managed to catch glimpses of his past, a collage of memories filled with warmth and kindness. She saw him performing countless selfless acts, helping strangers, comforting friends, and standing up for those who could not defend themselves. It became evident to her that beneath the turmoil, Atomic, or Wyatt Wilkins, was a genuinely good soul at heart. Leaving his mind, Wanda shook her head slightly, grounding herself in the reality around her. She watched Atomic take a deep, steadying breath. It seems that our grand mission is now complete. Wanda gasped, her heart racing as she looked up to see him and flying through the air, his red and purple suit shimmering like a beacon against the sky. The moment he spotted her, his expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with intensity as she moved closer to Atomic. And a very successful mission at that, Eric declared, landing with a heavy thud, his hands clasped behind his back. Mystique descended gracefully behind him, shedding her bird transformation with an air of urgency. Now do you see it, Atomic? By uniting our strengths, we can shatter any barrier that stands in our way. That can wait, Atomic shot back, urgency lacing his voice. We need to get everyone as far from here as possible before the government sends in their reinforcements. This place is going to become a battleground if we don't hurry. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive platform to carry the unconscious agents aloft. But then, a deafening crash erupted as a steel beam hurtled through the air, shattering his construct into splinters. What are you doing? Eric's voice was a low growl, thick with tension. Are you seriously helping these people? These monsters who captured and tortured our kind? Yes. They need medical attention. Atomic's voice rose in protest. Your brotherhood may not have killed anyone, but they didn't hold back. There are men and women here with shattered bones and critical injuries. Enough. Eric roared, his face twisting with fury. I've indulged your compassion for too long. Do you really think I'll stand by while you help those humans? The same creatures who tear my kin from their homes and drag them off to these camps? No. They deserve no mercy. They deserve to be obliterated. He extended his arms wide, and the very structure of the 3-mile-wide facility groaned in response, with steel beams bending and walls buckling under the immense pressure of his power. With a terrifying screech, jagged fragments tore free, twisting and warping into deadly javelins that glinted menacingly in the fading light. Eric's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his chaos. With a flick of his wrist, the lethal javelins erupted into the air, slicing through the sky like shooting stars. The projectiles descended with terrifying speed toward the unsuspecting facility personnel below. Atomic and Wanda, being so close to the agents, found themselves in Eric's crosshairs, with the deadly missiles hurtling toward them and no time to escape. Wanda gasped as Atomic dashed, his strong grip encircling her waist as he propelled them toward the throng of agents. Her heart raced, a thrilling mix of fear and disbelief coursing through her. The landscape below blurred as they approached the heart of the imminent danger, and just as she opened her mouth to scream, Atomic raised one hand toward the sky. In an instant, the terrifying shards of flying steel javelins morphed into delicate leaves, transforming the scene from peril to beauty. Still cradled in Atomic's arms, Wanda watched in mesmerized wonder as the foliage swirled gracefully through the air, glistening in the sunlight before gently cascading down around her like a vibrant autumn shower. Is this his power? Wanda mused, captivated by the ethereal display as she glanced up at Atomic. His sleek helmet caught the sunlight, shimmering like a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. She remembered how he had previously wielded his abilities to conjure garments and sustenance with mere thought, leaving her astonished by his creativity. But this was something entirely different, a breathtaking transformation that turned a life-threatening assault into a moment of serene beauty. It left her feeling insignificant in comparison, the vastness of her own abilities felt dwarfed by his extraordinary gift. Stop this, Magneto. We don't have to fight, Atomic shouted as he gently set Wanda down. He stepped protectively in front of her, his heart racing at the possible fight with the master of magnetism. Wyatt barely had time to react when he felt the ground tremble beneath him. With a swift motion, he raised a shimmering barrier just in time to block a deadly barrage of rebar and steel pipes that hurtled toward them. I'm done talking, Eric growled, his eyes narrowing with cold determination. I see now that I have no use for someone like you in my future world. As he lifted his hand, a menacing growl of helicopter blades sliced through the air, drawing his attention. Damn pests, he spat, irritation flashing across his face as he turned to confront the swarm of government attack helicopters soaring toward them. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and steel pillars erupted from the crumbling remains of the facility, spiraling into the sky like angry sentinels. A cruel grin spread across Eric's face as he fixed his gaze on Atomic. If you love these humans so much, you can mourn for them, Eric sneered. Chapter 36, The Deadbeat. And, hello, everyone. I just want to say a few things before the start of this chapter. I've noticed that several of this story's readers have strong opinions on how Wyatt operates, acts, and the general way I'm handling his character. All I want to say is that if you don't like that Wyatt is trying to be a good person and a hero who doesn't kill, then you might as well drop the story. I have written 11 chapters ahead of this one, and Wyatt/Atomic will continue being this way. He is striving to be an ideal hero. But that doesn't mean he will be perfect. He will stumble, he will fall, but he'll keep trying. That's the kind of character I want to write. But that's not realistic, I can hear some of you say. To that, all I have to say is you're reading fan fiction of a guy who can make a bus from thin air in a world where a lot of stuff isn't realistic. Like, come on. Another thing, Wyatt Wilkins is not some persona where I or any of you can self-insert into to live out a grand fantasy or anything like that, but you can if you wish, it's your life. He's his own character/person. He's going to make his own in-world choices and mistakes that won't always align with what the readers want. With all that said, I know I'm not some great writer or anything like that. I'm writing this story because writing is a hobby of mine that I like to do in my free time, and yes, I do use AI here and there to help me flesh out more detail and to spell check my work. Another main reason I decided to write this story was because I wanted to get back into the world of the MCU, which I once loved, until its eventual fall off, that is, and explore its stories with a new in-world perspective. For those who have been reading my story and have been finding what I have to tell enjoyable, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time out of your life to read my story, drop me some power stones, and to leave me comments. Enough with the yap fest, let's get on with the story. Without hesitation, Eric flicked his wrist, and steel pillars erupted from the crumbling remains of the facility, spiraling into the sky like angry missiles. A twisted grin spread across Eric's face as he fixed his gaze on Atomic. If you love these humans so much, you can mourn for them, Eric sneered. No. Atomic surged forward, his heart pounding, ready to launch himself into the sky, but suddenly froze. He couldn't abandon Wanda and the unconscious MRD personnel to Eric and Mystique. It's okay. Go. Wanda urged, stepping forward with her hands alight with fierce, swirling red energy. I don't understand you. I still think that these people don't deserve to be saved after everything they've done, but I know now that you're not the kind of person to stand back when others are in danger. Not even if they're cruel bastards. So go. I'll make sure nothing happens to them. But when this is over, you owe me. Atomic stared at her, a mix of appreciation and urgency in his eyes. He didn't want to leave Wanda alone with Eric and Mystique, but he hoped that her relationship with her father would steady his hand. Thank you. He placed the floating urn down and then concentrated his power, feeling the energy electrify around him. He shot Eric a fierce glare from behind his helmet. This isn't over. With a thunderous blast of energy, Atomic rocketed into the sky. Wanda watched him ascend, a tired frown etching across her face. What am I getting myself into? She whispered, turning her gaze to Eric and Mystique. Listen, I don't know who you are, but you need to back off. This has to be a joke, Mystique scoffed, disbelief thick in her voice. You're willing to defend the very ones who imprisoned you. Are you mad? Trust me, Blue Lady. No one wants to see these guys get what they deserve more than I do. But I gave Atomic my word, Wanda shot back, her eyes igniting with crackling red energy. So, step back. Eric chuckled darkly, stepping closer. His amusement evaporated when a wave of chaotic red energy slashed the ground before him, leaving a jagged gash that sizzled ominously. Wanda stood her ground, her glowing eyes locked onto his. Extraordinary, Eric said, his gaze fixed on Wanda's powers with a mix of awe and wonder. Back off, old man, Wanda warned, raising her hands, pulsing with raw power. Ah, how amusing. You truly don't recognize me, do you, my child? Eric intoned, the air thick with tension. He slowly lifted his hands to his head and slid off his helmet with deliberate slowness. To think you would forget the face of your true father. Wanda's eyes widened in horror, disbelief crashing over her like a tidal wave. Why you're... Oh. Warrant Officer Hughes blinked in disbelief as he gazed out at the MRD facility, a ghost of its former self as its battered silhouette could be seen in the distance. To him, the once a formidable stronghold of cutting-edge technology and research development, now lay in ruin, a haunting wasteland of blackened debris and swirling plumes of thick, acrid smoke. In response to the facility's emergency call, Hughes and his squadron had been scrambled to respond. But as he surveyed the ruin, he realized too late that their mission had changed. It was no longer one of providing air support, but to salvage whatever remained. At best, he prayed that the inevitable casualties would be low. Hughes, do you see that? Down in front of the facility. Warrant Officer Melendez exclaimed, pointing urgently. Hughes squinted, focusing on two vividly colored figures in red engaged in a fierce standoff, a blue-skinned woman beside one of them, and behind the other in white, a young girl and several unconscious facility personnel at their backs. What the hell is going on? Hughes muttered. His heart sank as massive chunks of the facility broke free from their foundations, hanging eerily in the air for a fleeting moment. It was as if they were caught in an unseen grasp, poised in suspense before they plummeted toward their helicopters with terrifying velocity, like lethal projectiles unleashed. Shit. Evasive maneuvers. Hughes barked, yanking the controls to veer his chopper aside, followed by his squadron in synchronized urgency. But one helicopter failed to move in time under the immense pressure of the chaos. A bone-chilling explosion erupted behind them, a deafening roar that seemed to split the very air. A massive steel beam, propelled by some invisible force, had sliced through the rear of Warrant Officer Hadlin's aircraft, tearing off the tail with a ferocity that made it appear fragile, like it was crafted from mere paper. The shockwave reverberated through the cockpit as the pilot struggled to maintain control. Shit. I'm hit. I'm hit. Hadlin and his co-pilot yelled, panic-stricken as the helicopter spiraled uncontrollably toward the ground, trailing flames like a comet of doom. The remaining pilots in the air were powerless, forced to hear the horrific cries as their comrades plummeted into oblivion. Then, out of nowhere, a red and white blur streaked past them, faster than the eye could see. What the hell was that? Melendez shouted, watching in disbelief as the blur barreled toward their falling ally. Atomic rocketed through the air and grasped the tumbling helicopter's fuselage with the grace of a guardian angel. He assessed the frantic pilots within, noting the missing tail but understanding that simply fixing it wouldn't save the aircraft. He could stop the helicopter from falling and fix its tail, but he was short on time. Hold on. Atomic thought, adrenaline surging through him as he quickly undid the access hatch on top of the helicopter. With a swift motion, he secured both pilots within protective spheres and leaped away from the doomed aircraft. The helicopter crashed behind them in a spectacular explosion, debris spraying across the sky like a fiery flower in bloom. You two all right? Atomic asked, his voice steady amidst the chaos. Ah, yeah. Hadlin stammered, still shaken but alive, while his co-pilot nodded vigorously. Good. Now brace yourselves. Atomic shouted as he landed them safely on the ground. Without missing a beat, he rocketed back into the tumultuous fray. The scene before him was a whirlwind of chaos. The remnants of the MCU facility loomed ominously, their jagged edges glinting as they began to rise like a grotesque titan made of steel. Rising into the sky, steel projectiles, sharp and menacing, tore free from the monstrous mass, their trajectories aimed directly at the helicopter squadron, cutting through the smoky air with a deadly intent. Eve, connect me with the pilots, Atomic instructed as he raced through the air, his heart pounding. Connection secured, Eve, his AI companion, confirmed. Listen, you need to turn these helicopters around. You're all in serious danger if you keep flying this way. Atomic called out, urgency dripping from his voice. What the hell? Who are you? Are you the reason for this? Hughes shot back through the comms, distrust simmering in his words. Now is not the time for questions. Turn around, now. Atomic yelled, his eyes darting to the chaotic scene above him. Hold on, Hughes. I recognize him. It's Atomic. He's some kind of superhero. My kids talk about him all the time, Warrant Officer Gibbs interjected, his recognition breaking through the panic. What the hell are you doing out here in Nevada? Before Atomic could utter a word, the very foundations of the entire MCU facility erupted into the sky in a cataclysmic display of fury, twisting steel beams and razor-sharp metal shards shooting skyward like furious harbingers of destruction, arcing toward them with lethal intent. And there, soaring above the chaotic maelstrom, hovered Eric Lanesair, a dark and ominous figure with a deep, charred mark seared across his chest. Atomic's heart raced, knowing he had to act quickly. The lives of the helicopter pilots remained at stake, and in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but worry about Wanda and the personnel left behind in the rubble of the facility. With a determined roar and fierce power surging through him, he dove toward the oncoming storm, ready to confront the master of magnetism. Oh. Why you're... Wanda's eyes widened, disbelief mingling with the growing fury coursing through her veins. A soft gasp escaped her lips, quickly morphing into an explosive rage as her eyes ignited with a seething red glow. You're the good-for-nothing bastard who abandoned me. Of all the responses Eric could have anticipated, he never expected to hear such devastating words. Before he could muster a reply, a violent surge of chaotic red energy crashed through the air, hitting him like a freight train and sending the master of magnetism flying several meters back, pain ricocheting through his body. What? Mystique's confusion turned to horror as she turned around, only to be met by Eric's staggering form struggling to rise from the wreckage. Her shock quickly turned to agony when another wave of energy flung her into a nearby pile of debris, knocking her out cold. What do you think you're doing, you petulant child? Eric's voice rumbled, a low growl echoing with authority as he levitated his helmet back into place. Hovering above the scene with a stormy glare fixed on his face, he declared, I am your father. How dare you? My father is Matei Burian. You're just a genetic donor, don't you dare assume the title of my father after abandoning me and my mother. Wanda screamed, her fury radiating as her body unexpectedly lifted off the ground. Power surged within her as she extended her arms, a torrent of chaotic magic swirling and crackling around. With a shrill scream, she unleashed a colossal wave of energy toward Eric. No longer caught off guard, Eric reacted with instinctual precision, conjuring a massive steel wall to shield himself from the incoming onslaught. But to his astonishment, Wanda's attack pushed against his barrier with almost primal force. Incredible. Such raw power. Eric's mind raced, the potential of her abilities igniting a mixture of pride and dread within him. Yet, he realized the truth, she was untrained, her power an untamed beast full of potential. Exhaustion washed over Wanda, beads of sweat cascading down her face as she struggled to maintain her concentration. With her energy spent, she descended to the ground and collapsed to one knee, her limbs trembling as the weight of her unleashed magic threatened to overwhelm her. None of her enforced training sessions by the MCU facility had prepared her for such level of power. Did I really do that? Wanda whispered, disbelief creeping into her voice as she tried to gather herself, fixing her gaze on Eric. There was a fire in her eyes, but her knees buckled beneath her, the effort of standing draining her strength. After regaining his composure, Eric inspected the damage to his suit, a charred testament to Wanda's violent power. Though it remained intact, he could feel the toll it had taken. His gaze shifted back to Wanda, her defiance flickering like a dying candle amidst the chaos surrounding them. "You're on your last legs, girl. Why are you still defending those animals?" Eric asked, his voice tense as Wanda clung to the remnants of her resolve. "Even in this state." "I'll protect them," she gasped, her body unsteady and swaying dangerously close to the ground. "I gave my word." Eric's heart twisted, her loyalty was as infuriating as it was admirable. Taking in her weakened form, he shook his head, the weight of their shared blood settling heavily on his shoulders. "Remember this, Wanda," he warned, his voice low and resonating with deep intensity. "You are my daughter. And I will return for you. Whether you want me to or not." Wanda's glare pierced through the haze of exhaustion, a spark of defiance flaring within her as Eric ascended, retreating into the darkening sky, the entire MCU facility floating behind him. As the shadows of his figure vanished from her sight, Wanda fell to her knees, surrendering to the weariness that enveloped her. She crumpled to her side, her eyelids fluttering, fighting a losing battle against the encroaching darkness. "Yeah, you better run, you deadbeat," she whispered right as exhaustion lulled her to sleep. Chapter 37, I am Atomic. "Get away from here. Now." Atomic bellowed, his voice piercing through the chaos around him as he turned to face the monolith of steel and metal in the distance. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself forward, charging at the gargantuan steel monstrosity hovering ominously in the sky. "You don't have to tell me twice." Hughes shouted, his heart racing at the terrifying sight of the skybound fortress. "Everyone, move back. Let's get the hell out of here." In an instant, the remaining helicopters swung around in a synchronized retreat, their whirring blades slicing through the air, while one descended to retrieve Hadlin and his co-pilot. "Okay. I can do this. I can definitely do this." Atomic reassured himself, his mind racing as he surveyed the monstrous structure looming overhead. "God, please let me pull this off." The first wave of razor-sharp steel projectiles hurtled toward him like a storm of death, but Atomic stood firm. With a defiant wave of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy that morphed into a titanic fist, smashing through the barrage and sending shards hurtling into the void. Steeling himself, Atomic soared into the heart of the storm, weaving through the onslaught of deadly metal with breathtaking precision. He had to reach Eric. Once the man was in range, it was game over. Suddenly, a shard of rebar sliced through the air, poised to pierce his back. But just as it was about to strike, it halted, frozen in midair, mere inches from impact. This was the culmination of Atomic's mastery over his version of the Infinity Technique, an incredible ability that allowed him to amplify the air's density around him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Anything that dared to strike him would be forced to a standstill, suspended before reaching his body. Yet this incredible power came at a steep price. To maintain such complex control, Atomic had to divert half his mental focus to sustain the technique, restraining his other abilities. He wielded this double-edged sword only in the most dire of battles. Like now, as he squared off against one of the planet's most formidable mutants. Atomic glanced back at the rebar with grim determination, his hands crashing together in a thunderous clap. A shockwave of crimson light erupted from his palms, vaporizing everything within a 30 yards, turning steel and concrete to nothingness. Eric glared, frustration etching deeper lines across his face as he watched Atomic evade his onslaught. Yet, buried beneath his irritation was an unmistakable realization: this young hero was drowning in chaos, floundering in a battle far beyond anything he had faced before. Especially as he tried to reach him to deliver a winning blow. But Eric was no fool, he would keep away from Atomic's power's range. "Is this truly all you are capable of, Wyatt?" "No, I know you can reach much greater heights than these. Let's turn up the heat, shall we?" Eric said as he raised both hands toward the tempest above. With effortless malevolence, he began warping the MCU facility, twisting the mighty structure inward until grotesque tendrils of steel emerged, snaking down like sinister claws poised to tear Atomic apart. Despite his opinions of Atomic's childish outlook, Eric couldn't help but be curious at how far he could push the young man. To see just how far his abilities could take him. As the titanic metal appendages loomed overhead, Atomic's heart raced, and his breath caught in his throat. "Holy shit!" he breathed, momentarily stunned, eyes wide as a steel tendril lashed out from beneath him, striking like a viper. He gasped, feeling the force throw him into a dizzying, chaotic spin through the air. Thanks only to his Infinity Technique, he narrowly avoided being shredded, the tendril pushing him aside with raw, brutal force. Finding his balance once more in the swirling tempest, Atomic's eyes widened in horror as all 20 colossal tendrils converged upon him at once, a symphony of death and destruction unleashed. Oh, oh, oh. At a safe distance, the squadron of helicopters hovered with bated breath, their cameras capturing every breathtaking moment as Atomic valiantly fought to evade the lunging steel tendrils. Awe filled the crew's eyes as they witnessed an intense struggle that felt almost biblical. Several kilometers away, a massive gathering of 200 mutants stood frozen in disbelief, their hearts pounding as they gazed at the floating fortress that had once been their prison. The members of the Brotherhood could only stare, mouths agape, as they absorbed the immense power displayed by their leader. With a low groan, Mystique shook off the remnants of her fatigue and slowly rose to her feet. She looked up just in time to see the colossal steel monstrosity lashing out at Atomic, and an unmistakable thrill coursed through her veins. The sheer spectacle of the battle ignited an awe she could not contain. Not far away, Wanda watched from her sitting position as the ground quaked violently beneath her. A monumental steel spike plummeted 15 kilometers away with a thunderous crash, sending vibrations that rattled her bones. She gasped, her eyes wide with wonder as she turned her gaze skyward, witnessing Eric orchestrating the steel behemoth in its relentless assault on Atomic. In that moment, Wanda felt both powerless and exhilarated, completely captivated by the cataclysm unfolding before her. Her heart raced as she watched the titanic clash from her vantage point. Oh, oh, oh. Slicing through the skies with unstoppable determination, Atomic soared alongside one of the massive steel tendrils that twisted ominously in the air. With a fierce grip, he slammed a hand onto its surface, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that erupted along its length, transforming the cold metal into a cascading rain. With a deft flick of his wrist, Eric severed the tendril before the luminous wave could reach the vast armored body of his formidable steel beast. He drew his arm back, fingers splayed, and unleashed a torrent of steel spikes hurtling toward Atomic like meteors raining from the heavens. With remarkable agility, Atomic spun to face the deadly barrage, snapping his fingers in rapid succession. Each snap ignited a series of fiery explosions that roared to life in a brilliant display, obliterating the spikes into nothingness. But from his blind spot, a metal beam smashed into his side with bone-crushing force, sending him spiraling through the sky. Although his infinity granted him incredible defense, the jarring impact reverberated through his body, fragments of pain lacing his senses. It's too much. Magneto is a monster. And he's just toying with me. Atomic's thoughts raced as he hurtled through the air, the idea of fleeing into the vastness of space flickering tantalizingly in his mind. With a heavy, disappointed sigh, Eric glanced toward the distant helicopters. I'm growing bored of you, boy, he taunted, pointing a hand at the helicopters hovering precariously. Let's see just how much of a hero you truly are. Atomic's heart sank as a colossal segment of the steel behemoth tore away, morphing into 5 massive javelins, each aimed directly at an unsuspecting helicopter. Horror washed over him in waves. They're going to die. Despair clawed at his insides, the javelins flying through his mind's eye in agonizing slow motion. They won't stand a chance. I can't save them. Atomic thought with despair. As shame surged within him, Atomic turned away, ready to forsake the fight. You're much stronger than you think you are. Trust me. Those words, spoken by the men of tomorrow, resounded in his mind. The very same men whose ideals he had sculpted his entire atomic persona from lingered within him, challenging him. Is my conviction so fragile that I abandon it at my first real life or death battle? Have the countless days, weeks, and months spent as Atomic merely been a facade? Was it all a delusion just to feed my own ego? I'm pathetic. Atomic thought, despair flooding his veins. I'm no hero, just a guy with powers. True heroes leap into danger without hesitation, sacrificing everything to save others. I'm no Superman. Yet then, a spark ignited deep within him. But opening his eyes, Atomic gazed back up at the hurtling steel javelins, his once dull green eyes now aglow with crimson. Fear had drained away, replaced with unwavering resolve. I am Atomic, he declared, his voice a mighty roar that cut through the chaos. With newfound determination surging through him, he undid his limitless technique. A blinding flash of crimson blazed outward, engulfing the approaching steel monstrosity around Atomic in a pulse of raw power, instantly transforming it into a breathtaking ice sculpture. What is this? Eric exclaimed, shock rippling through his words as he felt his control disappear at the change of matter. Seeing the wave of crimson coming at him, he flew back in a dash. He had this much strength. With new strength surging within him, Atomic burst through the ice with a thunderous crash and shot into the sky. His once cloth cape exploded into a billowing flame of pure white energy, propelling him forward like a comet streaking across the heavens. The sheer force of his flight speed threatened to overwhelm him, but he pushed against it with all his might. In the distance, Hughes and his crew operated their helicopters' weapons, unleashing a storm of bullets, rockets, and missiles against the incoming threat. Even as their attacks connected, most javelins zipped through the chaos, too swift and unpredictable for their laser-focused aim. Shit! Hughes yelled, tilting his helicopter away as a javelin missed by mere inches. Suddenly, a beam of red plasma erupted from below, obliterating a steel javelin. Hughes's eyes widened in disbelief as Atomic surged past his helicopter like a streak of lightning. In an awe-inspiring blur, Atomic materialized in front of another javelin, his hands moving with lightning speed. With a surge of red energy, he wrapped the projectile in his power, transforming it into a flurry of soft, harmless feathers that fluttered down to the ground below. Atomic darted back and forth with unyielding focus, dismantling the remaining javelins with breathtaking precision. Each transformation erupted in brilliant bursts of energy, mesmerizing the helicopter pilots and those watching from the ground, their faces illuminated with wonder and disbelief. Exhausted but unbroken, Atomic felt the brilliance of his new burst of inexplicable power begin to vanish, returning him to his usual state. What was that? Where did that power come from? Atomic thought as he tried to regain his breath. Oh. Holy crap. Wanda muttered, her eyes wide as she stood frozen, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before her. Such power, Mystique breathed, her voice barely a whisper as she struggled to process the immense energy radiating from the combatants. It was as if a storm had erupted right before her eyes, raw and primal. Remind me never to piss off Atomic, Lance whispered, now fully awake and awestruck. His teammates all nodded in agreement, still trying to grasp the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. Did you see that? That was incredible, one of the younger mutants exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of their feet, a mix of excitement and fear coursing through them. I know, right, another chimed in, eyes sparkling with adrenaline. It was like watching something out of a movie. That was so scary. But awesome, too, someone else added, their voice trembling slightly, caught between thrill and anxiety as they watched the fight escalate. Around them, the crowd of mutants buzzed with energy, a mix of disbelief and exhilaration filling the air. For Jubilation, Samuel, and Robert, it felt like they were witnessing a celestial event that would be etched into their memories forever. The sounds, the colors, the sheer intensity, it was like observing two gods clash, each blow reverberating through the air and sending ripples of power around them. Amidst the chaos, one of the helicopter pilots, wide-eyed and pale, broke through the stunned silence. Hey, boss, he stammered, his gaze fixed on Atomic soaring through the sky, a brilliant figure against the darkening horizon. I think we should get the hell out of here. Like, right now. His urgent voice snapped others out of their reverie. Hughes, the commanding officer, swallowed hard, instinctively scanning the tumultuous scene as fear crept in. Yeah. Let's get the hell out of here. He barked commands to his men, urgency threading through his tone as he ordered them to leave the area as quickly as possible. The brass is going to have a field day with this one. Chapter 38, Nevada's conclusion. Eric watched as the helicopters vanished, his expression emotionless. He allowed them to slip away, quickly shifting his focus back to Atomic, who was struggling to stay airborne. It was clear that the surge of power he had summoned to save the pilots had completely drained him. You didn't disappoint me, Wyatt. Such incredible potential. You've reached heights most can only dream of in just a year. Eric's lips curled into a predatory grin as he envisioned an adult Atomic wielding unimaginable power, capable of decimating entire cities with a mere flick of his wrist. The thought of a fully realized Atomic, an indomitable force of possibility, sent a sinister chuckle rippling through him. It would be a shame to extinguish such potential, Eric remarked, allowing the concealed spiked steel pillar to crash down with a deafening thud, shaking the ground beneath them. With his hands clasped behind his back, Eric glided toward Atomic, who instinctively tensed. After a moment of hesitation, he raised a hand defensively in a flicking pose. Don't make me use this, Magneto. Atomic thought, a heavy resignation settling in his chest as he prepared for the worst. I still haven't mastered this, but I'm spent. I have to use the last of my energy on this move. I can't let Magneto kill these people. I believe the games are over, Wyatt, Eric said, his smile almost mocking in its warmth. I've reconsidered your fate. Though your ideology is misaligned, I believe it is malleable. One day, you'll see that I was right all along. Fat chance, Atomic shot back. Eric's demeanor shifted slightly. I will give the young mutants a choice, to join my cause willingly or they can refuse, no coercion. After everything they've endured, many may find my brotherhood's vision enticing. Those who decline. You can take them to Charles if you wish. With that, Eric turned on his heel, ready to depart, but paused to cast a lingering glance over his shoulder. Oh, and take good care of my disobedient daughter. Like you, she'll come to understand one day. Atomic blinked, taken aback by Eric's unexpected civility. The silence stretched between them, thickening with unspoken tension, leaving Atomic unsure how to respond. This is goodbye. At least for now, Eric said, his voice low yet heavy with threat, before soaring off, leaving Atomic grappling with the weight of uncertainty and dread. With his statement made, Eric soared into the sky, hovering over the vast, jagged crater that marked the remains of the MCU facility. Mystique cast one last piercing glare at Wanda before transforming into a majestic hawk, her wings stretching wide as she swooped to join Eric in the air. Eric's gaze lingered on Wanda for several heartbeats, his expression a mix of contemplation and frustration. Unfazed, Wanda raised both hands defiantly, flipping him off with a smirk. With a resigned sigh, Eric turned away and flew toward the throng of mutants gathered in the distance, intent on fulfilling his promise to Atomic. After delivering his message, half of the liberated mutants chose to ally with Eric, while the other half opted for their own paths. Once the chaos subsided, Atomic glided back to the remnants of the facility, landing shakily beside Wanda. As he released the gravitational hold that had aided his flight, he stumbled forward, only to be caught by Wanda's steadying grip. "Whoa, easy there," Wanda said, her voice a blend of concern and amusement as she helped steady Atomic. "What was that? Why did you and that deadbeat fight? Weren't you two supposed to be working together?" "We were," Atomic replied, shifting uncomfortably as he settled onto a large chunk of concrete. "But that's about the extent of my relationship with Magneto." He paused, pretending to be unaware of the connection between Wanda and Eric. "What do you mean by deadbeat?" "Oh, right. Well, that old bastard is technically my father, biologically speaking," Wanda confessed, taking a seat beside him, her expression a mix of exasperation and resignation. "So. Deadbeat. I see," Atomic replied, nodding slowly as he processed the revelation. "Yeah." Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the occasional groan from the unconscious agent sprawled nearby. The quiet was abruptly broken by a loud, rumbling growl from Atomic's stomach. "Seriously? You just had this epic showdown with that deadbeat, and you're hungry?" Wanda asked, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. With a playful glint in his eye, Atomic reached down and picked up a fist-sized rock. In an instant, the rock transformed into a steaming bowl of shrimp-fried rice, the mouth-watering aroma wafting into the air. "When I use my powers, a lot of the energy comes from my caloric intake," he explained, conjuring a set of gleaming chopsticks as he undid the lower part of his helmet. "That's why I make it a point to eat a lot each day. After that fight, I'm practically starving. If I'm going to take everyone out of here, I need to refuel." "Ah, that's neat, I guess," Wanda said, still bemused by the sight of food materializing out of thin air. "Can I have some?" With a tired smile, Atomic conjured another pair of chopsticks, offering them to her as the enticing aroma of the shrimp-fried rice filled the air, mingling with the remnants of battle. Oh. "All right, let me make sure I understand this," Samuel said as he and the other mutants who had refused to join Eric stood at the edge of a secluded area of Lake Tahoe. They were no longer dressed in their dull facility jumpsuits, they now wore comfortable, loose clothing created by Atomic. "So, you're saying we have two options: we can either go home, where the government would most likely come after us again, or we can go to an institution in upstate New York that protects mutants from the government. Did I get that right?" Atomic nodded. "I understand that the choices are limited. But as far as the government is concerned, you are all escaped fugitives they will want to recapture. While I know you all want to go home, I don't believe that's the safest choice." "But, we've been gone so long," a young girl said, clutching her arm. "I miss my mom. Yeah. I want to go home. I'm sick of being placed in places I don't want to be." A chorus of angry voices erupted among the crowd. Tensions were rising as everyone wanted to express their feelings. The noise ceased abruptly when a loud crack echoed from a nearby tree that had been torn down. Wanda's hand stopped glowing as she climbed on top of the fallen tree. "Listen. Atomic just fought tooth and nail to free us all. I've been trapped in that place like everyone else, so let me make myself clear, I understand. We all have homes we want to return to. But some of us don't," she said softly, shaking her thoughts away and gaining Atomic's attention. "Even if we go home, the government will just come back for us. But what guarantee is there that they won't come for everyone here at this institution? This Charles Xavier guy might have an agreement with the president, but won't harboring them break that?" Robert asked Atomic, gesturing to the large gathering. "How can you ensure their safety?" A chorus of agreements filled the forest. Atomic nodded and turned to everyone. "Trust me, my plans to help you all go far beyond just freeing you from that facility. From this point on, things will only get harder from here, but I promise you all, I will fight for your freedoms every step of the way. I will ensure that no mutant will ever again be taken from their home simply for awakening the X gene. You have my word." The forest was bathed in a serene hush as Atomic finished his speech, the echoes of his words lingering in the air like a gentle promise. Shadows from the fire pit flickered playfully among the trees, illuminating hopeful expressions on the faces of the assembled group. "What do you mean, things will get harder from here?" Jubilation asked. "Is it because of this?" Robert asked as he brought out his personal phone from his pocket. On his screen flashed dozens of news articles from a wide array of news organizations spanning the country, each accompanied by vivid images and striking headlines that demanded attention. Amidst the clutter of information, several headlines stood out boldly, emblazoned across the pages in dark, commanding letters, drawing the reader in like moths to a flame. Yet, despite their varied tones and angles, they all revolved around a singular, controversial figure. Atomic, hero or terrorist. New York's local hero, Atomic, strikes back, attacks U.S. government research facility. Urgent calls for the immediate arrest and capture of Atomic from the DOJ and law enforcement agencies nationwide. The United States Supreme Court issues a mandate: Atomic must appear before the Senate Judiciary Panel to answer for his crimes. That was fast. Too fast. Atomic thought as he read over the headlines with acceptance. That's exactly right, he murmured, his voice low but steady. If I want to ensure that the government no longer goes after innocent mutants, I have to show everyone the atrocities the MRD and the US government have committed against you all. When I stand before the world at Capitol Hill, that's when I'll reveal all the everything I've seen. Everything. They won't be able to hide once it's all out in the open. But how do you plan to do that? Isn't it just going to be your word against theirs? Wanda asked. A knowing smile cracked beneath Atomic's helmet, a spark of confidence shining through. Trust me. It'll be their word against their own. Around the lake, everyone was filled with a mix of anticipation and hope as they took in Atomic's words. While some skepticism still flickered within them, a wave of collective hope washed over the mutants. They had little choice but to believe in the hero, because in the end, that was all they could do. With the remaining embers of hope within them, they decided to believe in Atomic. But until the fateful day when Atomic would step onto the steps of Capitol Hill, ready to unveil the truths hidden by the MRD. They all would embrace the safety of Charles Xavier's school for gifted youngsters until the day they could be truly free arrived. Wait, so how are we all supposed to travel across the country to get to this school? Last I checked, I don't think they allow fugitives to buy plane tickets, Jubilation said. Atomic grinned under his helmet and turned to the Grand Lake beside them. Holding his hands out, he closed his eyes and focused. Everyone watched in awe as a brilliant light shone over the lake. Pulses rippled across the water's surface as the lake rose and transformed into a massive, concentrated object. With one final flash of crimson light, an elongated version of the X-Men's Blackbird, made of pure energy, flew above the lake. Did he just make a plane? Samuel whispered in disbelief. I think he did, Jubilation nodded, rubbing her eyes. Yup. That's a plane. This isn't a real plane, Atomic explained. I just reconstructed and repurposed one I scanned a while back, and recreated it using my own energy. It's taking a lot of my brainpower to keep it tangible, but it will hold strong until I get you all to the mansion. With that, he commanded his glowing Blackbird closer. With a thought, the side of the jet opened up, and a set of stairs extended down in front of the group of mutants. Everyone have their plane tickets. Atomic joked. With childlike excitement, everyone quickly stepped inside the grand jet and looked around in awe. As they climbed aboard, they all touched every surface and the rows of seats, marveling at how real and tangible everything felt. Wanda stepped beside Atomic and watched as her fellow mutants boarded the plane. I'm starting to wonder if there's anything you can't do, she said. There's a lot I can't do, Atomic replied, glancing down at the urn floating beside him. But that doesn't mean I won't try my best. Wanda nodded and looked at John's ashes. You're a weird guy. But you're a good person. You remind me a lot of my father. My real father. He was a good man, like you. Was. Atomic whispered. He died. He and my mother died in a boating accident 2 years ago, Wanda admitted quietly. Not long after that, I found a letter in my mother's closet while packing away her things. The letter said that I had a brother in the United States. I had family here. It's why I decided to move here, only to be locked up as soon as I landed when my abilities awakened. I'm sorry, Atomic said softly. It's okay. Well, not really. I'm still furious that they kept me locked up for a year, but at least I'm free now, Wanda smiled as the last person boarded the jet. Do you remember that favor you owe me? Ah, yeah. I want to help. I want to be like you, Wanda said, her voice a whisper as she stared at her glowing hands, a mix of hope and uncertainty washing over her. The flickering images of Atomic's surface memories of him saving lives and coming to the aid of those in distress played in her mind, each one sharper than the last. My father always told me my destiny wasn't meant to be spent in our little town in Sokovia. He believed I was destined for something greater, something better. I sometimes wondered if he only said that because he knew that my biological father was a powerful mutant, or if he dreamed of a brighter life for me. I guess I'll never know. But what I do know, deep in my heart, is that I want to use these abilities of mine to help others. To save those like myself from people who want to hurt them. I want to become the person my parents always envisioned me to be. She added, her once dull eyes were now bright and electric. Atomic nodded as he listened, absorbing her words without interruption. This Wanda was vastly different from her MCU counterpart or any other version of her that he's seen in his other lifetime. Sure, she looked like her on-screen MCU counterpart, but her personality and mindset were utterly different, likely due to being raised by two loving, kind-natured parents. Ultimately, it didn't matter why she was who she was, this Wanda was her own person, and she wanted to forge her own path away from hatred and Eric. That, Atomic could respect. After all, he was still forging his own path as well. After a moment of consideration, Atomic nodded. With a thought, he altered the windows in the jet so no one could see outside. In a flash, he removed his helmet and smiled at Wanda. I'm probably not the best person for the job, but if you're fine with me, I'd be happy to help you, Wanda, Wyatt said, extending his hand. I'm Wyatt. Wyatt Wilkins. New York's local hero and now terrorist. Wanda blinked as she took in his appearance, and after a moment, she chuckled and shook his hand. Chapter 39, Shaken Trust. In an astonishing and bewildering turn of events, New York's cherished superhero, Atomic, has found himself branded a terrorist by the US government. This shocking turn of events has ignited a fervent firestorm of outrage, disbelief, and confusion across the nation, leaving many to grapple with the implications. Emerging reports have detailed a harrowing incident in which Atomic, along with several alleged accomplices, orchestrated a devastating assault on a high-security government research facility located in Nevada. This facility was reportedly at the forefront of developing groundbreaking cures for deadly diseases, including cancer and Alzheimer's. The scale of the destruction and the unknown motivations behind the attack have raised urgent questions and fears, sending shockwaves rippling through communities nationwide. As the news spread, the atmosphere in New York City, a city that once celebrated Atomic as a symbol of justice and courage, quickly descended into chaos. The streets have been flooded with police, FBI agents, SHIELD agents, and military personnel, all engaged in a frantic manhunt for the once revered figure whose past deeds of heroism are now being scrutinized under a harsh light. Tension permeates the air, with citizens gathered in public squares, their chants for Atomic's arrest reverberating ominously against the city skyline. Graphic news footage has depicted the aftermath of what authorities allege was Atomic's rampage, a massive crater, now a haunting reminder of the destruction in the place that had been a beacon of hope for future cures for countless individuals. As one news anchor solemnly noted, as we feared, his facade as a superhero concealed a darker reality. His heroism was merely a front, a ruse designed to mask his real intentions. Similar news stations and media outlets have galvanized public sentiment, framing Atomic as a symbol of betrayal and a stark warning against unchecked power. The media frenzy has been relentless, with headlines splashing across screens and newspapers detailing the fallout. In a press conference that captured the nation's attention, the president's press secretary, Gregory Key, unveiled distressing images and video footage of the defaced research facility. What was once a facility dedicated to the betterment of humanity now lies in ruins, he asserted, emphasizing the extent of the damage. This tragedy stands as a stark reminder of the dangers posed by those who wield power without accountability, his words further polarizing public opinion. Responses from the public have ranged from outrage to deep skepticism. Voices have erupted across various platforms, echoing the sentiment of betrayal. A popular radio show host couldn't contain his incredulity, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? We were duped. I can't fathom how we ever trusted him. To think he could destroy years of research just like that." Others joined in, echoing concern that the hero Atomic had been a carefully crafted facade, engineered to lower public defenses before he unleashed his deep-seated contempt onto the public. The emotional toll of these events has also been profound. A visibly distraught mother in Brooklyn expressed her heartache while speaking to a gathered crowd. "What am I supposed to tell my children now that their idol has been labeled a terrorist?" she lamented. Her words resonated with many, highlighting the deep implications the scandal has had on families who once looked up to Atomic as a hero. In sharp contrast, a vocal minority has pushed back against what they perceive as a hasty rush to judgment. A prominent podcaster pondered aloud in a widely shared episode. Why is this so-called research facility only coming to light now? Why would Atomic attack it if it was supposedly working on life-saving cures? Her probing questions suggested a growing skepticism of the official narrative, with some supporters suggesting that the images released lacked concrete evidence directly linking Atomic to the alleged attack besides a few blurry shots of the hero flying in the air. In Harlem, a group of supporters rallied around a well-respected community leader who declared passionately, "Something is off here. Atomic is one of the good ones, someone who has genuinely looked out for our community, especially when the police have failed us." His words sparked fervent agreement among his peers, encapsulating the belief that Atomic represents a counterbalance to a government they feel has historically marginalized their voices. Community leaders are also weighing in on the controversy, addressing the ramifications of labeling Atomic as a terrorist. Stephanie Delgado, a prominent voice in Manhattan, stated, "Atomic is far more than a mere superhero, he embodies hope, strength, and resilience for our city. By labeling him a terrorist, we undermine everything he's done for us. We need to be cautious about taking everything the government and media is saying about him as fact." In a surprising turn, Emma Frost, the ambitious and influential CEO of Frost International, has also joined the debate. Standing confidently in a pristine white suit outside her newly launched building, she urged for restraint and judgment. I refuse to believe Atomic is guilty without hearing his side of the story. He deserves a platform to defend himself and the chance to prove his innocence at the Capitol Hill hearing this Friday, she asserted, emphasizing the need for justice and reason amid the chaos. Her rising influence urged the public to consider the nuances of the situation, igniting heated discussions about the roles of justice and media in shaping public perception. As the hearing looms closer, passions are flaring on both sides of the debate. Will Atomic rise to defend his name and regain his status as a hero, or will this mark the tragic end for a figure once viewed with admiration? Amidst a tumultuous backdrop where conflicting narratives vie for supremacy, the fragile thread of truth hangs precariously in the balance. As the days unfurl leading up to the pivotal hearing, tensions simmer and emotions run high, poised to shape the destiny of the once beloved hero who stands at the crossroads of fate. Oh. How long are we going to ignore the elephant in the room? Serena asked as she and Wyatt sat at a table outside a small coffee shop. You're right. When were you going to tell me your cousin was teaching you karate? Wyatt said with a small smile and took a sip of his iced coffee. Serena's flat expression caused Wyatt's smile to fade. It's not true, you know. What they're saying, I did. He said. I know, Serena quickly said. What I want to know is what you're going to do about it. Are you really going to show up to the hearing in Washington? Yes, I am, Wyatt said and looked out at the surrounding area. Unlike his home city in New York, the streets in the Valley, California, were much larger and less populated. Even so, life moved on along the sidewalks and streets. What I did in Nevada, it's not over yet. Not by a long shot. Serena nodded and rubbed the built-up precipitation on her cup. Can you tell me what happened? Wyatt took another sip of his drink and nodded. Quietly and carefully, he gave Serena a quick summary of why and what had happened at Nevada. The government kidnapping innocent mutants. The secret Nevada facility that kept mutants under lock and key. And his subsequent infiltration and extraction of the captives and his fight with Eric. Wow, that's a lot, Serena said. Yeah. I like to stay busy, Wyatt chuckled dryly and rubbed the back of his head. I guess I can see why you're avoiding New York now. It must be hectic over there right now. I feel terrible that the city is under a state of emergency, but I can't be there right now. I don't want the people there to get caught up in the middle of whatever organization is trying to catch me. I'm sure they'll use everything in their power to capture me. I can't risk anyone getting hurt because they got caught in the crossfire. Wyatt said and finished his drink. Discreetly, he refilled his drink, much to Serena's exasperation. You're still drinking too much coffee, you know, Serena said with a playful smile, hoping to shift the focus away from Wyatt's ongoing troubles. I thought you were going to cut back a little. She watched him for a moment, gauging his reaction, and then her eyes lit up with a sudden inspiration. Hey, I have a great idea. How about I take you to the Miyagi-Do dojo where Daniel trains me? It's such a beautiful place. I think you'll really love it. With that, Serena stood up, her enthusiasm contagious, and reached for Wyatt's hand. As they stepped out together, she began to guide him through the vibrant streets of the valley. The sun streamed down, casting warm shadows on the sidewalk, and the air was alive with the sounds of laughter and the distant hum of music. She pointed out the little cafe where she and her new friends grabbed pastries and the park where kids often played, weaving in stories from her new life in California as they walked. It was the perfect distraction, and she hoped it would lift his spirits as they made their way to the dojo. Oh. Wyatt's jaw tightened as he gripped the door handle to his hotel room, pausing for just a heartbeat. He narrowed his eyes, his instincts on high alert. With a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed the door open and stepped inside with an expression that appeared relaxed and unsuspecting. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, he tossed his room key and phone onto a small table. Placing the takeout bag he bought on a nearby table, he let out a tired groan escaped his lips as he pulled off his red and white hoodie, but the sound that followed, a soft squeak, made him freeze. You know, I've been meaning to come and meet you myself, Nick Fury's voice cut through the silence, his tone as intimidating as Wyatt had imagined. He lounged in a large recliner chair while the shadows kept his figure hidden. Coulson put in a good word for you, so I stayed away. But you and a group of mutants just had to go and destroy a major government facility. Despite the situation, Wyatt's heart remained calm at the sight of Nick Fury. He let out a pulse that rippled through the walls of the hotel, confirming that there were no hidden agents lying in wait. Still, this was Nick Fury. Even if the man was technically powerless, he wasn't one to be underestimated. You don't seem surprised to see me, Nick said, his eyes glinting with a challenge. Yeah, well, when the entire country wants to take you in, you figure someone with decent skills is bound to find me sooner or later, Wyatt replied, leaning against the door. So, you know Coulson. I'm guessing you're part of S.H.I.E.L.D. too. I'm not part of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said, rising from the chair, his presence filling the room with authority. Nick Fury. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let me make this clear, you're in a world of trouble, son. Powerful people want you in custody. I trust Coulson, so when he said you could be trusted, I believed him. But you need to give me a damned good reason not to drag you in kicking and screaming. Wyatt's mouth twitched slightly upward. You do realize that no prison can really hold me, right? He strolled toward the duffel bag in the corner, every movement calculated, aware of Fury's piercing gaze locking onto him. I'm guessing you've already gone through my stuff, but I made sure to keep this to myself. He fished out a flash drive from his pants pocket, the small device feeling heavier than it should. He set a laptop on the table, his fingers flying across the keys as he booted it up, the tension thick enough to slice through with a knife. What do you really know about that research facility in Nevada that I allegedly destroyed? Wyatt asked, plugging in the flash drive with little concern. Nick blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Wyatt's nonchalance and sarcasm. Go off the assumption that I know nothing. Enlighten me. Wyatt wanted to roll his eyes, exasperation flickering across his face for a second, but the oppressive weight of Nick's penetrating gaze pressed down on him, demanding answers. His fingers danced over the laptop's keys, entering an intricate sequence of characters that no normal human could remember to unlock the flash drive. After what felt like an eternity, he finally turned the laptop around. The dim glow of the screen illuminated Nick's sharp features as he stared at the avalanche of files and images unfurling before his lone eye. What Nick discovered were not merely documents, they constituted a tapestry of secrets, revealing a scarred history of everything the so-called research facility, which in reality was a mutant prison camp run by the MCU, had been conducting in the shadows in the guise of creating an army of super soldiers. The horrors of their cruel treatment and experimentation on mutants were laid bare. Nick's single eye widened almost imperceptibly, disbelief flickering within him as he began to scroll through the countless atrocities captured in pixelated fragments. Nick had known that the U.S. government, under the command of General Greller, had been taking emerging mutants away to secure facilities in order to prevent another catastrophe, but he hadn't been aware that the children that were being captured were subjected to inhuman testing and borderline torture. He was led to believe by his superiors that the mutant situation was well under control by the U.S. government. That they were taking the extra steps to help regulate and train any new mutants to control their abilities to avoid another Sasha Connor incident. But to think such egregious acts had been occurring under his watch as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. left Nick in utter disappointment at himself. He should have dug deeper into the MCU and the Nevada facility. With a heavy sigh escaping his lips, Nick slowly closed the laptop, his expression shifting from anger to acceptance. When do you plan on releasing this? The morning of my hearing, Wyatt replied, his voice steady. Unshakable. The world needs to know the truth. They need to know what really happened in Nevada, the families they ripped apart, the lives they disregarded. It has to end. I will end it. Nick placed his hands on his hips, narrowing his lone eye as he processed this revelation. I can't believe this all happened under my nose. How? The question hung in the air, laced with disbelief, mostly directed inward. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment, a frown creasing his brow. I think I know why, it's because Hydra is involved. He thought, his stomach sinking at the realization. The implications of this connection sent a shiver down his spine. Should I tell him? No, I can't. Not without any substantial proof. Damn it. You can't blame yourself, Director, Wyatt offered, his voice calm but firm. What matters now is finding a way to ensure that this never happens again. As he spoke, he felt the intensity of the moment shift, there was so much at stake. While I'm sure the evidence I gathered is substantial enough, I could always use more help. Nick had always prided himself on being the best spy in S.H.I.E.L.D., a master of stealth and strategy, slipping through the shadows like a ghost. His training and instincts had honed him into a figure who was always one step, if not 10, ahead of everyone around him. Each mission he undertook solidified his reputation, his cunning and resourcefulness were legendary among the organization. Yet today, the stark daylight of reality was casting harsh shadows on his pride, revealing cracks he had never noticed before. He had always trusted his instincts, but now, they felt like treacherous whispers, warning him that there were forces at play far beyond his control and knowledge. There's more at play here. There's no way all this could have been kept away from me. Not unless there's someone at the top who made sure I never found out. Nick thought grimly. With renewed resolve, Nick stepped toward Wyatt, extending his hand. Wyatt met him with a small, determined smile as their hands clasped firmly. Talk me through your game plan, Nick said, his voice a low growl, determination etched into every syllable. Chapter 40, Consequences and Unexpected Friend. Anne, I've decided that if we can hit 600 power stones in a week, I will release one bonus chapter on top of the standard 3 per week I typically release as a way for me to say thanks to all of you who read my story and drop me stones. So here's your bonus chapter. Be sure to leave me plenty of comments. The streets of New York City buzzed with an undercurrent of anxiety, a palpable tension hanging in the air as police vehicles, government officials, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and the National Guard patrolled every corner. Once buoyed by hope and a sense of safety, the citizens now navigated their neighborhoods with trepidation, their everyday lives overshadowed by an unsettling unease. Despite the extensive presence of law enforcement, crime rates surged alarmingly, creating an atmosphere thick with desperation. Atomic, the red and white hero who had once stood as a beacon of justice, faced accusations that tarnished his name in the eyes of both the public and authorities. The media frenzy painted him as a threat rather than a protector, which only emboldened the city's criminal element. His absence was deeply felt, and the shadows that once trembled at his mere presence were now filled with brazen criminals roaming the streets, undeterred by fear. The week-long disappearance of Atomic intensified the already rampant criminal activity. Police forces, stretched thin by the dual demands of searching for their missing hero, now terrorist, and managing the escalating crime wave, found themselves overwhelmed. Reports of violent confrontations and gang-related incidents flooded the precincts, leaving officers frustrated and desperate. With their ranks divided and morale dwindling, the thin blue line meant to protect the city appeared dangerously close to breaking. Yet, hope flickered in the form of a diverse group of individuals stepping forward. A coalition of established heroes and newcomers united against the rising tide of lawlessness. Figures like Spider-Man swung through the skyline, his bright red, blue, and white costume sending criminals running. Daredevil prowled darkened alleys with heightened senses, seeking justice for the voiceless. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, initially skeptical of Atomic's motives, recognized that their city needed protection and were ready to fight for it. Iron Fist brought his martial prowess, while White Tiger, driven by a sense of responsibility, joined the fray. Even Tony Stark, in his guise as Iron Man, carved out time from his demanding schedule to lend a hand against the escalating chaos. Some of these heroes, having chosen to live among ordinary citizens, had initially turned a blind eye to the struggles around them. However, as crime encroached upon their own communities, they realized that inaction was no longer an option. Without Atomic to maintain order, the streets that had once felt safe became battlegrounds of fear and desperation. Ordinary New Yorkers also played their part, inspired by Atomic's compassion and selflessness. Many, though lacking superhuman abilities, rallied together to protect their neighborhoods, organizing watch groups and outreach programs to support those in need. They understood that every small act of kindness could serve as a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, echoing Atomic's legacy of heroism. Still, each day represented a daunting challenge. The protective aura that Atomic had enveloped the city in was now a distant memory. With his departure, a new breed of criminal emerged, equipped with advanced technology, lethal weaponry, and even superhuman abilities. They seized the opportunity to further their malicious goals, emboldened by the vacuum created by Atomic's absence. Sinister figures lurked in the shadows, waiting to exploit the turmoil. Wilson Fisk, the shadowy kingpin of crime, sought to expand his influence over the city's underbelly. Norman Osborn, with his own ambitious agenda, orchestrated chaos from behind the scenes, and The Hand, a secretive and ancient organization of ninjas, planned to increase their influence during this tumultuous period. These nefarious entities were undeterred by the potential for collateral damage and were motivated solely by their grand ambitions for power and control. One thought permeated every mind, whether heroic or villainous: the upcoming hearing on Capitol Hill regarding Atomic would be a pivotal moment. As the world tuned in to witness the proceedings, the outcome of his judgment would ripple through the fabric of New York's future, influencing the fate of its citizens and the delicate balance between good and evil. Oh. With his court date in Washington looming ominously tomorrow afternoon, Wyatt wandered through the bustling streets of Burbank, feeling somewhat aimless. Clad in a black outfit that matched his turbulent mood, he observed the vibrant city life unfolding around him, a stark contrast to the chaos that had consumed his own life. Every passerby carried their own story, immersed in the mundane: an elderly couple holding hands, a group of teenagers laughing as they shared ice cream, a businessman buried in his phone. Wyatt found solace in watching them, even as the weight of his own reality pressed down heavily on his shoulders. For the first time in his short, but arduous career as a superhero, Wyatt was granted a reprieve, a welcome week of respite from the relentless duties that had always defined him. Yet the irony of this brief vacation was not lost on him. It stemmed from the fact that he was now branded a terrorist, relentlessly hunted by those he once sought to protect. The very city that had once celebrated him now cast a shadow of suspicion on his every movement. Even while trying to savor this unexpected freedom, Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility gnawing at him. In New York, hundreds of discreet cameras that he had strategically placed throughout the city remained hidden in plain sight. With the help of his AI, Eve, he stayed vigilant, tracking the chaos he had inadvertently sparked. Guilt seeped into him as he reflected on the turmoil his actions had unleashed, knowing that many of his fellow heroes were now left to pick up the pieces of a fractured city. However, a flicker of hope nestled within his heart. Wyatt clung to the belief that once the court proceedings concluded, the turbulence and crime that had escalated in New York following his revelations would gradually subside, restoring a sense of normalcy to a broken society. Yet he was acutely aware that only time would reveal whether his bold declarations would resonate positively with the world or further entrench fear and animosity. Wyatt was no fool. He understood the complexities of human nature. He knew that within the hearts of many lingered a dark fear of the unknown, a persistent belief that mutants were fundamentally dangerous. But amidst that darkness, he believed there lay a growing number of individuals who would choose to see mutants not as monstrous aberrations but as fellow beings deserving of empathy and understanding. It was this hope that fueled his resolve, guiding him through the uncertainty that lay ahead. "It's hard being hopeful in a world like this," Wyatt said as he reached a skate park. He turned his head and watched as a few skateboarders performed their tricks and rode the halfpipes. But something else caught his eye. Far off in the corner of the skate park was a small gathering of teenagers. 3 girls and 2 boys surrounded a single girl, trapping her in front of a wall with their bodies. Without thinking about it, Wyatt began walking towards them. Oh. EW. Do you seriously still listen to these has-beens? Their songs are, like, not even that good. One of the girls, the main ringleader, Ellie, said as she held a graphic notebook with a picture of one of Korea's famous idol groups, the Sunshine Sisters. Zoe, a 16-year-old girl with black hair styled in twin braided buns and micro-bangs, shrank into herself as she continued to stare at the ground, feeling isolated by the group around Ellie. Opening the notebook she took from Zoe, Ellie laughed as she flipped through its pages. "What's this? Lyrics? Don't tell me you think you're going to be a songwriter." Ellie's group all laughed at her words. "Yeah, it is pretty stupid," Zoe gave off a weak laugh as her hands balled up tightly beside her. From a young age, Zoe felt the weight of not fitting in. Born in the vibrant streets of South Korea and later moving to the sun-drenched town of Burbank, California, she often felt like a stranger in her own life, unable to find a community where she truly belonged. Yet, amid the isolation, there was one constant source of solace, the music of the Sunshine Sisters. Their melodies wrapped around her like a warm hug, offering moments of peace and happiness that helped her forget her worries and fears. The uplifting rhythms and heartfelt lyrics ignited a passion for music within her, sending her on a quest to explore every genre with a compelling beat. California's lively street culture introduced her to the exhilarating world of rap battles, where the energy and creativity of the performers captivated her spirit like nothing else. At school, however, Zoe's unique interests and her struggle to connect with others made her an easy target for those seeking to bully her. Her love of music, which might have brought her closer to others, instead set her apart, painting her as an outsider. Among her tormentors was Ellie, the high school queen bee, who used her popularity to make Zoe's life even more difficult. Ellie's sharp tongue and relentless teasing felt like constant reminders of Zoe's loneliness, amplifying the heartache she tried so hard to overcome. "Great. So you wouldn't mind if I just..." Ellie lifted up Zoe's notebook and began to tear page after page out, much to Zoe's silent horror. "I know," Zoe muttered as she watched each page she filled with her thoughts and beats fall to the ground. The laughter of Ellie's friends filled Zoe's ears as Ellie continued to rip her notebook to pieces. "That's enough." Wyatt stepped in and snatched Zoe's notebook from Ellie's hands, surprising her group with how quickly and silently he moved. Ellie hissed and turned to glare at Wyatt, but paused as her eyes landed on him. She instinctively took a step back, her dilapidated human instincts warning her of the presence Wyatt exuded. But just as quickly as that feeling emerged, it vanished. Shaking her head, Ellie growled, "Give that back." "Sorry, but this doesn't belong to you." "Does it?" Wyatt replied, his tone easy and relaxed. "Who the hell do you think you are, shithead?" one of the guys in Ellie's group, Stan, said as he and his friend Gerald moved closer to Wyatt. Ellie and her 2 other friends smiled, feeling superior as Stan and Gerald loomed over Wyatt. "Don't you know who we are?" "To me, you all look like a bunch of bullies," Wyatt said, remaining unbothered. Like a deer caught in headlights, Zoe could only watch as her unexpected savior prepared to face off against her high school's star quarterbacks. Without another word, Stan lunged forward and threw a wide punch at Wyatt, who deftly sidestepped the attack, causing Stan to stumble forward. With a growl, Gerald launched several awkward punches at Wyatt. As he did so, Wyatt noticed that Gerald was getting increasingly close to stepping on Zoe's torn pages. Ducking under a wild haymaker, Wyatt moved into Gerald's space, making the teen gasp. With a firm grip, Wyatt seized Gerald's wrist, spun him around, and pushed him into Ellie and her 2 other friends. Hearing rushing footsteps, Wyatt leaned to the side as Stan tried to sucker punch the back of his head. Wyatt's hand shot up, quickly using Stan's outstretched arm to pull him into an over-the-shoulder flip. It was a maneuver Wyatt had experienced dozens of times against Logan. Gerald moved in and checked on the groaning Stan, whose face looked up at the relaxed expression Wyatt held as he looked down at him. With a gulp, Gerald helped his friend to his feet and rushed out of the skate park. Seeing their only muscle leaving, a nervous Ellie quickly followed, as did her 2 other friends. "We won't forget this," Ellie yelled over her shoulder. However, the stares from the other skatepark visitors caused her to blush in embarrassment. With one final glare, she and her group ran away. That was so cool. Like a switch, Zoe's once withdrawn, turtle-like behavior turned off, revealing a more hyperactive side. This momentarily threw Wyatt for a loop. "Are you, like, a ninja or something? Or was that karate?" she exclaimed before her eyes landed on her torn papers. The sight of her hard work ruined and strewn about instantly deflated her excitement. Oh. Wyatt gave Zoe a small smile and bent down to gather the torn pages. I'm Wyatt. It's nice to meet you. Ah, right. I'm Zoe, she said, mustering a small smile. Thanks for helping me. But you probably shouldn't have done that. They're not going to forget what you did to them. I'm not worried about them. How about you? Are you okay? Wyatt asked as he placed each torn page back in the correct order within the notebook. I'm fine, Zoe said with a forced smile, her eyes landing on the notebook. You can stop. You don't have to do that, the book's ruined. I wouldn't say that, Wyatt smiled as he stood up. Do you like magic tricks, Zoe? Magic? Yeah, I guess so, Zoe replied, tilting her head. With exaggerated motion, Wyatt pulled out a large red handkerchief from his back pocket and placed it over Zoe's notebook. With a swift use of his powers, he mended the pages back together. Abracadabra, he announced with a flourish, pulling the handkerchief away to reveal the notebook, which was now intact. Zoe took it with a sad smile. I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, but... Zoe began, only to gasp as she opened her notebook, seeing that it was back together with no damage in sight. No way, she screamed with a happy squeal. How did you do that? Sorry, a magician never reveals his secrets, Wyatt said with a bow. He was glad to see Zoe's mood brighten. Oh my god. You really are a magician. Zoe exclaimed in Korean, her eyes wide with excitement. I wouldn't call myself a magician. Otherwise, the people at the Sanctum Sanctorum might sue me, Wyatt replied, also in Korean, shocking Zoe even more. You speak Korean? Zoe jumped in happiness. It's a bit rough, but yeah, he admitted. Oh. I know this great place that makes the best kimbap in the city. My treat. Zoe said, speaking English once more, grabbing her backpack and skateboard from where they leaned against the wall. Let's go, let's go. She grabbed Wyatt's arm and dragged him out of the park. Oh, okay. Wyatt muttered as Zoe pulled him through the streets of Burbank. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Wyatt wore a soft smile as Zoe chatted away. Deep inside, he felt grateful for Zoe's presence and happy disposition. It was a welcome distraction from his hearing at Capitol Hill tomorrow. Hey, can I have that handkerchief? Sure thing. And, while I hinted in earlier chapters that the world of K-pop demon hunters existed in my story, this is your explicit confirmation. I love the movie so much that I wanted to include the characters in my story. They won't have a large role in the story, so don't worry, I won't be changing the direction of my plot because of them. Additionally, the scene with Zoe isn't merely another hero saves the girl trope. It actually draws from cut material from the movie, which revealed that Zoe was bullied in high school. I used that backstory to develop this scene, showcasing that Wyatt, despite his own struggles, is still willing to help someone in need. Chapter 41, Capitol Hill. Washington, D.C., throbbed with an undeniable energy as Capitol Hill erupted into a vibrant spectacle, attracting an extraordinary crowd. News crews set up their cameras, reporters dashed about gathering interviews and sound bites, passionate protesters rallied with unwavering conviction, and engaged citizens from every corner of the nation gathered around the emblematic building, wholly focused on what many declared could be the most watched court hearing in history. Security forces, police officers, SHIELD, and the National Guard were deployed in full force, their presence a formidable assurance that order would prevail. They stood ready to enforce the law and keep the peace, underscoring the gravity of the situation with their vigilant watch. Across the United States and around the globe, people were riveted to their screens, eagerly waiting to see if Atomic would comply with the summons. The air buzzed with anticipation and speculation, each individual wondering what shocking revelations might unfold if he chose to appear. In the heart of New York City, an unusual stillness contradicted the city's typical lively pace. Residents prioritized their attention on televisions and radios, completely immersed in the live feeds from Capitol Hill, consumed by the unfolding narrative. Opinions ran deep and fierce. Many were utterly convinced of Atomic's guilt, pointing to his week-long disappearance following the devastating destruction of a secret government facility in Nevada as clear evidence of his wrongdoing. Yet, a steadfast group of supporters refused to waver, asserting that the allegations were nothing more than unfounded rumors and that Atomic remained the heroic figure they always believed him to be. This day was not just pivotal but a defining moment brimming with the potential to unveil crucial truths. The world was poised for answers. Was Atomic a terrorist, or did he still embody the valor admired by so many? All eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, ready for the truth to break free from the shadows. Look. Look up there. A loud voice pierced through the din of the crowd, fingers trembling as they pointed skyward. A billowing white cape sliced through the air, catching the light of the day. Like an unleashed storm, the masses on Capitol Hill collectively shifted their gaze, their breaths hitching as they beheld the figure of Atomic slowly descending from the heavens. As his boots touched the ground, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The very air felt charged as hundreds of protesters, fueled by fury and passion, erupted into a violent symphony of curses and accusations. Handmade signs, adorned with messages of hatred, waved like banners of war, their faces twisted in rage and despair. Barricades, police, and military personnel formed a desperate barrier against the tide of anger threatening to spill forth. Terrorist. Lock him up. You're a fraud. The cacophony of voices surged, drowning out reason, merging into a relentless roar that assaulted Atomic from all sides. He stood there, stricken by the weight of their ire, yet his expression remained unreadable behind his helmet. From the overcast sky, a suit of black and gray armor descended, the sound of metal striking the ground resonating with a heavy clang in front of the Capitol building. Standing 6 feet tall, James Rhodes, encased in his war machine armor, faced Atomic with a steely gaze. Colonel Rhodes, Atomic acknowledged, his voice steady. Atomic, James Rhodes replied, his tone strong from his military upbringing. Another resounding clang shattered the silence as Tony Stark's Iron Man suit landed nearby. The front of his helmet shifted upward, revealing a confident, if somewhat sardonic expression. Well, Red Ranger, Tony said, his words carrying an edge of irony. Looks like you found yourself in some hot water. Mr. Stark, Atomic responded, glancing back at the Iron Men critically. Colonel Rhodes makes sense, but you? Are you here on orders as well? I don't really do orders, Tony retorted, his smile understated, almost grim. He gestured toward the imposing Capitol building. I'm here to hear your side of things. Drawing in a deep breath, Atomic turned toward the massive structure, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He strode forward, flanked by both armored figures, their presence both shielding and imposing as they moved toward the grand, historically rich building. As he advanced through the endless hallways, Atomic felt the stares of onlookers, camera crews, officers, military personnel, and SHIELD agents alike. This was no ordinary day, the air was thick with tension. Conversations halted, eyes widened, and whispers filled the space, turning an ordinary workday into an unyielding spectacle. Oh. Within the halls of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a tense stillness enveloped the air as the members of the X-Men gathered to witness Atomic's determined stride through the Capitol building. His head was held high despite the cacophony of curses hurled at him by the hundreds of protesters gathered outside. Charles, with his furrowed brow, Logan's tense muscles coiled like a spring, Beast's analytical gaze, Ororo's unwavering strength, and their newest teacher and school doctor, Robert McPherson, all stood in solemn solidarity, wrestling with their mixed emotions. Across the large media room, Wanda stood with a confident demeanor, her unwavering confidence in Wyatt's plan left her the calmest of them all. Kitty, Evan, Kurt, Rogue, Jean, Scott, Jubilation, Samuel, and the rest of the freed mutants from Nevada all observed the large plasma television with a mixture of nervousness and hope, their eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation while their uncertain future hung in the balance. Meanwhile, within the Parker residence, Peter, Harry, Gwen, Ben, and May were glued to the television, their expressions a stark contrast to one another. While Peter and Ben held serious looks, each grappling with the weight of their own thoughts, Harry, Gwen, and May watched with an inquisitive curiosity, trying to make sense of the chaotic unfolding drama. In the office of Nelson and Murdoch, Matt sat in thoughtful silence, his cane cradled in his hands as he absorbed the updates from the radio. His friends and colleagues, Foggy Nelson and Karen Page, flanked him as they listened intently. At the Baxter Building, renowned for its groundbreaking advancements in science and technology, Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Ben Grimm, and Johnny Storm paused in their respective endeavors, drawn together by the news feed. Their usual banter was replaced with a shared silence as they absorbed the latest developments. Within the comfort of her home, Serena, Lucille, Daniel, and the elderly Nariyoshi Keisuke Miyagi gathered in the LaRusso residence, their collective attention riveted to the screen. Lucille held Serena's shoulders as the girl clenched her hands tightly in front of her. Meanwhile, in the bustling science lab of their high school in San Francisco, Gogo Tamago, Honey Lemon, Wasabi, Fred, and Tadashi Hamada huddled around a projector screen, their expressions a blend of curiosity and unease as they watched the unfolding events. The scent of fresh experimental materials lingered in the air, yet all thoughts of science were overshadowed by the drama they were witnessing. In his newly constructed hideout, Eric and his Brotherhood of Mutants observed the spectacle with vested interest. The Master of Magnetism was intrigued, his piercing eyes never leaving Atomic's determined form. Although her investment in the situation was less grand, Zoe sat in her bedroom, captivated by the live stream on her phone. She absent-mindedly tapped a pencil against her desk, her focus unwavering as she absorbed every detail of the unfolding narrative. A neatly folded red handkerchief rested over her Sunlight Sisters notebook. Finally, every person Atomic had ever helped, saved, or interacted with stood watching with bated breath, their hopes and fears intertwined. Each of them carried the weight of their shared history, wondering what this moment might mean for the future of their hero. While the world held its collective breath, an onslaught of files inundated hundreds of journalists, news stations, and internet forums across the globe simultaneously. The impending revelation from the files promised to turn the world upside down. Oh, oh, oh. All chatter within the hearing room abruptly ceased, a heavy silence descending like a shroud. Heads snapped in unison, eyes widening with a mix of shock and anticipation as Atomic made his entrance. He strode forward with an air of determination, each step reverberating through the tense atmosphere. The collective breath of the room hung in the air, heavy with expectation. Tony and James loomed near the main doors, their imposing figures dwarfed by the magnetic presence of Atomic. The buzz of politicians, government officials, military generals, and journalists grew muted, the air thick with the weight of their scrutiny as Atomic paused before silently pushing open the swinging doors before him. He approached the podium, the microphone looming in front of him like a sentinel, ready to capture the roar of truth about to unfold. Flashes from nearly a dozen cameras ignited, momentarily blinding, each click encapsulating this pivotal moment. The Senate Judiciary Panel, a formidable congregation of 22 United States senators, sat in their elevated positions, gazing down at Atomic with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. With Mr. Atomic joining us today, we shall commence the hearing. The focus of our discussion centers on the recent attack on a top-secret government research facility located in my home state of Nevada. This facility has been dedicated to the important work of researching and developing cures for numerous diseases that have affected humanity for centuries. Notably, the teams of dozens of hard-working and brilliant scientists and researchers were merely weeks away from finalizing and making these breakthroughs available to the public. Senator Francis Finch, representing the state of Nevada, stated in a measured and composed tone. The evidence against you is substantial, Mr. Atomic. You are rightly charged with terrorism due to you and your cohort's attack on the said research facility, resulting in the destruction of millions upon millions of dollars and the tragic deaths of over a dozen of its personnel. In a just world, you would already be in handcuffs, facing life imprisonment for your heinous crimes. However, we operate within the rule of law. Therefore, you will have the opportunity to present your case and be heard. Senator Finch asserted. Atomic nodded and stepped closer to the microphone. Thank you, Senator. Did you or did you not assist in the destruction of the Nevada top-secret government facility that would have eventually prevented the deaths of thousands upon thousands of lives on June 18? Senator Wilson Garrison of Kentucky asked. Yes, I did, Atomic replied. I helped safely dematerialize the walls and defenses the facility had. But that was the extent of my involvement with the damage done to the building's structure. Then how do you explain the utter destruction and the massive crater where the facility once stood? Senator Stern inquired. Atomic turned to the senator and glared at the secret Hydra agent from behind his helmet. Unfortunately, the facility ended up in such a state because of the actions of my allies during our efforts to rescue the captives inside at the time. However, the complete destruction of the facility was due to my confrontation with a man named Magneto. Now, hold on. What do you mean by rescue efforts? What captives? Senator Caroline Johnson of Massachusetts asked in confusion, a sentiment echoed by several other senators. Let's get back on topic. Atomic is clearly trying to divert from the issue at hand, Senator Stern interjected quickly. No. Let's get to the truth. This so-called research facility that the people of the United States and the world have been told existed is nothing more than a lie, Atomic declared, his hands firmly planted on the podium. In reality, this facility was established solely to imprison innocent people while treating them with blatant cruelty for the sole reason that they have awakened the X gene. Moreover, this facility, overseen by Senator Finch, General Greller, and operated by the government's Mutant Response Division, has conducted inhumane experiments on its captives. I can't speak for my allies at that time, but the reasons behind my actions are unequivocal. I refuse to stand idly by while such egregious acts are done to innocent people. Atomic's powerful words sent shockwaves through the room, igniting a flurry of conversation and flashes from cameras as everyone reacted to his bold claims. All eyes turned swiftly to General Greller and Senator Finch, which resulted in both men looking nervous before turning to glare at Atomic, sweat dripping from their brows. Those in the room looked on, incredulous, grappling with the unsettling possibility that Atomic's accusations might be rooted in truth. The gathered senators all looked baffled and unbelieving at what Atomic said. Everyone, except for Senator Stern, whose face began to sweat with nervousness and fear. You're making a mockery of this court. Do you think this is a place to make such wild and preposterous claims? Senator Finch said, his rage barely kept in check. What proof do you have to back such words? At that very moment, the room erupted into a cacophony as the phones of everyone present began to blare incessantly. The sharp, staccato ring of calls and the pinging of text messages pierced the air like the relentless fire of a machine gun. In this bewildering chaos, the usual decorum was tossed aside, everyone instinctively reached for their devices, curiosity and dread flashing across their faces as they absorbed the unfolding horror. Jarvis, is this true? Tony's voice was barely above a whisper as he frantically sifted through the overwhelming tide of documents, images, and videos flooding his HUD. The very same information that had just shattered their reality was now laid bare for the world to see. Yes, sir. All of this data is authentic. I've initiated extensive background checks and executed multiple verification protocols, and each one has confirmed the integrity of the information. Jarvis, Tony's sophisticated internal AI, responded with mechanical precision. Jesus Christ. James mused in disbelief, his gaze riveted to the harrowing images that depicted the harrowing, inhumane living conditions endured by the mutant captives imprisoned by the MCU for the past 3 long years. The weight of the evidence hit him and everyone else like a blow, a visceral reminder of the cruelty that had been concealed for too long. Quickly, with the assistance of their aides, each senator seated on the panel was apprised of the dire situation. As the news broke through every media outlet, television broadcasts flickering with urgency, radio waves crackling, and the internet buzzing with a frenzy, the grim truth of the MCU-run facility in Nevada was exposed under the harsh glare of public scrutiny. Names of every individual, employee, researcher, scientist, government official, military personnel, and politician, who played a role in the facility's sinister inception were laid bare for all to see, illuminating the shadows of deception that had long loomed over them. The footage captured from the attack helicopters in Nevada provided a vivid portrayal of Atomic's intense battle with Magneto, highlighting the chaos and destruction that unfolded. Viewers were treated to a gripping chronicle of the hero's daring attempts to rescue the pilots amidst the fray. Additionally, interviews featuring members of Hughes's team offered profound insights, illuminating the underlying reasons behind the utter devastation that had reduced the facility to nothing but crumbling debris. In addition to those interviews, recorded testimonies of the facility's guilt-stricken personnel were released as they spoke about the truth about what had truly occurred within the walls of the MCU facility. The horrid and inhumane treatment the mutants that had been brought in received. Another important detail that emerged was the complete absence of the supposed casualties resulting from the devastating destruction of the facility. The purported figures of injuries and death circulating in the media from Atomic's supposed attack were nothing more than fabrications, orchestrated by the government in a calculated effort to depict Atomic as a menacing terrorist. Those who had died from the attack were from the result of infighting, proven true by a highly respected coroner who performed an autopsy on the bodies. It was all a lie. Why? Why weren't we told the truth? How could they do such things? How can we as people still stoop to such depths? I thought we had evolved as a society. Atomic isn't a terrorist, he acted like anyone with a heart and conscience would in such a tragic situation. We've been lied to by our own government. Talk about a shocking changeover, we went from fighting against the Nazis to becoming them ourselves. It's utterly despicable. These sentiments echoed around the country and soon enough, the globe, flooding social media platforms with a torrent of outrage and fury as the horrific truths about the brutal treatment of mutants came to light. Enough. Stop this madness. Senator Stern thundered, his voice echoing like a war cry as he surged to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding crack. His rage was derived from his own name being plastered all over the documents and forms he had signed. And now all those forms were out in the open for the world to see. Senator Stern's eyes burned with a volatile mix of fear and rage, a storm brewing inside him as he glared at Atomic, the one undeniably responsible for tearing the lid off this explosive truth. You bastard. How did you get all of this information? From that very same facility in Nevada and the classified files you and your colleagues thought were buried under the Pentagon, Senator, Atomic replied, his tone icy and unyielding. He deliberately turned to face the cameras in the room, the silence amplifying the weight of his words. What you all see now is the result of human fear, fear that has warped our judgment and paralyzed our humanity. Instead of reaching out to understand and support those who awakened the X gene, we chose to demonize them. To watch as they're ripped from their homes and families. But let me make this crystal clear, they're not the monsters we've painted them to be. They're just like anyone else. Yes, they may awaken extraordinary abilities, and their appearances might defy the norm, but they are no less human at their core than you or I. A fact we've conveniently buried under a mountain of ignorance and fear since the tragic accident when a young child, Sasha Connor, lost control of her abilities due to her not receiving the help she needed. Senator Stern's face twisted with fury at Atomic's words. Tragic accident. There was nothing tragic about what that little monster did that day. Mutants are a threat to humanity. To American lives. If you believe otherwise, you're living in a dream world. His voice rose, raw and loud, charging the air with tension as he spat out his conviction and anger in hopes of regaining control of the narrative. The room was charged with anticipation as eyes turned toward Atomic, eager for his response. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and viewers tuning in from televisions, radios, and online platforms held their breath in expectation. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Atomic stepped forward. He knew what he had to say. Good. Dreams save us. Dreams lift us up and transform us. And on my soul, I swear. Until my dream of a world where dignity, honor, and justice become the reality we all share, I'll never stop fighting. Never. Atomic said as he turned to the cameras. This is my message for the world, let it be known that I will fight for those who can't fight for themselves. No matter who or where that may be. That is my promise to you all. With his message made, Atomic turned back to the panel. Do you have any more questions? Silence filled the room, their expressions a mix of somber reflection and profound discontent. "No, Mr. Atomic, we do not. You're free to go. This panel has found no wrongdoing on your part," Senator Johnson said after she and the rest of the panel exchanged glances. Atomic nodded before he turned and strode out of the room. The heavy door swung shut behind him, muffling the tense atmosphere within. Just moments later, a dozen SHIELD agents burst into the chamber, their sharp uniforms crisp and imposing. They moved with military precision, advancing purposefully toward General Greller, Senator Finch, and Senator Stern, their expressions serious as they assessed the situation. The air crackled with urgency as the agents prepared to engage. What is this? Let me go," Senator Stern demanded as the SHIELD agents put him in handcuffs. Meanwhile, General Greller accepted his fate with a look of resignation. Senator Finch also showed a similar acceptance as the agents placed handcuffs on him. "I'm afraid not." With long, confident strides, Mariah Hill walked into the room and showed off her identification. "Senator Stern, Senator Finch, General Greller, you three are under arrest for your crimes against humanity, get them out of here," she said as the SHIELD agents dragged Stern, Finch, and Greller out of the room. They were only the first to be arrested on the long list of culprits responsible for what had occurred in Nevada. Once outside, Atomic took a moment to absorb the scene before him, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of people gathered at Capitol Hill. The atmosphere was charged with an electric mix of emotions, as he noticed the signs crafted by protesters strewn haphazardly across the ground, bearing messages that criticized or sought to discredit his actions. They fluttered in the light breeze like forgotten reminders of a divided sentiment. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, the weight of their emotions palpable in the air, until one brave soul broke the stillness with an enthusiastic clap. That solitary gesture rippled through the assembly, igniting a wave of applause and cheers that surged through the crowd like a powerful tide, echoing off the marble facades of the historic buildings surrounding them. Atomic stood tall amidst the rising crescendo, taking a moment to acknowledge the shift in atmosphere with a small nod. Without uttering a single word, he soared upward, leaving behind the cheers of the crowd. Oh. Following the historic hearing on Capitol Hill, a wave of outrage surged among citizens across the United States and around the globe. The hearing unveiled shocking revelations about the treatment of mutants, igniting a fervent demand for justice and reform. In the face of mounting pressure from advocacy groups, civil rights organizations, and the general populace, the United States president was compelled to take swift action in fear of facing impeachment. In the aftermath of the hearing, he quickly fired his press secretary, who was involved in the horrific incident, and claimed he had no knowledge of what had been occurring in Nevada. A fact that had been proven true by Nick Fury with the help of Alexander Pierce. Within days, the president signed a series of groundbreaking laws to protect mutants and ensure their rights, a move that sent ripples of change throughout the world as other nations began to adopt similar measures. Although there remained a vocal minority who justified the previous atrocities committed against mutants in Nevada, their support dwindled rapidly. With each passing month, the number of individuals espousing hate speech decreased significantly, largely overshadowed by the growing chorus of voices inspired by Atomic. As the dust settled from this tumultuous period of transformation, the fabric of society had evolved. Mutants, once marginalized and persecuted, were slowly becoming fully integrated into the cultural and social landscape. No longer seen as outcasts, mutants participated openly in all aspects of life, contributing their talents and perspectives to a world that had come to value diversity as a strength rather than a threat. The shift marked a significant turning point in history, as acceptance and coexistence became the new norm, paving the way for a more inclusive future for everyone. And I hope you all enjoyed today's lengthy chapter. It was a challenging one for me to write due to my inexperience with how court proceedings work. I did my best to do my research in order to make it feel authentic, but I'm sure I faltered here and there. With this, the MCU story arc has finally come to an end. While this means that the current drama around mutants has been concluded, their involvement in the story is far from over. But for now, we can turn our focus somewhere else. Don't forget to comment on your thoughts, and I'll see you all next time. Chapter 42, Atomic's Kaioken. 2 months later. Atomic drifted serenely in the vastness of the Earth's exosphere, the infinite cosmos surrounding him in a canvas of shimmering stars. With his eyes closed, he embraced the tranquil state where thoughts faded into a gentle whisper, allowing the silence of space to envelop him. Suddenly, his cape burst to life, igniting into a brilliant white energy that cascaded around him like an ethereal flame. Twin crimson orbs blazed brightly beneath his helmet as he opened his eyes, illuminating the darkness around him. This is it. This is the power I wielded during my fight with Magneto. Atomic mused, his gaze locked onto his outstretched hands, pulsating with energy. I can't maintain this power for long, but I can feel it, my powers have been amplified 5-fold. In the months following his epic battle with Eric, Atomic had tirelessly pursued a way to replicate that overwhelming strength. He had experimented with every technique imaginable, sinking into countless hours of meditation, yet each attempt ended in disappointment. Then came today, the day he chose to meditate amidst the stars, with the earth spinning in serene beauty beneath him. This time, he embraced a new meditation method he had learned just a week ago from an aged Tibetan monk. Their unexpected encounter had occurred when Atomic had came upon the monk in Tibet's serene, snow-capped mountains as the older man was about to be attacked by a pack of snow leopards. Moving quickly, Atomic scared off the predators and came to learn that the monk was on a spiritual journey. As if sensing his issues, the monk had offered to teach Atomic his hidden methods of meditation as a way to thank Atomic for saving his life. Not seeing any harm, Atomic accepted and began to learn from the monk. During their meditation, the monk had given Atomic words of wisdom. You carry the burdens of the world upon your shoulders, yet it is a weight not meant for you to bear. To find peace, you must liberate your mind, lest the world itself overwhelms you, the monk advised, offering Atomic a simple fruit, despite his own meager resources. Atomic, not willing to take any of the monk's minimal supplies, insisted he didn't need the fruit because could conjure anything he desired. But tell me, young one, is that truly so? What value does a man possess when he seems to have it all? The monk replied, gently refusing to take back the gift he had given Atomic. After this exchange, Atomic undid his suit and thought about the monk's words as he resumed his meditative posture. As he closed his eyes and turned inward, he began to peel away the layers of his ambition and desires, finally catching a faint glimpse of the profound power he had grasped all those months ago but had never fully understood. Sir, there has been an explosion on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. A school bus full of students is being reported to be on the verge of falling, Atomic's AI, Eve, said in a much more human-sounding voice, snapping Atomic out of his memories. Current fly time, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Make it 5 minutes, Eve, Atomic said and turned in the direction where Australia was located. Using the boost from his current state, which he had come to refer to as his own version of the Kaioken, Atomic surged forward through the ethereal expanse of Earth's exosphere, where the grip of gravity and air resistance was almost non-existent. This celestial highway amplified his speed, making him feel like a blazing comet streaking through the vastness of space. 2 months prior, after he had played a crucial role in dismantling the surge of crime that plagued New York, thanks in part to his notorious past as a former terrorist and a week-long disappearance, Atomic found himself at a turning point. It was finally time to fulfill the promise he had made to himself and Coulson. Atomic had always believed in the potential of his abilities to enact meaningful change, not just in New York, but across the entire globe. Yet, despite his grand ambitions, he grappled with the reality that he couldn't be aware of all the tragedies and injustices unfolding worldwide. Unlike Superman, who possessed superhuman hearing to monitor every corner of the planet simultaneously, Atomic relied on his own skills. What he did possess was a formidable intellect and coding expertise, complemented by powerful abilities that enabled him to create anything he could ever need. Thanks to the combination of his highly durable suit and near-limitless application of his powers, Atomic could soar into the cosmos without fear. The combination not only buffered him from the extreme pressures of the void but also allowed him to regulate the temperature around him, generating oxygen from the carbon dioxide he exhaled. For Atomic, flying into the vastness of space was as effortless as a bird taking flight. With his ability to soar through space, Atomic skillfully navigated the intricate web of satellites orbiting the Earth. Alongside Eve, he implanted several small hard drives filled with his own code into their complex systems. Now fully integrated into the globe's extensive surveillance and internet infrastructure, Eve granted Atomic an unparalleled level of surveillance capability, swift and precise, allowing him to monitor every corner of the world, regardless of the country. While he recognized the moral and ethical implications of his actions could be met with skepticism if ever discovered, Atomic's intentions were rooted in a desire to protect and serve the world's populace rather than to invade their privacy or pilfer data. However, he was no naive idealist. Atomic understood the real danger that lurked in the shadows, the possibility of his systems being compromised by individuals with malicious intentions. In preparation for such a dire scenario, he had embedded a contingency protocol within his hard drives. Should he or any external force attempt to hijack his creations for nefarious purposes, the drives would trigger a catastrophic self-destruct sequence, erasing all data and rendering his sophisticated network completely obsolete. Correction, you have arrived within 4 minutes and 25 seconds, Eve said as Atomic finally arrived over Sydney. He quickly found the chaotic site of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Very funny, Eve, Atomic said and used his powers to lift the precariously hanging school bus back onto the bridge. With a wave of his hands, he extinguished the surrounding flames and secured the cases of highly dangerous explosives that had fallen out of a smoking armored truck that was now on its side. Dashing toward the truck, Atomic removed the driver's door and picked up the unconscious, badly burned man. Good. He's alive, Atomic breathed with a mix of relief and urgency, carefully lifting the man and carrying him to a safe distance away from the chaos. With swift precision, he conjured several ice packs and soothing burn cream, applying the cool relief to the man's injuries, watching as the redness slowly faded under the care of his abilities. Hovering beside the wreckage of the destroyed bridge, Atomic raised his arms high, channeling the remnants of his Kaioken energy. A surge of brilliant power coursed through him as he focused, visualizing the bridge's form. With a fierce determination, he mended the shattered structure, weaving together steel and concrete until it stood even stronger than before, a testament to his newfound power and skill. As the last echoes of his kaioken faded, a profound weariness washed over him, sweeping through his limbs like a heavy fog. The exhilarating strength dissipated almost instantly, leaving behind a gnawing hunger that clung to him, a stark reminder of the toll his kaioken boost exacted. It looks like the limit for my kaioken is 7 minutes. Atomic thought. As Atomic ascended into the sky, the vibrant energy of the crowd below swelled around him. Throngs of cheering spectators had gathered on the bridge, their applause resonating like a wave of sound that enveloped him. Faces bright with excitement, they watched in awe as he soared above them. Touching down on the bridge with a graceful thud, Atomic immediately set to work, his instincts guiding him toward those injured in the chaotic aftermath of the explosion. He assessed their needs with focused precision, offering comfort and first aid to the wounded. His hands moved deftly, applying bandages and soothing words alike, ensuring each person felt cared for in their moment of distress. When the paramedics and police finally arrived, red lights flashing and sirens wailing, Atomic briefed them on the condition of each individual he'd attended to, his voice steady and calm amidst the urgency. He knew that his role was crucial, and even as the chaos swirled around him, he remained a beacon of hope for those in need. His burns are pretty severe. It's only thanks to him being unconscious that he isn't screaming his head off. David Arnold, a paramedic of 4 years, said to himself as he examined the burned men who had been driving the volatile armored vehicle. Can you administer a sedative to keep him asleep until you get him to a hospital? Atomic asked as he kneeled next to David. This caused the men to jolt at how close the world-renowned superhero was to him. Unfortunately, our supplies have been running low and I don't have any sedatives in hand, David said, but blinked in amazement as Atomic held out a hand and instantly created a small case full of lorazepam, midazolam, and diazepam. Ah, never mind. Moving with the quick precision of a seasoned medical professional, David injected the unconscious burn victim with a sedative. Atomic helped David lift the men into the ambulance and then shook David's hand. Good work, mister. Atomic said. Oh. David. My name is David. It's nice to meet you, David. Be sure you get him to the hospital quickly, Atomic said. Ah, right. David quickly nodded and entered his truck. As he drove away, he couldn't wait to tell his children how he met a real-life superhero. With his work done, Atomic offered a quick salute to the people of Australia, his silhouette briefly framed against the azure sky before he rocketed back into the depths of orbit. Later that day, news outlets nationwide would buzz with excitement, spinning tales of his remarkable exploit and the heartfelt exchange he shared with David, a dedicated Australian paramedic. This incident would be another shining gem in his ever-expanding collection of heroics and daring rescues. Sir, it appears that Daredevil has sent you a message, Eve announced, her voice calm yet urgent. Daredevil, I have a lead on Reznov. I need you back in the city. Atomic's eyes narrowed with determination as he instantly altered his course. With a flick of his wrist, sleek boosters and glimmering jet wings emerged from his now bulkier suit, ready to unleash their power. How long until I reach him? Atomic inquired, urgency lacing his words. At your current speed, you will arrive in New York within 4 hours. Not good enough, Atomic muttered as he summoned every ounce of strength. Ignoring the demanding strain coursing through his muscles, Atomic propelled himself forward, his velocity shattering the sound barrier as he surged past Mach 4. Chapter 43, A Girl's Feelings. Kitty Pryde strolled past the expansive dormitories that Wyatt had created using his powers after rescuing the mutants from the Nevada facility just 2 months prior. The cold November air caused her to wrap her red scarf tighter around her neck. With their sleek, modern designs, the dormitories perfectly accommodated the unique physiological changes some of the new students had undergone. It was truly awe-inspiring to think of the intense effort Wyatt had poured into this project. It took him 3 days of relentless construction to finish the project, which would have normally taken a team of construction workers months to complete. The image of Wyatt at the dining table each day, piling plate after plate of food onto his plate while her friends looked on in a mix of astonishment and mild horror, still made her giggle. But that humor quickly faded as she recalled how, after his private meeting with her professors on the 3rd day, Wyatt had left the mansion almost immediately, barely managing to exchange more than a few words with her or anyone else. Unfortunately, there was one person he had spent a lot of time with before he left. Wyatt had engaged her in conversation for several hours each day before he finally left. The girl's vibrant orange-red hair framed her annoyed yet reluctant expression as Wyatt soared away, leaving her behind under Aurora's care. As she watched him leave, Kitty was weighed down by a flood of questions she longed to ask him, everything from what he had witnessed at the facility to what extraordinary lengths he must have gone to for such a daring rescue mission. However, the expression on his face whenever anyone mentioned what he saw or did quickly stopped her. It was clear that whatever Wyatt saw had a significant effect on him. But now that he was gone and things began to settle, Kitty couldn't help but wonder about the new girl Wyatt had spent so much time with when he had returned. Wanda Maximoff. She couldn't help but feel that Wanda and Wyatt had some sort of connection. From what Kitty heard, Wyatt and Wanda, who, as it turned out, possessed abilities faintly reminiscent of his own. This similarity caused them to gravitate to one another as Wyatt was able to better help Wanda learn or practice her powers. In that regard, Kitty couldn't help but feel the sharp sting of jealousy whenever she saw him gravitate towards Wanda. Watching him choose Wanda over his other friends, and herself, annoyed her. Despite her attempts to understand, the ache in her chest only grew stronger. She longed to be the one he turned to share moments that could deepen their connection. She knew she was being unreasonable, but Kitty couldn't help it. But just as swiftly as he had returned, Wyatt was gone, whisked away to an unknown destination to prepare for his upcoming hearing in Washington. This was no ordinary hearing. Wyatt had solemnly claimed it would alter the world's perception of mutants. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, casting tension and anxiety over the mansion in the days that followed. And when the hearing finally arrived, it was a spectacle fraught with twists and turns. Kitty, along with everyone else, felt her heart break as she watched Wyatt endure the contempt of angry crowds gathering at Capitol Hill. The hateful signs and venomous curses hurled his way made her throat tighten with emotion, threatening to spill over into tears. Yet, she found unexpected strength in Wanda's unwavering confidence, a quiet yet fierce belief in Wyatt that radiated from her. Spurred on by that resolve, Kitty inhaled sharply and steeled herself. As the hearing unfolded, Kitty and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock and horror as undeniable truths came to light. Every news outlet fervently dissected the horrific atrocities committed by the MCU, and it was in that moment of despair that Kitty felt the hot sting of tears spill down her cheeks. But her sorrow was fleeting, quickly replaced by awe as Wyatt stood tall in his red and white suit, exuding an unshakable presence. He delivered one of the most powerful speeches she's ever heard. Kitty knew she would carry his words in her heart forever. When the hearing concluded, the world felt dramatically transformed, a wave of compassion surged forth, as if a collective consciousness had stirred from its slumber. Suddenly, everyone, civil rights groups, humanitarian organizations, and even local officials, mobilized with a fervor to extend their hands in solidarity with mutants. The air buzzed with a sense of hope and possibility, an exhilarating shift that promised liberation from fear for those like her. In response to this newfound momentum, Charles Xavier and the rest of her mentors sprang into action. They were far from passive observers. Instead, they seized this pivotal moment, channeling the energy of the movement to advance their cause with remarkable speed and effectiveness. It was their time to capitalize on the opportunity Wyatt gave them. Now, 2 months later, the landscape had changed dramatically. All government-funded programs designed to marginalize or discriminate against mutants had been dismantled, eradicated like weeds in a flourishing garden. Several groundbreaking laws were enacted to ensure that individuals who possessed the X gene would be treated with dignity and respect, complete with government-backed initiatives to assist both existing and newly emerging mutants in harnessing and embracing their extraordinary abilities. Amidst this transformation, Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters emerged as a luminous beacon of hope and support for young mutants. The school became a sanctuary, attracting wealthy philanthropists and investors eager to fund its initiatives. They flocked from every corner of the country, drawn by the allure of aligning themselves with a noble cause that now gripped the public's imagination. To Kitty, however, these financiers were nothing but greedy opportunists, eager to bask in the glow of public approval while exploiting a moment in the limelight when helping mutants was so popular. Yet, she found consolation in the fact that their money poured into the school, providing resources for her and the rest of the new students who were pouring into the school. She couldn't help but appreciate the benefits, regardless of their motives. Despite the whirlwind of change that enveloped them, Kitty and her fellow students felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward the individual who had ignited this remarkable shift. Wyatt had become their symbol of hope and inspiration, the person whose courage had paved the way for a brighter future. Even Scott, who had once bristled at the mere mention of Wyatt's name, now wore a look of admiration and respect toward him. Despite the vibrant shift towards a brighter and more hopeful future, Kitty found herself wrestling with a sense of disappointment. Not once, since Wyatt's hearing, had he sought her or any of his other friends out just for the simple joy of spending time together or basking in lighthearted moments like they once did. He only showed up when there was work to be done, whether it was for his training sessions with Logan, intense sparring matches with Scott and the rest of the team, or personal training sessions with Wanda. It felt like the carefree times they used to share, filled with laughter and fun, had vanished, leaving only a relentless schedule of work without any breaks for enjoyment. Kitty couldn't help but admire Wyatt's unwavering resolve. His relentless focus stemmed from a deep-seated mission to confront the alarming surge of crime that had enveloped New York City. It was truly remarkable how swiftly he had managed to reorganize his efforts and regain a foothold in this chaotic landscape, accomplishing in the span of just 2 months what many seasoned professionals would have labeled an insurmountable challenge. But with Atomic now once more in the spotlight, the nefarious elements of the underworld reacted instinctively, scattering like cockroaches startled by the sudden brightness of light. Criminals who had once roamed the streets with impunity found themselves either lurking in the shadows or swiftly apprehended by the justice system, galvanized by the mere presence of Atomic. His re-emergence on the scene had transformed him into a symbol of safety and security, instilling a potent sense of fear among criminals. The mere thought of encountering Atomic had become a powerful deterrent, signaling to criminals that their days of breaking the law or causing terror were numbered. In this revitalized atmosphere, hope flickered back to life for the citizens of New York, who were beginning to reclaim their streets from the grasp of fear. As New York's crime rate stabilized and began to dwindle, Kitty clung to a flicker of hope that Wyatt would carve out some time to visit her. But, to her dismay, that hope quickly faded. Wyatt, or Atomic as the world knew him, had begun to expand his heroic reach far beyond the familiar confines of New York City. With the ability to soar through the skies, he traversed the globe, leaping from one urgent crisis to another, responding tirelessly to the call for help wherever he was needed. His remarkable achievements encompassed a wide range of heroic interventions and humanitarian efforts. From thwarting a powerful tsunami that threatened to unleash its destructive force upon the vulnerable coastal communities of Japan, to skillfully intervening in a precarious situation to prevent a massive landslide that could have obliterated a picturesque mountainside resort in Canada, his actions were nothing short of extraordinary. Additionally, he played a crucial role in constructing vital water wells in the sun-drenched, arid regions of Africa, bringing life-sustaining water to communities that had long suffered from drought and scarcity. His efforts also extended to China, where he heroically rescued a town from the brink of disaster as a devastating flood loomed overhead, showcasing his unwavering commitment to safeguarding lives and fostering resilience in the face of natural calamities. Each of these feats not only demonstrated his exceptional skills but also highlighted his deep compassion for those in need. Yet, as Kitty watched him dart from place to place, her pride and admiration for his altruism warred with growing concern. She feared that his relentless pursuit of heroism could lead him to the edge of exhaustion. The weight of the world seemed to rest upon his shoulders, and she couldn't shake the worry that, in his fervor to save others, he might end up losing himself in the process. Why the long face? Kitty blinked and turned to Rogue, who was giving her a slight, knowing grin. You're thinking about him, aren't you? Rogue asked, motioning for Kitty to sit with her in the newly constructed gazebo that overlooked the mansion's open courtyard, where several students were playing soccer as they ran over the colorful fallen leaves. No. I'm thinking about other things. Really? Am I really that easy to read? Kitty sighed as she sat down. Girl, you're like an open book. In class or during training, you always have that same expression on your face, Rogue said, leaning back as her shoulder-length hair brushed against her neck. Ah. Kitty blushed in embarrassment. I just miss him, you know. We used to see him every other week, and now he barely visits except when he trains with Logan or, Wanda. Yeah, well, he's become a major superhero now. You can't turn on the television without hearing about how the amazing Atomic saved someone in distress or how he helped rebuild a collapsing hospital in France. Wyatt's just too busy. It wasn't that long ago that he was just an ordinary guy struggling to learn to fly, now he's some sort of beacon of hope worldwide. At least that's what the news is saying about him, Rogue said with a cheerful smile. It's crazy how things turned out. Yeah, crazy, Kitty muttered. Sensing that Kitty was still feeling down, Rogue slid closer and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Just between us, do you only like Wyatt, or do you love him? Rogue teased. Kitty's face turned crimson as she tried to back away, but Rogue's gloved hand kept her in place. What are you talking about? Me. Love Wyatt. No way. We're friends, just friends. Rogue hummed thoughtfully and backed off. Sure. So you wouldn't mind if, let's say, Wanda snatched him up for herself. She glanced over to the far-off training field where Wanda was practicing her powers to levitate a large stone boulder under Aurora's supervision. No way. Kitty yelled, jumping to her feet and drawing curious looks from those at the pool. Realizing her outburst, she coughed into her hand and squinted at the chuckling Rogue. I mean, I don't think Wanda likes him that way, she's just learning from him. They're just friends. Yeah. If you say so, Rogue replied, stretching her arms overhead. By the way, I heard something I think you'll like. What? Kitty asked as she retook a seat. I heard from a pretty reliable source that the professor is planning to hold a big fancy winter ball in a month to celebrate all the new laws that have been signed. I suggest asking Big Red to go with you before someone else does, Rogue said with a playful smile as she stood up. Stepping up to Kitty, Rogue placed a hand on her shoulder. Kitty, word of advice. Don't drag your feet on this. I don't want you to regret this later on. Trust me on this. She said softly as she looked over to where Scott and Jean walked hand in hand along the tree line in the distance. Kitty remained silent as she watched Rogue walk back to the mansion. She let out a long sigh and pulled out her Stark phone. Opening her Photos app, she swiped through her pictures until she stopped on a group photo. Her gaze lingered on the image of herself, Wyatt, Evan, and Rogue, who was laughing at Kurt as he ran away from an angry Scott, whipped cream smeared across his face. A soft smile crossed Kitty's lips as she admired Wyatt's joyful expression. Oh man. Do I love him? Kitty whispered as she cradled her face in her hands. Oh. Reznov Antonov frowned deeply as he observed one man after another being taken down by the men without fear at the center of the chaos. The echoes of grunts and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground filled the air around him. With a heavy sigh, he reached for the cold steel of the pistol tucked into his waistband, the weight of it a familiar comfort, and began to stride purposefully toward the unfolding melee. Clad in his striking red and black suit, Daredevil moved with a fluid grace, his adamantium batons whipping through the air as they connected with the advancing Russian gang members and the highly trained ninjas of the hand. Each strike was a calculated dance of power and precision, yet with every passing moment, fatigue crept into his muscles, a reminder of the relentless battle that had raged for 20 exhausting minutes. The old warehouse around them had become a grim battleground, its concrete floor strewn with the limp forms of the Russian human trafficking ring's henchmen and the elusive ninjas who had allied themselves with the notorious crime syndicate. In the weeks that followed Atomic's branding as a terrorist and his mysterious disappearance, the Russians had seized the opportunity to reclaim their lost dominance. Initially, their efforts proved fruitful, as they gradually regained their foothold and consolidated power alongside the hand, their numbers swelling alarmingly, rekindling their merciless operations. Daredevil found himself alone in this fight, forced to navigate the seedy underbelly of their world while Atomic's focus had been scattered across the globe. Yet, he pressed on, determined to disrupt the machinations of these two malevolent organizations. He was fortunate, however, to occasionally join forces with allies like Spider-Man, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist, their combined strength bolstering his efforts. Ultimately, all of his relentless determination bore fruit when a crucial clue finally surfaced, leading him to one of their most elusive targets, Reznov Antonov. When Daredevil finally tracked down his elusive target, he found himself ensnared in an unexpected trap, an eerie warehouse brimming with ruthless Russian mercenaries and a legion of the hand's ruthlessly trained ninjas. After 20 relentless minutes of unyielding combat, Daredevil felt his stamina wavering. His muscles screamed in protest, and he could barely remain upright, let alone fend off the remaining 15 ninjas now encircling him like wolves stalking their prey. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of resolve buried deep within him. One by one, powered by sheer perseverance, he fought each ninja down, his fists flying in a flurry of strikes, each blow costing him dearly. Finally, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he sank to one knee, panting desperately as he collapsed onto his hands, his breath ragged and heavy. With a chilling calm, Reznov stepped forward, his looming figure casting a dark shadow over Daredevil. He pointed his pistol at the blind man's head, a twisted smile curving his lips. "I'll be sure to send Atomic your bullet-ridden corpse," Reznov sneered, pulling back the hammer of his gun with a sharp click. "A nice message, don't you think?" Despite his precarious situation, Daredevil lifted his head, determination burning in his unseeing eyes. There was no hint of fear on his face. Just then, his acute senses detected something slicing through the air above the warehouse, a sound that caused him to grin. "Why don't you tell him yourself?" Daredevil replied, his voice steady. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the warehouse, causing Reznov to whirl around, his gun momentarily forgotten. Moonlight poured in through a massive gaping hole in the roof, illuminating swirling clouds of dust and debris that danced in the air. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously as a figure clad in crimson and white emerged from the haze, his flowing white cape billowing behind him in a dramatic flourish. "Reznov," Atomic's voice rumbled, low and fierce. In a frantic attempt to regain control, Reznov spun back to where Daredevil had been, intending to use him as a shield. But to his bewilderment, the blind hero had vanished. Heart-pounding, Reznov turned to flee toward the exit, only to find that his clothes had inexplicably stiffened around him, encasing him in a solid steel version of his outfit, rendering him as immobile as a statue. Emerging from the shadows beside Atomic, Daredevil stood tall, defiant as both heroes glared at the trapped Reznov. "We've been looking for you," Atomic said, his voice low and steady. "Now tell us, where is Maximilian Zhukov?"